Good Tuesday morning, all. We are the Junks. We're coming to you live on 106.7 The Fan, Team 980, 910 The Fan in Richmond. You can watch us on the Monumental Sports Network. We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026. Brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. I am Cakes at Money Metal Cakes on your Twitter. I'm joined by Jason Bishop.
Morning, boys.
What's up? What's up? By John Paul Flame.
What's up, Cakesy?
Hello, and by Eric Bickle.
Good morning.
I think your voice is still a little banged up. Mine's still a little banged up.
We'll give our full Dewey recap at 7, but spending a good amount of time at Dewey, it can work. It can work wonders on your body.
Yeah, my voice is messed up.
Yeah, I think at least 3 of the 4 Junks. I don't know about Jason, but showing some wear and tear, and we didn't even last into the wee hours like some of the other people on the show.
Right,
so we'll detail all of that. We'll give you the full Dewey recap at 7 a.m.
So what day did you come back, though? Did you come
Left
back?
Friday.
You ended up coming back on Friday after you were supposedly going to be staying there Friday night.
Made an executive call to come back Friday.
So you didn't want to spend the night
I was
with Rom
thankful
again.
that you did because you took Rom home.
I didn't think I could spend another night with Rom. I think that was.
Yeah.
what
But
it
you
came
rode
down-
with him.
Yes.
So did you see his new mansion?
I did not, because he drove to my house and then he drove.
Gotcha.
Because I mean, look, hadn't I done enough? I'm going to drive to his house and chauffeur him from his house to Dewey Beach.
No, you did enough.
I did more than enough.
You did
as far
enough.
as
and I was thankful that you left because I saw you getting in the car and leaving. I was like, oh, thank
you said
God.
Dewey Beach is a better place.
Thank God.
That it's ROM free.
Well, at least you got to get home for the fantastic weather all weekend.
Oh, no, the weather
It was
sucked.
great. It was awesome.
So the pool
It was.
opens up. You know, it's a
Why?
big deal in all your neighborhoods when the pool opens up.
Sure.
And if you have a young one at home, like I have a 9-year-old, the pool generally to be something to entertain them with.
Right.
And when it just rains, it just ruins
I
all
knew
plans.
the pool was open at Norbeck. I never even for a second considered going.
Is that your home pool? Don't you have one?
No, it used to be at a different pool, but now that I belong to Norbeck, I'm like, that's part of the deal. Mm-hmm. Never once considered it. Also because when I joined, our guy, Pat, said, you don't want to go on Memorial Day weekend, July 4th weekend, or Labor Day weekend.
Right.
Because it's just too much of a mob scene.
Yeah.
So the weather, combined with, I would never go Memorial Day weekend, even if it was 90 degrees, kept me a million
Well, there
miles
was nobody
away.
there. Trust me, because I
I'm
was
sure.
there.
I mean, 60 degrees and it's raining.
Yeah.
Of course,
I
nobody's
drove
there.
by our pool and there was like 4 or 5 stragglers.
Well, that's insane.
No, it wasn't
the water's going to be cold.
I don't even
It's
like
not a pool weekend.
I don't even like
It's over.
getting into the pool in early June if it's 80 degrees out because I know the water is going to be cold. Let alone in late May, 60 degrees with a downpour.
My youngest has been lifeguarding for years. I think a lot of our daughters have lifeguarded, sons, whatever. And it's like weird. Like every 3rd year or something, you got to recertify.
Sure.
So she was in the pool for like 8 hours about 3 weeks ago.
Okay.
Oh, just
It's a
training.
lot.
Just training, and it was just, butt cold.
She come out sounding like us.
Just
this
butt
point?
cold. I
Has
don't
she
know.
made a save during her tenure?
I never asked.
While we were at Dewey, I felt like I had to at least go and see the ocean. Like put my feet in the sand, walk up and down the beach for a little bit.
I planned on doing it.
So
I never
did it
did.
twice.
The ocean
Yeah,
was
good for you.
crazy.
The ocean was crazy. So I went and I videoed it for like 15 or 20 seconds to send to my kids. Mm-hmm. As I'm videoing it, one of the other weirdos on the beach when it was like 55 degrees, pouring rain, he looks at me, he goes, I think he was British. He's like, did you go in earlier? And I looked at him like, I mean, these are insane conditions. There's nobody, literally there's nobody in the water. There's nobody even within 50 feet of the water.
Wait, do you think you were a surfer?
I was just like, no, dude, didn't go in. Probably not going to go in. Actually, no chance I would go in.
Yeah, the ocean was nuts.
So I'm surprised that you didn't stay. I came back on Friday because we had a soccer tournament Saturday and Sunday, 4 games through 2 days. Bethesda won the championship, so that was cool. But yesterday was a to-do day. Mm-hmm. I can't do anything. I tried to change a door handle. Should be easy.
I don't know.
Bought a door handle
It's
at
not
Lowe's.
easy. I've dabbled with that before. It's
the
not
brand-
as easy as you think.
The brand of the door handle was Kwikset.
Yeah.
Should be quick. After an hour, I tapped out. I'm going to call my handyman. I got 3/4 of it done, but I just could not line up these 2 screws to put the other side of the handle in.
You got 'em
and I
you
got
got 'em
so
Should
frustrated.
have called my wife. My wife would have come over there for
Oh, really?
for $45 an hour.
I got so frustrated. We have a couple other jobs that the handyman needs to do around the house. So I was like, you know what? Just add that to the list.
Sure, throw it
And
in
I've
the
been
pile.
delaying. Add it to the list. So frustrating.
Look, I know what I can and can't do around the house. And trust me, the can't do list is way longer than the can do. Replacing an entire lock mechanism on a door, that's on the can't do list.
It's embarrassing.
That is either talk to my guy next door, talk to Kevin, or call my more manly brother-in-law, Steve.
I'm pretty
to
sure
come
my
over and
wife
do
has
it.
done that,
Yeah.
but not me.
It's embarrassing.
Yeah,
I should have been
exactly.
able
I mean,
to
I've
pull it
never
off.
tried.
You know what?
Bickle, exactly.
We're in our mid-50s.
Our wives take care
we're
of
not
that.
We're not going to get better at being handy.
Yeah,
We're-
you're
I
The
mean,
worst part is I did 3/4, but then I had to take it all out.
That's embarrassing. It's less embarrassing to just call somebody in that knows what they're doing than to try it, fail in front of everybody, and then have to tuck your tail between your legs and have somebody more manly come in and follow up on your work.
I sent a text to our guy Luis, and I said, "This is embarrassing. I need you to fix a door handle. There are a couple other odd jobs.
Yeah.
if you can do it." And he said, "Is it urgent?" I said, "Nope." Because now you can just open the door and close it. It just doesn't have a door handle.
Yeah,
Took it all out.
it's a problem.
Well, it's
Took
like
it all
into,
out.
into like a bedroom or something, or
It's the garage door,
oh, okay, gotcha.
the door handle. But for whatever reason, the handle kept falling off on the other side, and I would basically Band-Aid it and fix it, but it wasn't a long-term solution. So I took that out, went to Lowe's, got the Kwikset, installed 3/4 of it, and just couldn't do the last step.
Did you
and
like
after a half an
YouTube
hour
it
or
and
so-
everything? Did you like?
I didn't need to YouTube it. I can see exactly what needs to be done. I
Yeah, but
just
maybe
couldn't
there's a
execute it.
trick. Maybe there's a trick that would help you.
Yeah.
Oh, he's incapable.
Yeah,
He just
okay.
can't do it.
All right.
And look, I can't do it either. I'm not goofing on him. He should have known he couldn't do it.
I actually think you could do it. It was one of those deals where I don't know. I think I was in a tunnel. Somebody actually told me, take an hour off and go back to it. Not interested.
No, if you take an hour off, you're taking all the hours off.
JP, if you do go to YouTube, there could be something with it that makes it like a step that you can do or skip that makes it easier because that brand is always causing problems with people installing it themselves.
That brand Kwikset?
Well, I'm just- it's
what's a
not
quick
just a-
what's a Kwikset?
It's just the name of the
Just
brand.
brand
It's just the
name.
name
Is
of
that
the
you're
brand.
talking about? You're talking about that brand?
He's just saying.
He's
in
saying,
general.
like-
He's just saying in general.
Yeah, yeah.
In general, sometimes a certain brand can give you a hard time, and then someone can discover something that's easier to do that helps put it together on YouTube that you had no idea about.
Right. Pretty much anything that you have to fix or anything, you can YouTube it and somebody.
Yeah, you want. I mean, you have the instructions laid out for you, but if you just watched a 4-minute video on YouTube, it could be helpful. Yeah,
that's how he did it.
It's possible.
Not saying it's worth your while, but you could do that
No,
probably.
the Kwikset got me in an arm bar, and I tapped out.
as you should have.
All right.
Sometimes people get out of the arm bar. I tapped.
I mean, I don't watch a lot of UFC. I've never seen one person escape an armbar. But again, I'm not Luke Thomas. Okay, I'm not Mike Mark. I don't watch a ton of UFC. Usually, when they get the armbar on you, it's tap out.
Well,
Tap
the
out
weather
city.
was so kind of mediocre that all I did was sit around and watch golf. I watched
Lax.
NBA. I watched lacrosse.
Yeah.
And I watched the Nats yesterday.
Yeah.
I actually watched a ton. Watched
Nice.
more sports in the last 2-3
Very good.
days than I probably have in a month.
Well, did you come back on Friday or
I
Saturday?
came back on Saturday.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. No, we had a great time.
I saw EB and his group just trudging down Coastal Highway as I pulled out of Dewey Beach. They were still getting after it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like 5 o'clock. That was the last I saw
Friday?
of Dewey
How
Beach.
long was your trip? You left at 5 and landed in only at what time? 8 o'clock?
A little bit after 8. I'll get into all the details later when we recap. the
So you
seven.
did have
There were
traffic?
several unstopped unscheduled stops.
I already know.
Yeah, I
what
heard
that is.
about
on
that.
on the way
Yeah,
home.
yeah.
Had nothing to do with traffic.
I'm not sure
Had
I want to
nothing
hear
do
about
with
that.
traffic.
Yeah.
I'm never bringing Rom to Dewey Beach again. Let me just say that.
You really should. You should lose his number. You should block him.
Too many times Cakes has said, I'm never doing
And then he
blank
does
with
it.
Rom.
He does it.
Deep down, he loves it. He said,
If he-
I'm never sharing
No.
a room with Rom again.
If he
And then the
gets
next
there-
trip, he shares a room
If
with
he
Rom.
gets there on his own, I'll hang out with him outside of the hotel room.
Why?
Stay. I don't know, but staying in the hotel room and ruining my sleep, I can't have. That's a bridge too far.
Heard it before.
It's a bridge way too far. He'll be banned. Like he's banned from a lot of casinos. He'll be banned from my hotel room
Right.
next year when we're in Dewey Beach. All right, so we'll do the full Dewey recap coming up at 7 o'clock. When we come back, we'll get into the Junks sports page, get you up to date on the NBA playoffs, the Nats, and more. We'll do that next here on The Fan. You can listen to the Junks on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or wherever you listen to your podcasts. Also streaming live on the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn. Mm-hmm. All right, let's get into the Junkies sports page, get you caught up on what happened over this long Memorial Day weekend.
Another Memorial Day weekend in the books.
It is in the books. It's gone.
Let's go. Sports page brought to you by Open Road. Elevate your home bar with Open Road Distilling Spirits, locally crafted in Reston, Eagle Eye Rye. You got the Maple Old Fashioned, Independence Bourbon, all available at ABC stores in Virginia. Nats took the series against the Braves. Not a big deal to take the series against the Mets, but they did.
They keep scoring a ton of runs.
And then they scored. They played the Cleveland Guardians last night, who had won 8 of 9 coming in, and they were very hot, although they were facing Tanner Bybee, who his ERA isn't horrible. I mean, it's below 5, but he was 0-6 coming into the game last night. Now 0-7 because the Nats pounded him early. They scored 3 in the first. They scored 3 in the second, tacked on another one. They were up 7-0, or actually 7-1 after 3. James Wood, 4 hits, hit his 14th. Luis Garcia, 3 hits, 4 RBIs. He hit a bomb. I believe that was his, maybe his 6th? Fourth, I'm sorry.
Curtis Mead hit a couple.
Mead hit 2.
So he's the guy who's playing third base over House.
Yes, he had 7. He had 3 RBIs. C.J. Abrams leads the league in RBIs. That's right. Leads the league in RBIs. Hit his 12th.
That's impressive.
Crushing the ball.
Jacob Young, a couple hits, and he hit a bomb.
Hey, Dylan Cruz hit 2 hits.
Dylan Cruz hit a bomb in the Brave series. So, I mean, everyone's pounding the ball. They hit 15 hits, 10 runs. Poulin was the opener, went 2 innings, allowed 1 run, and then Zach Littell, who's been pitching really good, came in 7 innings, 5 hits, 1 earned, struck out 7, got his 4th.
And their pitching was really good in the last 2 games against the Braves too, with Irvin before he got sidelined.
They allowed 1 run in 2 games.
The Jacob Young turnaround in terms of power is pretty impressive. 120 games played last year. He hit 2 home runs.
Yep.
He's got 7 in 53, so he's on pace for 20 or more for a guy who hit 2 last year.
I mean, one of the biggest surprises in baseball as a team, the Nats. You can throw the White Sox up there. You can throw the Athletics. But no one thought the Nats would be 1 game over 500 through 55 games.
They still have that crazy stat where they have the most runs scored in Major League Baseball and the most runs allowed.
Yes.
Imagine if they had some decent starting pitching.
Well, pitching looked pretty damn good the last 3 games.
Maybe there'll be buyers at the deadline.
Maybe
Is that possible?
Maybe they're turning around a little bit.
Sounds crazy.
That's what I've been saying for a while.
I doubt it. I don't think the ownership will do anything. But
yeah, I mean it's pretty exciting to think about the expectations coming into the season and to see where they are now.
Yeah, I mean all I've ever wanted is for them just to be relevant, and they're relevant. I put them on. When they're irrelevant, I'm sorry, I'm a fair weather. I'm out.
Yeah.
Is Josiah Gray going to come back anytime soon?
I mean, I assume. I mean, he's rehabbing.
I would pretty much write him
The
off.
Nats have 16 more runs than the Braves. Think about that.
And the payroll difference is probably $150 million.
Well, at
Oh,
least.
it's probably more than that.
I mean, and because the Braves are 18 games over 500, they go into to that series. They win the series. They hold them to 1 run over the 2 games that they won. I mean, it's just pretty cool, man. Look, they're way back in the division, 8.5 back. You know, there's wild cards. There's a bunch of teams that are in the mix right now. There's 6 teams or 7 teams within 4 games, but the Nats are 2 games out of the wild card. But it's 28 and 27. There's no way I thought that was going to happen. I did think they were going to get over 65.5 wins. And I don't want to say this, but I'm going to. I think it's pretty much a lock that they get to 66 wins.
According to Spot Track, the active payroll right now for the Braves is $208 million. That's 3rd in the league.
Yeah.
For the Nationals, their active payroll
60, 65,
$42.2 million.
It's about as low as you can imagine.
160
It's
more.
the lowest in the league.
Which of these guys, once they become a legitimate contender, let's say 2 years from now, they could be a legitimate contender. Which of these guys is part of that plan? All right, James Wood, 100%. C.J. Abrams, 100%. Jacob Young? Starting to look like it.
Yeah, I mean, a great defensive player, starting to hit the ball. I would say yes.
Dalen Lyle.
Yes. Oh, definitely Dalen Lyle.
So that doesn't even fit a spot in the outfield for Dylan Cruz.
For Cruz. Yeah.
See, guys like Curtis Mead, it seems like kind of like just a fill-in right now type of guy.
Yeah.
But they've done a good job finding these guys to like fill in, like Jose Tena,
But Tanya, they acquired.
Vivas.
Yep. I mean, some of these guys, you're right. I mean, they look like fillers, but I mean, you can't have huge payroll guys 1 through 9.
Nunez.
I mean, Abrams and Wood are going to cost a lot of money.
Yeah.
Well, they're
They're
going to
gonna-
cost somebody a lot of money. We don't know whether that's the
That's what I'm saying.
Nats.
They're
or-
gonna cost a lot of
Well,
money.
at some point, the
Somebody a lot of
Nationals
money.
need to start paying their guys.
I agree.
They've
Well,
done it in the past. They need to do it again.
I think that's
don't
going
think
to
it's
come.
gonna
That's
happen
going to come
until-
with a new
I'd
ownership.
be shocked if they paid both Wood and Abrams to stay.
Yeah, I would agree.
Well, they might win new ownership.
Maybe
They
one
might.
will be here, but I would bet against two.
Well,
both of them.
but they're
being
not for
here.
sale. Like to throw out new ownership.
No, because they can't be for sale until they get this behind them. They get the work stoppage behind them. Then they'll be for
Assuming
sale.
there's a
Yeah.
workshop stoppage next year.
Yeah.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
Then I think they would be
the
for
work
sale.
stoppage is almost a guarantee, and that's why they got to wait until that gets over with. Then they'll hopefully be on the market. Hopefully Ted or somebody buys them, and then you can operate normally again. Until then, we're kind of on hold.
So if you're in DC later because the Nats are over 500, the Grant and Danny Nats are over 500 parade is a go for today. So they're going to walk from the station to the center field gate. The plan is for people to make
2 blocks.
it says 4 blocks total. I mean, according to Grant's Twitter.
It's about 4 blocks.
The plan is for people to make signs and wear Nats gear and walk with Grant and Danny to the ballpark. Then they're going to go to Walters for a game watch and
Nice.
hang at the start of tonight's game. And this is cool. Walters is giving the first 100 fans in Nats gear that show up a free beer.
I like the bit.
right.
So hang out for the Nats are over 500 parade
Hmm.
later today here in DC.
Sweet. So I was busy with the Memorial Day parade. Now I'll do this parade.
Yeah, you can do both. You can double dip, JP. You can parade it up.
Well, it is exciting because they're relevant again, which is kind of
And
And it's not just 20 games in; it's a third of the season at 55 games
no,
in.
It's real.
Right. I mean, it's awesome, man. It's just cool that we're talking about them because we probably thought we were not going to talk about them at the start of the season, late May.
Yeah, I like it
You know
when
what I
they're
mean?
relevant, and I got them on every day.
It's a fun, high-scoring product. Now, the pitching gives up a lot of runs on the other side, and that's something that needs to be rectified, but they're way better than most people expect.
Cavalli's
them
on
to
the
be.
mound tonight. He's been good.
Yep.
Like, if you went through the offense and you said, well, these guys are keepers for 2 years from now, a lot of the guys are. On the pitching staff, not as many, but Cavalli, I think, has shown that he is definitely a keeper.
Let's see how he pitches tonight. I mean, Cleveland's good, and they were hot, so let's continue to roll it. A couple other notes from yesterday. The Orioles, Mr. Matt Myers, beat the best team in the American League 9-7. Another walk-off for Colton Cowser, back-to-back. This was in the 13th inning. They beat him 9-7. I believe that was his third home run. Tampa did not pitch well or play defense well. They committed 4 errors. And the Orioles, even though the Orioles are not having a good year, they're 6 games under 500, but they beat the Rays back-to-back on walk-offs from Colton Cowser.
Valdez loves it.
You
Loves
know,
when the A's go 13 innings and get a dub.
we talk about Paul Skeens and how good he is, and he is. He's dominant. And by the way, the Pirates beat the Cubs yesterday 2-1. The Cubs have lost 9 straight. 9 straight losses. They had won 10 straight just a few weeks ago. But they followed up the 10 straight wins with a 9-game losing streak. They lost 2-1. But this Jake Mazeroski dude
Throws like 200.
he got his 5th win. He struck out 12. His ERA is 1.83. He's got to be the leader for right now for National League Cy Young. He's thrown 311 pitches of over at least 100 miles per hour.
Well, didn't he have like 50 plus in yesterday's game alone?
Yes.
I think he had like 57
Yes.
over 100 miles per
So
hour
he's thrown
in one game.
311 this year, right? And all of it starts. The rest of Major League Baseball, all of the pitchers have thrown 170 total. He's thrown 311. So he's thrown 65% of the 100-mile-per-hour pitches in Major League Baseball this year.
I just don't know how much longer they can keep up.
Yeah, I mean, how much pressure can you keep putting on your arm?
I don't know. Not many, but it's unbelievable to watch him throw it. Yeah. And the Cardinals every time they struck out, they just walked back to the dugout and go, what can I do?
Yeah.
It's basically what they were saying to each other.
Flame balls right down the middle. You can't touch them.
Unbelievable.
Isn't Ohtani having an amazing year pitching?
Yes, he is. But Mizorowski's got a 1.8 ERA and leads Major League Baseball in strikeouts. I mean, he's just the talk of certainly of the National League in terms of pitchers.
He's a big lurch up there dealing it, too.
Yeah,
6'7", 201.
He's a big dude.
He's add a few LBs. Skinny.
I mean, Ohtani right now it's only 8 starts, has an ERA at .73.
Yeah, and he's awesome. He's incredible.
So is he just not in the mix because he just doesn't have the amount of starts?
No, he's in the mix. I just think Mizorowski has got to be, right now with the amount of strikeouts and the ERA below 1.9, he's got to be up there, if not the leader.
Yeah, but the ERA is double Ohtani's.
I understand that, but I just think he's the talk of the National League.
Yeah. I'll agree with that.
He's the talk of...
He's definitely the more buzzworthy
I would say
pitcher.
he's the talk of Major League Baseball, not just National League. Because when you're throwing so many pitches at 100 miles per hour, I mean, that's so hard to do. It's just very impressive.
Mizorowski's quotes were, "That's what I do. I throw hard."
Yeah, he's right.
He's pretty accurate.
So he's given up 13 runs in 11 games.
Mm-hmm.
Ohtani's only had 8 starts. Do you know how many runs he's given up, EB? Earned runs this season?
And how many starts?
8.
I don't know, 6,
I don't know.
6 or 7?
12.
4.
I have
Yeah.
no idea.
4 runs. That's all he's given up earned.
Yeah.
He's pretty good.
Maybe Mizorowski.
That'll be amazing if Ohtani can add a Cy Young to his MVPs.
I wouldn't rule it out for sure.
Yeah. I mean, he's definitely in the mix, but I just think Mizorowski, the pace that he throws the ball is
Maybe
incredible.
he'll be able to keep up because of his size, maybe more so than you think.
In his last 5 starts, okay, against St. Louis, the Cubs, the Pods, the Yankees, and Washington. All right. Really good lineups. Really good lineups. Mm-hmm. He's thrown 31 in the third. He's given up 1 earned run. 1. 0.29 in his last 5 starts. You know how many strikeouts he's got in those 31 innings? 50.
Just mowing dudes down.
Ohtani's great. Skeens is great, but this guy's the talk of Major League Baseball now. Very early, though. We're not even to June. I didn't watch the Knicks-Cleveland Cavs game yesterday.
Well, it was a give-up game for Cleveland.
Of course. I mean, they didn't want to be there. It was just embarrassment. It was an embarrassing series for Cleveland. And especially what Kenny Atkinson said after Game 3, that they were
predicted to win.
Analytically, they were beating the Knicks.
It made a little sense.
That's not a great
we
look.
should be
It's not a great
2-1.
look. What he
You
should
know
have
what?
said, what Kenny Atkinson should have said is, we're getting our ass kicked.
That's what he should have said.
Right.
Because that's way more accurate than whatever analytics that his people drilled down on.
Yeah, well, he was just looking at the sportsbook analytics and going, all right, well, our expected score is this.
Right.
It's higher than what it is. We're underperforming, but analytically, we're supposed to be beating the Knicks.
His shooters are missing shots. Look, the Knicks deserve a ton of credit. The first series they had, I believe, were down 2-1. And since then, they've ripped off 11 straight wins. And it's not just they're winning. Their average point differential in the playoffs is 19 points.
Yep.
They are smashing opponents right now.
Killing them. Back to the finals, first time since 1999.
I can't root for the Knicks to win the finals, so I'll be forced to, I guess, pull for whoever comes out of the West.
OKC
You
or
don't
San Antonio?
I'll have to root for one of those teams. I can't root for the Knicks to win the final.
What's the hatred for the Knicks?
They're just an annoying, entitled fan base. I can't root for them.
Now their fan base has suffered.
Even though they've sucked a lot, like not Wizards level of suck for years, but for a lot of years they were down. I can't root for the Knicks to win. So I will throw my support behind whatever Western Conference team advances.
Well, it would be pretty cool if it was the Spurs, but I'm not sure it's going to be.
Right.
But Game 5 is tonight, I believe.
Jalen Brunson, though, gets the Eastern Conference Finals MVP.
Mm-hmm.
Going to the Wizards talk, point guard, ball in his hand a lot.
Yep. I mean,
I don't know, just my preference on the whole Darren Peterson versus AJ DeBonta deal.
Mm-hmm.
James Harden was awful in this series. Makes 44. I think it's a player option of $44 million. for next year.
Yeah. Is he picking that up or is he going out on the market?
All he said was, "I expect to be here." He hopes to be there in Cleveland. Who knows?
If you watch any of those montages that people make that go viral, he basically just stands there on defense.
Yeah.
I know Luka got that rap a couple seasons ago in the finals. I think James Harden's taking it to another level.
Yeah. James Harden.
But he's old. He's 36, 37 years old.
They only took
Yeah.
8 shots, too.
Yeah.
Which is kind of weird.
I mean,
I'm telling you, it was a
never in
give-up game. They're down 3-0. I don't think any team has ever in the history of the NBA come back from down 3-0.
So he shot 38% in the finals. He shot 17% from 3. Okay. He averaged 16 in the series, and I believe, how many total turnovers did he have? 17 total turnovers in 4 games.
I don't know what analytics Kenny Atkinson is looking at. I'm just looking at final scores. They lost by 11. They lost by 16. They lost by 13, and then they lost by 37.
I think in games 2 and 3, the argument is if you look at the shots of some of the guys, they're usually hit threes at a much higher rate,
Right.
and it was below. I mean, some of that might have to do with the defense, but that's what he was trying to.
Well-
he's trying to say, hey, Merrill usually shoots 45% from threes, and he was. I'm making up the numbers now. 2 for 9.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You
those
know?
guys, they're going to be doing shots at the swim-up bars in Cancun. Poolside.
Well, the thing is, they
like
went.
tomorrow.
They played 14 games in the first 2 rounds.
Right.
The Knicks played 10. So the Knicks were much more rested.
Yeah.
Might be wrong on the math.
Donovan
but
Mitchell was still super supportive of James Harden after that game. And
Yeah, he
and
was.
He's tired of people taking shots at Harden.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He was.
I think we ignore leadership by him. I think we ignore the human, the character of who he is. All positive things, by the way. I think we ignore the empowerment that he gives people. I think we also ignore his greatness in a major way. And I say we, I really mean y'all. Sorry. Like, this man changed the game of basketball. Like, changed the game of basketball in ways that we've never seen before.
I'd say that's a little overstated
How
because
did he
I would say
change that?
Steph Curry. Well, I think that
Yeah.
James Harden was one of the guys with the step back 3. Not that he invented the step back 3, but one of the first guys, ball in the hand.
I'd
Yeah.
say a lot of people who live and work in basketball say Harden changed the game more than Steph Curry. Curry changed it from a team perspective. Harden changed it from the individual perspective of the step back and the gather step.
Now-
He basically revolutionized the game.
Yeah.
Well, he sucked in this
Now,
series.
I've heard Reggie
didn't.
Miller.
He was awful in this.
I've heard Reggie Miller with a little bit of chip on his shoulder say that he shot a step back 3, but James Harden definitely popularized it.
Well,
I mean, look, overall for the playoffs, he averaged 19 points. I mean, it's not
That ain't
25, but
I mean, overall,
considering his age,
yeah,
I don't know.
It's just the drop off, generally speaking, from
It's just
the
the money
regular
he's
season
making
to the playoffs.
It's the name. It's the money he's making. You get to the Eastern Conference Finals. You're playing a huge market team, and you're expected to play a lot better than that.
yeah. I mean,
I can understand if you're only averaging 17 or 18, but you're dishing out a bunch of assists. But the fact that you're turning the ball over 6 times a game,
But how
Sorry.
surprising is it that the Knicks are in the
not
finals?
good.
Because before the playoffs started, everybody was on Boston.
yeah,
Everybody was on Boston. Detroit was the 1 seed.
Mhm.
Detroit had home court advantage, and the Knicks come out of the East.
no, they've been awesome.
With
They earned
back-to-back
it.
sweeps in the last 2 series. Dominant
Playing great.
performances.
So we'll see what happens with Game 5, OKC and Spurs. Mr. Bickle, I watched almost all of both lacrosse championships.
Look at you.
First of all, the girls, those girls are ballers. I mean, especially the girls, the 2 stars for
well, how
for
cool is that
Carolina and
setting,
Northwestern.
too, over there at Northwestern?
At Northwestern,
What
yeah.
a beautiful setting.
Yep. Our boy Michael Wilbon was there. But anyway, Northwestern wins the women's national championship. I believe that's their second. I think they've been to 4 straight. They lost to North Carolina last year, and then they lost to Boston College year before that. But then they beat Boston College 4 years ago. So I think that's 2 in the last 4 years from Northwestern.
When I was getting my master's at Maryland, one of my jobs, I had an on-campus job, make a little Cash, right? I was like 23, 24 years old. Was to Proctor. Remember, I had Ratcliffe Thomas, I had Sarunas.
Yep.
I also had Kelly Amonte. She was in my, and she is the head coach at Northwestern. It's just certain names I remember seeing on
Kelly
the-
Amonte.
You helped
yeah.
her achieve great things by
I mean,
proctoring EB.
I will say I had zero interaction with her, but it was just a name I'd always see on my little list. I had to make sure they were all present, and I had to make sure they didn't sneak out.
Yeah.
That's all I had to do.
Right.
I was a big nerd.
Bar was set very low.
Yeah.
She was dropping F-bombs, just reading her lips to the refs. I mean, it was pretty funny. The Kelly Amonte.
Sure.
Yeah. Because she was pissed
Got a
about a
national
couple
title on the line.
things. Another.
Yeah, I was just amazed by their athleticism. The girls, they're flying. I mean, I don't watch a lot of women's lacrosse.
Yeah. It was fun to watch. And then Notre Dame got a 3-0 lead on Princeton. And Princeton, I think, then ran off 11 straight goals.
Well, what they did is their defensive coordinator, Jeremy Hirsch, went to a zone, and then that basically shut it
They
down.
did talk about that, yeah.
Yeah.
And it seemed like they were winning every faceoff too. Anyway, the head coach for Notre Dame, he was pissed. He was dropping F-bombs. He was yelling at his staff, at the players. He was just getting killed. And, Corrigan. But they lose. Notre Dame loses 16-9. So Princeton, who used to dominate men's lacrosse in the 90s, their first national championship in 25 years. So props to Northwestern and Princeton.
Coming up at 7 o'clock, we'll give our full Dewey Beach recap. Thanks again to all the listeners that came down for our broadcast on Friday. We will do that coming up at 7 here on the Junks.
All right, guys, EB here. This show is brought to you by FanDuel. This is your reminder. Check in daily because every day during the NBA playoffs, FanDuel's serving up a happy hour. We're talking special drops you won't want to miss. From profit boosts to bonus bets, so much more. Just check for a new reward every single day of the NBA playoffs and don't miss your shot to get a little extra out of the action. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. Present in D.C. Opt-in required. Rewards are non-withdrawable. Restrictions apply, including bonus and token expiration, leg requirements, and max wager amount. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Coming up in just about 15 minutes, we'll give our full Dewey Beach weekend recap. Fun time again at the Starboard, of course. Thank you to Monty and everybody for hosting. We had a great time
Yeah, it was awesome.
usual.
Yep. It was awesome.
So we'll
Monty's
do
the
that
best.
7 a.m. But right now, we wanted to get into one of JP's favorite topics, OKC and all the flopping and all the hate directed towards SGA and company.
I just wonder if anybody is rooting for OKC after watching them closely in these playoffs. If you want to chime in, 1-800-636-1067. You keep putting it on me, but the fact is, everybody is talking about them flopping and flailing.
Does it really
and
upset you
playing
as you
dirty.
watch the game, though? Like it
I'm
like
not a fan.
Like it makes your blood boil.
What's
as
the
you're
doesn't make
watching
my
it?
blood
What's the
boil.
percentage of times SGA falls down after shots?
Well, here's the thing. Tom Habistro, who's one of the most respected NBA guys, now I believe he works for Yahoo, tracked 1,300 shots, and he tracked playoffs. And his thought going in was that SGA did not flop more than everybody else. But then he looked at the stats, and he tracked the shots himself, and he found that more than double he falls to the ground. Now, on non-fouled shots, so shots that a foul is not called, SGA is hitting the ground 10.7% of the time. So 1 out of 10 shots, he goes to the ground when he's not fouled. When he's fouled, he's on the ground. And by the way, some of it is him foul baiting. 51.4% of the time.
Well, they're calling it a lot. And he's not necessarily fouled.
Some of the time a legit whistle, some of the time he's getting it.
Yeah.
And I think overall, he's on every shot, he's almost 1 out of 5 times hitting the ground. And with OKC, it's not just him. He is the leader in the clubhouse. He's the MVP. He's a great player. That's undeniable. His mid-range game is great. He's in this series, they're doubling him a lot until the last game, and he's racked up a bunch of assists. Very good player. It's just, I watched this video. It was comparing Kobe to Shea, and Kobe used to use pump fakes to get open. He would do pump fake and sometimes back up to shoot his jumper. Here, they're pump fakes to jump into defenders. And it's just not a fun brand of basketball to watch. A lot of people are saying they're out on it. I tweeted, you can go to @JunksRadio, this one where he legitimately didn't get touched by De'Aaron Fox. Goes to the ground, gets a foul call. It just becomes tiresome. He's the best at it. A lot of players do it. It's probably always been part of the game, but it's too much. And then you had Chet Holmgren in this series step on Victor Wembanyama's foot at the free throw line. It looked deliberate. A lot of the players seem dirty. Lou Dort has a rap for being dirty. Chet might be a dirty player. Hartenstein is grabbing Wemby all that he can.
And they're not
and he's
calling it.
flopping. Chet is doing this with his head when he's not touched. They're just not a fun team to root for. They're the defending champions.
They're the
they got a lot of
villains.
great
They wear the
players.
black hats.
They've become hated, I think, internationally. If you watch videos, there's guys just mocking SGA.
Why haven't the I don't know who runs the NBA referees, but
I mean, they must have a union.
they got a union. But why don't they step up and start scaling back the calls against a flopping team like OKC? Great players have flopped not necessarily flopped. Great players have always gotten calls.
Well, that's part of
Michael
the
Jordan.
problem.
Michael Jordan got a ton of calls, and Pacers fans and Knicks fans and whoever else they were playing would hate it.
LeBron the same way.
But Jordan
same
wouldn't.
treatment for him.
The last thing Jordan did was flop. He would
Oh.
he would just get calls, and Reggie Miller would always chime in after games and complain about how the refs were giving Jordan calls. But the last thing Jordan would do would be fall on the ground and fake a foul. But I don't know. I don't understand why the referees aren't stepping up and going, all right, we've got no respect in the game. We're calling fouls on guys who aren't even getting touched. We can't do this anymore, especially deep in the NBA playoffs.
So
I don't get
statistically,
it. I don't get it.
If you compare him to Jalen Brunson, for example,
Yeah.
and Jalen takes the ball to the rack a lot. He's much smaller, right? Jalen Brunson's 6'1", 6'2". He's going to the ground on all shots 9% of the time. And Shea SGA's at 17.4%. It's just a lot. It's just not fun to watch.
Doesn't seem like it's going to change either.
Well, because it's worked for him.
Yeah, it's effective.
He's won
Well, I
two
knew-
MVPs this way.
No, I'm saying that doesn't seem like it's going to change from the officiating standpoint.
What they need to do.
I wouldn't think. At
What
this
they
point.
need to
I mean,
do.
why isn't Wemby getting the calls that SGA is getting?
I mean,
Wemby-
some would say he gets some calls.
Wemby's a Hall of Famer, instant.
I'm sure he's not trying to bait for the calls like SGA is. Just
But I would
plays a different style.
But I would think he's getting fouled
Oh, I'm sure he is.
100 times more than SGA is.
So if you go to
because of his size.
If you go to @Junks Radio on Twitter, I have the De'Aaron Fox one, which was from Game 4, I believe. And what they need to do is give a tech to SGA. If you flop like this, where you are not touched at all,
Yeah, let me say this.
if you flop like that, where you're not touched at all, and the defender gets out of the way, there's no landing issue. There's no. I mean, he was not physically touched.
Yep.
You should get a technical foul.
Did he get a
totally
call?
agree.
On that? Oh, he got a
There's no
call.
problem with
They should
that.
tee him up.
Which I think they've tried to do in soccer. So soccer was known for flopping, right? And
Yeah.
I don't know how much it's enforced. I don't watch a lot of international soccer. I will during the World Cup, but that's pretty much it.
June
Not
11th.
like you guys every 4 years. I'm not watching Premier League or Bundesliga and
No.
any of those
Come on.
things.
Although
But-
I did watch Tottenham because they were on the verge of maybe being relegated, so I did watch some of that.
all right, so you watch some, but they've tried to. I mean, guys still flop and sell calls and get on the ground and hold their ankle, and then 2 seconds later they're sprinting. But they try to eliminate that by enforcing some, giving cards out. So
Yeah,
maybe
I-
they need to do that in basketball.
Of course, it's a no-brainer. I would think they would do that.
It might have built to that point because that's the narrative about OKC. The national narrative and even international is not like they're a great team. It's they're cheaters.
Yeah.
They're dirty floppers. That's what it sounds like.
I don't
Well-
get the sense. I guess
Well, they're
it-
just taking advantage of what the officials are giving them.
right.
they're playing
I
within
blame
rules.
I blame the officiating for more than I'd blame SGA for
Right.
flopping. If SGA flops and falls down after every shot, but's not getting to the free throw line, he's not going to do it anymore.
Yeah, or if they call technical foul on him too, he'll stop doing it.
Exactly. Yeah.
I do think it has more to do with the league.
I
They're just pushing the envelope.
I blame them. Yeah.
yeah.
They're taking
Well,
advantage.
if I know I can get away with speeding and I'm not going to get pulled over by a cop, I'm probably going to keep speeding.
I just
Until I get pulled over by the cop.
I just reposted again. Go to @Junks Radio from NBA memes, and it's a comp of SGA versus Kobe, where SGA pump fakes and he gets defenders up, and then he launches sometimes forward into them to get foul calls, whereas Kobe would pump.
Yeah, but I
fake,
think that's smart.
and then he cleared off.
I have no problem with him.
But maybe you
leaning
shouldn't be able
forward.
to launch forward. That's not your natural shooting, and that is the rule. It's supposed to be like your natural shooting position, but they've allowed that to become like the natural shooting position. It's crazy.
Yeah, I have more
It's
of a
not
problem
fun.
when they just shoot a regular jumper and kick their feet
Well,
out
it has
and fall
gotten
down.
absurd. I remember seeing Harden, I think it was in the Knicks series, it might have been the previous series, where he was 30 feet from the basket. He looks like he's about to shoot. He gets the defender to commit. And then, I mean, he wasn't a shot, but he put it towards the rim, and the ref said, no, that's not a shooting foul. Took it out on the side. Hopefully the refs are starting to buy in and realize that they can't call the flops. Like it's getting
I think he's
outrageous.
actually getting less free throws overall. I haven't seen the exact statistics. And look, San Antonio may win the series. The games which they lost, they didn't have De'Aaron Fox at point guard. Stephon Castle had 20 turnovers in 2 games. Fox has come back. OKC still has home court, but San Antonio looked impressive in this last game. So we'll see what happens here. But I do think most people are rooting for the San Antonio Spurs just because they don't want to see OKC. They got their chip. Good job. SGA got two MVPs. Great player. Just quit with the flopping and cheating.
All right, when we come
yeah,
back, we will give you all
kind of embarrassing.
the details, put a bow on our trip to Dewey Beach for Memorial Day weekend. If you were there, if you made the trip as well, you're welcome to call us and chime in. 800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. NBA playoffs last night. The New York Knicks clobbered the Cavaliers 130-93, finishing off a 4-game sweep to win the Eastern Conference title. So the Knicks will ride an 11-game winning streak into the NBA Finals. Another impressive win for the Nationals Monday, clobbering the Cleveland Guardians 10-2. Nats hit 6 home runs last night. Curtis Mead homered twice, drove in 3. Luis Garcia Jr. adds a 2-run shot and 4 RBI. The Nats at 28-27 are over 500 now this late in a season for the first time since July of 2021. And hockey, the United States defending gold medalists beat Hungary Monday to stay alive at the World Ice Hockey Championships in Zurich. The U.S. with another must-win game against Austria this morning to reach the quarterfinals. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. We have to thank Main Street Bank for sponsoring our trip down to Dewey. Need to thank Surfside. All the sponsors that made that trip possible.
Home run trip.
All the listeners that came out in force starting at 6 a.m. and before that, lining up to get into the Starboard on Friday morning.
I mean, looking back on it,
huge show. Just a
crazy.
home run all the way
Thursday
around.
night was awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
So
was.
Thursday night, huge turnout. Garrett Williams was there, which was a thrill.
I have to say, I was really worried about the turnout with the weather, and it turned out great. I can only imagine what it'd be with spectacular weather, but it turned out great.
It was a great weekend for Monty overall because he was texting Cakes and I videos of the outside of the Starboard all weekend, and there was
They were just killing
lines that
it.
looked like 100 deep.
And now I pretty much know why Monty sounds the way he sounds because we were in Dewey for varying amounts of time.
54 hours.
36, 54, however many hours it was, and my voice is still pummeled.
Yeah, my voice
he's
is
down
shot.
there. He's down there every day in those trenches. So
Yeah,
it's
you
so
get it.
loud in
his
there.
voice is never going to get better.
It's just so many
How's it
people.
ever gonna
Monty's-
get
he's the
better?
best.
He's amazing.
He is great.
He's such
fantastic.
a chill guy.
I know. He's
I mean,
awesome.
I know we'll get to it, but I mean, at one point, Mars badgering him. Pull up. Where are you? Where are you?
Well, might as well get to it now. I have the text exchange. So Monty sent us the text from Mike Marr.
Yeah.
And this was Friday night.
Yes.
So I had to come back. Cake says he ended up coming back. But on Friday night, he did send a complimentary text, I will say to preface it, and said that the MVPs were Mike Marr and Valdez. He said they made it to last call.
That's impressive. On Friday night,
Here's from Monty. As you'd
Wow.
expect, Mike was a mess. And Valdez was holding it all together just fine.
Nice job.
well done.
He said,
Nice
you'll get a
job.
kick out of Mars nonstop texting me after
Met for
midnight
Dewey.
to get in the cooler. Then a barback grabbed me and says, I think your boys from the Junkies are in the cooler. So the photo blow is what I walked in and found at about 12:30 a.m. But here's the text
in Mars'
exchange.
defense, I will say, in Mars' defense, it was so crowded. Like it was shoulder to shoulder on Friday
I
night.
went there Friday night, had one drink, and we all left.
Like
it was
you-
too crowded.
You couldn't get to the bar. You couldn't move. Like you were stuck. And the only way to get to a bartender or move around is if you just started pushing people.
It was also a totally different crowd. It
Oh,
was
yeah, it
like
was young,
28 to 21.
Well, I
Or a
noticed
lot younger.
Well, that was happening on
25 to
Thursday
21.
night as we were filtering it out. You
Yeah.
saw more and more of that younger crowd.
I've never seen
coming
so
in.
many
So
young people.
I told Mar, I said, dude, like this is impossible.
Yeah.
We're going to use the Junks card. We're going to the cooler because the bars are so slammed.
Yeah.
And I said, just tell Monty, make sure it's okay with Monty, and because I didn't want to go back there
Right.
and do all that.
Sure.
So It's mainly on me, not Mar.
Okay, but
Look, it
here's
was
the
your
text.
last resort. You
Here's
used
It was
Yeah.
my last resort. I had to do it.
Understood.
And now you understand why I did it years ago when
Yeah.
you said JP used to just walk right into the cooler. Mike writes, walking in now, then later, just got in. Where you at? Later on, just got here. Where you at?
I mean, he's badgering him.
Monty finally responds, says, I'm all over. Won't find me in that packed crowd. Ha.
Yeah.
So I had
Then Mike Marr responds, let's meet at the cooler. Where are you? Just got to the Starboard. Just got in.
Did Monty
Cooler, question mark. I'm with Valdez. You going to pull up soon?
did Monty
Love
ever
it.
show up or just the bar back?
No. Monty finally came, but
Did
I
show
felt bad because like we were going in and the bar backs and people and the staff were just like letting us in.
Yeah.
But you feel dirty if Monty's not there with you.
Yeah, it's a little weird.
It's
I
a
mean,
little. It's a
I feel
little
like you're
weird.
stealing.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
Yeah,
You feel dirty.
It's not right.
Even after 1,000 crushes, you still feel weird doing that. Even though I know he wouldn't have a problem with it. I mean, he's just making money
He's
hand over
such a
fist right there.
chill
Oh, I know.
guy. That's what I can't get over.
Yep.
It's just sort of how relaxed he can kind of go with the flow at
I know.
all. I mean, maybe that's just how he presents to us, but I just kind of think that's how he is.
He never
I think
seems
you're
like
right.
flustered.
He never seems flustered.
Ever.
Very chill. Nothing phases him. Let guys have whatever they want. Whatever they want. No big deal. I mean, it's unbelievable.
I mean, I couldn't believe the lines to get in there when we were doing the show.
I mean,
Well, you
Monty-
should have
You know,
seen it later.
But I didn't see it.
You
I
should have
stayed.
seen it later.
I only stayed there a couple hours after the show, but it was crazy.
He
Jason,
basically
you should have
said when
seen it
the-
late night.
when the
Late night.
weather-
Oh, I'm sure.
When the weather gets like that, like all people have to do is go hang out at the bars.
Oh, yeah.
Like
There's no
nobody's-
beach time for the
nobody's
drunkers.
at the beach. Nobody's playing golf. Nobody's doing it. Nobody's walking
There's only
around.
one thing to
There's
do.
one thing to do.
Yeah.
One thing, go to the Starboard.
Correct.
And hang out. And that's exactly what everybody was doing.
Monty hooked us big time because at like 10:30 we were at Rusty Rudder, and I got a call from a friend who was at Starboard, and she was like, "Yo, it just took me like 2 hours to get in. The line is like all the way to Starboard Raw."
Right.
So I called Monty, and on the phone he was like, "All right, I'm gonna radio to someone, get your name on a list. So as soon as you just bypass that entire line."
Wow.
So we went right from Rudder to Starboard, no wait, nothing got in.
Well, we were Friday night. Friday we do the show and everything. It's
Yeah.
chaos. Meet everybody. I don't know how many pictures we all took. I took 100 pictures.
I
each.
think I talked to about 1,000 people.
But that's
that
good.
day. Of course.
That's why we were there.
Yeah,
and
that's
so I
crazy.
loved every second of it. Even when I was sitting down there trying to eat, my buddy Lucas at once said, "You have patience of a saint." And I go, well, these people came here to see us. You got to, you got to embrace it. So we did. But later, went home, napped, and then got going again at 5.
Mm-hmm.
And that's when we headed over to Starboard, and it was just absolute chaos. Absolute chaos. So we stayed for one drink, and then we headed over to the Lighthouse. We were there for a while. And then we're going to go over to Rudder to meet Valdez and those guys. But the line outside Rudder was
crazy.
insane.
I'm sure.
It was
Yeah.
insane. And thank God we just called it a night at that point.
Right.
Because it could have been crazy. I would have been in that dumb cooler with those dummies.
How much money those bartenders must be making?
Oh, they must
I was
be just
talking to
trying
one of
to
the
get it in.
fathom
I was talking to one of the parents from my kid's soccer team, and she worked at the Lighthouse one summer. She said she's never made more money.
Of course.
I don't doubt it.
I mean, drunks just signing tips on their credit cards.
They don't even know what
cash
they're
everywhere.
signing.
Yeah, it's-
I couldn't believe how quick those bartenders were
Yeah.
making drinks. They were unbeful.
Well, also, I will
they're
say
efficient.
the
They were.
Super Lights were a smash.
They
That's
were.
what they're called, right? The
Yeah.
Super
Yes.
Light plus vodka.
Yeah, those
Plus
things
8.
were
Vodka plus
unbelievable.
AIDS, yeah.
Because you could drink 5 of those and not even know it.
Yeah.
Hey, don't let Mar just brush past Rudder. Mar was making out with people on the dance floor.
Hold on.
Really?
Multiple people?
What's
Look at-
going
look at
on?
Mike Moore getting
What's
out.
going
For
on?
him.
I know there was some shenanigans going on at a pool. I saw that. I was getting texts from Valdez about that.
When in Dewey Beach, you know what I mean?
Right.
Are you the king of Dewey?
Oh, I'm the king of Dewey.
Did you have any cigs left when you came home, or did you smoke through the pack?
No, there were a lot of cigs left over.
Really?
There was a lot of packs to begin with.
Shocking.
Yeah. Hey, Mar was getting ready to get this girl topless in a pool at about 5 o'clock
All right, good for him.
Hold on, 5 a.m. or p.m.?
p.m.
Wow.
The world's worst pool.
Hey, I gotta say, in Dewey Beach, lot of
Was
fun
that pool
girls.
even open?
I mean, it was
I
open.
didn't see one soul in the pool.
It
It
was
was the
open.
coldest pool in the entire world.
Oh,
Hey, this girl, she had to have been straight from Delco. All right.
What does Delco mean?
It's a Philly suburb.
Okay.
Delaware-
It's,
is it
it's
Del-
the Dina. It's the Dina of Philly.
Okay. All right.
And then
Just a hillbilly.
hillbilly. So at the motel, it's standard. You just
Yeah.
leave the door open. So we're having the after party. After,
Oh, is that just invite anybody who wants to just come
Yeah,
in your room,
yeah,
just chill?
yeah.
Okay,
you
all
learn,
right.
you learn that in Beach Week. You
All
just
right.
leave the door open.
Okay.
Open door policy. And then
Into our luxury hotel.
so
all
this
good.
this girl walked
Yeah, it wasn't
by
great.
and asked if Mar or anyone had a lighter. They gave her a lighter, and then she came back to hand it back, and then she asked everyone if you want to go swimming.
Right.
Of course, I want to go swimming.
Right.
I mean, at this point, it's like 4:30, 5 o'clock.
You're Cannonball Mike.
Yeah, so we go down by the pool, and the
Hold on. So first she asked if you could anyone had a bathing suit.
Okay.
So of course, the gentleman I gave her my bathing suit.
All right. Oh, she didn't have a bathing suit.
No, she doesn't have
she
one.
didn't have
She
any.
just wanted to go swimming.
She didn't have any trunks.
She was hammered.
Oh,
She-
had to have been.
She was having a good time.
Yeah.
She was
All right,
we were all
okay,
having a good time.
Okay.
The BACs were high.
Yeah.
So she
Vibes and BAC's
so
high.
she like takes the trunks.
How
goes
old
ba-
is she, by the way? Give me a picture. What does she look
Oh, we
like?
can
How
show you a
old?
Yeah, I'll show you a couple pictures. Don't worry
What's her
about that.
age?
I think she was like 29.
Okay.
Yeah.
You-
All right.
Mar, go in there and show him the Instagram.
She's
Yeah, I
been
wanna see
blowing
that.
me up
Oh, yeah,
ever since
yeah,
we
yeah.
left.
Oh, really?
Blowing me
She's
up. Trying-
thirsty for Mike.
Trying to get me
More
to go
Mike.
back to Dewey in a couple weeks. Trying to get me to go to Philly. I'm
Oh,
like,
wow.
It is a one-time
Hey,
show. You
Ma-
might never
yeah.
see me again.
So she takes the swim trunks and she comes back to the motel, and then she comes back wearing the swim trunks, and there's like Calvin Klein sports bras.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's what she has on
Okay.
for her
It's way better than I imagined.
yeah, for her attire.
I mean, it's like a 10 compared to what I imagined.
You, Mike Mar,
Yeah.
getting after it.
Right?
Attractive.
I
Yeah.
can understand. I can understand why all of a sudden you wanted to go swim in the cold pool.
Yeah, very cute.
So
I can understand that.
So finally,
Not bad.
they go down to the pool, and like she's dipping her toe in, and she's saying how cold it is.
Yeah.
And it's starting to rain. It's just awful weather. And then finally she starts going. She's going. How much for me to do it topless?
She brings it up.
She's the first one to bring it up.
Fun
All right.
girl.
Fun
Yeah.
girl.
Right.
And so we start negotiating. We say, all right, we'll give you like if you touch each end like it's the enhanced games, then
even know
we'll
what that is.
you know.
The Steroids Olympics.
Ah, okay.
So we'll throw some cash your way. We'll give
And
you like
free
40
drinks
bucks
in the cooler at the
yeah,
Starboard.
yeah. So and then she starts.
much
going,
did you say?
$40.
Oh, okay.
And then we say that, or she goes, well, how much to do it topless? And we say, well, we'll $100. and when
Are her friends there, or is it just her?
just her doing it. Her friend is like kind of looking onward from
Yeah.
her hotel
Mike,
room.
what was the room situation? Because if that stuff's happening and you're vibing, I'm trying to think. You were originally going to be sharing a room. What was the room situation for Friday evening?
Oh, I would have just texted Claire and just been like, hey, like, I need you to go to
So
like,
you and Clary were sharing a room
He's scared.
because
Yeah.
originally they were going to
Put a
take
sock
over
on the door.
Yeah.
Originally they were going to take over my room.
Yeah.
Come to find out, once CK knew I wasn't staying, that room was only for one night.
Okay.
Oh, they
got
canceled it.
Got
Okay.
it.
But she ended up swimming, and then halfway she gave the pump fake like she was gonna let the girls out. But she just swam, and then Mar got all siced when she came back in a towel to hand the bathing suit back. So she came back over in just a towel, handed the bathing suit back, and then finally she came back one more time to ask if Mar was going at like where he was going to be at. And then she had her like hooker boots on and everything.
She was looking good.
She
She was
looked good.
looking
She
really
looked good
good.
when she came back to the hotel
Yeah.
room.
And so I still had to shower. So I told her, I was like, why don't you just wait for me to shower? Like, I'll be there in a little bit. And she was like, no, like, me and my friend, like, we got to go to this bar. And I was like, well, damn, like, you know, you look really good. Like, I'm worried, like, someone else is going to come by and scoop you tonight. So then I said, I was like, if anyone comes up to you, you just tell them, Daddy's on the way. And she got so sized when I said that.
Even though you're like 3 years younger
Hey,
than
you
her.
should have seen her face. I couldn't believe he dropped that line.
We were on the second floor and her jaw dropped to the parking
He
lot.
probably had 20 surf sides in him. Of course he dropped that line.
So is that who you ended up making out with later in the night?
No, that was just some other girls in Dewey.
Oh, so you never connected with that girl after that?
No, because this is where Valdez had a great line. Because he was like, dude, like you should just skip your shower, like go out with these girls. And I was like, look, like the night is just getting started. I don't want to jump on the first showcase. I want to kind of,
You want to let the night breathe a little bit.
yeah, I want to play the cards a little bit,
Okay.
and this is the ace up the sleeve for the night.
Got it.
And then I
Okay,
ended
I
up,
like it. That was your backup plan.
exactly, and then I ended up meeting a bunch of different people when we were out and stuff.
Yeah, but I told Mar sometimes the first showcase has the car, the second one has all the furniture.
It's true.
Did you go back to Starboard, or did you go to the Rudder after that?
We started right at Bottle and Cork. And Bottle and Cork was a lot of fun. The music is so loud that you can barely hear yourself think.
Trust me, I know. I heard it on Thursday night till about 1 in the morning. I heard it.
Yeah, and then we had friends. Friends that went to Rudder, and by the time the night was coming to an end, we said we got to finish it off at Starboard.
Yeah.
But then Monty sent us pictures, or maybe you guys sent us pictures back to back. I guess it was you guys. You were up Sunday morning drinking, and then you check raised him and showed your Bloody Mary from Ocean City.
I had a Bloody Mary while I was having brunch in Ocean City the next day.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go in OC?
Barn 34.
Oh, okay, yeah. I've
And
been there.
then
Great breakfast there.
And then Sky Bar. Had dinner at
I'd
Sky
been
Bar.
home for a full day already.
Mike
and these
Marr,
guys
how
are
did
still
you
getting
do?
after it.
How'd you do on Sunday?
Well, I went home on Saturday.
Oh, you
Because
did?
I had a phone situation. My phone was not in great shape, and I was having a hard time getting it charged. And so it was at 50%, and I still had to spend the gift card that Monty sent us. So I woke up,
You
went
had
across the
to.
street. Yeah,
Had to.
I mean, I'm literally wearing the jacket I got right now. This thing's fire.
Nice.
And then I was like, I only have 50%. I don't know how to get home without directions. And it was monsooning rain. So I called
Big
Valdez.
dummy.
I know.
So I called Valdez, and he was already an hour away in Ocean Pines. And I was like, hey man, I just got to get back home. What a trip. We had a good time.
Yeah.
And I love that, he didn't push back. I don't think he really wanted me in Ocean City. He was just like, all right, man, do your thing. I'll see you on Tuesday back at work.
Very nice.
I think I feel like we need another segment. I feel like we barely touched
Barely
the surface
scratched the
Yeah.
surface
of
of
what
it.
We just got
happened.
our shenanigans.
Yeah,
out.
there was-
Well, I
I
gotta
will
say-
say I am upset. I am upset at Mar because I was reading this situation. This chick would have skinny dipped with Mar if Mar would have just taken his boxers off.
Yeah.
He didn't take advantage of the situation, at the moment.
The situation's right there. That all this girl wanted to do, it wasn't about having
She was
sex.
looking for a partner.
It wasn't about having sex or anything.
Yeah.
She wanted her own story.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? She wanted a Memorial Day Dewey story.
Right.
And I was trying to explain that to Mar. It's like, dude, you don't have to make out with her.
Right.
You don't
You're
have to
like,
have
just take your pants
Just
off.
take your pants off.
I know,
Who
but-
cares? I'm not looking at your dumb dong. I'm going to look at her boobs.
Now he's got to deal with DMing her and all that stuff.
It's a big thing.
It was a cold plunge. I got my feet in and stuff.
I bet it was
It
cold.
was so cold in that pool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, it was.
So it wouldn't have been flattering.
Just help it out a little bit. Come on.
Been a thimble. All right, well, we got a lot. I don't think we can move on because I
Yeah, we
still
got-
want to touch on Sands being there and hanging out,
Yeah.
Mike
All the
hanging
guests,
out,
yeah.
Gary hanging out for. I mean, all the listeners that came up, all the listeners that we met.
I saw girls from college who I hadn't seen since 1993.
Really?
That were showing up.
Yeah, yeah, it's
crazy.
We got more. We got to get into.
All right, so we'll do more Dewey Beach recap. If you were there and experienced the weekend along with us, 800-636-1067. We'll take your calls on it as well next. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
All right, guys, you know how I am. I'm always out there trying to keep up on the golf course, the tennis court. But injuries happen. Back spasms, bone and joint pain, they can really slow you down. That's why I trust Vantastat. Whether you need urgent advice after an injury, help understanding symptoms, or you just want a connection to over 400 plus CAO orthopedic specialists, Vantastat is there for you. Their urgent ortho helpline is open 365 days a year, people. Don't wait. Call this number, 844-VANTA-365. That's 844-VANTA-365. I've seen how much of a difference it can make.
So the Junks are back from our Dewey Beach trip. We got back at all different assorted times over the weekend, but we're here.
I guess you didn't leave that far after me. Like, we had a cool lunch with Brett. Drabby was there.
on
You,
Friday?
Rom.
Yeah.
Trying to think who else was at the table. It was about 6 or 7 of us at the table. I guess Trey, Drab's buddy, who I drove back to his house in Ashburn. Good dude.
Yeah,
Good
he's a
dude.
good guy.
Congratulations to him. He's about to have a
I
baby.
see him in Harris Teeter all the time.
This is what I came to my conclusion when I left. First of all, we need to make that an annual tradition.
100%.
And I'm trying to put this up as the poll of the day. Although, did Twitter take down polls?
I have no idea.
If you're not premium, because we're not premium at Junks Radio. We're just at Junks
We're
Radio.
non-premium.
We don't have a check
You
mark.
can't find it? You can't find
Yeah, it used to be just at the bottom and hit poll, and then you come up with your options, and now there's quote. I'd like to do the London trip. There's an energy when we do remote broadcasts.
What is the London trip?
For the Commanders game.
The Commanders game. We should. There's an energy when we have something to point to, like back in the day when we used to do Super Bowl shows, or we would do JPOs, and this Dewey Beach trip we had been promoting for a month or maybe even more than that. Looking forward to
Like
it.
more, yeah.
And when there's a big event, it's awesome to be part of it. And all the stuff we're talking about happens when we have things to look forward to. I get it. Doing the show in studio, it's more comfortable. Like, so many people came up to me and were like, that show was awesome. And I felt disjointed to me because so many things were interrupted. And there's a lot of stuff going on behind the scenes, and you're talking to people and you're taking pictures. You're doing a million things. But there is an energy to these broadcasts that I think it's awesome. And I think the London trip, Cakes and I are there. Gabe at the charity golf tournament. Gabe's asking us, "Are you guys doing in London?" And when I said probably not, he seemed disappointed. Like, why wouldn't you be? Like, that's the place to be.
Does he understand it costs money?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I'm just saying
to
if-
send 6 people over there.
There's an expense involved.
Yeah,
I understand all that, but there was an expense.
apparently he
when
doesn't.
We used to do Super Bowl shows too.
yeah. Well, we were.
When we went to
There
Atlanta,
was a reason.
and New Orleans, and Dallas, and Tampa.
The money was there then. It's not there now.
Well, that's not for us to figure out.
Okay.
Would you be willing to do it?
I mean, am I going to get rope-a-doped into it? Because no, I don't want to, but I will do it for the show.
What is the producer perspective? Don't you think a road trip adds energy?
By the way, you're not going to have that many people. I mean, Dewey Beach on Memorial Day weekend is a lot different energy level than you're going to get in London.
Yeah, but you're
We're-
in London. The junkies overseas.
Those
Cakes
Brits
has never
don't know
been
who
to
we
Europe.
are.
Never been to
They
Europe.
don't know who we are.
Yeah, but it's talking about what you're doing. You know that.
Look, I would be against it because I hate the travel. But if there's a company out there that's going to fly 6 or 7 of us over there and put us up in a hotel for 3 nights, or more, probably more than 3 nights.
Probably more than that. For that long of a trip?
Yeah.
Personally, I'd love to take it across the pond.
Oh, I know you want to go international.
Dude, you'll go to freaking Pluto for a Junks trip. It's just a lot. There's a lot to ask to send us over there.
It's just being on the plane. The worst part's being on the plane.
Correct.
That's like 6 hours on a plane.
Sounds
You know-
like JP has some work to do in that room before he starts
Yeah,
asking
he's got some
people.
selling to do.
Well,
Yeah.
I know that this was
CK.
brought up at that table, and you were like, "You need to push for it on the show." So you'd be down, right?
Well, he obviously would
Well,
love it.
I don't remember saying that, but
I said JP the way
Oh,
the
maybe
way
it was
that you were,
Valdez,
yeah,
sorry.
I was telling you that just your fervor for it. I think it would be good for the show. I think it'd be a good broadcast. It's in your
There'd
wheelhouse.
be a lot of stories that would come out of it. A ton.
And I understand.
Ton.
I understand the logistics of it would be in the infancy stages right now, and the money of it is. But if you had the opportunity to do a broadcast from London of a pre and post game show,
Stay for the international game.
I think it would sound good.
I think it'd be awesome.
It would be fun. I mean, the travel part would stink, but it would be fun, I think, overall.
I actually don't know if I'd survive it. I think I might die on the flight.
I mean, I went to Delaware, and my voice is going to sound like Monty's now forever. So I
It
don't
doesn't
know.
sound as bad.
Well,
as
can
it-
we lock in?
It's gotten
better.
better over the last 2
Can
or
we
3
lock
days.
in still on Dewey? I still don't think we've given enough props and thanks to Gary for swinging by on Thursday night. He and his wife.
Yeah.
He was outstanding. Take a picture with everybody. Chatting you up. Doing the same thing on Friday morning for the show. Mike Bray was great, taking pictures and talking to everybody, spending time with us. These guys went out of their way.
Gary did the Mitch and Finley show as well. And then I heard from a birdie named Monty that he was there the next day.
Well, he lives down there. He's a staple.
All those guys
beach during the summer.
Yeah, all those guys live down there.
Yeah.
Sandsy.
I mean, that's their
just
hang
built
spot.
a house there.
Understood, but they went out of their way
No, it's
still
very
to
nice.
come.
Yeah.
And Sansi in particular, we've known Steve for a long time, and through the show, and he's always been great. He's even more chill and cool than I remember.
Yeah, he's a good
every
dude.
time you hang out with him, you're always like, wow, what a great guy. I mean, just totally there to hang out and have a great time. His wife was there. I was just blown away.
It's a fun community that
I
they,
was
that
just
they
blown
built
away by
down
it all.
there in Dewey.
That was a good time.
And then all the listeners, the long time
and the fact
listeners,
that they came out there knowing there was going to be a billion people.
going to be a circus.
Yeah.
And,
Yeah, that was
and they
very
stayed
cool.
there for well after
Yes.
their little interview or whatever. Well after. And all the longtime listeners that, like Jason said early, that were, we've done not a ton because you don't do a lot of live broadcasts at 6 a.m. Why? Because no one goes to it.
Correct.
It's stupid.
Correct.
We get up and,
I couldn't
don't
believe
know,
how many people were
40,
there.
50, 60, 70, 80 people. And it builds throughout the morning. People waiting before we get there.
Mm-hmm.
During the show, waiting to get in. I was just blown away by the number of people that went out of the way to get up early on a cold, kind of miserable day.
I talked to
hang out.
I talked to at least 2 people early Thursday night, that were like, "I'm going to be there at 5:45," and I was like, "You don't need to be there that early, trust me." But there were a bunch of people there that early.
There was probably
it wasn't just like 2 or 3. It was like
by 50.
there were like a lot of people waiting when we were getting there,
that
just
was-
setting up our gear.
Right. And then once it got to 6 o'clock, that tripled.
It was
Because
it
there
was
were people
insane.
out on the street by the time we started the show.
Yeah. So we really
was
appreciate
nuts.
people making that trip. That's not a half-hour trip. That's a 3+ hour trip with probably in beach traffic for Memorial Day weekend.
Did Bish Bucks make it back to the Starboard after your nap?
No, I did not. Because I had friends down in Ocean City, and we went to dinner at our favorite Italian restaurant, Fausto's.
Ah, very good.
I was in bed by, you guys are going to laugh, I was in bed by 7 o'clock on Friday. But it was the worst night of sleep because all I heard was screaming from all the drunkards outside of the hotel. And I couldn't sleep. So I left the hotel at 5 a.m.
Oh, you did?
On Saturday morning. I got home
Wow.
at 8. My
That's
wife
still
could, my wife
10 hours of sleep.
No, believe me, I wasn't sleeping.
Yeah.
I was not sleeping.
No,
I was on my phone for most of it.
I left at 5 p.m.
I know.
on Friday
Yeah.
night. I was considering going back to the Starboard, but after lunch, I did a loop through the Starboard, and it was getting packed already.
Mm-hmm.
The crowd the average age dipped from I would say 50s down to
mid-20s.
mid-20s to early 30s.
Of
I didn't
course.
recognize anybody.
Yes.
I had a few drinks. We went back to the motel. We were hanging out. I looked at Rom. He looked terrible. He always looks terrible. And I was not feeling great. So I was just like, you know what? I'm not going to make it late tonight.
How many
Just going
stops
to pull the plug.
on the way home? And
4.
fill us in.
4 stops on the way home.
Why?
Because Rom was ill. He was nauseous, throwing up 4 different times. 4 different
So
stops.
side of the road or in stops?
When he told me he was nauseous, I looked at him and I said, "You cannot throw up in this car. I don't mind pulling over for you, but you can't throw up in here."
Yeah.
Not that the car is anything special. It's a 10-year-old
Just don't wanna
beater.
deal
No, but it would take forever to clean that thing up.
If he throws up in the car, then I'm going to throw up. And then it's a big scene. And the car will stink forever.
Yeah, yeah.
So I was like, if you have to go, I'll pull over.
Is he putting his finger down his throat and throwing up? Or is
He did that a couple times. Then the other 2 times, it was
It
organic.
was natural.
So was this just from Thursday? Because was he drinking a lot on Friday?
You think he wasn't drinking on Friday?
I don't remember.
I mean, he couldn't wait to order 2 Long Island iced teas as soon as he got in. That's his move. Walking around with 2 watered down Long Island
And
iced
then he
teas for
just
2
gets
hours.
more and more annoying. He's somewhat palatable with a drink or two.
Yeah.
But then he just, I mean, do you know what I mean? I don't know. Is it just me or does he hug and grope you guys too?
Yes.
As he gets
100%.
more and more
Of
drunk.
course.
Like
So-
gropey and gropey and gropey to the point where you want to strangle him.
Yeah.
You want to kill him.
I can't tell you
He
how many
doesn't
times
understand.
he would interrupt conversations I was having.
Every time.
I mean, I'm talking to people I haven't seen in forever, and he's busting in and he's saying, "Bro, how gets one more trip to Vegas?"
Right.
And he just interrupts conversations.
course.
Yeah.
So
I said, "Bro, I'll talk to you in a little bit. I'm talking here," and he doesn't care.
He doesn't care. I did the Dewey
mean,
Beach
He's one of the
community.
rudest
does
people.
that?
He's one of the rudest
Who
people.
does
ever.
that?
I did a solid by,
very
by
rude.
removing him from the equation. I was just like, we're leaving. We're getting out of here. I can't handle another night with you. I just can't.
I got to tell you, I got a kick out of talking to Drunk Mike, but I don't know what he said 75% of the time.
He was fun to talk to.
Drunk Mike was there. If you go to our Instagram, Sports Junkies Radio, if you're curious, so many people were like, I never knew what Drunk Mike looked like. Drunk Mike was there, and he would just say like one word, and he'd kind of make me laugh, and then he'd keep talking, and I'd have no idea what he was saying.
Yeah.
He was
that
like,
was funny.
domicile.
He was great.
I also want to shout out everybody that was so nice to Vinny. Vinny was on cloud nine.
Hey, I love
for-
it here at Dewey Beach. This is my
For
spot.
54. He's like, they love me.
People love
Everybody
me.
loves
They
me.
love Vinny.
He was having the time of his
Who
life.
needs Joe? It's all about Vinny. It's Vinny. It's
He,
a Vinny
his,
show.
he was wearing his Mets gear Friday morning too, wasn't
in
he?
his Maris sweatshirt, so people
Oh,
knew
yeah,
who he
yeah.
was,
Yeah.
and he had an absolute blast.
I do feel bad for him because his persona on the show, if Cake's doing the impression, people think that like he's a jerk or how he behaves.
I know. I
He's
feel
a
like Case
loudmouth.
is kind of mean to
He's
him,
a loudmouth.
but he's such a
In
sweet
person,
guy.
Benny's a 10 out of 10.
He's
Like
the-
he's just so
no,
sweet.
He's
It's
the
just like-
nicest guy ever.
Yeah, yeah.
It's just a generic, aggressive New York
No,
accent.
no, of
His-
course, the listeners
Yeah,
think
yeah.
he's like some sort of a-hole. But
No,
no, he's
very
actually
nice.
a 10
He's
out of 10.
super nice.
Nice guy.
As is Joe. Joe couldn't be a nicer
Joe,
guy.
I don't know. I don't really know that well. But Vinny for sure.
Joe had some FOMO that he wasn't there, but he had a coach. He couldn't make it down. He called me. He was
Yeah.
upset, but he'll be there for the next one for sure.
And by the way,
Vinny-
we
Vinny's
also
great.
have to give a
And
big
his wife
You have
Jackie.
to give a
Yeah.
big thank you to Monumental and all the camera staff and all the support from them, getting Mitch and company down to Dewey
Yeah.
Beach,
Everything.
getting all the cameras set up.
I mean,
Of
Monumental was good. Everything that the station did from CK down. Thank you to Will. Like all of
Yeah,
everything
for
looked
promotions,
great.
yeah.
Will and promotions brought his wife.
He did
His wife's not on payroll.
He did a
Just-
nice video too, like
Yeah.
like
I will
recapping
say
the
this.
event.
I mean, the signage, everything was great.
Yeah.
I know we paid for the T-shirts, so we got to make the money back. But Monty couldn't have been better about, like, literally gave us gift cards. At one point, the woman wouldn't even take my gift card. She said, Monty said, you guys get whatever you want. She wouldn't even take the gift card. Okay,
It's too nice.
That's how Monty is, right? And so I'm loading up stuff. Whatever. I go over and I go. I have friends that need some T-shirts. My kids want some T-shirts. I look at the promotions woman and I say, what are we doing here? And she goes, yeah, it's $30 plus fee or whatever. And I'm looking at her and I'm going, I go, I mean, can I get a cost or something? Like whatever it is.
discount?
And she stares right through me. And ended up buying three of our own T-shirts for like $130.
well done.
And
Why did you do that?
Because she just
wouldn't
stared
let-
right through me. She stared right through me.
Was that
And I
Will's
looked
wife?
at her
I had
and I
yours
went,
set aside.
no, it wasn't Will's wife, because Will's wife was laughing hysterically. I looked at her and I said, this is maybe the most ridiculous thing in my career. and I just gave her my credit card. I paid $130 so I could get T-shirts for my kids.
That's crazy.
It was. I just walked. I'm still just. My mind
scarred.
is broken.
Let's go to-
I don't know how to handle it. I don't know how to process it.
Let's go to Earl real quick on line 2.
Earl, what's up? Yo, with the jokes.
Good morning, my friends. How you doing? Thank you for taking my call.
Yep.
I was down there. I left my house in beautiful Burtonfield, Maryland, at about 6:20 a.m. I got to the Starboard about 8:45, 8:50. I was only here about an hour and whatnot, but I had a ball. Never seen so many people in all my life.
I know, it was crazy.
But it was great. It was great to finally meet and see you guys live and in person. I can't wait to hopefully I'll do it again next year. I will be there for that. But I had a ball. Hopefully I'm going to get about an hour or so, unfortunately. But I had fun when I was there. I don't know if y'all something I was behind y'all with the Merlin shirt on, but I had a ball. It was
Awesome.
really nice.
Glad you made it, man.
Very
It
cool.
was fantastic.
Very cool.
Yes,
So
sir, I
glad you
love it.
came, buddy.
Love you guys.
All right,
By the
love
way,
you
the
too,
poll
man. Thank you,
feature
buddy.
doesn't seem to be working. I don't know if we've lost the ability to use a poll.
Well, what is the
Pass
poll
the
you
hat
want to
around.
What's the poll
What's
question?
the poll question?
Should the Junks radio show take it on the road and follow the Commanders to London? Overwhelmingly, yes, so far.
Of course.
Cheerio.
Very good.
Got to make it happen.
Let's go one more. Let's go to Steve and Laurel. Steve, what's up?
Good morning, guys.
Hey, Steve.
Hey, buddy.
That was a great couple days. I was there Thursday night, Friday morning. It was awesome. Just a couple things, if I could.
Yeah.
You mentioned the T-shirts. I got the last 2X. You announced that they ran out of 2X.
Yeah.
That disappointed the guys around. There's a lot of 2X guys there. Next
Probably,
time,
yeah. A lot of big guys.
Yeah, we appeal to the 2X crowd.
Yeah, that leads to the next. I'm afraid your demo's starting to get out of the age group. Me, 65, and all the guys. We're getting old, man. I didn't realize how old we all are.
Well, thanks for cheering us on.
Thanks, man.
I realize it every time I look in the mirror, bro.
Yeah.
All right, guys, imagine never having to worry about your home again. No stressful who do I call moments, just the comfort of knowing it's all taken care of. That's what a Crop Metcalf membership gives you. Year-round peace of mind. The expert technicians at Crop Metcalf handle everything from routine maintenance to worry-free repairs, so your home runs exactly the way it should. Stop worrying about home care. Start enjoying your home again with membership starting at just $15 a month. Learn more now at serviceexperts.com.
So the NBA draft is next month. We all know the Wizards have the number 1 overall pick, won that in the draft lottery earlier in May. There are a lot of rumors swirling, of course, about potential trades heading into the draft.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe this is over the weekend. Mark Spears, NBA insider. This is not a report from him. This is just kind of him thinking out loud. He said, the Wizards have not been mentioned as a potential Giannis Antetokounmpo landing spot, but maybe they should be. The Heat have been frequently floated as a team that would be interested in trading for Giannis. Here's what he said. He said, I basically was told by a very good source close to that Washington situation that they're going to explore their options. And I think that with some of the young talent they have, why not, right? Spears said on 95.7 The Game.
Mm-hmm.
He continued, the one thing I wonder with Giannis is like how much power does he have and where they trade him, and does this relatively, I guess, new owner there really care? Or does he have a relationship with Giannis where he's worried about his destination? So even though the Heat seem to be the front runner for landing Giannis, sounds like the Wizards are being talked about as a potential dark horse.
I would think someone like Giannis would have a little bit more power to kind of dictate. I could be wrong. He just seems like the type of player that would be able to dictate where he's going to go.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just more concerned about, do I even want Giannis? And Giannis is a great player, obviously, and you would think that sounds silly, but what's it going to take? What would you be giving
to get him? Yep.
You tanked and you drafted all these young players. You're developing all these young players. People are already freaking out about acquiring Trae Young and AD. Now, I understand if you get Giannis, probably AD would be the obvious part of that package, even just from a financial standpoint to make it work. But
I would think Milwaukee would want some of the young talent, too.
I'm sure, and future draft picks, and it's just like, I don't know if I want to go down that whole road, to be honest with you. I know that sounds crazy.
If you get Giannis, you do whatever you can. Look, the Knicks traded 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges, and they're in the NBA Finals.
Well, they got a lot of other pieces.
Look, it's rumor season. So I saw just as much Giannis as there was somebody speculating LeBron.
Yeah, I saw it too.
Here's the thing. Those guys don't want to come here. Maybe there's going to be a changed perception. But remember, we talked about the report that they were the number 2 amongst the players' destination in terms of least likely wanting to go there.
Mm-hmm.
Players don't list Washington as the destination that they want to go to. Anthony Davis maybe hasn't said it, but he pretty much wants out of Washington. He doesn't want to be part of like a long rebuild. He may be stuck.
But maybe Giannis feels differently.
But Giannis reportedly has listed like Miami. And I can't remember the other location. Like, doesn't want to play in LA.
That's what I'm saying. I would think that he would probably dictate where he's going to get traded.
Yes.
And that's probably going to happen. So if he wants to go to Miami, I'm sure it's going to happen. But it would be a big deal if somehow, and it's a long shot, he was dealt here.
But I would explore it. He's, I believe, 30?
31.
He does not have a no-trade clause in his deal, according to the interwebs.
I would explore it.
Not always reliable.
He's won an NBA title. He's dominant. He's good defensively.
Don't you think, though, that changes the timeline? It accelerates your timeline of where you're going to be competitive.
Yes.
Where you're hoping that you got build this young team, kind of like OKC, and you're going to have like this long run. But now you've narrowed it down to like, okay, a 3-4 year window maybe to go for it.
But they already accelerated it when they traded for Anthony Davis and Trae Young.
Yeah, but the idea is that those guys are only going to be here for a year or two. I mean, hell,
I thought you wanted to keep Trae Young around.
I don't mind it, but I think Anthony Davis here at worst is going to be, at best, going to be here for half a year.
Yeah.
Okay, that seems pretty obvious. I thought Trae Young maybe 2 or 3 years. I don't know. I think, but I thought that you would still be competitive. If you bring Giannis in, and it's like a 3 or 4 year run, and then you're giving up future ones and some of these young players that you've developed, then it's really condensing your run. It's a win now or nothing.
I just think if you have a chance to get an MVP, you take it. You get a chance to get an MVP who's won
I'll trust
a title.
I'll trust
How many times has Giannis been All-NBA first team? I mean, it's got to be 4 or 5.
Well, how many MVPs has he got? A couple?
I think just one.
So if they give up... Obviously, they have to give up AD, which nobody would care about. That would be obviously a no-brainer. Right. Nobody cares.
But
you give
how
up
much
a couple
of the
guys. Let's say you give up Bilal and Bub, and then you give up a couple future ones, not this year's, hopefully.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to give up Asar, and certainly not the one this year.
You're right. 2 MVPs,
Two
all
MVPs.
NBA first team,
NBA
7
Finals
times.
MVP.
It's not a referendum on how great Giannis is. It's just where he is maybe in his career, and just you go from maybe. I'm thinking they're going to have an 8 or 10 year run with these young players. Now you kind of condense it to half that time. I think if you get an all star like that,
But not if you not. You're still your core of your youth movement is Sar and your number one pick.
Right.
Don't want to
They're
give
not
up
going
that.
anywhere.
It's not Bub Carrington. It's not Bilal. Like those are just pieces that
Right.
can be moved out. I mean, I think Trey would probably be involved in this trade. The one that was proposed by Jake Weinbach from Fansided was Anthony Davis, Trey Johnson, Bub Carrington, and 2 future first-round picks.
Heartbeat.
Yeah.
I would do that in a
I'd
heartbeat.
do that with a quickness.
You couldn't even hang up the phone call before
I
you're
mean, it would
accepting
be
that trade.
so quick you would do that
Now,
deal.
what if the future first round pick is this year's first round
no,
pick?
Can't do
no,
it.
That's
no,
off the board.
2027.
I would do it if it was this year's.
Oh, I can't give up the
No,
number
no
one.
one's
That's
doing
that. No,
insanity.
that's
I can't
crazy.
give up the number one pick. Because then I have a chance to get a guy who could be, he probably won't be, as impactful as Giannis with the number one pick.
Unlikely.
That's what I said that. That's how I framed it.
But at
I'm not
least it's a
giving up
guy
that
that
pick.
you are counting on to be a 10 to 12 year player here in the market.
The
and go
Wiz
to a lot of
lost
playoff
too many games to part with the number one pick. We
Yeah.
can part with future number ones.
That number
which
one
hopefully
pick
be-
turns into Giannis. I don't think it's
Yeah,
a
but
bad
Giannis
trade at all.
isn't 25. He's 31. I mean, I would not do that. And there's no way Will Dawkins will do it. I know that.
I don't know. I have
He's
no
not giving
idea.
up this year's number one
Oh,
for
I know.
Giannis.
I don't think so.
100%.
No, he's not doing that.
I don't think
Keeping
so.
the number one pick this year.
Yep.
But
He's not parting with that pick.
But you guys are all.
But if you would do that trade that Drab just said, okay, I'm fine with that. I'm just not giving up Sar or the number one pick.
I mean, if you did it from Milwaukee side, you're an idiot. That's not enough. Like I said, Mikal Bridges netted. I'm
Well,
gonna
he'll
look it
prob-
up.
he'll probably
I
get
believe
more.
5 first round
Yeah,
picks.
they'll probably get more from Miami.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Giannis has a player option at the end of next year. They are not going to get
Right.
probably a massive
Right.
haul.
Yeah, it's good. Good point.
Unless he agrees to some sort
But
of
like
deal.
you said, it's rumor season.
yeah, I don't
It's-
put
it
much
gets out
stock
there.
in it, but it is interesting that the Wizards keep coming up in these kind of rumors and these scenarios.
they have ammunition.
Yeah.
800-636-1067. Would you be pro or anti a deal to bring Giannis to the Wizards? 800-636-1067 is the number. We're the Junks. We'll be right back. Every great team has a game plan. Coaches spend hours breaking down film, calling the right plays, and staying prepared for every possible scenario. But here's the question. Do you have a game plan for your retirement? At Trajan Wealth, that's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Their fiduciary advisors act like your personal coaching staff. CEO Jeff Jr., a Marine Corps vet who knows the value of independence, founded Trajan Wealth as an independent firm. That means their advisors can customize a financial strategy designed specifically for you with your goals, your risk tolerance, and your timeline in mind. Maybe you've got an old 401k sitting with a previous employer. Maybe you're not sure how rising interest rates and changing tax laws could affect your retirement savings. That's where Trajan Wealth comes in. They're going to help you call the right place to reach your goals on your timeline. So call Trajan Wealth today. 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1. Or visit TRAJANWealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Another big win for the Nationals Monday night, playing long ball to beat the Cleveland Guardians 10-2, hitting 6 home runs, 4 of those in the first 2 innings last night. Curtis Mead homered twice, drove in 3. Luis Garcia Jr. hit a 2-run shot, had 4 RBI. James Wood, C.J. Abrams, Jacob Young went deep as well. Nats have won 3 in a row and 5 of their last 7. They are now just 2 games out of an NL wildcard spot. NBA playoffs, Knicks rout the Cavaliers 130-93 to finish off a 4-game sweep in the Eastern Conference Finals. Spurs and Thunder out west, Game 5 tonight in OKC. That series tied at 2 wins apiece. Princeton beat Notre Dame 16-9 Monday to win the NCAA Men's Lacrosse National Championship. And in tennis, Hyattsville's Francis Tiafoe with a 4-set win at the French Open. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
"2026 is the year of celebrating 30 years of the Junks on the Air," presented by our friends at Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since all the way back in 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Cool thing happening with Grant and Danny a bit later today. Their Nats are over 500 parade is on. It's actually Tuesday today. I'm getting mixed up Monday or Tuesday because 3-day weekend. 5:25 p.m. They're going to walk from the station here on 1015 Half Street to the center field gate. The plan is for people to make signs and wear Nats gear and walk to the ballpark to celebrate the Nats being over 500. They're going to Walters at the ballpark for a game watch and hang at the start of tonight's 6 p.m. game. And Walters is giving the first 100 fans in Nats gear that show up a free beer. So, cool thing to celebrate. Nats are playing good baseball. Over 500. They get a resounding win over the Indians last night, and they've been hot of late.
Well, you got to start paying attention. Do you know how far they are out of the wild card?
Yes, 2 games.
2 games. Yep. That's it. Now, there are a bunch of teams in the mix. We get that. But if you're hovering around 500 in Major League Baseball, you have a shot to at least get in the wild card. I mean, like division.
They're playing so much better than anyone expected.
The division is an absolute long shot. I don't expect them to contend for the NL East. All right. But the wild card, 2 games back. All right. Right now, the last wild card spot in the National League is the Diamondbacks. They're 29-24. Mm-hmm. So they have 1 more win than the Washington Nationals. Mm-hmm. That's it. It is pretty stunning because the city has kind of forgotten about the Nationals in a way.
They've got to be starting to get pumped.
I would think that a buzz should start to build. So maybe
based
that's
on
going
the
to
runs
happen
that they're scoring
with this parade. I mean, C.J. Abrams has looked fantastic. He's got 12 home runs. James Wood's got 14. You know, they hit 6 home runs yesterday.
It's crazy. It's crazy. Against a hot team, too. A team that had won 8 of 9 coming in.
Jacob Young had 2 last year. He's got 7.
They're doing something
I'm not saying 7 is great, but for a guy that had 2, that's probably, if he continues this, going to hit 20.
How much, we had Rizzo call in. It was super nice. We should also thank Dan Quinn, right? Yep. Jason helped set all that up.
DQ and Riz.
But
awesome.
Rizzo called in, and he's taking some pride in it. How much do you give the previous administration? How much credit do they get? For these are still some of the guys.
They assembled a lot of the talent that's here.
Yeah. It just took so long. It took too long. At first they were saying it wasn't a rebuild, and it's now a rebuild on a rebuild, and clearly they don't have the pitching.
But it was also frustrating for guys like Mike Rizzo that ownership would not go out and build on add more veterans, big money veterans that could help the young guys.
They wouldn't spend money like they did back in the World Series era.
And not
of the
they're
Nationals.
spending money now. So for whatever reason, this coaching staff, Blake Butera and his entire staff, they're doing a really good job on a day-to-day basis of getting these guys prepared. And those young guys are just getting better and better and better.
And what I'd say is the Band-Aid players,
Yeah.
like Curtis Mead, they're delivering.
These
are probably not guys that I think are going to be part of their long-term picture, but they picked up, bargain basement guys to fill in roles.
I hate to sound like a broken record, but I said at the beginning of the year that sometimes teams, they start winning and they start believing in themselves, and it kind of takes a life of its own. Doesn't mean it's going to end up in the playoffs or anything, but they're clearly outperforming expectations.
And they're more aggressive.
Way beyond.
I mean, Nunez leads the league in stolen bases. Now he's only hitting 188.
Yep.
But
and remember, we talked to Paul Taboni about Zach Littell when they acquired him, and he basically said the first 5 or 6 starts were like spring training starts for him. And that kind of has been proven true, because if you look at his last 5 or 6 games, actually his last 5 starts. Now, one of them wasn't a start because he was coming in after an opener like last night. But his last 5 starts, 24 2/3, ERA is 2.19. Before that, the previous 5 starts, 23 2/3, ERA was 8.4. All right, so he went from 8.4 ERA, and the last 5 starts he's at 2.1. So he's doing something different. All right, now he's more aggressive. He's more comfortable. And you can say the same thing for a couple of the other starters, too.
I mean,
Starting pitching,
Foster Griffiths has been a huge add to this rotation.
I mean, he had that awful start against I think it was against the Mets, right? But, yeah, you're right. I mean, for the most part, he's been great. Jake Irvin, this last start against the Braves, that's a damn good Braves lineup. Damn good. And to shut them down like that.
Kind of stinks he goes on the 15-day IL with a shoulder injury.
That's true.
But
That
hopefully
hurts.
it's 2 weeks and he's back at it.
Yep. So it's just fun to watch. And beyond the pitching, it's just fun to watch them score as much. They lead the league in runs scored. That is crazy with this lineup. Abrams and Wood are proven. They're going to be stars. But the rest of the guys, they're not really proven, and they're not household names.
I know my wife asked me yesterday, it was the difference between this year and last year, and I had a hard. She's like, "Why are they scoring runs this year and didn't last year?" I had a hard time explaining it. I had a hard time.
I got to tell you, I listened to the interview on Grand Danny that they had the hitting coach from the Nationals on. Impressive dude. What I would say is different is, some of these, what I'm calling Band-Aid players that are filling in, they're delivering. And then maybe this is an approach thing. Jacob Young, power. Dalen Lyles delivering more. They seem to be more aggressive on the base paths.
I think we're not really talking about Garcia. Garcia has been really good. The knock on him.
Rizzo always loved him.
Yes, and Rizzo brought him in. The knock on him was his defense, but maybe that's getting a little bit better, although they're kind of using him in different spots now. He's a first baseman now, not a second baseman, but he's got punch, man. He can hit the ball.
Yeah.
So if you kind of just find a place for him in the lineup that you're not going to get killed defensively, you're going to find a place in the lineup for him because he's going to hit.
And Naseem Nunez is leading the majors in stolen bases.
True.
He's batting 188.
Yeah. If he gets on base.
I mean, somehow he's leading the league in stolen bases, not even batting 200.
It's crazy.
It's hugely impressive.
I just know the game Vin and I went to, and Dee went with us on Tuesday night. We were down 5-0 in the first inning. Typically, well, that's it. This game's shot.
These Nats bats.
That lead lasted 1 inning.
They can bring you back quick.
Lasted 1 inning. They had like 10 runs in 2 innings. And they kept it moving, kept it going. It's a different team, a different energy around them.
Just wondered if Nats fans feel like, okay, well, eventually they're going to come back to where we thought they were. But maybe not. I mean, you can't get starting pitchers hurt and miss him for 3 weeks or longer. Because the pitching just doesn't have the depth. But if the lineup is just putting on 10 runs against good teams or shutting down really good teams like the Braves, I don't know. Maybe it's one of those years where no one thought that they could do what they're doing, but the players do.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to get to a
so.
situation where they go back to like a 65-win team. No, they're going to far surpass that.
Yeah.
I
mean, if they could be near that 80-win mark, that would be unbelievable.
What will be interesting is what if they're still 2 games back at the deadline? Will they actually acquire a pitcher or two or whatever.
I think they would, yeah.
They will. They'll spend money.
Well, I mean, sometimes you're only getting guys for half a year, so you're only, most of these guys are expiring contracts that you're trading for. But yeah, I would say if you're 2 games out of the wild card, or in the in the wild card race in top 3, man, you're going to make some moves. You're going to have to add. You're going to have to.
What are they going to give up?
I don't know. They'll have to give up, some of their prospects.
A great problem to have.
Depends on who you're acquiring.
Yeah. It is all kind of shocking because did not expect this at all.
Oh, that's fun.
Now you have Dylan Cruz playing, hit his first home run.
And look, last I checked, he was like around 240.
Yep,
241. 2 for 5 yesterday.
Which is not bad for him.
He's got 1 double, 1 homer.
Yeah.
I guess he's not a huge power guy.
No.
But gives him more options because I would say right now it's a crowded outfield because you know that James Wood, superstar, and then Jacob Young and Lyle and Cruz.
Well, you can DH one of those guys.
Yeah.
So if you can DH one and keep the other 3 in the outfield, that's, first of all, it's a good defensive outfield, and you can keep a guy like James Wood and his bat top of the lineup. I'm surprised that James Wood has been, because remember he was struggling the first, 3 weeks of the season.
Yeah.
At the top of the lineup, he was striking out a bunch, but man, he's gotten more comfortable. And the fact that he's getting 5 at bats, sometimes more, that's great. You want your best hitter up there, but it's fun to watch them score a bunch of runs, man. It's really, really fun to watch.
Dylan Cruz has hits in 6 of the 7 games he's appeared in.
Yes. So maybe
that's solid. You'll take that.
Look, maybe he got more confident and just got better.
Maybe he's over the hump.
Yep.
Maybe he just needs to believe a little bit, see the success. Everyone says his moxie's different. I mean, everybody to a person say it's just a matter of time with him.
Well, it also has to be a wake-up call getting sent down that early in his career when he's a number 2 overall pick.
Yeah. I don't get the sense that he thought he was bigger than that, but he maybe just needed it.
Yeah. Needed a refresher on the lower level.
Yeah, but I'm just thankful that they're kind of back again. Like I say, for me, sort of the litmus test is if you're relevant, you're on the TV at night, you're always on in the background. We always are keeping an eye on, hey, what's going on? Hadn't been that way for the last couple of years. Haven't even bothered. What's been the point? Wouldn't even put it on in the background.
They're playing an entertaining brand of baseball.
Now they're back on. What are the Nats doing? Hey, put the Nats on. Put the Nats on. They're relevant again. And they're only a game above 500. Imagine if they really got relevant in the next year or 2 or so.
I mean, they 200 and let me see how many total runs they have. 298, I believe. 298 runs scored. That's 17 more than the Braves. And the Braves are tied for the lead in terms of team batting average for Major League Baseball.
Now to your Rizzo point, what I would say is the trades have worked out, like landing guys like Abrams and Wood. Those are trades. Is by and large the draft picks haven't. The top draft picks.
Listen, I'm not putting a whole referendum and saying that Rizzo's group didn't have their failings or whatever. I'm just saying, do they get some credit for this?
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, they do.
And
if they had more support from above, then who knows? Maybe they're still employed.
Right.
But
clearly,
we just love the fact that this young staff is they're making these younger players better.
Yeah,
certainly more confident.
I think the fresh voices, the young voices, all that clearly has resonated with the guys.
Mm-hmm.
It's been a fresh.
I mean, the Nats have to be, if not the very top of the league, near the top 2 or 3 in terms of games with double-digit runs scored. Mm-hmm. They've had a bunch of games with double-digit runs scored.
Look, maybe it'll wake up the fan base. Right now, attendance is down about 1,500 from last year.
Mm-hmm.
They're currently ranked 23rd in Major League Baseball in attendance, averaging 22,427.
Let's see. It should pick up now that school's out. People
close to being out. Yep.
Yeah.
My kid's still got a couple weeks.
Yep.
I wish it was a couple months.
I think my wife's literally in school for almost another month. Yeah. I think her last day is June 24th.
I feel like college kids are out. Maybe it's a couple more weeks, of the elementary school teachers, high school teachers, etc. Let's see. Let's see if it doesn't pick up, especially now that they're more relevant.
800-636-1067. Are you buying into the Nats as true contenders at this point? 28-27. They're above 500. You can take part in the Nats are over 500 parade going on today, starting at 5:25 here with Grant and Danny. They're going to walk down to the ballpark to center field gates, wear your Nats gear. They're going over to Walters for a watch the game party. Walters giving the first 100 fans in Nats gear that show up a free beer. It's time to celebrate the Nats. Are you buying into them being a legit contender in the NL East?
2 games out of the wild card.
Yep,
I mean,
it's been pretty impressive. We'll take your calls on that next here on The Fan.
Hey, baseball's back. We're talking about the Nationals who are above 500, and there's only one way to celebrate, with a Surfside iced tea and vodka or a Surfside lemonade and vodka. They are amazing. The junkies love Surfside. Smooth, refreshing, and made for game day. Surfside's the perfect match for a day at the ballpark or catching the game at home. Surfsides, they're only 100 calories, 0 bubbles, so they go down easy. It's not a seltzer. It's Surfside. Must be 21 or over. Please drink responsibly.
The Nats and their puny payroll are at 28-27 after just a stomping of the Indians yesterday. 6 home runs in the game for the Nats. They've scored 298 runs. The Braves, who are running away with the division, have scored 282 runs.
Mm-hmm.
Now, on the other side, the Nats have allowed 304 runs. The Braves have only allowed 180.
Yeah.
It's a stark difference there.
Yes.
But it's time to celebrate the Nats. They're above 500. These are fun days. That the Nats are actually a fun brand of baseball. They're scoring a lot of runs, and they're more competitive than anybody expected them to be 50-plus games into the season.
Correct.
It's impressive.
I got to think Nats fans are kind of pumped.
How could they not be?
It's been a while. You got to be kind of like awakened.
What did Earl say was it's the first time this late in the season they've been over 500 since 2021.
I mean, that's 5 years ago. That's a long time.
Correct.
Long time coming.
I mean, I know they won the World Series with, they brought in guys and veterans and, but did not think that it was going to bottom out the way it has.
Right.
Didn't see it coming at all.
Aren't they in better shape now than they were that World Series season at the 55-game mark? Wasn't that the year that they were 19-31?
Yes.
And everybody had bailed on them.
Yeah.
Yep.
50 games in. And then they won a World Series. So maybe we should start dreaming.
No, I think it's cool.
Start
crazy.
grasping. All you got to do is get in, EB. Get in as a wild card.
Yeah, I don't think they have anywhere.
2 games back of the wild card. That's it.
I don't think they have anywhere near the pitching to realistically grasp at that.
Maybe they pick it up.
Let's go to Bob in Woodbridge. 800-636-1067 if you want to chime in. Are you fired up? Are you starting to believe they're a third of the way in? 2 games back of the wild card. Above 500. Bob, what's up?
I am fired up. I think if Blake Butera keeps this up, he's the odds-on favorite to be manager of the year. I think that's where the difference is. He's making really smart lineup choices, adjusting it every night depending on the pitching and hitting matchups. And my God, they're getting hitting out of guys that we didn't think could hit. That's got to be on the coaching staff, and it's got to be on preparation. So I think that's where the real difference lies.
What about the bullpenning? Has that been a positive for them when they've gone to that? They seem to be doing that
yesterday.
Yeah, they seem to be doing
I
it
don't know
fairly regularly.
Yeah. A lot of teams do
They
it.
got off to a rocky start, and historically the bullpen has been pretty much a weakness for this team. Going back to you have to go back to the days of Tyler Clippard. I think to find a reliable shutdown closer, but the bullpen is getting better. The pitching staff is getting better too, and I think that there too the coaching staff is making the adjustments and the changes that are reflected in the improvement. So I think that people who say that Rizzo deserves some of the credit are correct. However, Rizzo also had that other Martinez and the other coaches on the bench last year, and they obviously had lost the plot. So I think I give Butera and company all the credit here.
So let me ask you, Bob, are you one of those guys? Do you go to a bunch of games, or you just watch them from home?
I'm 68. The appeal of the recliner and the refrigerator and the proximity of the bathroom.
Stay-at-home guy.
Too good.
Yeah,
I get it.
Keep me at home.
Yeah, gotcha. All right, thank you, Bob. Appreciate you, buddy. Thank you so much.
No problem. Bye-bye.
All right, pal. Let's go to Jason in Woodbridge. Hey, Jason, you're on with the Junkies. What's up?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
Hey, doing great. What do you think?
I want to say Bob needs to start his own podcast on the Nats because, man,
he
knows it all.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we could get us a real closer, we can go to the World Series. I mean, who's to say we can't? I mean, I'll jump on the bandwagon early. I don't care.
Have you been going
I think we got a good team.
Have you been going out to games?
Man, I work too much. I dream of going to a game now.
Yeah, I know.
Dreams of it.
Look, I don't.
Yeah, no, I'm going soon, but they're an exciting team, young and hitting. Jacob Young is coming around, hitting good. I mean, I never thought I would see that, and I wish they would just pay players and not try to trade our good players. We finally get good players, and they want to trade them for 5 years down the line, which is just the worst.
I was always of the impression, and I thought it was kind of understood, that C.J. Abrams was going to be traded at this deadline. Maybe he's not.
That's terrible.
Yeah, I know.
That's what I always just
I mean,
thought.
he still
was
could
was
be.
kind of
I
understood.
mean, you would think if the team was really, really struggling and, they were near the bottom of the National League,
yeah,
then maybe they would do
I
something
just
like that.
assumed
But now,
that was what was going to happen.
I know. A lot of people thought that.
I mean, the trade deadline is not until August 3rd.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
understood.
mean, there's still months until.
Sure.
That's
Anything
even
can happen.
close.
But I
Anything
want to
can
put in context. That's not like some original thought I had. That it was kind of like a lot of people
Look,
thought.
I didn't
that's
think
what was gonna
Mackenzie
happen.
Gore was going to get dealt either, but because I thought he was one of the building blocks that they got in the Soto trade, and I thought he would be here and they would sign him for a long-term contract. Now, he didn't pitch as well as we thought he was going to, but I didn't think he was going to get dealt, and he did.
What a steal he is. 1 year, $4.2 million for C.J. Abrams.
Mm-hmm.
And look, if Abrams is not in the long-term plans, he should get traded.
But they can take him to arbitration the next 3 years.
That's fine. But if they don't even want to pay him whatever the arbitration salary is, and they feel like they can get a massive haul in return for him, which they probably could at this point, the way he's playing, I have no problem with them shipping him out of here.
But then you're officially the A's. And I know the A's are in first place right now.
Look,
but at some point, you got to hold on to your guys.
well, Taboni he didn't draft any of these guys. So he has no real affinity for C.J. Abrams.
Well, the
or
Nats
James
didn't draft
Wood.
him either.
Yeah, well, they traded
Okay.
for him.
Yeah, so.
But don't be upset, because it'd be like a Denny thing where he goes off and does great. It's just didn't fit the timeline. That's what it would be. Didn't fit the timeline or whatever.
I don't know. The timeline, they won the World Series in 2017?
2019.
2019?
Yeah.
I forget the years. I mean, it's time. It's time to start winning. And they are winning.
Let's go to Adam in Waldorf. Adam, what's up, buddy? Are you a believer?
Huge believer. We love Rizzo, but he was very much like a put the calculators away and play ball kind of guy. And nowadays, you really need as many cheat codes as you can. And one example, I'll give you all of that, and then I'll hang up. Seaver King was a first-round pick the year before Dylan Cruz, kind of languishing in the minors. This new group got their hands on him, and he'll be in the bigs soon. He's got insane numbers in the minors.
All right. Well, might need to see him.
What was the guy's name?
Seaver King.
All
Yeah,
right.
I'd have to go back and look to see what his numbers are in the minors right now. But
That's what I wonder. Like, who's coming? Who do we still have coming?
I mean, he was the number 10 overall pick back in 2024. Like, that's a guy that eventually you need to start seeing some dividends from on the major league level.
he's an infielder. But
Infielder.
let me see what he's doing here.
What about pitching help?
He's hitting three. Well, he was at Rochester to start. Now he's at Harrisburg. He's hitting 336. So maybe.
Well, look, there was an article in the Washington Post, I believe, about how their approach is different than the past approach. They just seem more prepared on the major league level. As I told you, I heard the interview that the hitting coach did with Grandani, and I was kind of blown away. I actually texted the boys and said, great interview. Very insightful. They're giving them every possible tool to succeed. And they added that machine, right, which they didn't have when the whole rap, the Washington Post called them basically cheap, that the majority of the teams in Major League Baseball had that fancy pitching machine, for lack of a better term. I forget what it was called.
Traject.
I think you're right.
Yeah.
So
how could
on
that not
approach,
help? How could that not
in terms of approach,
Yeah.
they're doing everything now.
So
I'm not saying they didn't do anything during the previous tenure, but they just weren't doing every last thing. Now all the tools are readily available for them, and maybe it filters all the way through the minor leagues where they're having a different approach. I mean, clearly, maybe Jacob Young would have evolved this year too, but they're talking about looking at the angles of the fly balls and all sorts of things like that pay off ultimately.
Matt Borgschult is the Nats hitting coach. That's who you're speaking of. Didn't know his name.
The fact that Jake Irvin's going to be out for a while, I mean, not that he was putting up crazy numbers. ERA was in the fives, but he's still a guy who can eat some innings.
Yeah.
Maybe he only gets 5 innings. You're lucky if you get 6 from him, but now you have to figure out who you're going to pull up, or on the current staff, who you're going to move from the bullpen.
It sounds like it's just a shoulder strain. It should hopefully it's not more than 2 weeks.
Hopefully not.
So I think if they can get through the next month above 500 or right around 500, then more people are going to buy in. If you get to like the halfway point of the season, I mean, to me, 55 games is significant. But if you can get to the halfway point of the season and they're 500, then more people are going to buy in. And it's hard to say jump on the bandwagon because they're probably not a World Series winning team, but really buy in that they're building something.
But stay in the hunt of a wild card to keep fans.
Yes,
hoping that they can finally get there, and then keep them in the seats,
get them engaged,
keep them in the seats, and get them to the stadium.
So obviously, when you look at their prospect rankings, Eli Willits is their number one prospect, but he's not expected to arrive until 28. He's still only
what is he, 18, 19?
Single A. He's 18 years old.
Yeah.
But the guys that could help in the next year or two, you've heard of Yarlin Susanna, right? He's their right-handed pitcher, 6'6". He's supposed to maybe arrive maybe next year, and Travis Sikora the year after that. Those are like their two pitching studs.
Mm-hmm.
Those look like the closest.
Where do they have that kid Seaver King on the prospect list?
Let me see. I have to see. Seaver King, he's in AAA. He's 23. They have him coming up next year.
Okay.
Yep. So I don't know where this ranks relative to the rest of the league, but they got a few guys whose names we've heard for the last several years getting closer, but still not like imminent.
Mm-hmm.
Not imminent. Let's go to Andrew in Olney. Andrew, what's up, buddy? You're on with the Junks.
What's up, guys?
Hey,
yes, I've pretty much listened to Dave and Charlie, or watched pretty much a little bit of every game this season.
Yeah,
and they've been a lot of fun. Don't get me wrong; they have been electric with their bats. But when you're 26 in ERA and last in fielding, and if your bats cool off, it can drop off pretty quickly.
Yeah.
And you go through a cold spell where you're not driving in those runs. You could go into a 8 to 10 game losing streak very quickly. But I will say that their bullpen has definitely gotten better. I mean, watching Revolta 2 days ago against bases loaded and get out of that gym, and he was throwing gas. I mean, it was really fun to watch, and they've definitely improved. But you can't stay in that 26 ERA last in fielding categories because they could go south quick.
It could. You're right. I mean, that's got to get better. I mean, it does.
Yeah,
especially the defense. That's got to get better. But I don't know what you can expect from the staff when you've got guys like Michaelis and Littell, and no one really knew who Foster Griffin was. They brought him over from Japan. How much can they improve over the course of a season, especially when you're losing guys to the IL? But the defense has to get better.
Maybe Taboni.
The starting pitching and the pitching ERA is probably going to stay about where it is.
Yeah,
maybe get a little bit better, but the defense absolutely has.
What are you going to do? Mine those Japanese leagues for some more talent. Couldn't hurt.
Well, what are you going to do with? I mean, you're going to play C.J. Abrams, and he's not a good fielder.
Got to play him. 100%.
Unless you found another shortstop and turned him into a DH.
Well, he's got to get better defensively because, like right now, the fact that they're beating teams 10-2, all right, but they've had games, probably a handful of games, where the defense let them down that they could have won. So they could have 4 or 5 more wins if the defense was slightly better. And it just hasn't been. But they're one game over 500. No one expected that. Certainly not me after 55 games.
Yeah, don't forget, you can come down to the station today right around 5 o'clock. At 5:25 today, Grant and Danny heading down to the stadium. It's the Nats are over 500 parade. Dress up in your Nats gear. You can bring signs or walk into the ballpark, then going to Walters afterwards for a watch party. And Walters is giving the first 100 fans in Nats gear that show up a free beer. So if you're down here or you're planning on watching the Nats game downtown in D.C., head out to that parade. That should be fun, and join Grant and Danny. When we come back, we're going to give you a chance to win 2 tickets to the Kid Cudi Tour when it comes to Jiffy Lube Live. It's coming in just a few days. This Friday, actually, we'll give you a chance to win those tickets next.
All right, guys, let me share a story about Emily. She lived in her family home for over 30 years, same house she actually grew up in. It was full of memories, but she was finally ready for a new chapter. That first weekend out, she found it, the dream home. She was swept off her feet, put an offer in immediately. But then, heartbreak. The seller said no, they wouldn't even consider her offer because her current home wasn't sold yet. She was devastated. That's when Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Home Team stepped in. They don't take no for an answer. They pivoted fast and went straight to the seller, showed them a proven strategy that guaranteed Emily's home would sell. And boy, did it work. They got Emily's home on the market, created immediate demand, and sold it in days. Emily went from thinking she lost her dream home to packing her bags. Well, it's a system. It's not luck. The Reynolds and Power Home Team creates a customized strategy for every home they represent. They sell their homes 2 times faster than the average agent. They net their clients 4.2% more money. That could translate into $30,000 extra in your pocket. They give you the leverage you need to win in today's market. If you're trying to make a move and feel stuck or you've been told it can't be done, you got to hit up my friends, the Realtor Rockstars. Sell with certainty. Your home sold guaranteed. The winning strategy. Call Debbie, Sarah Reynolds, and Power Up Team now. 844-654-SOLD. That's 844-654-SOLD or visit DebbieHasTheBuyers.com.
We're going to hook up caller number 10 right now at 800-636-1067. You're going to score 2 tickets to see Kid Cudi, the Rebel Ragers tour, with special guests Big Boy and A-Track Friday, May 29th. That's this Friday at Jiffy Lube Live. For tickets and more event info, go to thefandc.com/events. Those tickets are courtesy of Live Nation. So 10th caller right now wins.
Headline caught my attention about the hottest growing city in the United States. America's fastest growing city.
Is it a big city, medium-sized city, small city?
I think you'd call it a medium-sized city. It has 1 professional franchise, maybe 2.
1 and maybe 2.
Actually,
All right.
Maybe 3.
Nashville. What is it?
Charlotte.
Charlotte.
I've never been to Charlotte.
People have been hyping up Charlotte for a long time.
Never been to Charlotte.
They've been
ever.
hyping it up.
They're not at 1 million people yet. But the article says that their message is we're full. They don't want more people. But it's the fastest growing city in America. Now, you go to the Carolinas a lot. Do you dabble with Charlotte?
Not really.
Charlotte's
I've been
like
there.
it's in western North Carolina. It's not like near
It's not
the
near the
coast.
beach. I'm guessing it's probably 3 or 3.5 hours from the beach.
I don't think Charlotte
But I
has one redeeming thing that would get me to visit Charlotte.
Does it have 3 pro teams? Because I don't know
the
where.
Hornets.
Okay.
That's one.
Panthers.
It's got the Carolina Panthers are there. That should be it, right?
Where's the hockey team play?
They're in Raleigh.
They play in Raleigh.
They're in Raleigh. It's way away from Charlotte.
Okay.
So they have 2 professional sports teams.
I mean, that's solid.
That's pretty big time. I'm shocked it doesn't have 1 million people.
Well, it's not just Charlotte. I mean, the state of North Carolina has a ton of people going down there. The state of North Carolina, the population is growing.
It's a booming spot. It's a hot spot.
A lot of people are going south.
The Queen City. That's all I know about Charlotte. I think that their nickname
From
is
the
Queens.
Northeast. A lot of people from the Northeast are going to North Carolina and South Carolina.
Never been. Don't see a scenario where I'd go to Charlotte.
The notable attractions, you talked about the professional teams. It's also home to the NASCAR Hall of Fame, Opera Carolina. I'm sure you'll be interested, Cakes. Charlotte Symphony, the Charlotte Ballet, the Children's Theater of Charlotte, the Mint Museum, the Batchelor Museum of Modern Art, the Billy Graham Library, the Levine Museum of the New South. Yeah, most of that stuff. The Carowinds Amusement Park.
Now
maybe
you
you'd
might
be in
talking.
that.
You might be talking now.
And then the U.S. National Whitewater Center.
Oh, whitewater rafting.
I think that's where they train. I think Stevie's buddy trained there. Yeah. It's like a man-made thing where you train. I think.
I'm okay with simulated whitewater on a raft at an amusement park. I don't need to go train for the real thing.
Right.
No thanks.
Right.
No, but I have heard good things about it. A lot of younger people going down there because there's a lot of jobs.
It's a banking center,
big
apparently.
banking industry area.
Yeah, big-time banks. Yep.
I didn't realize it's the 14th most populous city in the U.S. Would you have guessed that?
No.
That Charlotte would be 14th?
Are you sure you're right about your population, that it's under 1 million?
Yeah, population 874,000, according to 2020
That's
census.
the 14th most populous.
2020, so
in the
6
country?
years.
That's 6 years behind. But
it just says here in the article, Cakes, Charlotte's latest boom brings the population to 964,784, keeping it. Here it says it's the nation's 14th largest city. That's
what it says.
Axios.
But you guys are getting city size and market size confused. City size market Charlotte might be at number 14, just like Phoenix is like the 4th biggest city in the country.
Right. Yeah.
But market size, Charlotte's like 21 or
They're
22.
tiny.
They say the
what does that
metropolitan
include, the
area,
suburbs?
when you include the
Yeah,
whole area, it's
PB market.
2.8 million, which makes it the 21st largest metropolitan area in the United States.
Well, I'll say this. According to our listeners, we did put up our Surfside poll of the day. I figured out how to get to the poll. Of course, our polls are brought to you by Surfside Iced Tea and Lemonade with vodka, light, refreshing, 100 calories, 0 bubbles. Pairs perfectly with the day on the golf course. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly. The question was, should the Junkies take the show on the road like we did in Dewey and follow the Commanders to London? Right now, 82% say yes, and if you look at the responses, it's pretty overwhelming. They say, get us overseas to London to do a show.
Excellent.
Why would 18% say no?
I don't know.
Well,
what do they care?
I voted no.
You're on that.
This one from Ryan. It says Bickle's bitching will reach new heights. I vote yes.
Getting back to Dewey for just a second, I'm sure you guys had interactions at some point with Drunk Mike.
Yeah.
Okay, he was there on Thursday night. He was there for the live broadcast Friday. I'm just being totally honest here. I don't know if it's just my hearing is going bad and or coupled with the noise at the starboard. When he was talking to me at the starboard, here's what I heard. Like he was near impossible to understand.
I was just
He's
nod my head.
Yeah, but he also talks in a weird like rapid fire, and it's up here.
He's better on the phone.
He's definitely better on the phone.
He's better on the phone.
In person, I'll be honest.
Which guy?
Mike.
Drunk Mike.
Oh, yeah,
Drunk
I
Mike.
said that before.
But he doesn't open his mouth when he
He
talks.
was very difficult to
Don't
communicate.
massage.
To communicate with.
another drink.
Don't massage.
I mean,
just pick up one word.
He did make me laugh though, because after the broadcast was done and we had the buckets with the surf size and the vodka plus AIDS, as soon as it was done, he got up out of his seat and he's like, "I'm gonna grab this bucket and bring it back to the table." And I was like, "You do what you got to do, Drunk Mike."
Yeah, I saw him.
You grab him.
I saw him Saturday morning.
Yeah,
because I still had a gift card I wanted to
Okay,
use,
sure.
and he was over there buying some stuff before. And I said, and he looked terrible. He looked terrible.
Yeah.
And I said, "Did you get after it?" He looked at me, his eyes bugged out. He said, "Hell yeah." He said, "I'm going to get after it again today."
Yeah.
I said, "What do you mean?" He goes, "Going to hit the red-eye dock bar, the jetty on the way back."
Yeah. I mean, that guy is committed.
I don't know how he does it.
Committed.
I've never seen
looked
this
terrible.
move. I've never seen this move in the world, but he would order 2-3 beers at a time, not for him and his boys, but for him.
Just for himself.
Yeah, just to carry around.
He's just carrying him around.
Yeah.
He's got
And
him
let me
like
say
right
this.
up here. Up. He looks like freaking Tiki Barber holding onto the ball like with his Bud Lights right here.
I know that I have ugly feet. Okay, I know.
I knew this was going to
I'm
come.
happy you brought this up.
He has the worst feet I've ever seen.
He cannot-
actually look?
he can't wear flip-flops.
His big toes go like this.
Yes.
They're like.
Yes,
I
they
don't
go
know,
in.
They're cockeyed. Like
they
I
go
don't,
in.
I've never
They're
seen.
like into
They're like Brian Baldinger's fingers. Like his. I don't know what's going on with those big toes.
His
I have
big
no
toes
idea.
go in towards the second toe.
They like cross
okay.
over it. They cross over
That's
it.
bizarre.
Yeah, I've never seen it. And I don't think he really liked me pointing that out. He didn't seem too happy
But
about it.
you know what?
Why is he wearing flip-flops?
Yeah, exactly. If he doesn't like people pointing him out, cover those things up.
Yeah, I mean,
Cover them up.
Those things are brutal. They look like they've been in car accidents.
Well, he has been in. That's what lost his vocal cords originally.
Yeah, I didn't know
maybe
it
he banged up
affected
his
his
feet, too.
feet.
Oh,
I
I
know.
know.
Bad.
I had a hard time talking to him, especially on Thursday night.
Oh, yeah.
And you forget how big he is. He's
a massive dude.
He's a massive guy. He's got to be over 3 bills easy.
And you said
Easy.
Pilates Hall of Fame,
Pilates Hall of Fame.
3 sports star.
Now, then I guess he called his dad, whose dad and his uncle went to DeMatha. And of course, they said, "You wouldn't have played at DeMatha." That's what his own father said.
It's joning on him.
His own father
That's
said.
beautiful.
That's funny.
Hey, Jason, you were wondering why people would vote no
Yeah.
on us going to London. This one from Gabe. He goes, "Nah, we've heard it all before for the past 15 years. EB and Bish bitching about legroom and the long travel time.
Yeah, that would suck.
JP bragging about sleeping instantly on the plane while arriving to the terminal 5 minutes before takeoff. Cakes mentioning Haribo gummy bears 10,000 times. Pass.
All right. I
do
can
love
see that.
Haribo gummy bears. They're so
It's
good.
good shtick.
Solid shtick.
Valdez wants to bring up that something crazy happened with Drunk Mike where he was propositioned.
So, there
What?
was
Really?
a yeah.
Yeah.
There's a listener couple.
That's right.
That I think propositioned Mike to bang his wife.
No way.
They want a throuple?
Yeah, I don't
They,
think
they wouldn't stop. So Mike was telling me that, and then he kind of pointed them out, and I could see it. They were very into Mike.
they were.
Yes, and I think it was because
Mike's a proud adult film star.
yeah, and I think it's because of the Throwback 30 that we did, where he was at the Bunny Ranch, where like Like he was pounding, he was pounding these escorts.
Yeah,
and
Well,
I think it turned on.
about it.
He was bragging about it, and I
Bragging
think
about
it turned
how-
on.
yeah.
It turned on the wife,
couple.
the couple, and
What,
the wife.
What'd the couple look like, or what'd the wife look like?
Like drunk Mike?
No, I don't think. From what I remember, she wasn't heinous.
Yeah.
She wasn't
Like
heinous.
normal, like a normal
Yeah,
person.
yeah. You would have never guessed. You would have never guessed they would have been into it.
Not like some hot couple.
It looked
but
like
not
cake. Looked like Cakes and Amy.
standard couple. Like a normal
I'm just
couple.
saying. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
They look like a normal
Like a
husband and
normal
wife.
couple. Yeah.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able. You wouldn't be able to pick them out of a crowd.
Yeah.
And then he came up to me and Brett and was explaining. It's like, hey, you know, this couple like won't stop talking to me about the bunny ranch.
Yeah, I
And-
think he or somebody said to me they want to know what I did to those escorts.
Yeah, like they can't.
Essentially.
Yeah, they heard the segment and they can't believe like the fact that I was partying that hard and that I was pummeling these escorts.
Yeah.
And so Brett and I had to go vouch for him.
Did he do a threesome at the Bunny Ranch? I've forgotten.
I think he did.
I think he did.
I don't know what he did there.
I'm gonna make a blanket statement. We have slowed down our partying since the last time we were at the Starboard all together.
Of course.
Drunk Mike has not slowed down. He might have picked up steam.
But
Well,
you know
I
what he's
should say
proud
this.
of? Clean record, apparently.
Well, good.
So everything's
you know
been
what?
expunged.
You know what? He's got designated drivers or using Ubers.
Yeah.
Good. That's what
I
you
will
should
say
be doing.
this: people made. I saw on social media people were making fun of me for doing the IV fluids or whatever. But
Yeah.
and people were like, "Oh, like you're acting like you're some hard guy." Or something. I didn't even quite understand the criticism, but I have to tell you, I think it worked because I was just counting back on how much I had to drink on. Put it this
On
way:
Friday?
Saturday morning, I talked to Vin, and Vin could drink with anybody here. He'd drink 27 beers with you, not a problem. Okay, he felt awful Saturday morning. I felt fine. I had a little hint, like a 2 out of 10 of a headache.
Yeah.
And I counted up. I had to have at least 5 super lights. Like I was talking about from 8 in the morning till 10:30 p.m.
Yeah.
At least 5 surf sides, and I might be, and that's over like 12 hours, right? So I'm probably being conservative. And then somebody bought a freaking mind eraser.
Yeah, your friends.
I don't even know what that is.
I don't know. It was the most disgusting thing I've ever had in my
mind
life.
eraser, and then Vin bought a Jameson shot to cap off the night.
No
Oh,
thanks.
so you did a shot.
2 shots.
Oof.
And all those other beers, I felt fine. Vin was crushed Saturday
He didn't have
morning.
an IV.
So people can say what they want about that IV.
That helped
I'm telling you, it helped.
Should have given mine to Rob.
It
Keep
helped.
him hydrated
It helped.
instead of puking all the way home.
Big time.
Rom sent me a
Gross.
text because I was complaining that he was busting in on conversations
Yeah.
that I was having. He said, "Do I really do that?" Because
Yeah.
he knows
The
he
answers are
knows he
resounding
has a
yes.
reputation. He just forgot that he was doing it.
Yeah, he said, of course, he sends me the same
I
thing.
said, "Of course you were doing it. That's what you do every time I see you."
He says, I think you're exaggerating. I don't think I was as bad. I said, Ron, think about it. You're the only guy I know that puked, and you puked 4 times.
Yeah.
Think about it.
At one point, Eric's having like he's sitting down with all of his friends that he brought. And
Yeah.
like not holding court, but
Well, I'm just saying hi to my friends.
spending time with the people that came on your behalf.
Yeah.
And then Rom comes up and sits on his lap like he's Santa Claus when he's in the middle of a conversation.
I know.
That's
with
like
your
one of
with your
100
friends
times.
who flew up from Tampa.
Yeah.
He just needs attention at all times.
That's when you need to call security.
He's got his
Vinny told me. Vinny said this, and Vinny is a sweetheart. He said, "You give me the word, I crack the chair over his head." So you just tell me I cracked the chair over his
It's
head.
funny the first or second time he interrupts every conversation with me, busts in and goes, "Do you guys have your earmuffs?" And then they go, "What?" For the flaming.
Right. Nobody gets it.
But he does it over and over and
Yeah.
over again.
Yeah.
And how many times did he say how great it was to be famous?
Yeah. He's like, I'm more famous than you guys. He told me that 100 times. I wanted
Hundreds.
to push him into the ocean.
Yeah, it was awkward.
Like the current.
I'm
take
having
him
a
out.
conversation with Steve Sands and his
Yeah.
wife, Val.
Yeah.
Great people. Just talking business and talking personal
Nice.
stuff. He comes right up behind me and just busts right in and starts saying, "When are we going to Vegas?" He doesn't introduce himself.
Never.
I know you get a kick out of it.
How does he not introduce
It would be
himself to
better off
people?
if he didn't exist.
I'll tell you, his number one fan is Brett, though. Brett loves him some
Brett
Rom.
loves him. Brett
Well, you know what?
loves
Then
him.
next year he can crash with Brett and Jenny.
Right.
Because I'm getting out of that business. All right, when we come back, we'll do EB's entertainment page. We'll do that next here on The Fan.
The New York Knicks are headed to the NBA Finals for the first time since 1999. The Knicks last night take care of Cleveland 130-93, a blowout win to finish off a 4-game sweep in the Eastern Conference Finals. Knicks will ride an 11-game winning streak now into the NBA Finals. Baseball, another big offensive night for the Nationals as they clobber Cleveland 10-2. Nats hit 6 home runs last night. Curtis Mead homered twice, drove in 3. Luis Garcia Jr. adds a 2-run shot and 4 RBI. Nats have won 3 in a row and 5 of their last 7. They haven't been over 500 this late in a season since July of 2021. Stanley Cup playoffs, Carolina got by Montreal 3-2 in overtime to take a 2-1 lead in their series. And the U.S. needs a win this morning to stay alive at the World Ice Hockey Championships in Zurich. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
We're celebrating 30 years of the Junks in 2026, brought to you by Main Street Bank. Cheer local, bank local. Main Street Bank is a business-focused community bank proudly serving the DMV since 2004. Visit mstreetbank.com to learn how to put their team in your office. Main Street Bank, member FDIC, equal housing opportunity lender. Coming up a bit later in the 9 o'clock hour, Nathan Grubel, who is a big NBA draft expert at Draft Deeper on Twitter. He's going to join us. We'll talk Wizards at number 1, other draft rumors, trade rumors, and more. That's with Nathan Grubel. I believe he's at 9:20 or 9:25. So that's coming up. But right now, it's time for EB's entertainment page. He's going to entertain all of you listeners out there.
All right, boys. The entertainment page, of course, driven by BMW of Fairfax, DC's only BMW Center of Excellence Award winner. For the ultimate buying experience on your ultimate driving machine, get over to BMW Fairfax. Ask for my girl Miriam. She's the general manager over there. She'll take care of you. Of course, you can check out their entire selection of certified pre-owned and brand new vehicles right there on their website, bmwfairfax.com. All right, didn't know this, Cakes. The Mandalorian and Grogu.
Yes.
Walt Disney's
Two people you're very
latest
unfamiliar with.
Star Wars film tallied an estimated $82 million in its first 3 days in theaters. It's Disney's lowest Star Wars film opening ever.
Ooh, that's not
Yeah,
great.
I heard it was disappointing. I haven't watched one episode of The Mandalorian. Have you? I do have Disney Plus.
I watched, I think, most of the first season. Haven't watched past that.
Well,
So
it's got to be several seasons deep,
I
right?
had a dalliance with it, but didn't really continue.
No idea what that is. Zero.
You know who Boba Fett is?
Well, of course, I know Boba Fett.
Yeah.
I don't. I've heard of Boba Fett, but
He's
I
an
don't know what that is.
intergalactic bounty hunter,
But-
EB.
What's Grogu?
It's some offshoot of Yoda. I don't
He
really
looks
know
like
much about him.
Yoda's like grandson.
He's a tiny little cute little Yoda fella.
The
all I
Mandalorian's
got.
had 3 seasons. Of course, Jason's guy, Pedro Pascal. Not Pascal that he really was in 2
No,
years ago.
not that guy.
But Pedro Pascal's in it.
Yes.
I like Pedro Pascal. I like Pascal too, but I like Pedro better.
There's a viral video of Russell Crowe
Yeah.
kind of exploding on autograph seekers, and I think he was in Paris.
I saw it. I thought he handled it relatively well.
You think he's getting killed
I think he's getting
unnecessarily?
dragged.
How's
I mean,
he
like,
looking?
look,
I've seen him balloon.
He looks
I mean,
kind of chunky.
He's a little portly, but
Yeah.
I mean, who isn't in their mid 50s to early 60s, however old he is?
Yeah.
I didn't think he was out of line. Like these adult autograph seekers are
What-
some of the worst people on the planet.
Right.
Like they're right up there with paparazzi as far as like getting in your face and just being relentless about getting autographs. And he was basically just telling them, I'm paraphrasing, he was like, look, you guys just stay where you're at. Don't come in my personal space and I'll get to all of you and I'll
Yeah.
sign for all of you.
Right.
But basically don't mob me.
right.
That's fair.
I think totally fair.
I thought he handled it relatively well.
Totally
He said,
fair.
if any of you act like a D word, I'm going to stop signing,
Right.
which I think makes sense too.
I got to check the video out.
He's got a big stain on his shirt.
He does.
I mean, the
It's
two
either-
biggest stains in the world.
It's either a food stain or I would guess sweat stain. Just probably
Could be
just-
like maybe you went to the bathroom and the water from the sink splashed up.
Could be.
I mean, it's massive wet spots.
It
on
is
his
a
shirt.
big wet
He's
spot.
an interesting guy. I've seen.
And he was smoking a cig, wasn't he? Or is this a different one?
I don't know if he was smoking a cig or not.
I didn't see him. I've seen him like on a stream or something where he's like, I don't know if he's like fixing old watches or something. He's got like weird eclectic habits.
Okay.
To keep himself busy. I mean, I guess, normal guy. Everybody has their own separate sort of interests.
If you want to see him in a really creepy role, I know it's old, but have any of you guys seen Unhinged?
Yes.
Where he gets into the road rage incident?
Yes. It's very good.
That's a pretty good
That's
movie.
a good one. All
Yeah,
right.
it's good.
Oh, yeah.
It's a good hour and 40 minutes.
It's pretty intense, but it's definitely good.
Pat McAfee made a big post about his wife having their second child cakes. I guess it was kind of a dicey situation. The mom had some issues with the pregnancy. It was a high risk thing. She had suffered from severe preeclampsia, which I've heard of. I'm not quite sure what that means. But they had to have an emergency C-section in the 36th week. But it looks like the baby boy, I believe they named him Midas, is going to be okay. They had to put him, obviously, in that NICU unit or whatever.
NICU, yeah.
NICU, whatever they call that. The newborn unit where they make sure they get the heat and all of the whatever nutrients and whatever they need there in those critical moments when they're born early. But
Sounds like Mike
I'm
Moore
not too-
could use
kind
some
of-
of that in the pool.
I'm not too
over the
sure on the
weekend.
name Midas.
Midas, Golden Touch. It's kind of a cool name.
Yeah, he said he did it because
I just
he
don't
knew
think of that when I
I
hear
remember
Midas.
reading he wanted people to know that anything that his son touched was going to turn to gold.
You think
or
of like the
something.
car repair shop when you hear it?
Yes,
I guess you could see that too.
that's what I hear.
He remembers he was reading about the legend Greek god Midas or something. Is that what it was?
Everything you touch turned to gold.
Yeah. And that ever since he read that, he knew he wanted to name his son if he was lucky enough to have a son,
Yeah.
Midas. So he did. Will Levis is in the news, and I guess this is an old tape. Valdez, you're kind of the celebrity sex tape guru. There's just stories coming out. The mom is speaking about this. I guess the mom appeared on Ross Tucker's podcast.
Oh.
It talks about the trauma that whole incident caused the family. I guess Will was extremely embarrassed about it, and they paid a boatload of money to make it disappear to the extent that you can. They actually were able to find out who targeted him, and they say it was like Eastern European hackers.
Oh, really?
How scary is that? They somehow they hacked into his stuff. They found his sex tape, and they held him for ransom. I don't know.
I watched it today.
You did?
Yes. Have you watched it?
Was that him with him and Gia?
Gia, yes.
Yeah. No.
So
Have
Gia is the best friend of my daughter's college roommate.
Right. I remember you saying that at the time when she was featured, during a draft. She
Yeah,
she had a glow up.
Yep.
She I think she doubled her followers.
they
she had a
lived-
bunch of marketing deals.
They
after
lived
it.
together in Nashville.
Yeah.
And my daughter would go down and visit Mackenzie, who has her name, and she would hang out with Gia.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't seen that yet.
You watched the video? Somebody said it was a short video, Valdez.
That's what I heard too.
Yeah, like really
I
short.
think it was like 25 seconds.
That's all it was. Yeah. Was it?
Titillating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm gonna have to go.
Was
in
the
there.
original thought that Gia leaked them?
I don't know.
Who knows?
Maybe is that why they broke up?
Well, I thought that was the rumor.
Well,
that
remember there was like a rumor. Well, there was like a still picture out there.
Mm-hmm.
I think this still picture may have been from this video.
Mm-hmm.
This video is like a full on act.
Did Ross Tucker suggest they get a myfrontpagestory.com? How does the story written about it?
He's got a ball cannon.
How does Ross Tucker, and we love Ross, how does he
Love
end up?
Ross.
How does he end up interviewing Will Levis's mom? It was
Beth.
I don't know.
That seems kind of strange, but
That is.
good on him. The American Music Awards, Jason. I know you were busy this weekend.
Oh,
I know
yeah.
you don't watch award shows, but you like to watch red carpets. Did you watch your red carpet?
Zippy. Didn't even know it was last night.
Neither did I, actually. The artist of the year was BTS.
That's the K-pop.
I
right?
guess that's the K-pop group.
How many members they got? About 8, 10?
I don't know.
They got a ton.
They won over Bad Bunny, Bruno Mars, some pretty big names. Harry Styles, Kendrick Lamar. New artist of the year, Cat's Eye. Do we know Cat's Eye?
No.
Yeah, that's
I know one of the
gr-
songs.
I'm aware of
That's
them.
Is that the 5 girls?
It looks like
K-pop.
there are 7 members of BTS, and I was unaware that BTS stands for Bangtan Boys. Is there real like the full name of the
Bang,
band?
is that where they from? Bangtang,
That-
China? Where are they from?
Korean.
I know
Korea.
about their bus. I don't know about the boys.
Bus. Hold on,
was
bus.
Song of the summer was BTS Swim. Can you play that one, Valdez? I need to hear that. That's a song of the summer. I need to hear it. Best rock alternative album, Somber Cakes. You have a file on
Isn't Somber a male singer?
There is a male singer. Somber Silly.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
This is Swim.
It's a pop song.
It's
Wow,
fine.
I'm so out of the pop demo. I'm
I
just
listen
out
to
of
pop
it.
a lot.
This is Somber. You've definitely heard this song.
I don't know.
It's a good line. You hit like a drunk cigarette.
Well, I had one of those this weekend. Only one. I was lucky I only had one heater.
Best rock alternative artist. This looks like a throwback to the early 2000s. 21 Pilots, Cakes. They won
really?
over Deftones, Linkin Park, and then a couple other bands I've never heard of.
I like 21 Pilots.
Let me see if there's anything else that jumps out at me. Album of the year was Sabrina Carpenter. At least I've heard of her. Best music video, Cat's Eye, Gnarly. I didn't even know they did videos anymore that people actually watched. But that's about it. Tour of the year, Shakira. She won over Beyonce, Kendrick Lamar, Lady Gaga, and Oasis. So there you go. I don't know. A lot. Oh my God, there's so many. I thought I was
It's
done.
like 8 pages of categories.
Oh my God, there's so many different ones. I'm more into country. Best country duo or group was Zach Brown Band. Best country song everyone was into. I think Jason, you're into Ella Langley, right?
Yes.
Choosing
Choosing
Texas.
Texas. I knew that would be
And
it.
best country album is Megan Maroney, Cloud 9.
Hey, by the way, just to have a little vindication, 10 seconds.
Yes.
You guys mocked me about that bathroom video. It was proven to be real.
Bathroom video.
I don't know what
Carter
bathroom-
Bryant, the Spurs player.
It was?
Going to bathroom like mid-game.
Yes.
Well,
you know what
yeah.
it probably
Hold on.
was?
It was real?
Yes.
Did Carter Bryant come out and say it was real? How did we find that out?
I'm just seeing it reported as real.
We were actually mocking that you were putting over Brick Center, which is a known parody account.
Okay.
I didn't say that they don't put out real stuff sometimes, but it's a lot of fake news from Brick Center.
You got to wade through it to
Yes.
find
So
the real stuff.
you
They
got to
just
explain to
repost
people
anything and
again
everything.
what it was.
It was a player on the San Antonio Spurs who went to the bathroom mid-game in a public restroom. Now, I'm guessing it was probably public in that, you know, when we go to Wizards games and we stay in the
VIPs.
Caesars Lounge
Yeah.
and there's a bathroom
Sure.
down there, maybe that's a faster bathroom for him to get to.
Could be.
Instead of
In the
going all the
locker
locker
room?
Okay, all right.
That makes sense.
I
Okay.
thought it was fake.
Okay. You could get
You're vindicated.
you could get vindication there.
There you have it.
I just happened to see him on TV right there.
I'm trying to see. I don't even really have a good kicker for you, Cakes.
Sad. Sad indeed.
That's basically it.
All right, when we come back, we will talk NBA draft with Nathan Grubel. He's an NBA draft expert. You can follow him on Twitter at Draft Deeper. We'll talk about the Wizards' #1 pick and more with him next.
All right, guys. FanDuel's giving you better payouts on same-game parlays all NBA playoffs long. With more ways to build and more value every time you play, you could stack your picks your way for every game, every matchup, and every moment. From spreads to player points to threes and more, you can build it all into one same-game parlay and go for bigger payouts. So if you're betting same-game parlays this NBA postseason, bet them on FanDuel. More options, better payouts, all NBA playoffs long. Just head to FanDuel.com/local to get started. That's FanDuel.com/local. FanDuel, an official partner of the NBA. Play your game. FanDuel Sportsbook is the official sportsbook of 106.7 The Fan. You must be 18 and over. President DC. Gambling problem? Call, text 1-800-GAMBLER.
Time to head out to the Rude Guest Hotline. Rude, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. Say good morning to Nathan Grubel, covers the NBA, G League, and NBA draft for No Ceilings NBA. You can give him a follow on Twitter at Draft Deeper. Nathan, good morning. Thanks for joining us, man. We appreciate the time.
Good morning. We are in the thick of it. We're less than a month to the 2026 NBA draft. We have the early entry withdrawal deadline right around the corner. Intel's flying. Everything's moving, but I'm happy to be here ready to talk some NBA draft and some NBA.
Seems like you love Darren Peterson. I was reading one of your tweets. You said, high outcome, one of the best shooting guards of all time. Fill us in on what you see from Darren Peterson.
So Darren Peterson is one of the best scoring guards that I've evaluated in quite some time. He can literally get you a bucket from every level on the floor, was an awesome off-the-dribble mid-range shooter, off-the-dribble three-point shooter, can catch and shoot, can just get you a perimeter shot in a variety of different ways. The thing that I'm going to be watching the most from Darren Peterson as he translates to the next level is if an NBA team's going to put the ball in his hands to be a higher usage guy right out of the gate, how does he navigate the waters from a pick and roll standpoint? How does he actually make decisions and make everyone else around him better from a passing standpoint? And we have some questions about that for sure. The Kansas State didn't really give us a lot of those answers. I know going back to a lot of the high school film that I dug into, when he had more of that burst and explosiveness that he didn't have this season with all the variety of issues that he faced, he was electric getting downhill, and when he could turn that corner wide using that screen, it set up a lot of pressure to the rim. Either somebody has to slide over and stop him, which good luck, or he's able to make that next pass out to the open man. So can we see more of that Darren Peterson in the NBA rather than just the off-ball utility scorer / shooter, which we know he can do really well. We know he's one of the best at doing that. Can he take his game to the next level from a playmaking standpoint and be that all-around option? That will solidify his ceiling to potentially become one of the best shooting guards we've seen in the NBA in quite some time.
Nathan, if you were inside the Wizards organization and you had a chance to pitch your guy who you believe that they should take at number 1 overall, would Peterson be your guy? Would you go with DeBonsa? Is it a wild card? Is it not one of those two guys that I've mentioned? It seems like there's there's the 4 players and then there's a gap. Like, do you like Caleb Wilson? Are you which way would you steer the Wizards with the number 1 pick?
If I were advising the Washington Wizards, this is going off of my evaluations, my board, and how I evaluate these players, I would pitch Cameron Boozer as the number 1 overall player in this draft. And the reason why
that's why Drabby booked him.
Okay, that makes sense. Yeah,
our producer is a huge Boozer guy.
Well, your producer might be right on that one. The reason why I would go Cameron Boozer is because he makes every other player around him better. He not only lifts the ceiling of your franchise in terms of highest level offensive outcomes, but he lifts the floor of your franchise. Every single thing about Boozer's game is tailor-made for the NBA on the offensive end of the floor. It's about mismatch hunting. It's about reading all different levels of the defense, being 1 to 2 steps ahead, dissecting that defense, and coming up with that solution to solve that problem in real time. If you throw 2 with the ball, he's going to make that next pass out. If you try and double him on the block, he's going to either draw a foul or he's going to be able to, again, pass back out. If you put him in isolation, he can get past guys and score one-on-one. If you try and play him in different ball screen coverages, he knows how to call for that screen, use it or reject it, depending on how you set up that ball screen, whether it's with a 4-5 or it's an inverted screen. One of the best things they did at Duke was use Isaiah Evans as a slip screener in that action that leads to a wide open wing 3. If you choose to put 2 on the ball, try and get the ball out of Cameron Boozer's hands, you can find that guy in the action. If you choose to play him straight up, he can probably get the mismatch he wants, take that guy, bully him one-on-one. There's just so many different ways in which you can utilize Cameron Boozer. I'm not even talking about the pick and roll action, the short roll, the pick and pop, the catch and shoot threes from the wings, space him out to the corners. Pretty much any way you need to use him offensively, you can use him, but it's because of his mental processing, his passing ability. I understand the Wizards brought in Trae Young and Anthony Davis. We don't know how long those guys are going to be on the team. That's a definite question mark for sure. What Cameron Boozer would allow you to do, regardless of whether those two are in the game or not, is evaluate the other young pieces on the roster and get them easier shots. You know, Trae Young is obviously going to make Alex Sarr's life easier, but imagine if you had Cameron Boozer at that 4 spot alongside Alex Sarr. He hasn't had that type of passing to actually get him easy, clean looks. You know, guys like Trey Johnson, Bilal Coulibaly as he's cutting off the ball, Keyshawn George getting wider open spot-up threes because they're created for him. There's just so many different ways in which he could help the Washington Wizards move forward on that end of the floor, and you have a lot of interesting defensive pieces around him to cover up for some of those deficiencies on that end of the floor. So I would love Cameron Boozer in the Wizards. That's been my perfect fit for him this entire time, but I think he's going to be excellent wherever he goes.
All right, so I have 2 questions. So for one, if they were to select Boozer, would you actually do that at 1, or would you try to engineer a trade to move down a pick or 2? And then 2, I like you like Peterson. I think I would take Peterson, but whatever. I defer to you guys. You guys know more. But for whatever reason, the fan base is like 85-15. That's Debonsa. The fan base here is like, if you even utter anybody else but Debonsa, you're an idiot. You didn't lose for all this to not take Debonsa. Why is the fan base so high on Debonsa, and why is Debonsa not necessarily your guy? I'm sure you don't have negative things to say about Debonsa, but I'm just curious why the fan base is so adamant that it must be Debonsa.
A lot of different things we can dissect there. I'll try and go in rapid order through them. To answer your first question about, would you possibly trade down out of that number 1 spot, pick up some assets to try to go get someone like Cam Boozer if he isn't mock number 1? I do not like that line of thinking. I'm a firm believer in, if you're confident in your evaluation, you know who you want to draft, just go get your guy. Don't mess around with trading down and maybe losing out on the opportunity to get that guy because you got a little cute with it. I'm a firm believer. You like a guy, go get your guy. In relation to A.J. Debonsa versus Darren Peterson versus Cameron Boozer, it's kind of been my line of thinking this entire time, that A.J. Debonsa would go number 1 overall in the 2026 NBA draft. That's not what my board says, but it's very hard to pass on someone who's basically 6'10" in shoes with his length, his athleticism, his verticality, his ability to wow you with the highlight plays, but also function within an NBA offense in terms of being able to score and hit all those star shots from the mid-range, being able to work out of the mid-post, find guys. If somebody brings 2 on the ball, he has the size, the height to be able to see over the different levels of the defense and find that next guy, be it a cutter, a shooter on the opposite wing, the opposite corner, whatever the case may be. A.J. Debonsa can operate as a fulcrum for you in the middle of the floor. I think just the littlest thing that separates, A.J. Debonsa from Cameron Boozer is that I do think Boozer, to me, has a much better mental processing and understanding of where he needs to be and what needs to happen, really on both ends of the floor. Obviously, the physical talent is a stark difference between the two. A.J. Debonsa is a much better pure athlete than someone like Cameron Boozer. But Cameron Boozer isn't a bad athlete either. We saw a lot of how he tested at the NBA Draft Combine. Wasn't necessarily blowing anybody away, but a lot of his different, agility scores and metrics, he's a very functional athlete. And when you combine that with how he sees the floor and how he reads the game, I just feel like he, to me, embodies everything that I want from a modern NBA player. A.J. Debonsa is a much easier sell to the front office, to the ownership group, to a fan base, that this guy is electrifying. He has quote-unquote star written all over him. He can be a top option on the wing. He fits the archetype that every single team and franchise and fan base is looking for in the NBA. I just think he's the easiest sell to those parties at number 1 overall in this draft.
So, Nathan, do you think that maybe not necessarily in this order, the top 4, unless there's a trade out, the top 4 picks will be Debonsa, Peterson, Boozer, and Wilson? What do you think?
100%. That's what I'm projecting today. I'll be releasing an updated projections mock draft on my social media at DraftKeeper in a few hours. That's the top 4 in that order that I'm projecting today. Now, could a team possibly enter into one of those spots and maybe trade into one of those spots? We had some hot rumors pop up from Brett Siegel over at Clutch Points this weekend, that maybe the OKC Thunder would try to package a few picks to move into a top 3 spot to maybe go after someone like a Cameron Boozer. I cannot see that happening because I just don't think there's a trade there that literally works financially to be able to give up the assets required to go make a type of move to get that pick. I put together a trade, 4 first-round picks, 3 second-round picks, A.J. Mitchell and Thomas Sorber, would be what the OKC Thunder would offer the Memphis to go up to that 3 spot, for that number 3 pick, Cam Spencer. It's ultimately that's how the money would have to work. You can't throw like a Jalen Williams into that trade. So I don't think the Memphis Grizzlies would pass up on the opportunity to bring in someone like a Cam Boozer or a Caleb Wilson to take an offer like that. I don't see anybody moving into the top 4 right now, but it's the NBA. We've seen crazier things happen. We saw Luka Doncic trade to the Lakers. Anything's possible. Won't rule it out. But as of now, I think that top 4 is exactly how I see it going.
What do you make of the Wizards and Michael Winger immediately after winning the lottery going, we're open for business? Now, obviously, it goes without saying it's not a Wemby year, it's not a Cooper Flagg year, right? But you didn't hear those GMs say we're open for business. Does that tell you that they sort of disagree with the idea that the Bonsa's the one? Or does it just, what does that tell you?
What it tells me is it aligns perfectly with sort of what's been the philosophy ever since they took over this front office with the Washington Wizards, right? They've been open to anything and everything, and they sort of operate outside of a conventional lane. Think about all the moves that they've done up to this point with the type of team that they built. Their first draft pick that they had coming in was Bilal Koulibaly, a player from France who, didn't have as much high pro level experience as someone like a Victor Wembanyama, played alongside him a little bit, but primarily spent a lot of his time in the Espoir League, in the junior league over in France. They took a big swing on him to bring him in because of his 6'8" size with a 7'2" wingspan, his athleticism, his ability to change a game defensively, handle the ball. Hopefully he could become something a little bit more on offense. Then you go to draft someone like an Alex Sarr. You draft guys like Keyshawn George and Bub Carrington and Trey Johnson. They're not necessarily taking the players who are quote unquote consensus mock to them. They're operating and building a team in their own vision that's open, that has options, that's viable in different styles and different elements, and they're players who are versatile and can play multiple positions. They're not locking themselves in to anything on the court right now in terms of this is our firm direction, we have to build this way. And so when you hear a quote saying that they're open for business with potentially with listening to and hearing offers for that number 1 overall pick, it makes complete sense because I don't think that they want to take anything off the table. They want to consider every single option in front of them and do what they feel is best for this roster and this franchise moving forward. And it's why I've agreed with a lot of the moves that the Wizards have made. I really love the direction this front office has taken. I think that's how you have to approach team building in today's NBA.
Mm-hmm. Talking to Nathan Grubel, who follows the NBA and, of course, the upcoming NBA draft. You can follow him on Twitter at DraftDeeper. All right, so the Spurs series here against OKC has been a little back and forth. It's now 2-2. OKC's got a couple injuries they're dealing with. How do you see these final 3 games, if it goes 3 more games, playing out?
So there's been 2 things that have really decided the first 4 games in this series between both teams. It's been Victor Wembanyama and how dominant he can be on the court at any given moment when he's putting up those massive, massive performances where you truly feel his impact, not just on defense, but on the offensive end of the floor as well. The Spurs have been very hard to beat. And then on the OKC side, if their bench has been pouring in threes like nobody's business, they've also been really hard to deal with because of what you're going to get from a Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on a nightly basis. So now it gets a little interesting for OKC, like you mentioned. A.J. Mitchell and Jalen Williams are going to be missing some time potentially here for the Thunder. Can they rally up the rest of the troops and continue to knock in threes at that pace to match what Wemby and the Spurs are throwing at them? That Spurs defense, especially in last game in Game 4, was lights out. They figured out how to play different coverages. They figured out how to play SGA and make him move off the ball and make him a more inefficient scorer. Chet Holmgren really hasn't been able to get going against Victor Wembanyama this entire series. As long as De'Aaron Fox and Dylan Harper can hold it together and they aren't too hobbled themselves, if you ask me what's more likely over the next 3 games, that Victor Wembanyama continues to be awesome or that OKC bench rallies it together and tries to hit more threes and outshoot the opposing Spurs team, I think it's more likely that Victor Wembanyama is going to continue to be the transcendent talent than we know him to be. I think the Spurs have a really, really strong chance to get it done in 6 games. They have to win this Game 5. Whoever wins this Game 5, that's going to be, in my opinion, who goes on to win the Western Conference Finals.
Nathan, we know you're super busy. We really appreciate the time. Less than a month before the draft. We'll have to have you on again.
Yeah, we'll get you on right before the draft. That'd be awesome.
Anytime you guys need me, I'm here. Just give me a shout. Thanks, guys.
Appreciate it.
Thank
That's
you, buddy.
Nathan Grubel. He covers the NBA, G League, and NBA draft for No Ceilings NBA. Give him a follow on Twitter at Draft Deeper. We're the Junks. We'll be right back.
All right, guys. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka is your go-to drink this golf season. It's light, refreshing, made with real vodka and zero bubbles. That's right, no carbonation, no bubbles, no troubles. Try the new half and half variety pack, including flavors like raspberry half and half, in stores now. Cheers to hitting the fairway and cheers to Surfside. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
JP wants to bring something up, and I saw something that I've never seen before on Twitter. Now, maybe some people do this, and I'm not hip to it. There's a viral video of Bryce Harper brushing his teeth. Have you seen it?
Oh, he does he does it a wacky way.
He takes the toothpaste tube, and instead of like normal humans, they put the toothpaste on the toothbrush. He squirts the toothpaste into his mouth, and then he starts brushing his teeth. Have you ever seen that?
I'm going to look at it here.
Or has anybody ever brushed their teeth like that in front of you?
No. So he squirts it in, and then he starts to brush.
Yes, it's bizarre behavior.
It's weird.
That's the first I've ever seen
now,
it.
I'm sure he's on the road here. He has his own tube of toothpaste. He can do whatever he wants with it. He can stick it in his mouth because nobody else is going to use it.
Right.
It's just bizarre alien behavior. I find that very weird.
It's weird. It doesn't disturb me, but
it's not disturbing. It's just weird to see.
I've just tweeted it at Junks Radio if you want to see it.
Maybe he's used to doing it when he didn't travel with a toothbrush or something. He had forgotten a toothbrush.
Then he used your finger.
But he only puts the same amount as he would on a toothbrush.
Yeah, it's not a normal amount of toothpaste. It's just where he puts it.
And it goes, it's all in.
He's doing a different bit.
He's doing a different bit.
It's kind of strange.
It's weird, but it looks fine. It looks once he starts brushing, it's normal.
Yeah,
It's weird.
It's weird. I mean, do you have any? You take your shirt off when you take a poop.
Well,
there's no reason.
It's just liberating.
There's
I don't know
no
why you
reason
haven't
for
tried
that.
it yet.
I mean,
it just gets in the way. It's just not. It's not necessary. You're there by yourself. Nobody sees you. You might as well just.
Yeah, I don't know. I've never felt the urge.
Just free yourself.
I've never felt the urge. I've never felt like the shirt was
Try
in
it
the
today.
Was in the way. Well, I mean,
You'll
I've tried
never
it.
go back.
I've tried it. Like if maybe I go use it before I go into the shower or something.
Yeah,
You know, like I'm naked.
It'll become an everyday thing.
Yeah,
I'm just telling you.
Yeah.
Oh, Brycer. Yeah, that's weird, but
So I wanted to bring up. I happened to see over the weekend that Johnny Manziel won a fight, and I didn't know that Johnny Manziel was in a fight. And then I looked further into it. There was actually a whole card. I've always been intrigued by the wacky boxing cards. Brett and I were very close to putting on our own card at George Mason. That was when Jose Canseco was fighting, and then he got knocked out by
the same vein.
Sekahema. It's the same type of thing.
Yeah.
So these, I guess, were a bunch of YouTubers or social media sensations were part of the fights.
Yeah.
right.
And so Johnny Manziel fought somebody named Bob Menery. EB's familiar with him. I think he's
Yes.
a Barstool guy, maybe golf
He's not
guy.
a Barstool guy, but it's a long story. But whatever.
I just saw like something. He's associated with golf somehow.
He did a Full Send Golf podcast for a while. He has a lot of followers. He does voiceovers. He's actually super talented. He's just whacked out of his mind.
Okay. So Johnny Manziel
why? Because-
beat him in the first round.
Well, he's addicted to Adderall. I mean, he's a he's
and he talks about all that.
I
he's a
saw
lunatic.
Dana White lost $10,000 because he bet that Menery wasn't going to show.
Right.
So anyway, Johnny Manziel beat him. But then I looked a little deeper. I was like, well, what else wacky fights were on the card? They got Ray
Was
J.
that the headliner, by the way? Was Johnny Manziel versus Bob Menery? Was that the
I'm
headliner?
not sure. The headliner might have been.
They were all sort of equally unimpressive.
I think
Equally
the headliner
bad.
might have been
I mean,
Lance Stevenson against Michael Beasley.
It's just a big goof, really.
So two former NBA guys.
Not the Mike
But-
Beasley that was at the Starboard that
No.
works for MGM National Harbor.
No,
Not
I
that
think Lance
Mike-
Stevenson
not
won that
Mike
one,
Beasley.
right? I think he had a
Stevenson
pretty
won
good.
by a chokehold.
Yeah.
Even though he's decidedly shorter,
Yeah.
Michael Beasley may be the tallest MMA fighter of all time.
Yeah.
But Ray J fought somebody named Super Hot Fire.
Right.
Didn't last 30 seconds.
Yeah. And then Ray J apparently complained afterwards publicly that they were supposed to have an agreement, and this wasn't the agreement.
Oh, they were at
now
a
there's going to
gentleman's
be
agreement?
now there's going to be an investigation. You know, the thing was supposed to be fixed. So who knows?
Good Lord, these are terrible fights.
Of course, the promotion company says they're going to investigate it, and nothing should be fixed, and it's outrageous.
Yeah, I think Menery versus Manziel was the main event.
Yeah, it lasted about 30 seconds.
Was it 30?
Or maybe a minute.
Where
Nobody landed a punch.
Johnny Manziel, definitely skinny, fat guy at this point.
Nobody landed a punch when they
he
were
didn't
upright.
look great.
He didn't look great.
No. But when he got Menery down on the ground and he pummeled him into submission.
So you watched it.
I saw a clip. I didn't watch
Yeah,
it
I saw the
live.
clip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who would have watched this live?
Well, who would have watched the enhanced games which
I didn't even know
are
that
the
was
steroid Olympics.
I think
and they
I
were
saw
a big
their 100.
dud.
Their 100 was kind of it was embarrassing.
Well,
for
because
being all on
the whole
roids.
thought was that these guys with the enhanced Olympics are going to break world records. I think there was one world record which was broken. So props. It was like some former Greek swimmer. Beat a world record by 0.07 seconds. Got $1 million bonus, or I might be botching the bonus, but guy got like $1 million for doing it. But yeah, I think it ended up being a dud.
They look like a bunch of weirdos.
Well, Fred Curley ran the 100 meters, and he's an Olympian, and he ran it non-juiced, and he smoked all the juice guys, but he still had a terrible time.
Right.
It was a big dud. They said this thing was going to be like the next huge thing on TV because everybody was going to be smashing world records. It's like kind of like the old baseball theory, let them get juiced up and hit 80 home runs. These guys were all, kind of losers.
Where is it available to watch? You have to stream it? Like,
So
was it on real TV? Like,
I'm actually not sure where it was on
I know. I saw all the clips. I don't know if that swimmer was juiced. I know the swimmer used an illegal bodysuit though, something that was it was like banned
Their
from.
version of juicing. Yeah.
He finished 5th in the last Olympics, I believe.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm sure they're all great athletes, but some of them looked kind of weird. Like, I don't know. I don't know where it
So
aired.
the women's 100-meter sprint wasn't even close to the world record. It's like almost a full second slower.
Right. It kind of lends credence to the idea that you still have to be like world class to break these records, even if you are a little bit like you still have to be elite. Like Barry Bonds was still elite, even though he was juicing.
You're still elite talent.
You still, you still got to be
you
elite.
can't be a guy
still
who
gotta
can't
make
contact.
contact.
You can't just be like Mark Marr, juiced up on steroids and win the enhanced games or whatever, or be world class.
I mean, he
Funny.
wouldn't even go in a cold pool. You think he's going to compete in the enhanced games?
Oh no, there's a smoking hottie in a pool. It's too cold.
I'm not going to take my shorts off and jump in with this naked
think
woman.
Shit, oh no, this
Smoking
chick wants to get naked with me in the
I
cold
can't do
pool.
that.
Oh,
You know,
I think guys would get frostbite for that.
I don't think I
right?
would have done it either.
Too funny.
Well, the enhanced games, big dud. So hopefully,
Where were the enhanced games?
Vegas.
Vegas?
they were in Vegas.
Wow.
Who knows?
Perfect spot for it.
Anyway, want to thank everybody again for coming out to Dewey. Unbelievable weekend. Great turnout by everybody, despite the horrible weather. It was just really, really cool. Thanks to the
And
station.
thank you for
Thanks to Monumental.
Monty, too.
Thanks to Monty. Thanks to the producers. Thanks to everybody.
Yep, had a great time.
We're putting
Next
it all
stop,
together.
London.
All right, we got to get out of
I
here.
don't know.
Coming up next, B. Mitch and Finley.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Start with the NBA playoffs. The Knicks. Wow, they clobber the Cavaliers 130-93. No problem there. Knicks with a blowout to finish a 4-game sweep. But the Cavs in the Eastern Conference Finals. Knicks riding an 11-game winning streak now into the NBA Finals. Knicks are getting there to the Finals for the first time since 1999. Baseball, what about the Nats? Man, that offense just keeps humming along. Long ball in Cleveland Monday. Nats hit 6 home runs last night to knock off the Cleveland Guardians 10-2. 4 of those homers in the first 2 innings. Curtis Mead homered twice, drove in 3. Luis Garcia Jr. 2-run shot, and 4 RBI. Nats and Guardians again tonight here on The Fan. And we're watching international hockey today. The United States, defending gold medalists, need a win to stay alive at the World Ice Hockey Championships in Zurich, Switzerland. That game, a must-win for the U.S. against Austria, gets underway in about 20 minutes. U.S. wins it in regulation. They are into the quarterfinals. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What up, everybody? It is 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia, points north, south, east, and west. It appears that it never stops raining here in Washington or the greater DMV or even the Delmarva Peninsula. The boys, the station had a tremendous trip to Dewey Beach. Really just a blast. And it's good to be back, kind of settling down. I drove back yesterday from the beach. My wife and kids came up, so I transformed from sloppy radio host to dad and husband again. But driving back yesterday, that fog, well, it was wild. I wanted to take a photo, but I'll be honest, I didn't want to mess around and get my phone out. Driving over the Bay Bridge, which is that's a legit bridge, man. It's probably one of the bigger, at least longer bridges in the country, I would assume. Somebody Google, how long is the Bay Bridge? It's got to be multiple miles. Dude, driving over the Bay Bridge, you couldn't see the water. It was so foggy. It was like you were driving in a cloud. You could not see the Chesapeake Bay down below you. It was pretty wild, man. But tremendous weekend at the beach. I hope all the people that traveled enjoyed it. Thank you to everybody that came out for our show at Dewey, for the Junk show at Dewey. I continue to just be amazed that the Junkies have done this for 30 years. And it's cool to see. I didn't realize the people that were there for the Junk show at 6 a.m., they didn't even start serving beer or food till 8 a.m. So not only did those people commit to getting there at 6 a.m., they were just chilling for 2 hours, which God bless them, man. Shows the power of the Junks. Was a very good sports weekend. And there's a lot to celebrate. Start with the New York Knicks, and we got to circle back and have a bigger conversation about this. The Knicks haven't lost since the first round. And not only are the Knicks in the NBA Finals for the first time since I was a senior in high school, but they're destroying teams. So last night, I've been kind of clear with my wife. Like at this stage of basketball, like I'm going to watch every game. Generally, we put my kids to sleep around 8. We go upstairs, and especially my 7-year-old takes some time to get her into bedtime zone. But I told Lauren, I was like, listen, I'm going to watch this game after bedtime. I came back down at 8:45, and it was a total runaway. It was already zero doubt the Knicks were going to win. And at some point, we have lots of conversations to be had, right? Presumably, the Western Conference team is going to win the finals. We've all kind of operated, at least I've been saying loudly on the radio, whoever wins Spurs Thunder is going to win the NBA Finals. And I just wonder, are we sure? The Knicks are playing outrageous basketball, getting contributions from everyone. And I just wonder if we got to what does Vegas say? Or can you not get lines on it? Like I bet the Knicks to win the title number. One, obviously, it's going to go down because they're now in the NBA Finals. But dude, they are playing so well. Karl Anthony Towns last night was a plus 25 in plus minus, and that takes into account defense and everything else. Like Cat went 19 and 14. They're playing outrageous basketball, and I am far more excited. Since you just walked in here, it is hot as hell in here, which it rarely is. Thank you, buddy. But watching this Knicks series against Cleveland, and Cleveland's a flawed team, and any team that adds James Harden to hopefully take them on a deep playoff run, like, haven't we seen this movie already with Harden? Just incapable in the playoffs. Last night in Game 4, he looked completely checked out, and I think a number of the Cavs probably were like, "All right, we're on a private plane to some island destination as soon as this game is over." But Harden, to me, particularly, 0 for 6 from 3. He was a minus 19 in plus minus. Donovan Mitchell, who's been so good for them, he dropped 31. The defense wasn't very good. The Knicks were also just hitting every shot possible. So the Knicks into the finals, I don't know the answer to this. Were any of you dudes alive in 1999? You were alive?
I was a thought.
You were born in 2000?
I was born in 1999, but
I was 5.
So none of you remember the Knicks being in the finals?
No.
Yeah. That team, so I was confused. I was talking with Heather and Kerwin, my NBC crew this morning. I remember watching the Knicks in the finals when the O.J. Simpson white Bronco car chase was on. That for you younger people, you have no idea this happened. This back then, like, you didn't have that many channels, and they broke into the NBA Finals with the car chase from LA, and it was so bizarre. I'm watching this as a child. I'm like, I want to watch the basketball. What the hell is this? But everybody else in the country's locked into the OJ car chase. I think who was driving? Al Cowlings? It was bizarre, dude. But that was the 94 finals with Ewing and Starks. I believe they lost to the Rockets. That was like the 2 years the Rockets won when MJ was retired. The 99 team was Latrell Sprewell. I remember that because Sprewell, a year or two earlier, had choked PJ Carlissimo. I think he was suspended for like a year for choking his coach. Pause, Jeff. And Ewing went down. I think it was Spree and Allen Houston just went nuts. But I think the Knicks got trucked in that finals, if I'm remembering correctly. And that's, I mean, they haven't, they lost to the Spurs in that one. Maybe they won a game, but they got worked. The Knicks haven't won a title in my lifetime. The last time they won a title was 1972-73. I think that's the famous Willis Reed coming out of down the tunnel. He was hurt, etc. Maybe, I don't know. But I have a weird place for the Knicks, I've realized. I generally, as a rule, hate New York sports. Like, it's just, they're not for me, right? Certainly the Mets, the Yankees, Giants, the Jets are just so irrelevant. I don't really care. But even like the Rangers, I hate. I kind of hate the Islanders. Like, New York sports aren't for me. But there's something about the Knicks because they've largely been inept for a long time. And there's like this magic of even just watching Madison Square Garden on television. Like, it's just cool. It feels different. They're in the city, in the biggest city in the world. And I don't know. I can find myself rooting for the Knicks. Now, the other game tonight, juicy. These Western Conference Finals games have been must-watch TV. If you haven't been watching them, you're missing out. Tonight we get Spurs Thunder. They're back in Oklahoma City, tied up 2-2. Thunder are 4.5-point favorites. This is just true heavyweight fight stuff, and I cannot wait to watch that game tonight. That feels like it's going 7. Like, almost undoubtedly, I feel like that's going 7. B. Mitch and I made the $100 bet. I have the Spurs. He has the Thunder. I also won $100 off Mike Kelly and his buddy Tommy over the weekend for Game 4 because they wanted the Thunder. I'm here for all the Thunder smoke. San Antonio JP. I might get a cowboy hat or some I actually have cowboy boots. Should I wear those?
No.
With shorts?
No.
Like Daisy Dukes and cowboy boots?
JP, don't do that to yourself, bro. Because I'm a screenshot.
When the Spurs win this series, I will wear the cowboy hat to work. And when Wemby's holding up to Larry O'Brien and my stance that he is already the face of the NBA becomes very true, I might go full cowboy gear. Just walk in here with cowboy boots, cowboy hat. I get one of those shirts that snaps, maybe some fringe. I don't know. I'm not really a cowboy, but a Texan.
I think you should rephrase that. You should say, yeah, once they win and Wemby becomes the full face of the NBA, then we could talk. All right, there you go.
He already is. But I'll be watching tonight. Spurs Thunder's been excellent. But seriously, credit to the Knicks, man. They've been terrific. So it's fun for them to watch. Also, the Washington Nationals, dude. Like, I said this a couple weeks ago that at some point, when does the conversation change from like, oh, this is so much fun to, dude, what if they add some pieces? They might be a playoff team. They're now one game over 500, 28-27. I believe I heard the Junk say this morning. Grant and Danny are having their parade today, right? So I think at 5:30 from the station down to Walters, if you want to have the Nats are over 500 parade, I think if you want to, I believe I have this right. Maybe somebody could get me the copy on this so I could properly promote it, Ryan. But I believe Grant and Danny are going to be here at the station. I'm sure Toby, Mr. National, and others. But anybody that's wearing Nats gear, honestly, Channel 4, we should send a camera. It's kind of a fun idea. Anybody that's wearing Nats gear, you walk from here to Walters, and I think the first 100 people in Nats gear get a free beer at Walters.
That's what I've heard as well.
So that's legit. I mean, I hope the weather holds off for them because I mean, talk about raining on a parade. Please stop raining. But the Nats are playing great baseball, and I had this thought, right? Like, they are just hitting everything. I think they had 6 homers yesterday en route to a 10-2 win. Taking a series against the Braves over the weekend in Atlanta, like, these are big deal kind of things. Right now, they're second in the NL East. Now, granted, Atlanta's way ahead, but the Nats are playing really good baseball, and some of it, you wonder if they've just got a bunch of guys hot at the right time, or if, like, Jacob Young hit another one yesterday, right? He now has more home runs this season than he's had in his entire career combined. Jacob Young's our guy, the official center fielder of the B. Mitchell Finley program. But, like, Rizzo would always say you got to look at the back of the baseball card because it's a long season and highs and lows and try to just, like, understand what you're expecting for the course of the year. But as Taboni and crew have made significant changes to the operation, right? They haven't changed spending necessarily, but they've gone very tech forward, very analytic forward. Like, you wonder if those are the kind of changes that really make a change for a dude like Jacob Young. He had 5 home runs in 3 seasons, and now he has 7, and probably 4 in the last week, right? And dude, you look at their lineup, it's crazy the productivity they're getting. And it really, to me, creates this conversation. Didn't Cruz had his first dinger, right? In Atlanta, though, not in Cleveland. It creates a conversation, I think, specifically with C.J. Abrams. Because C.J. has been, I mean, really terrific all year. And he's got the track record. He's made a couple All-Star teams. Like, he made 1 All-Star team. But, I mean, Abrams kind of having a monster season. And you just wonder, do the conversations change around trading CJ? And does it have to become more, we need to acquire a pitcher? And I'm not saying they could get, like, you don't want to blow up the process, right? You don't want to blow up the rebuild. I'm not saying you go get an ace. That's not where they are. But what if you just get like a reliable starter, a reliable veteran starter? Just somebody to kind of stabilize a little bit of this rotation. I don't know for Taboni and crew, because they traded Gore. Like, they don't listen to what they say. Watch what they do, right? They traded Gore away. That was their reliable, probably. What is Mackenzie Gore in a good rotation? 2 or 3?
He's like a 3, I'd say.
Yeah. Like, they traded that dude away. So I don't know that I believe they're going to bring that dude in now. But the math has changed with this Nats team. You're over 500 past Memorial Day weekend. You're over a third of the way into this season. And I think we could still just be like, yo, the Nats are fun. We're into it. We're watching. Hopefully the games are better attended. I know you guys were, I know the Orioles series was packed, but then I know it was pretty light there for a couple days. They're on the road until this weekend, I think, with the Padres coming to town. Like, those are fun games, I would say. Hopefully, like, the crowds get back into it. Plus, kids will get out of school soon. Although, after all the snow, I think some of these schools are staying in until, like, 4th of July. Like, White Brian, when is Rose done teaching for the summer? That's such a inside joke that nobody gets. But I don't even think Stallion gets it.
Yeah, I was kind of lost
yet.
there. I was like, what's going on?
White Brian's wife, Rose, is a teacher.
She's just not a teacher.
She's a real estate agent. But in
Real
our
estate
mind-
agent teacher.
Yeah, a real estate agent teacher. So she teaches real estate agents. She should go work for Leahy. So I don't know, man. The Nats playing good baseball. I'm not sure. I feel like I got this on Twitter or something, but somebody said it got so hard the last few seasons to even like put the Nats on TV. Like, oh, Tuesday night, Nats are playing the Marlins. They're 16 games under 500. Like, it got hard to press the button.
One thing I can say, JP, it changed the Nats have changed the mindset of, I would say, us casual fans. Because I watch the Yankees more than the Nats, but then you got to see how much I watch baseball in general. But at the beginning of this year, I was like, oh man, the Nats, all right. This crash is about to come though. When is it coming? And it's not like that anymore. It's like now that everyone believes when the Nats go into play some baseball, it's a chance they can win these games.
Because the hitting is so legit, right? Like, they are mashing, and that's a skill that doesn't go away, ideally. And they're maximizing lineups and not just trotting the same group out there every day. And when you have Abrams and Wood, like, that gives you, like, the best pitching staffs have an ace so you don't have prolonged slumps, right? Because we know every fifth day, like here, when it was here, every fifth day Scherzer's getting the ball and we're going to win. That's the best thing for pitching. But when you know you have Abrams and Wood in your lineup and you're juggling a lot of other pieces around, depending maybe who's hot, who has the best hitting matchup, lefty, all that stuff, like it gives you a foundational piece to be a good baseball team. And that's kind of where they are right now. Over under start to finish, baseball games watched through this past weekend for Jeff Walker, 2.5.
I'm going to take the under on that.
Under for sure, but MLB played. I played MLB this weekend. That counts a little bit.
Doesn't. Video game. Does not count. We also, tomorrow, OTAs. Now, the players have been practicing for some time. They've been all over it, right? But this is the first time the media gets to be out there. This is the first time we get to see David Blau coaching Jaden Daniels. This is the first time we get to see Durante Jones barking orders at Sonny Styles in the middle of the field. We saw rookie minicamp. Rookie minicamp is not at all real football. Tomorrow, a little glimpse of real football. Tomorrow's a little glimpse of reality. I want to get into that. But, dude, I want to open the phones. 800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Are you buying into what the Nats are doing right now? Are you buying into them being able to hit like this? Are you buying into them? Maybe, I mean, right now, they're in the wild card chase for sure. Will it last? Will it hold up? Will they add pitching? Or will they still sell at the deadline? Nobody go anywhere. P-Mitch and Finley.
We're brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. Start with what JP was talking about, the Nationals. Red hot bats stayed warm last night. Played long ball in Cleveland, beat the Guardians 10-2, 6 homers for the Nats last night. Curtis Mead homered twice. Luis Garcia Jr., 2-run shot, 4 RBI. James Wood, C.J. Abrams, Jacob Young took it over the fence as well. Nats are over 500 this late in a season for the first time since July of 2021. We'll have another one, Nats and the Guardians tonight here on The Fan. Also a combined no-hitter in baseball last night. Japanese right-hander Tetsuya Imai and 2 relievers get it done for the Astros in a 9-0 win over the Texas Rangers. U.S. is underway at the World Ice Hockey Championships in Zurich, Switzerland. Americans, defending gold medalists, need a win today against Austria to reach the medal round, the playoff round, the quarterfinals. Right now, they are scoreless in the first period. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Just text your address to 800-763-3000, 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
What song is this, Jeff? I remember that joint.
Nelly and Tim McGraw.
Nelly and Tim McGraw. The pairing we didn't know we needed. Here's my question. It is a very exciting time for the Nats. Stallion still hasn't gotten me the copy, but Grant and Danny have a parade this afternoon. You could join the parade. I think it's 5 o'clock here at the station, 1015 Half Street, walking to Walters. The Nats are over 500. They're 28-27. They just beat the Braves, who had the best record in baseball for a series down in Atlanta. And I'd argue importantly with that Braves series, they weren't mashing there. It was a 2-0 win and a 2-1 win. They kind of got back to their mashing ways yesterday in Cleveland, 10-2. But do you buy it? Or is this just a hot start, or have they turned something around? I mean, you look at the guys that are hitting really well. Abrams and Wood, we expect, but they're getting contributions all over the place. Let's start with Ronald in Fairfax. Phone lines are open. Ron, you buying the Nats?
No, I'm not, because it doesn't matter when C.J. Abrams gets traded in a couple weeks to L.A. or San Diego, and then James Wood is playing up in Philadelphia in a couple years. I mean,
don't say that about Wood. I'm going to hold out hope on Wood.
And I hate it more than anyone, but it's the sad reality, man. I mean, what is there to get hyped for? Like, why would I go pay $17 for a beer and watch this when I know they're going to be playing somewhere else in a couple years?
I hate that you have a point, Ron. Like,
it's the reality of the situation. I would hate for all my DC brothers and sisters to get their heart broken again, because it's going to happen.
All right, I appreciate the call. I refuse to believe the James Wood stuff. I think they could absolutely still sign him. Also, how many years of control do they have with Wood?
I mean, Wood still has like another 3-4 years. So it's like we're not ready to
We're not
discuss
having that conversation.
Yeah, it's not a conversation.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. Like, I'm not here for the James Wood will be playing in Philly conversation. That is years away. The CJ thing is kind of here and kind of real. And it will be tough on fans if this organization is telling us, hey, we're serious, we're doing this the right way, and then you're over 500 and they trade CJ away. Like, I understand the kind of haul you could get maybe, but I still have a tough time with it, man.
I see what you're saying, but also I kind of talked about this a little bit earlier. Your eye still has to be on the prize for the Nationals. Like, let's be honest, they've kind of arrived a little bit early right now. And I think everybody still has to have tunnel vision for the next couple of years, because you have to build a sustainable winner. The Royals had one great year and then completely fell back. The Orioles had a great year, completely fell back. So we don't want to have that. We want to have sustainable success, and maybe trading CJ is that path forward. Who knows?
They just did it with Gore. I'm having a tough time buying that. There is the parade, though. So I'm reading this from Grant's Twitter. Grant and Danny Nats are over 500 parade is on. Tuesday, 5:25 p.m., walking from here at the radio station, 1015 Half Street, to the center field gate, 4 blocks total. They want people to wear Nats gear and walk to the ballpark, and then they're going to go to Walters right there across from the center field gate and hang to watch the beginning of tonight's Guardians-Nationals game. And the first 100 fans in Nats gear get a free beer. That's pretty legit. Here's my bigger question of, like, is this sustainable, right? Like, have they built something, or do they just have a bunch of dudes that are red hot right now beyond Abrams and Wood? My man, Curtis Mead, kind of a utility guy, big bat. He's Australian. I've learned that looking at his page. But Curtis Mead has been hitting for Washington when he gets in. Curtis Mead now has 7 home runs on the season. That is more than he's had in his career. So now we're talking Jacob Young has more home runs this season than he had in his career. You're talking Curtis Mead has more home runs this season. Like, I do fear that some of these dudes we're not as familiar with that are raking. I'm not sure Curtis Mead is going to continue to just bomb homers for you. You know, like, that's my sustainability conversation. I'm just not sure. Now, some of the younger guys that maybe Cruz is here to stay and figure it out. I want to take some of these calls. My man Rick is in Waldorf. What's up, Rick?
Hey, good morning, guys. Hey, I appreciate you taking my call.
How you doing, bud?
All right. I'm kind of on the fence. I'm buying it, but I'm not buying it. Only because I'm not going to say I watched all the games this season so far, but I've watched quite a few. And they do not have any pitching whatsoever. Like, I've seen them give up a ton of games because of pitching. So I'm not buying it quite yet, but they getting there.
What do you think happens with CJ?
I would hate to see them package him up in a deal to get some pitching back, but they're not going to do nothing without pitching.
Agreed.
Like, that's just the bottom line. Like, they ain't going to do nothing with pitching. Without pitching.
Well, and, I mean, what I always circle back to, I've been really impressed. Thanks for the call, Rick. Great call. I've been really impressed with Butera. Like, I love his approach that kind of nothing is sacred, and we're going to move guys around all over the place. Like, I'm into that. Like, the approach of Toboni Butera is working, and they've got guys raking. And some of that may be the increased emphasis on analytics and watching, you know, exit velos and all these things that they've been pushing. I also, hitting you kind of want to see over the course of a season if it stays consistent. My biggest hesitation is not at all related with management. My biggest hesitation is with ownership. Like, to really compete for this to go from a fun story for a season, because, the Nats have been so bad that if they hang around 500 for the year, that's a fun story. That's a success. But that only lasts for a year. You then have to build on that. And until I see that ownership will spend the money required, I have a tough time believing it. Let's go to Jackie in Falls Church. What's up, Jackie?
Hey, good morning.
Good morning.
I'm buying that it's a hot start. I'm buying that they're competitive. I'm buying that they're fun to watch. And I'm buying that it's worth going out there. I have a 40-game plan, and I don't miss many. I'm not buying that they're going to go to the playoffs because they don't have the pitching. Am I buying that they're going to do something with CJ? My heart doesn't want it. The books may say it. The bean counters may say it. But I think to keep people coming out now, because there is a level of hope that the games are going to be fun and competitive to watch, that they need to keep the team intact. Now, how they improve the pitching, I don't know. I don't have that fairy duster. Can't wiggle my nose.
Yeah, I mean, I wonder what a CJ trade gets you, because if it can get you some stud pitching, maybe the CJ trade, if it happens, is going to hurt. There's just no, like the Gore trade, thank you for the call, Jackie. That was a great call. The Gore trade, I kind of saw coming. I think the value we had on Gore versus the reality of Mackenzie Gore were kind of different. CJ's been really good, and if he's traded, I'll understand it, but it's still going to suck. I think that's the reality. My man Shane is on the line. Shane, where you at with this Nats?
Hey, I'm all about the Nats. Let's go. We're above 500. One game above 500. They can hit. Like the last caller said, they're fun to go play. Yeah, we don't have pitching right now, but you know what? We're not supposed to be this far game in the head anyway. We're way ahead of the curveball, if you will. But no, it's a fun team. I'm buying in. Just like any other, if you don't have pitching, you're not going to win. That's obvious, right? So go out there and trade and get some pitching, and let's see what happens in the next year or two. But right now, you got to love this young team.
It's a good point, Shane, because I think with how bad the Nats have been really since the World Series team, like it's okay if this team is just outperforming expectations, and that's fun. Like,
hey, we've been negative in this city for a long time, JP. It's finally, like that last caller, how can you not buy in this team? This is a fun time to be in D.C. right now with all the sports going on right now. Everything's looking positive in this city, including with the Nats.
I hear you, Shane. Thank you for the call, dude. I appreciate it. But, like, if your expectations are for championships, I get that you're like, remember when, what was it, like 9 straight years? They were a real contender? So, like, they're still pretty far from that, but it's okay. Like when you're young in your 20s and you just go on a couple dates and you have fun and it doesn't lead to marriage or anything, that's okay. Go have fun. I feel like that's where we are with this Nats team. They're young. They're plucky. They're hitting bombs. Like it's cool to watch this unfold. I don't know what it means long term because I remain skeptical of ownership spending. Art is in Clifton. What's up, Art?
Hey, I'm totally bought into this squad. They have so many weapons. You've got Joey, who's on the bench, who comes out and hits dingers. This team is playing great. I love the way the coach moves around the catchers to figure out who's hot and who's not. Pitching's hanging on, and a couple of callers before, you had somebody really down on the trades. I'll tell you what, if you look at what we got for Juan Soto, I'm telling you, we really did well. And quite honestly, he's a great hitter, but if you're in a tough position, you pitch around him, and he's not that big of an issue. If you look at Mackenzie Gore, he's not won hardly anything this year. I think those were both great trades. I would hate to see CJ go.
The difference is that you just continue to reset the clock. Like you're just
right.
Like if you want to say how good the Soto trade was, okay, but you're just about to reset the clock on that by trading Gore, and if you trade CJ, it continues to kick the can down the road, and that's not Taboni's fault. They just arrived. Like they're doing what they can. It might have been Sverluga. The best thing I ever heard about the Soto trade is the best time to trade Juan Soto is never. The second best time is yesterday. Like I understand the importance of doing it, but you're continuing to move the goalposts. And I think some people that has left frustrated. We're going to keep your calls going when we return. B. Mitch and Finley, Nikki Jopval at 11. I have a well-documented problem, Jeff. I got to stop eating nuts during the break, especially when you're running a one-man band.
Those are planters, everyone.
The question, the Nats are one game over 500. They deserve our acclaim for that. Do you buy it? Smoke, mirrors, reality. Let's go to Dion in Herndon. Dion, you buying this Nats team?
Doing? Hey, how you guys doing?
We're good, dude. How are you?
I'm all right. To answer the question, I'm teetering back and forth, but I'm teetering more so buying in. As the weather starts to warm up, typically the bats start to fly even more. Now I know that means the opposing team's bats will start to fly too, as pitching hasn't been as good. But I really feel like the Nationals are like in a win-win situation because as trade deadline to July 31st, they now are in a position where they can oversell on trading prospects if this does go south. But, I really do think they're in a good position. And I'm looking at some of the series that's coming up. I know they got a couple of good, interesting series coming up. But a lot of teams are not doing well right now.
Yeah.
So I really think the Nationals will still be there come September.
There you have it. All right. Appreciate you, Dion. Thank you, man. I'm going to keep the phone lines going. Dennis is in Bowie. Dennis, what do you make of this hot start for the Nats?
I love them, but in reality, are the owners going to sell that team? Are they waiting for this union thing to get through? Because if they're going to sell, then God knows who they're going to trade to get more money out or whatever. So all of it right now is really speculation until you know whether the learners are going to keep the team or is there going to be a strike.
Right.
Because if there is a strike, then you keep, your best guys are right. Your best guys may not be peak performance anymore after the strike and the season's over. But right now, I love them. I know they're not going into the World Series, but they are they're exciting to watch.
I'm with you, dude.
Really exciting.
Thanks for the call, Dennis.
Yeah, it's just the owners. What are they going to do?
Bro, you've nailed it. Like, that is, if you're asking me, the problem is you just can't have the conversation in the vacuum. Like, if you want to live in the vacuum of, I'm watching baseball this year and it's fun, God bless you. I'm cool with that. And if that's your viewpoint, you're having a ball because they're fun to watch. They're winning games. I just can't live in that vacuum. Like, I am really excited by the new leadership and probably more so than I expected, frankly. And I think it's awesome to watch their approach have tangible results right away. These dudes are raking. They wanted their hitters to focus on different things. I got people down at spring training telling me, like, it wasn't always that well received, all the changes, but it's working, and then people will buy in. I think that is awesome, right? But I'm still just so skeptical that eventually you're going to have to spend some money, and I don't think they'll do it. And that's regardless of pending work stoppage, strike, whatever else happens. Like, if I wish more people at the opening presser had pressed. Which Lerner was up there standing with Taboni when you were making a fool out of yourself, Ryan?
Mark Lerner.
Mark Lerner. There were far too few questions for Mark Lerner if he was going to spend again. That's the number one topic, period. Are you going to spend again? Are you going to sell the team? Because without that clear direction, I love what Taboni and Butera and the crew have done so far, but without that clear direction, we can enjoy this year. This is fun. This is, you go to college, you go to spring break, you meet a girl, it's 5 days, it's terrific. But, like, if you're going to win and in this analogy, eventually buy a house and get married and have children, there's got to be a further commitment from ownership. And I think it's cool to just have fun right now. But to Dennis's point, that's a real question mark. CJ, where are you at on the Nats?
I'm buying in, my friend. Good morning. How are you guys doing?
We're great. How are you, bud?
I'm hanging in there, driving to a PT session. But I just wanted to add a little tidbit that I think a lot of us are forgetting about. We're talking about the pitching, which has been up and down. We forget 60-day DL. Josiah Gray is hanging around out there. What are they doing with him?
What is
We
up with
don't
JoJo?
know.
That's a good point. Stallion, what's the latest on JoJo?
I don't think he's throwing right now, so we don't really know what's going to happen with him in the future. It's kind of a wait and see moment.
When's the last time he threw a pitch in a big league game?
That was 2024, so we're coming up in about 2 years now. I think it might have just been past 2 years.
So like he's on the Brandon Ayuk situation. Like we just don't know.
Yeah, we're not 100% sure.
Please don't demean JoJo like that, man.
I just mean from a on the field standpoint.
No, I got you. But yeah, I mean, he could be our number one pitcher if he ever gets back up, but we just don't know what his status is.
That's I don't want to say you're wrong, CJ, but it sounds like a big if is the vibe I'm getting. But sure,
yes.
I mean, well, and thank you for the call, bro. Appreciate you. When does the Strasburg contract come off the books? This year, the last year?
I think it's within the next year or two.
They probably deferred a bunch of it anyway.
Yeah, I think there's some deferred money in there too.
They've got to, at some point, you got to spend cash. Like, I know the Braves might have the best record in baseball right now, and they spend, but not on the Dodgers level. But, like, I guarantee Vegas still has the Dodgers as the favorite to win it all. I'm no way do I have expectations for the Lerners to spend like the Dodgers. The worst part with the spending in Washington, they used to do it. Like, we've seen you be good owners and field a really competitive product. And maybe right now is not the time to be spending. I'm cool with that. Like, you're in rebuild mode. But I got to see a light at the end of that tunnel because it sure looks like Taboni, Butera, they're building this thing the right way. These young guys are raking. But, like, I need this and I need that. What I need right now is to go to break, and Nikki Javala from The Athletic will join us with a OTA Commanders preview.
Monday was not a good day to be a Cleveland sports fan, was it? Start with the Nats. The Red Hot Nationals continued their winning ways, hammering the Guardians yesterday 10-2. Nats have won 3 straight, 5 of 7. They're over 500 this late in a season for the first time in 5 years. July 2021, Nats hit 6 home runs last night. They'll try to keep things going this evening. Another one for the Nats in Cleveland here on The Fan. Knicks clobber the Cavaliers, meanwhile, to finish off the Eastern Conference Finals. 4-game sweep for the Knicks, riding an 11-game winning streak now into the NBA Finals. Hockey, the Stanley Cup favorites in serious trouble. Colorado down 3-0, trying to avoid elimination tonight in Vegas. NHL teams, by the way, are 49-0 all time when taking a 3-0 lead in the conference final. Pretty good look there for the Vegas Golden Knights. JP's going to talk football in a moment. Off-season work ramps up for the Commanders this week. OTAs begin tomorrow, so Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, some serious work getting done in Ashburn. And the United States, defending gold medalists at the World Ice Hockey Championships in Zurich, need to win today to keep their run alive. They are leading Austria right now 2-0 after the first period. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, Scott Forcey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Rude is the official show sponsor of B. Mitch and Finley. Don't melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at rude.com. If it ain't rude, it ain't right. Fired up to jump on the Rude guest hotline now and talk with our friend Nikki Jabvala from The Athletic, covers the Commanders. Hello, Nick. How do you do?
I'm good. How are you guys?
We are good. I am. Like, you got to temper your excitement because we're talking about football in May without pads and probably without perfect attendance. All of that said, I'm excited to go to Ashburn tomorrow and see this football team. Do you share that?
I'm excited to watch some football being played in any capacity. It's been too long. So, yes, I do.
I agree. Now, you had a story this morning, I believe, in The Athletic, kind of where your concerns are, what you're going to be watching. For me, I think the thing I'm most excited to see tomorrow, and this might be nerdy, is David Blau running the offense. I'm curious for you what's the top of your list.
No, I'm with you totally. I want to see the communication because we've only seen him in one capacity as like an assistant quarterbacks coach,
right?
Where he's just sort of helping out where they need, but to see him run the show, we've yet to see that. So yeah, I want to see how he kind of takes lead of the group. I want to see the concepts that are on repeat. I want to see just how he works with Jaden, how he works with all the skill positions. So yeah, I think that's a big one, especially just given his minimal experience as a coach. Period, not just him being a first-year coordinator. I think it'll be really interesting just to see how he runs the show.
And then, one step further, I want to see Jaden under center. I want to see Jaden run a bootleg. Yeah. Now, I don't know if you agree with me. I am sure in Blau's brain, and maybe even on his computer or on paper, whatever, he has developed the concepts of what his playbook was going to look like.
Yeah.
But he had to legit build that thing out since January. And that's a tall order. And to install it, I think there's going to be some moments of teaching and learning, and there's probably going to be some miscues and stuff. I'm excited to see what the hell this offense is going to look like.
No, definitely. I mean, yes, I think he's probably always had a framework of how he would run an offense if given a chance, just because once you get to coaching at this level, you're probably thinking about where you ultimately want to go. And he just seems like the type that's kind of always been wired to that, we've heard stories from Cliff about him, bringing in some of these trick plays that he's, learned over the years as a player, but, either from or Ben Johnson or others. But we know he's had sort of these concepts and these convictions of how he wants to run an offense. And seeing it unfold start to finish, I think is really interesting, especially for a first timer, because you get to see sort of, it's not just putting the full playbook together. It's how do you go about teaching it? How do you go about teaching it to different players and finding which ways they learn best? And, really trying to get through to a whole new group of guys. I mean, they brought in a lot of new players that he's not familiar with either. So it's a massive adjustment for this team on both sides of the ball. And for it to happen in year 3, a critical year 3 for Quinn is going to be really interesting.
Totally. And then the other side of the ball, you've got another new D coordinator that's going to be installing a new system. In some capacity, Oweh, Styles, I'm really excited to watch that. Chenal, we haven't seen his speed in person. We've seen him playing for KC, but not at practice. You know what I mean? The defense is going to be very different.
Yes. I mean, I think they achieved their biggest goals this offseason, which was to get faster, to get younger, and to really address some of their key positions of need. The only ones they didn't totally address were receiver, but they did with Antonio Williams. It's just a matter of, figuring out what he is at this level. But yeah, and I agree with you. Those two, just their speed, their power. I just think it'll be really interesting, that group, and how Durante Jones utilizes them the best. Totally. Because that's part of it too. And I think that's what Dan Quinn did really well in Dallas, is figuring out how to get the most out of, an athletic freak like Micah Parsons and the guys on the D line that they had. And that's going to be a huge part of it. And I think Durante Jones has a really, just in, the few times we've talked to him, it's just a really good sense of how he wants it to look. And then once he gets these guys on the field, I think they'll really develop a good sense of where these guys should fit. And I think that's the other thing with OTAs too, is I feel like everybody hangs on the narrative of each day, but a lot of it is experimentation at this point. Guys are going to shift around, and because they play one position, tomorrow, doesn't mean they're going to play that position the next week, or whether they're 1 or 2 one day doesn't mean they're going to be 1 or 2 the next day. So I would really caution people to maybe look at the overall trends instead of the day by day.
Yeah.
But
we should not
be
be making
OTAs go.
grand assumptions from May football without pads on.
The only grand one I think you could safely say is that Jaden Daniels will be the starting quarterback.
I feel good on that one. Yeah.
I feel good on that one too. Yeah.
Speaking of Jaden, how excited are you to see Jaden just slinging it, running around? I think he's talking with us tomorrow. Just kind of get a vibe check from one of the best vibes guys around.
Yeah, what is that meme from Titanic? It's been 84 years. It's kind of what it feels like from the last time we've seen Jaden. And no disrespect to Jaden. I mean, he's the one dealing with injuries and rehab and whatnot. But
we saw him,
it's
right?
been a minute.
But it's been a...
Yeah.
I mean, he hasn't been on the field since Minnesota, right?
Healthy on the field and yeah. So, yeah.
Talking with our friend Nikki Jhabvala here from The Athletic. You can give her a follow at Nikki Jhabvala, NICKIJHABVALA. Something that kind of was under the radar. Dave Gardy was brought into Washington from the league office, and his title was pretty nebulous, but my understanding was he was really influential and key in late game scenarios, timeout scenarios, challenging scenarios. And Gardy has left Washington to take the job in Tennessee. It's a promotion, right? EVP of football ops.
Yep. Huge promotion.
What if anything do you make of losing Gardy?
Yeah, I think it's a significant loss. I think he's one of those that you don't hear the name often, but he's just so instrumental behind the scenes. And yeah, he was involved heavily on game days and the headset doing, with situational stuff. But his background is just so unique. I mean, he was in the league office for more than 20 years. Like the New York office where they do all the replays, he helped build that out. Right. He helped make that so it's, every stadium has immediate replay in the booth. I mean, he helped develop that whole system. So he was instrumental not just on game days, but in, developing the overall strategy for the team on how they want to handle third and fourth downs. And, especially with the rule changes, you think about all the hip drop stuff. I mean, have a guy that knows the rules probably better than anyone outside of the folks currently in New York for the league office is huge. So I don't know that you can fully replace somebody like that, but it sounds like the plan is just to see what they have in the house and then eventually kind of fill it in.
Yeah, it is. It was just, it caught me by surprise. Like, I talked to Gardy at the owners' meetings, and obviously he was looking. And dude, when you get to be the executive vice president of football ops for an NFL team, you're going to take that, right? Like, I don't begrudge it whatsoever. It's just, it did catch me by surprise. I feel like that's probably not on a lot of fans' radars. What I think is on a lot of fans' radars, the cornerback position. And do they have enough at it? Where do you land on the corners?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with the general sentiment that they don't have. They need to add to that group. The secondary as a whole, they need to add to that group. But there's two parts of that. I mean, just saying it, okay, but who? I mean, to say, they need to just go get a corner. There's elite corners aren't just sitting on the open market, generally, but especially this time of year. And the free agent class this year was heavier on slot corners than it was outside corners. So it wasn't really a great year to go and find like a replacement. It's just that, these are the lingering effects of the Marshawn Lattimore trade. And I go back and forth on this, but at the time, I don't disagree with the trade. At the time, it made sense. It seemed like it would be an upgrade over what they had at cornerback then. It just didn't pan out that way. And then you lose the picks, and it costs you in the draft, and it has a ripple effect. But I agree they need corners. It's just it's not a great year draft, free agency, and even now to find that immediate starter. And I don't, even if they were to draft one with a third round pick, I don't know that you could argue that any of those players would be seen as better options than Amik Robertson or Mike Senior still at this point in their careers.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation, I would say. But do you believe there's some theory that kind of this Durante Jones defense will generate enough pressure that there's less pressure than on the corners? Does that track for you?
Yeah, I mean, it's not like he had an elite group in Minnesota either, but they had a heck of a line, and we don't know yet what Washington's D-line is going to look like with all the new parts. I mean, on paper, it certainly looks improved. I would hope that pass rush is much improved from before, and you hope they can stay healthy. But until we see them together, we don't really know. And I'd be hesitant to, compare what Washington has to what Minnesota has just because of that. They're kind of a mystery team, which in some ways could work to their favor.
It could. Talking with our friend Nikki Jhabvala from The Athletic here on the Rude Guest Hotline. What do you make of the receiver position? I think the corner position, we all agree they could add. My worry with the corner position is where's the floor of that? And that's a position where you're going to have 5 or 6 corners playing throughout the year. The receiver position, I think they addressed the floor, bringing Diami back, bringing in Van Jefferson. Like, the floor is way higher than it was a year ago, where Chris Moore was your 5th highest targeted receiver. Do you think, though, Steph Diggs could end up here? Do you think Brandon Ayuk could end up here? Like, do you think they could still add? Maybe there's another veteran out there that'll get released post June 1 or get released in camp. Where do you think they are?
I mean, I think they add to the group, and maybe they get lucky. I mean, Noah Brown was a late August release from Houston. Ended up being a starter. You don't find that too often, where you find starters, from the pool of roster cuts or, late camp releases. But perhaps they find one there. Maybe it's for depth. I would like to see them after that room. I mean, I think that's kind of been a storyline for years, really. And this dates back to before Adam Peters and Dan Quinn was just the depth at receiver. I mean, so often it felt like you had Terry and everybody else. And they tried. I mean, Jahan Dotson didn't totally pan out, but that was, a couple years with him. I thought Debo had a good year, but they couldn't utilize him the way they initially planned to utilize him. I mean, he's not a true number two in the sense of, he's that starter, the workhorse, plays every down. That's not what he should be. He's his best when he's, has the freedom to be a little bit more dynamic, and he's used on, specialized plays. But that, because of injuries, they couldn't use him like that. So I like that they brought back Diami, but in some ways it kind of feels like we're just back to where we were 2 years ago. And then you also have to consider that, Terry could have a spectacular season, but he's also got a massive, cap hit next year. And what do they do then? Do they try to rework it and keep him? Do they ultimately let him go and save the money? There's just still so much uncertainty at that position. So you just worry that there's not the depth in that second threat that you would like this season, and you just don't know where it's going beyond this year. And I think it's important for anybody that wants to contend for a deep playoff run or the Super Bowl to think beyond 1 year.
You know what's interesting, as the way you phrase that is, are they how long term is the thinking here? They clearly like the kid out of Clemson. They had their pick of the litter of that third round run of receivers, and that's who they rolled with. I don't know that how much pressure do you think DQ feels? I don't know if you agree with me, but GMs tend to have longer leashes than coaches, and hell, Joe Shane just got an extension in Baltimore, in New York, right? I don't think Peters is under the same kind of pressure Quinn is, but in an offseason where you get rid of both coordinators and you're coming off a 5-12 year, I think there is some real pressure there.
I would agree. And the schedule does them no favors, unfortunately. If they get, and somebody asked this question in the mailbag that I did today, but so they jump out to a slow start and they're 1-4 or 1-5 to start. Then what? I think, the urgency in the NFL is greater than it ever has been. And that's the case for coaches, for quarterbacks. And I don't think it's a good thing, but, I'm old enough to remember when 2 years seemed like, oh my gosh, that's all he got before they fired him. Right. Now they barely get a season, if that, So to come off, a not so great season, despite taking the team to the NFC Championship for the first time in 3 decades, the year before that, he could be on a hot seat if they struggle.
And dude, he's added pressure. One thing I kind of applaud him is we live in a self-preservation society, right? And he could have just hired 2 veteran coordinators, and that probably alleviates the pressure, especially from a really hard early schedule. Their first 3 games, I think, might be the hardest 3-game stretch in football. They can start 0-3, and Blau doesn't get any. If they opened in Arizona, maybe that gives Blau a little breathing room. You're going to open in Philly, dude. The 3rd and 5 late in the third quarter down a touchdown is going to be super important, and that place is going to be going ballistic. It's going to be difficult. But DQ added pressure to himself going that route.
He did, but he felt strongly about it, and I'm with you. I applaud him for taking the risk, the gamble that he felt strongly about. You hope that it works out for all sides, because the other thing you got to consider is not just him. It's just if they are on another head coaching search after this season, that means probably new coordinators, probably a new staff entirely, probably a new system, which means Jaden is on his 3rd system in 4 years, just in time to pay him, and who knows what happens to the roster then. And it's just upheaval after upheaval after upheaval. And how do you? It's been done. Coaches have come in and taken a team to the Super Bowl in their first year. Rabel, and it happens, but it's not often. And to find that stability where you can do it not just 1 year, but many years after that is very difficult.
Last one, Nick. How worried are you about the center position? My man Mitch Tischler is very worried about the center position.
Yes. It's a concern, but of all the positions on the line, that'd probably be my least concern. The center's important because he's, directly dealing with Jaden, but a center doesn't win you games. I don't know that a center could totally lose you games unless he just implodes spectacularly. So I feel like the other positions are a little bit more important. But yeah, they need to find a guy that doesn't, totally wreck the line.
This may be biased just because I like the guy a lot. I think Allegretti will get the job done.
I mean, I think he's got the best shot. Of the two they have on the roster right now, between him and Goldman, who doesn't have any NFL experience, I think he'll be fine. I mean, he played center. He played some center last year. I think he'll be fine.
I also think they'll be under center more, which will be a little bit better for Nick. Thank you for
Yeah.
the time, dude. I'll see you tomorrow.
Sounds good. See ya.
All right, that's our friend Nikki Jobvala from The Athletic. Give her a follow at Nikki Jobvala. Check out all of her work in The Athletic. Does a great job. I mean, I've been an Athletic subscriber for a few years now, but now Commanders coverage, you get DA, Nikki, and Sverluga. That's bang for your buck. Why don't we do this? Because we're going to run out of show as things. I want to get back into the Nats. Dave Jagler's going to join us at 1. We have our GOAT segment at noon. Best rainy day activities, because Lord knows we've had a lot of them. Let's open these phones, though, about the Commanders. Burgundy and Gold, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. What is your biggest concern going into OTAs? We get to see this football team tomorrow. What are you hoping to see? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. I've been telling you guys about Collars & Co. and how the gear is awesome. Whether you've seen them on Shark Tank or you've just checked out the store, no matter what you're wearing from Collars & Co., you're going to look sharp. They got the dress collar polos, the performance dress shirts, the weatherproof blazers. I can't get enough of them. If you ever watch me on NBC4, I am head to toe Collars & Co. Whatever it is, I can throw on the polo in the morning and I'm set for TV, a quick 9 holes, grabbing dinner after a long day with my wife. You never have to iron these things. No dry cleaning involved. Just take it off the hanger and you're out the door. Their head-to-toe collection makes the perfect Father's Day gifts, too. And Father's Day is coming up, folks. Check them out at collarsandco.com or in-store at Congressional Plaza and make it easy this year.
This update driven by Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. Nationals continue their red-hot ways, played long ball in Cleveland Monday, knocking off the Guardians 10-2 thanks to 6 home runs, 4 of those in the first 2 innings. So Nats busted out the whooping sticks early last night against the AL Central leading Guardians. Nats out 28-27, over 500 this late in the season for the first time since July 2021. 6:10 first pitch again tonight in Cleveland for the Nats. Baseball tonight here on The Fan. Also, Stanley Cup playoffs. Stanley Cup favorites in big trouble. Colorado needs to win to avoid elimination in Vegas. NBA playoffs, Spurs and Thunder, Game 5 tonight in Oklahoma City. And the United States, defending gold medalists at the World Ice Hockey Championships in Zurich, need a win today to stay alive right now. Team USA leading Austria 3-0 in the second period. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage, and just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate Nikki Jobvala joining the program. If you missed any of our interview with the Athletics, Nikki, make sure you get on the Odyssey app or on YouTube or Instagram. Wherever you get the content, we appreciate you getting it. Spotify. I'm a Spotify man myself. Appreciate everybody watching us on Monumental Sports Network. Casual wave for you. Appreciate everybody hanging in the YouTube stream. I don't know where I'm waving for you, but I'm waving to you also. Tomorrow, Commanders OTAs. Now, the players have been working out for some time. This is the first time the media gets to go out there and see. We'll get to talk to Dan Quinn. We'll get to talk to Jaden Daniels. I imagine it'll be a very productive day from a content standpoint. But I think a lot of fans have some apprehension about what this season is going to bring. You can hit us right now, like my man Anthony. Anthony, what do you think about Commanders OTAs? What are you hoping to see?
Well, dealing with your initial question, there's 2 things that worry me. One, you contrast 24 to 25, and you got a box of chocolates. And because you don't know what you're going to get, they can go into a hole very quickly with the start of the schedule and possibly not recover. As an example, we know what we're going to get from Dallas's offense. They're going to most likely be the bomb. As far as our offense goes, our defense goes, we have no clue. So I'm not sure OTAs would be the line of delineation to tell us what we might see. I'm more interested in the scrimmage with Baltimore or whoever it might be. I think that'll be a better indicator.
That's a ways off, though, bro. I mean, you're not wrong. That certainly the joint practices are going to be a far better indicator, but that's not till late August, right? So, like,
no, I understand that.
Tomorrow's
So
where
I'm
things
just saying,
start.
Right, I understand it, but I'm just saying, not having a sense of what we're going to be is the fear, because you can't legitimately look at 24 and look at 25 and say, okay, this is who we are. So that's where I'm at.
All right, man. I appreciate the call, Anthony. We do not know. We do not know much. Phone lines are open, 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Jeff, it's no secret you're a maniacal Commanders fan. What are you hoping to see, learn, find out tomorrow?
I just want to see if anyone, gained weight, lost weight, if they're moving better. I want to see how, Terry's running on that leg. My biggest thing is, there's always this question about, Jaden Daniels and his size. Did he get bigger? Was he on any training program this year? That's all I want to see. Body sizes and, how they moving.
Pause.
Come on, man.
It's funny that Jeff gets skinny and now all of a sudden all he cares about is body size. Here's where I'm at. These are professional athletes. They're going to be in shape. Whatever shape is to them, they're going to be in it.
Yeah, but like being in shape is cool. But some people work out on different things to have their body different ways.
100%.
I
saw
don't know.
Chris Rodriguez totally transform his body over his time in Washington, and he realized he had to add speed. Like I'm one thing I am really curious about, because I think in terms of the roster, right? Like in May, you're watching for who could surprise you. Like, what if Kane Madrano has taken some sort of step, right? Like, what if they think his tackling's better? Working on tackling, that's probably why he slid in the draft. There were questions about tackling. But, like, the path to a roster spot for the fat man, for Katron Allen, the rookie running back out of Penn State, you got to be a tough between the tackles runner. You got to prove 3rd and 3, I'll get you 4, coach. And we won't get that good of a glimpse into that. There's no pads, right? But just watching him at rookie camp, I was impressed at how he squared his shoulders, even going to the outside. And that is a vital part. Like, honestly, Brian Robinson, for all of his physical prowess and his ability, like getting off the bus, B-Rob looked like the dude. But he wasn't always good at squaring his shoulders through the hole. And you need to be squared up because that linebacker's going to be squared up. And if you're going to push that forward and not get pushed backwards, you have to be square and have your momentum going the right way. So, like, those little things I'm excited to watch. My guy Lap is on the line. Lap, what do you want to hear about from OTAs?
Oh, I just want to see how the rookies, man, like, the running back we got. I want to see how Antonio Williams looking, of course, Styles. And hey, let me ask you guys a question. Hey, what's up, to B. Mitch and JP, man? Love y'all, man.
Appreciate you, bud.
What you think about the receiving core? Do you think there's some traction with Brandon Ayuk or Stephon Diggs, or possibly bringing Debo back? Because I still think we need another wide receiver, man.
I don't,
unless they thinking Trayon or De'Ami or one of them guys, or Lang or Luke might take another leap forward, possibly. Maybe.
I do not believe Debo's coming back, period.
Got you. Okay.
Ayuk, White Brian, tell me when the Niners report to camp. The Niners have OTAs. They've been ongoing. The Ayuk situation, until he shows up, until Brandon Ayuk shows up to San Francisco, the team has zero benefit to releasing him. Like, the only way he gets released is to show up and cause trouble. But if he doesn't show up, they could just leave him in roster limbo. Like, if he won't show up, they can leave him on the reserve left squad list. And then he doesn't become a free agent.
First day of OTA is Wednesday for the
tomorrow.
49ers. Yep.
Let's see if Ayuk shows up. Like, let's press pause on the Ayuk conversation until we see him show up in San Fran. Because until that happens, none of these other subsequent moves will happen. The organization, San Francisco, clearly is pissed at the guy. And they clearly aren't releasing him because they're pissed at him. And they know they're holding him in bond, right? Like, he doesn't get what he wants, and they're okay with that because they're mad at him. It doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. He has to show up. And maybe it's not OTAs because those are voluntary. But in a couple weeks, what happens, the next 3 weeks, there'll be one OTA session the media gets to watch. Then at the end of that is veteran minicamp, which is mandatory. And veteran minicamp, everybody's supposed to be there. That's the end of the offseason program. Then the NFL takes its big break before training camp, right? Like, if Ayuk doesn't show up, they're just going to keep him in limbo because they can. It's on him. If he shows up, open the phones. Let's have a conversation. Manny is in Southeast. Manny, what do you want to see from these Commanders?
Hey, guys, how y'all doing, man?
We're good, bud.
I'm kind of feeling like Jeff, but I want to add something to it, right? I want to see the cohesiveness of the players on each side of the ball since we have a new coordinator. do they be able to translate what they've been doing their whole life? I'm not worried about conditioning because these guys they condition and train all year round. They might take a few weeks off, but they still do it every day because they know they have to play in the league. I'm not worried about the conditions of athletes that's been doing this all their life. I'm worried about if they're able. I'm not even worried about it. I want this melancholy. I don't know what's going to happen. Don't nobody know what's going to happen. Don't nobody know what's going to happen with no team. It don't matter who they got. We just got to have the ideal that the instructors that we have can pass on the instruction, and the team and the players can actually cohesively do this together. You know what I mean? Think about this: 2024, all 1 year. They never played together. They bought into a scheme and they listened to it and they came together cohesively and it worked. That's all we got to worry about. As for IU, he's going to show up. He knows San Francisco is not going to pay him. So he's going to show up so he can get paid. Don't worry about that. That's out the way. You know what I mean? So, yeah, man.
Doug, I do not share your confidence that he's going to show up. There's.
But think about it. But think about this.
He gave up $25 million.
He didn't give it up. They took it. But I understand what you're saying.
He could have appealed the decision and didn't.
I understand what you're saying. But listen to me. Let's use common sense. Who gives up $25 million?
Yeah, that's my point.
Especially coming from where we come from and the things that we've done, who gives that up? It has to be more to it. So I'm not convinced that it's all on IU. I think IU got really sour about it, and it became what it is. But everybody's going to, teams stick together. Of course they're going to do that because they're trying to get IU at the lowest rate. You know what I mean? IU come, he shows up, he starts getting paid. They're not going to like that. They don't want to pay him the $25 million.
Manny, I appreciate you. I got to go to break, man. Thank you. It's a good call.
Okay. All right.
Thanks, bud. A lot of good calls there, man. A lot to consider for the Commanders at OTAs, dude. The next month or so is probably the peak of our off-season content. So get ready for it. Also get ready for this. At noon, doing our GOAT segment. The phone lines will be open. What are the best rainy day activities? Nobody go anywhere. JP Finley here, and we all know how rainy and miserable Memorial Day weekend was. It's a weird weekend for it to be cold and rainy, but you know what? My house stayed nice and comfortable because I had my dude Paul Henry from Paul Henry's Window Installation come out, give me all new windows, all new doors, and your house stays comfortable no matter what the temperature does. All month long, you can get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. I've done a ton of work with Paul. B. Mitch has done a ton of work with Paul. He has done a fantastic job on both of our homes. Plus, if you're thinking about some other kind of project, give Paul a call. He can do it all. Call Paul right now. You get $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today and tell him B. Mitch and Finley sent you. PaulHenry'sWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. B-Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. I'm going to let my man Mark round out the Commanders conversation. We're out at OTAs tomorrow. Mark, what do you want to see from this team?
I'll tell you, JP, I think it's really going to be very interesting. Like Stallions was telling me, man, there's no tackling. However, I think the thing to watch would be the alignments for the offensive and defensive line and the other parts of both sides. What those guys are going to have, whether, we're going to have some derivation of a wide tackle or a 4-3 or a 3-4 or some type of rover back or buffalo nickel. And then on the offense, with Jaden everybody thinks is going to be under center a lot more. Well, with his agility, JP, man, I think Blau can make that work for him like Tarkenton and, even Jergy and Whiskey. But it's going to be very interesting, I think, JP. I think you and B are really going to enjoy it, buddy, as much as you like offense, man.
I appreciate it, man. I'm excited to watch it. I did not expect
to get... I know you are, buddy. I know you are. I can tell.
All right, bro. Thank you, Mark. I did not expect to get a Fran Tarkenton conversation today, but he was a hell of a player. Go watch the highlights. For me tomorrow, I want to watch the offensive operation. They're not going to show us much of anything, but I expect it to look different, and I think we'll really start to see that tomorrow. Now, fellas, I did want to switch gears real quick. Let's be honest. My man, White Brian, I love you. You're my friend, but you're obviously broke. Like, you bet 20 cents a game. Finances are tight. You got like 8 jobs. You're grinding. You're trying to make it work. The thing that sucks about working in media is to get into media, you have to make no money, and it's really hard to even break in. So you have to eat bleep for a while to break through. Does that feel about right for you, Dub B?
Yeah, it makes sense.
Well, I got news. Joy AI is hiring 10 masturbation consultants.
Sign me up. Sign me up.
Doug, they say it's real. $2,000 a month to test their new daily guided feature and document the effects on stress, sleep, and mood.
Do I get a break between the hours of 9 a.m. and 2 p.m.? Because I'm with it.
Will you apply, Jeff? I think you guys should apply.
If there was like a real website,
they're saying $2,000 a month.
Yeah, but I don't click on links from Twitter. Yeah, I don't click on Twitter links, but
I don't blame you. Listen,
if it was a way we could get a consultant on the phone. I have some real questions
about this. This doesn't seem that dependable. But of all the functions young men can perform, this is probably number one.
Why couldn't they do this when I was in high school? Because I would have broke a record. We would have been rich.
All right. So, listen, I don't know much about Joy AI. I guess this is like a pretty weird company, it seems like. But it seems
What
real.
makes you think they're weird?
I mean, they're...
the job description.
I mean,
Don't read the job description again.
It says... I mean, I don't know. Do you guys know anything about this?
So I did see this, and I was actually contemplating putting it on the rundown today, and I just had a feeling that we were going to stumble across this. So I did do some research into it, believe it or not, for my own research.
Are you considering applying?
$2,000 a month, man? Hey, I could use that money. I'll sign myself up.
So apparently
right now.
this company creates AI characters you can have relationships with. So this is like not a world that I'm comfortable in or really interested in.
That just lost me. I no longer want this job.
Yeah, I mean, the $2,000 a month ain't for nothing. Like, it looks weird. But Jeff, you're now out?
Yeah.
That didn't last long.
Yeah.
Your run as the consultant did not last long.
Yeah, bro, because what are they going to do next? Make fake babies?
I don't know.
Nah, I've prided myself on having...
For the record, I'm out. I'm not interested.
Yeah, I'm out. Once I heard AI was out.
Stallion, in?
All in.
I was
All
gonna say,
in. For
but if it-
$2,000 a month?
If are no companies tied to AI that need those consultants, I'm down.
So I this got sent to me, the link, the job posting, if you will. And B Mitch responded, "Who's signing up?" And Jeff said, "Give me 2,000." And B Mitch responded, "Because you damn sure do it for free." Stallion, just from a content perspective, can you actually apply for this? Now, I wouldn't give him like your social security number or anything, but like if it's a cursory application process, like if it's relatively simple, I think you should do it.
I think I should do it too. You know what? I think I know what I'm going to be doing during this break. I think I'm going to be applying for this job. Like, I mean, jokes aside, $2,000 a month to do basically nothing.
To do something most people do, most men do.
Most men do a
probably
lot.
most people, frankly.
Yeah.
Self-preservation.
Self-preservation. It's a self-preservation league, man. I don't know enough about the company, but White Brian, what's your interest level?
It's a lot of 10-cent bets.
You could really rack them up there, dude.
But the comments under the post, I'm really good at it, and I have over a decade of experience.
I'm gonna get us back on track. Stan, you were answering phones, so you didn't get to weigh in. Jeff's worried about body types. What are you most interested in tomorrow at Commanders OTAs?
You know, honestly, Jeff kind of nailed it. I want to see what Jaden looks like. Because last year, everyone was talking about, like, oh, he's put on a bunch of weight and he's added muscle. I want to see what he looks like this year. Like, has he put on even more muscle or does he look the exact same? Like, I think there is a conversation to be had about that eventually. Like, who knows what his body type's going to look like in 5 years down the road. But I want to see if he looks any different and see if he's put in some work this offseason. And I guess we'll just have to see tomorrow.
The boys in the aquarium very concerned about body types as they consider possible job opportunities in the future. When we return, rainy days suck. What do you like to do on a rainy day? Let's have a discussion. What are the best activities on rainy days that you can say on the radio? Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team Keller Williams Realty. JP just talking about the Commanders. Off-season work ramps up this week with OTAs beginning tomorrow. You know what they got to do? Bounce back. You know what they were last year?
5-11.
No, they were actually 5-12, but you know what that still is.
Not very good.
Yeah, it's not very good. So it's a bounce back year for the Commanders. We'll see everybody get back to work. Mandatory minicamp only 3 weeks away, June 16th through the 18th, and the long wait is now less than 3 months from football, the preseason opener on Friday, August 14th. As far as the Nationals are going, things are looking pretty good. Nats played long ball again last night. 6 home runs to clobber Cleveland 10-2. Nats are now 28-27. Over 500 this late in the season for the first time since 2021. So we got the big celebration today. Grant and Danny's big parade from the Fan Studios down Half Street to Walter's Sports Bar. That's at 5:25 p.m. to celebrate the Nats being over 500. We've got Nats baseball again tonight, 6:10 first pitch on the Fan. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call. Text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
High noon in the District of Columbia. Points up and down the eastern seaboard. Every Tuesday, we do GOATs. We debate the greatest of all time on any number of topics. And Stallion came up with this idea, and Jeff immediately clowned it. But I actually think it's pretty good. It's been raining nonstop. And, we don't live in the desert. It rains. So what is the best thing to do on a rainy day? Now, Jeff's upset because he says his answer can't be said on air. So, what, Jeff, you like to get laid on rainy days? What can you not say? What kind of deviant stuff are you up to in the rain?
Hey, we'll leave this for off-air thing.
I say yes, say it on air.
Yeah. What part of smoke weed and get laid can you not say?
I'm really just trolling, JP.
Okay.
Just let people's minds wander. That's it.
So what made me... It just sounds weird. We kind of say everything here. Maybe we choose our terms.
You say everything here.
All right. So Stallion put this in the text thread and made me think about, in college, I had to write a paper. I don't remember what the class was, but I had to do a poll and write a paper. I had to have maybe it was science. I don't even know. But I had to have a premise and then research it and prove if it was correct or not correct. And my premise was nobody goes to class when it rains. And if we all went to college, think about it. If I was home on my couch and it was raining outside, there was no way I was going to class. Unless there was an exam or a paper due or something. Rain for college kids is an immediate get the bong, we're not leaving the house. Now, I have gotten older. That's not what I do in the rain. I had to drive my kids to school and then drive myself to work. But I am prepared with my best rainy day activities. Why don't we let White Brian, you lead us off, dude. Give me 3, 2, 1. If you have honorable mentions, fire away.
At 3, I'll say get drunk and do a puzzle.
That is highly specific.
I just did it this weekend when it was raining at the beach.
I was going to say, how many puzzles do you have that do that?
Puzzles are good beach activities and rainy day activities.
Hold on, you do a puzzle on the beach?
No, but at the house.
When it's raining at the beach.
Okay. Doug, I got to entertain children.
True. Now, I was just, because I thought when you said on the beach, I thought you meant on the sand. I was going to say,
at the house. That'd be hard. That'd be very hard to do on the sand.
Yeah.
Dub B, number 2?
Number 2, we're going to go make a slip and slide.
So you're just embracing the rain and going outside in it.
Yeah, might as well. As long as there's no thunder or lightning.
White Brian's lists are always wild, dude. Make a slip and slide. Okay. And number 1.
Number 1, it's a classic. Play Uno.
Play Uno.
No swimming in the water.
You could tell White Brian just had a rainy ass weekend at the beach because he's all about games. Jeff, do you want to share your answers that you could say on air?
Yeah, for sure. First, number 3. For some reason, all my friends like coming to my house, so I have a get together. We can't cook outside. We cook in the house.
A get together is how you want to phrase it.
Yeah, get together.
You and your boys smoking blunts and ordering pizza. You call that a get together?
I mean, everybody don't smoke. Everybody don't drink. I have friends that are sober.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. Number 2, I would have to say, play my game, because that's the only time like I can really play my game without no distractions or anything. It's raining. I'm not going to be tempted to go outside.
Video games, you're saying?
Yeah. And
what are you, an Xbox guy?
PlayStation. I'm cool, JP. Always remember that.
Okay. Listen, I don't have a dog in the Xbox PlayStation fight, so
yeah,
cool.
Just say you would PlayStation to avoid.
I was.
Yeah.
I had the PS3. What
J-Dogs
number are they
forever.
on now?
5.
So I'm not that far
Yeah,
behind.
nah, you good, JP. I just knew you were cool. You wasn't no Xbox guy.
I was never an Xbox guy. I couldn't handle a controller.
And number 1, I think this is underrated. I sleep in the rain. I open my window and I just let the air come in, and I could sleep a whole entire day when it's raining.
J-Dogs forever on that. So my list, and if you got a rainy day activity, feel free to call in 800-636-1067. Getting back to the NBA here in about 20 minutes, but we'll take calls on this while we have a minute. 800-636-1067. So my top rainy day activities. Number 3, watch a movie. Like, you got nowhere to go. And this applied in the college days. This applies now with the kids. Like, all right, what movie do we want to watch? We got nowhere to be. It's raining. We're going to watch a movie. Number 2, I like to read. If you're just sitting around, I like to read. I like to read books, Jeff. And it's hard to make time for that because a lot of time when I have time is before bed and then I just kind of fall asleep. But all of my rainy day activities are like kind of lay on the couch and do. So number 3 is watch a movie. Number 2 is to read. Number 1 is a nap. Like, not necessarily going to bed, but if it's raining outside and I'm laying on the couch, I'm dozing 1,000%. It's kind of overcast and gray. Give me a good rain nap. I am all the way in on that. Stallion, you're up, buddy.
All right, so first off, you guys stink. There's so many great rainy day activities out there that, and I love you, but nap and sleep for you and the Jeffs, what are we doing?
J-Dogs.
So, J-Dogs. Sorry. Number 3.
You don't like a rainy day nap?
Well, no, I do. First off, I'm not a big nap guy. I think it's just
my wife
time
doesn't
in my
like
life.
naps.
Like, I'm just not a napper.
Okay.
Never been that. I'm just not a napper. So my number 3 is go to movies. Go to the movies. Not watch a movie inside, but go to the movie theaters. Like, I'm not.
When's the last time you went to the movie theater?
A few weeks ago on
Really?
a rainy evening. It's what I love to do. If it's raining outside, I want to watch a movie. But to make it even better, I want to go to a theater and watch a movie.
When's the last time you went to a movie theater, White Brian?
3 weeks ago.
Damn, I didn't know people were still going.
Dude, I love it.
I haven't been to a movie theater. I think I took the girls to go see Minions, maybe? Like Minions 4? I don't even know what version of Minions. No way Jeff's been. All right, so number 3 for Stallion is go to the movies.
Yeah,
Got it.
number 3. Number 2, Topgolf. Topgolf is such an elite activity when it's raining outside.
Because it's covered.
It's covered. You can hit golf balls. You can drink. You can do everything that you want to do at Topgolf. And so that kind of leads me into my number 1, bar hop. I love bar hopping in the rain. I don't know what it is, like on a rainy Saturday in the fall, you're watching college football, you're going to different bars, you're doing different things, you're talking to different people. Going bar hopping when there's nothing better to do on a rainy day is so elite. And also, I just get drunker and it's more fun. And I think I love bar hopping.
Is bar hopping your like most fun thing to do?
Yes.
In
on
general,
all days?
Yes. The answer is yes.
See, the only reason why I can't do that, Ryan, the only thing I would willingly just be in the rain to do is fish. That's it. Other than that, I don't want to go outside when it's raining. People lose the ability to drive. People just don't have no common sense when it's raining. So I just stay in the house.
I also feel like bar hopping's better on a sunny day.
Yeah.
Yes.
There's no way bar hopping is the best thing to do in the rain. Stallion just likes bar hopping, which is fine. Top golf, actually, that's kind of interesting. It's tricky for me because, like, a lot of this depends on where you are, like what phase of your life, right? And now for me, if it's a rainy day, I got to figure something to do with my kids. So that is like where my mind goes. I don't know if you guys have been, but like at the beach this weekend, it was raining the whole time. There's an indoor arcade. Absolute chaos, packed with kids. But that's a good kill some time activity. We went to an indoor pool. Dog, there were some people at this indoor pool. Like when I say fat, I mean fat. Like really, really fat. And I'm at least of the age where my kids are old and can swim. Like I have no concerns. I watch them, but I have no concerns. I didn't bring swim trunks. There was no chance I was getting in this indoor pool. To my brother-in-laws that have younger kids and knew they had to go swimming, I was like, good luck, fella. I ain't getting in that water. But I don't know. Bar hopping makes no sense. Dominic is in Tampa. Dom, what's the best rainy day activity?
Hey, JP, thanks for taking my call.
Yeah, dude.
For me, because I think you can make a case for both ways because of the heat and everything. But me, it's indoor golf simulator. I'm finding an indoor golf simulator and I'm playing around.
That's fun. Sims are awesome. So that's a good one. You have one at the house?
No, maybe soon. I'm in the process of moving to a new house, so maybe my wife will allow me to put it in the garage. But there are a couple of local ones around me. But usually, if I can get out and play, I will. But if it's raining, golf simulator for me.
Hey, Jeff has a question for you, Dom.
What do you mean by if your wife allows you to? You don't ask. I learned this as a kid. Don't ask my mom. Just do it. Deal with the consequences later.
Dom, you know what I know? Jeff's not married. I know what Dom means.
I think that comment told the whole story there. I think you'll hear the phrase "happy wife, happy life," and I'm sure JP will tell you the same thing. She allows me to scream and yell during Skins games on Sundays. I think the trade-off is I have to give her some of my best in terms of hey, if I need to ask you for something and you agree with it,
appreciate you,
go
Dom.
ahead.
I hear you, bud. We're gonna pause our regularly scheduled programming. B Mitch has arrived. B, we're debating the best activities for rainy days, and I can tell you one of the worst is. What'd you do? 100-mile bike ride this morning?
No, not this morning. Not 100. Nah, it was good.
The fact that you just rolled in here in your biking uniform, put them on Monumental.
I had no time to stop.
Where, and what have you been doing?
So I rode the Soldier Ride 250. This is this ride that started in Jacksonville, Florida.
Wow.
And they're going all the way to the, was it New York, the Twin Towers? Where everything happened. And it's, so they started there, and they have people doing 250 miles per. It ends up being a little bit over 1,000-something miles that they're riding up. So they had a ride today from Arlington to the stadium, which
Arlington to Northwest Stadium?
Northwest Stadium. They had more flat tires and stuff that they did not expect today.
Yeah.
We were supposed to get there. That's why I told Ryan I'd be here at 11:30 because they say we'll get there by 10. So I said, okay, well, I'll go 11:30 because I can get there from there quick. We got there at 11:12, I think.
What is the route from Arlington to Northwest?
We went from Arlington, came down to get on the trail right there.
Yeah.
What was that? I don't know what you call that trail. Then we came to get right there into the.
Are you soaking wet right now?
No, I'm dry now.
Okay.
I was wet, but we got to the Martin Luther King Memorial, took pictures there.
I saw the photo you sent.
Then
yeah.
we took pics at the Lincoln Memorial. Then we went right through the heart of the mall.
Yeah.
All the way up past the Capitol, jumped on the trail, went down Benning Road, Nanny Helen Burroughs, MLK Avenue.
Yeah.
All the way to the stadium.
I'm going to let you get settled. I'll take these phone calls on the best rainy day activities. Riding a bike is not one of them. Rodney's
Sitting in the house drinking.
Rodney's in D.C. Rodney, what's the best rainy day activity?
Man, at this age, I'm about to go home right now, sit on my porch, pour me a shot of Weller's Reserve, and smoke me a good cigar and binge watch some TV.
That's a good one.
Yeah, man. Hard
I like
to argue
that too.
Thank you for the call, Rodney. Enjoy your afternoon, dude. Enjoy the bourbon and binge watching television.
It rained all weekend.
It rained all weekend. Henry is in Sterling. Henry, what's the best rainy day activity, dude?
Yeah, man, I got to tell you, when it's my day off, the best activity is sleeping. But there's two categories. Are you going to go in or go out or stay in, right? If you're going to stay in, the best is to take a shower, put on your best jammies, order Chinese food or your local pizza place, right? But if you're going to go out, the best rainy day thing, I think, is probably maybe the movies.
All right. Yeah, I mean, Stallion voted for the movies. You're right. When it is terrible weather is the best time. I feel bad. I always order Chinese food in the rain, and I juice the guy that delivers. Shout out to City Lights. But the funniest is when it's snowing and people will get Uber Eats.
Yeah.
And it's some 17-year-old kid in a Honda Civic driving up an unplowed street. It's like, who thinks this is a good idea? How do we think
that kid, when he got the job, he didn't think that was going to happen.
Right.
He just felt it's going to be a summer day. He get to run somewhere and get on up there and take care of stuff. But
do you have a top 3 rainy day activities?
Chill in the house. What they say, Netflix and chill?
Yeah. I get it.
You know, Netflix and chill.
Dude, there's nothing better if it is raining, if you can
and
Netflix
it's best to have
and
a tin
chill.
roof. It feels even better.
What does? The sound?
The sound and the actions.
Sure. I'm with you. Here's where I'm at on rainy days. I want horizontal activities. Whether that's an active horizontal activity or a passive horizontal activity where I'm just laying there and chilling out.
That's what I mean by Netflix and chill.
I know.
Oh, yeah.
I'm aware.
Oh, yeah.
Jeff claims he can't say what his number one activity is.
He can.
He
probably saying it. It's just like we say it.
Let's go
He
to
just don't
Dom.
know how to put it in a different way.
Dom is in Chicago. What's up, Dom? What's your favorite rainy day activity?
Come on, man. I was minding my business, and then I heard this cat down in Tampa giving Dominic a bad name, man.
It is odd to have two Dominics call in one segment from Chicago
I only
and Tampa.
did it because he called us out, and I got to get redemption, man. I put a golf simulator in my garage, and I did not ask permission.
Oh,
and I play it when I choose to play it, man. And I love it, man.
There you go.
That's all, Jeff. Hey, Jeff, I'm with you, man. Put that foot down and stand on it.
That's what you got to do. Now, I'm not married, so
hold on.
don't nobody
Jeff
take no
doing
advice
all
from
that
me.
talking. Ain't married. Don't have nobody put it down.
Yeah.
And Dom talking that noise. And Dom, you know your wife just ain't listen. That's why you talking trash.
No, she do it just to kick me out the street. You know.
So in other words, she let you get that thing because she knew it to keep you home.
Yeah, well, I don't go nowhere, no way. So it just keep peace in the Middle East.
Thank you, Dom.
And for the record,
all right, bro.
Before we go, please don't nobody take no marriage advice from me.
Yeah,
like
that's good advice.
Just don't do that.
But you heard him though. He called in saying what he did, but then at the end you found out she allowed him to get that.
I thinking this through. I'm kind of surprised you don't have a simulator. You got the space for it.
I don't want to be at home playing golf. I want to be gone playing golf.
Okay.
People was like, listen, bro, I'm at home enough. I don't want everything I do to be at home. I gotta go play golf, get away sometimes.
Last call. Rob's in Rockville. Robert, what's the best rainy day activity?
Well, when the kids were little, and they miss it now because they're in college, but we used to go creek bogging, which was nothing more than getting your rain gear on and going into the local creeks, cleaning them up, getting the trash out, and it's cheap and fun. Other than that, I would say we were at the beach this weekend, and it stunk, but we did an escape room and just pretty much drank and ate like Kings.
Hold on now. You say when the kids were young, it was cheap and fun. Fun for who? You or them?
Everybody.
Man, you told your kids to go. Basically, you told them to go pick up trash in the creek, and they like that.
We did. We're kind of ecologists, but just splashing around, falling down in it. My son did scouts and stuff, so I don't know. We're looking for something to do. When I was little, we used to go play in creeks and probably raw sewage in Silver Spring.
Yo, that's an admirable rainy day activity, Robert.
Yes.
Thank you for the call, man. I'm not going to the creek in the rain.
Nah.
You know what my words would have been? I hate it here, Grandpa.
B is here. We got a lot of NBA to discuss. The NBA has been on fire.
Yes, it has been.
Brian and I are on opposite sides of this Spurs Thunder series. We've got 3 games left. It's going to be fun. We're going to get B in a cowboy hat when San Antonio wins this thing. Nobody
say
anywhere.
nothing about that. You just said $100. If you want comfort and convenience wherever life takes you, then you need to turn to Ruud. With Wi-Fi compatibility, you have full control of your heating and cooling system right from your phone. Forgot to turn down the heat before vacation? You can adjust it in seconds. Plus, you'll get alerts if something's not right. These guys are the best, and they've installed new systems in my house, and I felt the difference. Instantly. And here's the best part. Ruud systems are whisper quiet. No more noisy interruptions, just peace of mind. Ruud's variable speed compressor ensures precise temperature and humidity control, operating efficiently even in extreme conditions. Its comfort and performance perfectly balanced. Also, don't forget about the savings. Make sure to visit Ruud.com to learn more about the different ways that you can save on your home HVAC products. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. And remember, if it ain't Ruud, it ain't right.
Brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Nationals played long ball last night in Cleveland, knocking off the Guardians 10-2 thanks to 6 home runs, 4 of those in the first 2 innings. Nats at 28-27 above 500 this late in the season since July of 2021. The big 500 celebration is this afternoon for Grant and Danny. The big parade down Half Street to Walter Sports Bar this evening. Join him for that at 5:25 p.m. Tennis of year's second Grand Slam underway in Paris. Former world number 1 Daniil Medvedev, an upset victim, knocked out the first round today at the French Open in Paris. And the United States hoping to have a chance to defend their gold medal at the World Ice Hockey Championships in Zurich. Looks like they're going to move on to the playoff round. U.S. in a must-win situation right now, leading Austria 4-1 in the third period. Capital star Ryan Leonard has an assist on one of the goals in that game for the U.S. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
Be Mitch Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Appreciate everybody hanging with us on Monumental Sports Network, on the YouTube stream, listening to us on the podcast, wherever you get the content. We just appreciate you getting it. Let's catch up on some hoops talk, B.
Yep.
A month ago, 2 weeks ago, I would have said whoever comes out of the West is winning the title.
Mm-hmm.
This Knicks team is on fire.
They're on fire. I still think whoever come out the West wins.
Do you?
Yeah.
I'm starting to think that this Knicks team reminds me a little of that Pistons team in 2004 that ran up against the Lakers that nobody thought they had a chance, and they just...
Yeah, but the thing of it is Cavaliers played no defense. James Harden is a statue. Both the Spurs and the Thunder play defense, and they're deep. So I don't think the Knicks have played terrific, but if we look at the East over the last, I don't know how many years, the East has been weak compared to the West, and the competition in the West is better.
Yeah, I mean, the Celtics won 3 years ago, probably, but outside of that, it's been all, I mean, I'm trying to think. So the Celtics won 2 years ago, but OKC, Boston, Denver, Golden State, Milwaukee, the Lakers, Toronto. It's kind of interesting. Over the last 10 years, it's actually fairly even.
Mm-hmm.
Dude, so Celtics, Bucks are in the East, right? Yeah. Celtics, Bucks, Raptors.
Milwaukee is considered the East?
Yeah, I believe so.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Celtics, Bucks, Raptors, Cleveland in the last 10 years is 4 out of 10, so about even. But if you go back a little beyond that, kind of the Lakers and the Heat were in there. Regardless, I think the Knicks are playing at a way higher level than we expected them. And I think there's kind of some similarity to the Patriots getting to the Super Bowl in that the NFC title game felt like the Super Bowl when it was Rams-Seahawks.
Yeah.
And then, the Knicks have been excellent, and that's all. You got to give them credit.
You got to give them credit for that.
But they haven't exactly run through some buzzsaws.
They have average margin of victory is 19 points.
Crazy.
So they're doing their thing, and you can say what you want about Brunson. The dude's a closer. He knows how to close, and his teammates from college, they all can play basketball. So they're going to play hard. But the thing of it, when you look at Big Cat against other big men, they are uncomfortable outside. I don't think there's either one of those teams, the Spurs, the Thunder, their big men could go outside with them. They're not going to just be lost when they get out there. So I think it's a difference for me.
How about this? You want to list?
They're showing to be happy, but I didn't want to tell them last night, but I don't think your team's going to win the title.
List of things that didn't exist the last time the Knicks were in the NBA Finals.
Mhm.
iPhone, Facebook, Instagram, Gmail, Netflix. Is this correct? Xbox didn't exist in 1999?
Xbox? Damn.
That's crazy, dude. Like, I remember that Knicks team getting to that finals. You know what's going to be way crazier? Everybody's rattling off how long it's been since the Knicks got to a finals, right? When the Wiz finally get to a finals?
We're going to lose our mind.
Dude, it was 1979.
Yeah. Were you living?
No. I've
so
never
only one person on this show was living.
Yeah.
Okay.
But, dog, by the time the Wiz get to a finals, who knows when that's going to be? It's hardly a given.
You got a point there, Jay.
Now, speaking of the Wiz and the NBA, everybody's aware of the number one pick, obviously, and the level of prospect the number one pick could present. Whether you're a Darren Peterson guy, an AJ DeBanza guy, it's wildly interesting.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Mark Spears is an ESPN NBA analyst, commentator. We've talked, my preferred format, if you will, is take somebody at 1, and then I'm cool if they trade one of these veterans to get back into the top 10. We got what is
turn this damn thing off. It's off now.
I would love drafting somebody at 1 and then trading a veteran, maybe a veteran and a young player, getting back into the top 10 and adding another stud. This draft is loaded.
That would do a lot for you.
Tell me what you think of this idea. This is Mark Spears from ESPN.
I basically was told by a very good source close to that Washington situation that they're going to explore their options. And I think that with some of the young talent that they have, why not, right? The one thing I wonder with Giannis is, like, how much power does he have and where they trade him, and does this relatively, I guess, new owner there really care? Does he have a relationship with Giannis where he's worried about his destination? Obviously, Portland didn't care for Dame, right? Sending him to Milwaukee. Dame didn't want to go there. But I do think at this point, with Giannis and the Bucks are going to do what's best for them, not what's best for Giannis.
And that's what they're supposed to do. I think every team's supposed to be do what's best for them. I know some teams come out and it seemed like they actually did something in favor of that player, but you look at it, they made a move that benefited them. And so that he's basically saying the possibility of Giannis coming to Washington?
That's certainly what
the thing about Giannis coming to Washington.
I'm out on that.
The thing
if we
for
have
me,
to give up the number one pick,
your point guard is not going to be touching the ball. He brings the ball up the court.
Right. I don't know. I understand how incredibly complicated like the NBA salary cap is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I know enough to know I don't know enough, if that makes sense, with the NBA salary cap.
Yeah.
But I know that matching up salaries is a huge part of making NBA trades.
Totally. How much Giannis makes?
$8 zillion is my guess. Somebody give me Giannis contract details. Giannis
Close to 60?
Probably. He's making whatever you can make.
Yeah.
He'll turn 32 in December of this year, which isn't old, but he's been in the NBA for 13 years already.
It isn't old, but Giannis has missed some games of late.
So he has a $58 million cap hit next year, and the year after that has a $63 million cap hit, but
Basically-
also has a player option.
Basically 60.
It sounds almost the same as Anthony Davis's contracts.
Yeah.
Roughly.
So
they're roughly the same
when
age.
you look at it now, I think you would have to look at who gives you the most, Ant, Davis, or Giannis.
If the trade is straight up Davis for Giannis, I think I'd rather have Giannis.
Okay.
Giannis has been far more durable throughout his career. Now, this past year wasn't that,
And
but
a lot of that could have been just frustration and pissed off.
yeah, totally. Giannis has also won 2 MVPs, won a title.
Yeah.
Davis did win a title, but that was with LeBron in the bubble. Like, Giannis carried that team to a title.
I understand.
I think Giannis is the better player. I don't think, though, a Giannis for AD trade straight up exists, though. Do you?
I don't think so.
I think the Bucks would need
The Bucks would want AD and somebody else.
probably the number one pick.
I think that's a little
I'm out on that.
That's too much. At one point, I probably would say, okay, but that's too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We had a long conversation about the Nats earlier, and these are like really exciting times to be a Nats fan because they're playing really good baseball right now. You know what I mean? Like they're one game above 500. They took the series from the Braves over the weekend. Like it's a really fun time to be a Nats fan. But I think if you're realistic, you recognize how far away they are from like competing for a title. And I wouldn't want the Nats to give up like something significant to go get a veteran because the timelines don't add up.
Yeah, as I was riding in, the speculation, but I was listening to the junks, they were like, well, they're not going to pay both CJ and Wood. Well, if people have listened to me on the radio for many, many years, we always, in this town, and this is not fans, this is the ownership, but fans also don't want to pay multiple people. You know what you got to do? If you're competing against teams that are paying multiple people, you better damn well pay multiple people. Right. Because James Wood by himself is not going to beat teams that got 3 and 4 hitters. Okay? When you add Strasburg, they're not going to beat a team that has 4 or 5 pitchers.
Right.
So if you're going to be consistent at this thing and consistent at winning, you got to pay some damn body. And if you're not in the paying people business, get the hell out of it.
The learners know what is required to compete at the highest levels because they did it.
Yes.
Like it's not like they got sold to someone else and the new guy's being cheap. The same people that spent now don't spend.
Yeah.
Now the Wiz aren't in the same scenario because Liatzis, throughout his ownership of both the Caps and the Wiz, has always shown a willingness to spend.
Okay.
He pays his top players. For me, the number 1 overall pick, trading it for Giannis, that's a no for me.
No, I don't want to trade it because I'm looking at something that's going to be here for a long period of time when this thing gets great. If it gets great, Giannis won't be here.
800-636-1067, 800-636-1067. Are we crazy to say no thanks to Giannis? Rather have the number 1 pick? I am open to interpretation on this, but I have a hard time believing someone's going to change my mind. Dave Jagler will join us at 1 o'clock.
Hey, it's B-Mitch here. And if you've heard us talking about Paul Henry's winning installation over and over again, and I'll tell you, they do an absolutely great job. They came with the JP's house. You always hear him talking about his room in the back where he watches 3 TVs. Paul did that. You hear me talking about how Paul made my house look better. All new windows, all new doors, and he did absolutely a great job. Paul comes in, he does everything right the first time. You don't have to worry about him having to come back over and over again like other people that come in and do something. Somebody got to come in and correct it, and that was Paul for me. All month long, receive $125 off each window with the 5-window minimum and $600 off each door at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Contact Paul Henry's Window Installation today. Tell him B. Mitchell Finley sent you. PaulHenrysWindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. you were asking for a rainy activity. Isley Brothers telling you right now.
B, I just saw this. So we were all in Dewey over the weekend. We all had a blast.
Uh-huh.
Mikey Marr from the Junks is hysterical. He leaves it all out on the field.
Oh, he gets very country.
Yeah.
His accent goes. I was like,
dude, you're from
He
Herndon or
started
whatever.
talking. I'm like, dude, is that the same person? When he starts talking, that voice gets very, very like Southern.
Stallion just pointed this out to me. Memorial Day weekend in Dewey Beach, Friday night. Our guy Monty that runs the Starboard.
Uh-huh.
How busy do you think he is? Like
Super.
That's outside of maybe 4th of July. That's arguably the busiest day of the year.
Yeah.
Exactly. And the Juggies tweeted this out this morning. Mikey Marr just constantly texting Monty to hang out. Like, Stallion, you were with him at this point, right?
Oh yeah, we were with each other.
I think Stallion was egging him on.
No, I was not.
Did you know how much he was texting?
Call him.
I mean, I knew he was texting him. So I'll take you behind the scenes. So our game plan was we're gonna go over to the Starboard and we were gonna meet up with some of Mike's friends. And they were already in there. They were in there for hours, but we were with some of the people from sales and just hanging out. We're at the Rusty Rudder, and Mike and I had just taken a shot. And I will say this, we were in kind of rough shape. And we were like, it's a great idea. We're going to walk over to the Starboard. And Mike shoots a text because we heard there was a huge line.
That's a solid 15-minute walk, rudder to Starboard.
Yeah.
Maybe 10, but like...
We almost, in hindsight, we should have hopped on this dude with a bike. He had a bike with like a carrier in the back. We should have done that, but it costed money.
Oh, okay.
It costed money. So we're not going to do
that.
Cost money. Dummy, I know.
But why? What makes you think you're going to do something without paying?
Yeah, dude, you had a free weekend in Dewey. Maybe you had to pick up a couple bar tabs, but your hotel was free. While we were working, everything was free. Like, give the bike guy $10.
Well, I know, but we didn't have cash on us. And so even then that we just saw him pass by and we were just like, oh, that'd have been a good thought. But it's obviously that opportunity was long gone at that point. He was already a block down the road.
I can't believe.
Read the text. So read the text.
Walking in now. Just got in. Where you at? Just got here. Where you at? Monty finally responds, I'm all over. Won't find me in that packed crowd. Ha. Said, let's meet at the Cooler. Where are you? Just got to the Starboard. Just got in. Cooler, I'm with Valdez. You going to pull up soon?
And this is as we're walking, we're just ripping heaters, walking there, seeing everybody walk by, talking to different people, seeing this massive line, and we get into the Starboard. I've never seen a bar that crowded in my life.
Right.
In
but that's
my life.
how it is all the time.
I know.
I don't know why. That's what I'm saying. Like, that's how it is all the time.
I know that they do, but I'm telling you right now, you could not hear yourself think in there. I've been to a lot of crowded bars. I'm assuming you guys, we've all been to crowded bars. I have never seen a bar that crowded in my life.
It's Memorial Day weekend in Dewey.
I know, and there's nothing else to do there, so I understand.
I love Mikey, but this is he's a socially aware person. Like, he knows what he's doing.
Yeah.
But he's clearly so drunk that to think this is a good idea is astonishing.
Well, I'll tell you this much. About 30 minutes after that, he was in the Cooler. So him and Valdez got what they wanted. I actually tapped out. I was like, you know what? Like,
sometimes you have to do that.
I tapped out.
See, when you do that, sometimes you don't end up having all that stuff put on social media.
I love the Cooler.
I was smart.
But you got to play it cool with the Cooler. When Monty says it's time to go in, you go in.
Yeah.
But you don't text him and hound him about the Cooler.
See, I was representing the B. Mitch and Finley show. I tapped out. I went through the employee exit, which, by the way, this is something I haven't really brought up, so you guys will appreciate this. But there's a security guard that I was kind of making friends with. And so I was talking with him, and then one of the waitresses come by, and she's walking around with Jello shots, and I'm like, man, Monty hires well. And he goes, that's my sister. And I was like, oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, man. I'm so sorry.
Whoa.
So
sometimes you just got to be
Did you
quiet.
just walk away at that point?
No, I doubled down. I was like,
But she's really cute, though.
I meant she looked smart.
If I was dating her, I'll take her home to my mom.
Exactly. I'm like, oh, she's so nice. Like, you know. So that was a tough comment for him.
Yo, White Brian, I saw Rooster walking around. I would like to just check with Chris how mad he is. Probably at Stallion the most, but just for everybody that got to go to Dewey and he did not. I'd love to get Rooster's opinion on that because
Rooster understand.
I'm guessing he has some thoughts. Just see if he's out there. It's you guys were going for it.
Oh, we went.
They
for
really
it.
went for it.
We went. For
You
it.
left right away.
Yeah.
How was the drive back?
Easy.
How bad was the traffic coming
Horrible.
east?
It
took
was,
Lauren 5 hours.
Coming that way, it was all the way damn near to Bowie. How the traffic was going the other way.
She said it was bumper to bumper
Yeah.
from Davidsonville. I mean,
That's crazy.
And dude, they only had 2 lanes open going east on the Bay Bridge. Who made that decision?
Somebody that's not smart.
I mean, that is asinine. But all in all, the Memorial Day weekend in Dewey, Monty said he wants to do it every year. Sign us up.
Sign me up for that. Oh my God.
Jeff, you could come down and stay with me, dog. I don't know how else to tell you that. Bees stayed with me.
Look. The only reason why I didn't go this weekend is because I had stuff.
He had something to do,
That's
and he
right.
wanted to be responsible. He said that. I felt good when I heard Jeff speak like that.
You know what made me proud of Jeff? As we were all leaving Thursday, he was saying, he's like, I got to get, would you have a set for WPGC?
Yeah, my mix.
How'd it go?
Oh, it went well, man. It went well. I ultimately missed it because I don't know why I wasn't paying attention that my mix came on Saturday, and I thought it was on Monday.
You told me Monday.
That's what I thought because he said Memorial Day. Memorial Day is Monday.
Yeah.
So
how does that work? You just give him like a 2-hour block of music?
yeah, I could either come in live, but I had the DJ all weekend, so I just sent them a 27-minute mix, and we went from there.
That's great.
Good job there, Jeffrey.
You should send that to the powers at the Wizards.
You're right.
Gotta
I'ma
get
send it to 'em.
Jeff Too Funny to DJ the Wizards games. I'm trying to figure out who I need to talk to about that, but I figure if I just keep saying it on Monumental Sports Network, it'll get to the right person. That's kind of my thought. Nats are playing good baseball. It's been a lot of fun to watch them. Dave Jagler, Nats Radio play-by-play, will join us next. Preview this Guardians game. Oh, there's the Roost. Roost, how mad are you that everybody got to go to Dewey?
Hi, first of all. Mad wouldn't be the way to describe it. I felt I felt like I was missing out on a good time, but I was sick as a dog on Friday, man.
Well,
so,
you didn't need to be there.
yeah, I didn't. I wouldn't want to affect you guys. I wouldn't want to throw up all over you.
Yeah.
We know about you throwing up on people.
Yeah, you did it all over those poor tourists in Barcelona.
Yes, that is true. That is true.
You did. So they did us a favor.
Yeah.
Yeah,
You know, basically, you
Yeah,
could look
yeah.
at it like that. Did you guys have fun?
Yeah, it was
I mean,
great.
I watched the show because I was working from home.
Fantabulous time.
It was fun.
I was working from home, so I saw you guys hanging out. You guys look comfortable. You
We had a
guys look
blast.
like you were having some Mai Tais and
Orange Crushes.
Orange Crushes, whatever.
I had a Orange Crush
Orange
to end
Crush.
the show.
Okay.
What's your favorite activity on a rainy day?
Now, I
Bruce?
heard this bit coming in, so I was just making fun of White Brian for playing board games and getting drunk. I told him when there's time to lean, there's time to clean. I like to clean. I like a nice clean house.
All right. Rooster likes to clean, B. Did you ever think we'd hear that?
Hell no.
I did not either.
Or I like to cook. I did a shrimp boil yesterday.
Huh.
What about the boys?
What happened to the boys?
I'm going to have to bring it in for the boys when I have a little more time, when
I
I,
have a
know
question.
you guys are here.
What is in a shrimp boil?
It takes time.
The same thing in a crab boil or a crawfish
yeah,
boil.
I know, but
Shrimp,
but
corn,
you-
potatoes, usually.
Yeah, I know. I can do it all in the morning. If I know you guys are going to be here, I got 3 extra pounds of shrimp.
We're not here tomorrow. We're here the day after tomorrow.
3 pounds of shrimp, I could destroy that myself.
Yeah.
Well, maybe you can
Well, you
share a
need
little.
kielbasa, you need corn, you need red potatoes, you need
Andouille.
onions. I don't do andouille. I did fresh kielbasa.
We got to go to break. You have a
Okay.
show that starts
Yes,
in
I
a
do.
minute.
Bye.
It's B. Mitch and Finley.
Hey, it's B. Mitch here. Spring is here, and I'm finally back outside riding my bike. Actually, I rode it today. With Autism Acceptance Month kicking off, it's the perfect time to talk about Bike to the Beach. I'd love for you to join my team on June 19th as we ride to support autism and disability inclusion. It's an incredible experience. We finish with a beachside celebration in Dewey Beach, just steps away from the ocean and right in the heart of the action. Let's ride, make a difference, and start the summer strong together. Join my team or start your own today at biketothebeach.org. That's biketothebeach.org.
Today, we celebrate the Nationals, who are above 500 this late in a season for the first time since July of 2021. Get set for Grant Danny's big celebratory parade today. They promised it would happen. It will today from the Fan Studios down Half Street to Walter's Sports Bar. That gets underway at 5:25 p.m. today. Grant and Danny live here on the Fan. That's because the Nats hit 6 home runs last night to hammer the Cleveland Guardians 10-2. Nats have now won 3 in a row and 5 of their last 7. They'll try again in Cleveland tonight. 6:10 first pitch for Nats baseball on the Fan. NBA Spurs and Thunder, pivotal Game 5 in Oklahoma City. That series tied up at 2 wins apiece. Stanley Cup favorites in big trouble in hockey. Colorado down 3-0. Try to avoid elimination tonight in Las Vegas. Golden Knights trying to reach the Stanley Cup Finals for a third time in their 9 seasons in the NHL. Good win on the ice for the United States hockey team at the World Ice Hockey Championships. Must win in Zurich. U.S. gets it done, beating Austria 4-1, so the United States will face Canada now in the quarterfinals Thursday in Zurich. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 106.7 The Fan. Nats are playing really good baseball. They're 1 game over 500. Helping us make sense of everything going right in Natstown is our friend Dave Jagler, who's set to join us in just a moment. The B. Mitch and Finley program is brought to you by Rude. Do not melt this summer. Upgrade to high-efficiency HVAC and get 60 months, same as cash, on qualified equipment until May 31st. Keep your cool and your cash. Find a Rude Pro partner at Rude.com. And Brian, what do they say? If it ain't Rude,
it ain't right.
That's correct. Joining us on the Rude Guest Hotline, our guy Dave Jagler. You can listen to Dave and Charlie right here on 106.7 The Fan for every Nats game. Dave, what's up, man? How's Cleveland?
Great. Weather's nice. The team brought their bats to Cleveland, which was really nice. Yesterday was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
A lot of fun.
How much fun is just this season for you guys right now?
Yeah, we were talking like off the air yesterday. It was like, yesterday was the start of the second third of the season. 54 games is 1/3. It's like the first third just flew by. Sometimes when you're in a not a great season, it can be a bit of a slog to get through at times. There's so many games, but
yeah, I get that.
It's like, oh man, we just look up. We look up, and it's the third gone. Wow, where did it go? So yeah, it definitely has been fun. And the funny thing about some of these games is each one offers something different. They've had a lot of games where they've come from way behind. They've had a lot of games where they've been way ahead and lost. So I suppose that's good for us, good for our ratings. You can't turn it off because you never know what's going to happen in the late innings.
What seems to be the difference in this squad right now? They just having more fun together? Because I've always told people, when I had fun, I played well.
Well, I mean, Brian, winning is fun. Winning is contagious. Yeah. I mean, I think the huge difference is just the offense. I mean, some of the players are the same, some are different, but it's been a different philosophy offensively. I mean, James Wood and C.J. Abrams are there. They've been there the last couple of years. They're carrying the freight, but it's the lesser guys like Curtis Mead hits 2 homers yesterday. They give Curtis Mead good matchups. They're trying to win every matchup, and so let's say a left-handed pitcher comes in there and Garcia's up. Well, Garcia's come out of the game, or vice versa. Garcia might not start, but he'll cut a big pinch hit later in the game. So they're trying to maximize every little advantage they can in each individual matchup, which is something that, if you have everyday players, well, you're not going to make a lot of those moves. But they're not afraid to make a move to try to win 6th or 7th inning if the game's on the line then. So, as a group, this offense has been terrific. They're leading the major leagues in runs scored, and right now they're on pace for roughly 900 runs. 800 runs over a season is a great offense. 900 is insane. I'm not saying they can keep up that pace. Last year, they scored 687. They're almost halfway to last year's run total after 1/3 of the season. So that's been the huge difference.
That's crazy, man. Yeah. So it kind of brings me to a question I've had, because the bats have been hot all year. How much of, like Jacob Young, for instance, has more home runs this season than he does in the 3 previous seasons combined?
Yeah.
And we're big fans of Jake. I love watching him play defense. JY's a great dude. how much of like his recent power do you think is a byproduct of the new and different ways Taboni, Butera are approaching hitting with their players versus how much of this is just they're hot right now and we'll see what happens over, what is a 2 more thirds of a season to go?
Yeah. I think what I said before about individual matchups, that has to do with, with their philosophy, the organizational philosophy, from Taboni on down through Butera.
Yep.
And you have to credit a lot the hitting coaches, no doubt. I think on JY specifically, this is credit to him. The entire offseason, and this is before I think even the new hitting coach, Matt Borgschulte, was hired, he had it in his mind that he had to improve himself as a hitter to be more impactful with the baseball. Now, he's a guy with great speed, so yeah, if you hit ground balls and line drives, you can get a lot of singles and he can steal bases, but he wanted to drive the ball. So he went to drive line and worked a program the entire offseason to improve his bat speed. And I think that's a credit to him. And I think, he deserves all the credit for that. And, teams might continue to play him. We always see the third baseman come in. Right before his home run last night, I said, Ramirez is coming in at third base like he's going to bunt him. Like, this is now slugging Jacob Young. Sure enough, he hits a home run. He's just, if you want to pound him in, he now has the confidence and the ability to turn on that ball with increased bat speed, connect with the ball, and then because of his increased bat speed, hit it a longer distance and hit it over the fence. We would never see him impact the ball that way. So I credit the work that he did in the offseason, and he credits his personal hitting coach, who's now in the Nationals organization coaching at AAA. So, yeah, while there is a lot going on collectively on a day-to-day basis, a lot can happen in the offseason. I think you have to credit Jacob Young for the work he did in the offseason, and it's paying off here in the season.
Well, yesterday they scored 10 runs and they gave up 2. So I would say when you got that much run support, the pitching could get a little more relaxed, which when people play relaxed, they play better. Has the hitting helped out the pitching?
Well, it can cover up for a lot of mistakes because I think that, as we sit there with the record of 28 and 27, you can look at individual games where you're like, man, they kind of gave that game away. And it's part of it has been the pitching, but even more so is the defense. The Nationals are last in the league in defense. I feel like if they played even just league average defense, they probably have 4 or 5 more wins. Now, offense can cover up a lot of mistakes. So at times they've won games that maybe they wouldn't have won in previous years when they weren't scoring runs. So, they might make a couple errors or not pitch all that well, and they win the game 8-6. Yesterday was not the case. They pitched well actually on this road trip. And kind of the way, baseball is, you're not going to hit great every night. The Nationals actually won 2 games in Atlanta when they scored 2 runs, 2-0 and 2-1. So on this road trip, the pitching staff has been very, very good, and that's starters and relievers, and they've played a little more consistent defense. So I think over the second third and the third third of the season, if this team can improve, the pitching, which has started to happen, and if they can improve the defense, which we're waiting for to happen, if they keep up, being a top half of the league offense, then I think they'll continue to win games.
Jags, you've watched this team a long time. You've called the games a long time. How impressed were you for them to go to Atlanta, the best record in baseball, and win a 2-0 and a 2-1 game? How surprised were you?
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I mean, we set that series up as just the 2 top scoring teams in the major leagues, and we basically had 3 pitchers duels. I mean, Game 1 was 2-2 into the extra innings, and the Nationals had a chance to win that game if they had just another hit, or they had a 2-run lead in the 10th, and the Braves tied it and won at the 11th. So yeah, I mean, that's the thing about baseball. You could have 2 great pitchers, and sometimes we set up a great pitching matchup, and the game ends up 10-8, or we set up that it's 2 great offenses. And it turns out that neither offense did much. So I think, again, you have to credit the pitching staff. They were able to get, Jake Irvin, unfortunately, got hurt in his last start, but he had a no-hitter through 5 innings in the game on Saturday. Kay Cavalli pitched a great game on Friday, or actually on Thursday against the Mets, 2-1. Michaelis pitched well in the first game, and they lost that one. So, I think overall, just up and down the lineup. And we haven't mentioned Foster Griffin yet. He's the one who pitched on Sunday. I mean, he was 6 scoreless. Foster Griffin, where would this team be without him? I mean, he's 6-2. It feels like every time he starts, they win. So there have been some positives on the pitching staff, even though collectively the team ERA is not where they want it to be.
Talking with Dave Jagler here on the Rude Guest Hotline. Of course, you can listen to Dave right here on 106.7 The Fan, the flagship for Washington Nationals radio. You can give Dave a follow at Dave Jagler, Jagler. You've been calling games for the Nats radio broadcast for some time. You've mentioned a few times we're a third of the way through the year. This has gone really well, right? When we get 2/3 of the way through the year, where do you think this team's going to be?
I mean, that's hard to say. I'd love for this team to be, over 500 and contending. I mean, the baseball season is just, gruelingly long, and we've seen it on the flip side. I mean, famously, 19-31 is just a shade under a third of the way, and that 2019 team looked dead and buried, and they ended up winning the whole thing. So, there are teams now who are down who will find their way up. It's just over a long season, you're going to have some ups and downs, and right now the Phillies are under 500. I still think they're a contender, but I mean, as the Nationals have played some of these better teams, I think they've grown in confidence that they can play with these teams. And you referenced the Atlanta series. I mean, Cleveland's a division leader. The next home series that we have this weekend is going to be a lot of fun. The Padres are here. The Padres are one of the best teams in baseball. So these guys, I think, relish the opportunity to measure up against the best and see how they compete against the best. And I think with that mindset, don't put any limitations on this team, because I think there's been a lot of noise that no one expects this team to win. And they've been talking as they've played better, and we're trying to block all that out. So I don't want to put any expectation on them. Hopefully they can just go out and play the best that they can play.
Does this have a feel of like any other year that you remember? Like, obviously not 2019 or whatever, but is there a season that this kind of reminds you of from the relatively recent past that you're like, you know what, these guys kind of remind me of that group?
Well, I mean, it's a totally different group in that, Mike Rizzo obviously ran this organization for the 10 in Washington since the Nationals came. And so this group and the open strategy.
Jeff, I'm going to throw him on hold and you see if we can iron that out. Dave Jagler, play-by-play voice of the Washington Nats, joining us right now from Cleveland. The Nats have a 6 o'clock start tonight, which is kind of a interesting start time, I feel like. Maybe that's normal in Cleveland. Cleveland's also the same time zone, so I don't know what's up with the 6 o'clock. Sorry, Dave, you were saying, it is a different group, but if they maybe reminded you of somebody.
Yeah, I mean, it is totally different in every way, but I mean, if you look at a season where I think the team kind of, I look back at the 2011 season, that was kind of the first year where the group, Rizzo took over in 2009. You had Strasburg drafted. You were on the cusp of drafting Harper. You had Desmond come up. You had Espinosa come up. You had Jordan Zimmerman come up. And that team, finished right just a game under 500, and that set the table for winning the division the next year. So, I mean, I think that would be a good, parallel, because the rebuild had been several years in the making the first time around. That 2011 season was the first time you said, man, this team is on the brink of doing something really good. And the next year they won 98 games. So if this team can kind of mirror the of 2011, where you establish core players, Wood and Abrams and Lyle, and find a couple of key pitchers that emerge in that group, then maybe you set the table to make a run like the 2012 team did in years going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I remember that year, how much fun that was, and then what happened following there was a sustained long period of being a championship contender, right? Because they probably added Scherzer 2 years later.
Yep, and then obviously it's Strasburg and Zimmerman front the rotation. They traded for Gio Gonzalez in 2012, and I think late in the 2011 season, the Phillies were the best team in the league that year. Ended up getting knocked off in the first round. The Nationals went to Philadelphia in August of that year and swept the 4-game series in Philadelphia. And I remember thinking at that time, I'm like, these guys are coming, and they're sending a message to everyone else in the division that they're coming. And so, you beat the Braves in a series, and if the Braves are in it later in the year and you beat them in a series again, just setting the table, hey, we're knocking on the door. This is not, it used to be you guys would come into D.C., pad your stats, walk out with a couple of wins. Those days are over. It's, they know now they've got a battle in their hands when the Nationals are in town. I think they've set that message loud and clear now, and now just trying to find a way to keep winning those games, winning those series.
Talking with Dave Jagler here. You can hear he and Charlie on the call. Nats Guardians this evening. Dave, what's up with the 6 o'clock start time? It's kind of weird, right?
No idea. I mean, I know school's still in here. I mean, I like it. Although last night was kind of funny because We started at 6. The Cavaliers right next door started at 8. So when the Nationals were kind of blowing them out, people started leaving, and they were kind of in between where the basketball arena and the baseball stadium are. There's an open plaza. They had the game on TV. Wow. By the time I walked out, the Cavs were down 20. So no one,
everybody was leaving.
That good a mood. Everyone was in a bad mood in Cleveland last night. So it was a good night. It was a good night for the Nationals. The Knicks were at our hotel, so it was a good night for the Knicks. Unfortunately, a bad night for Cleveland.
Yes, indeed. All over the place.
What's that barbecue, that rib spot right there between the basketball arena and the baseball arena? There's that like open street where they have all the lights up in the street. I want to say it's like Mabel's or something.
Well, I don't know. I mean, I was walking around for lunch on 4th Street. There's a lot of cool like breweries and open air restaurants there. I'm not sure the specific one you're talking about, but it's a pretty poppin' place, after a Cavs game or after a Guardians game. So it's definitely a good spot here. And the football stadium's not far away, but they're building a new football stadium that's going to be away from downtown to open in a few years.
That's such a bummer. Yeah, dude, so I just Googled it. It's called Mabel's. Check it out. Okay. It's right there by the ballpark, and it's really good. I enjoyed it there.
Nice.
Last thing I wanted to tell you about.
And send Jay your cash app. He's going to treat you.
Yeah, I'm waiting on that one.
I'll buy the napkins. I don't know if you're aware of this, but Grant and Danny, the program after us, they're having a parade today to celebrate the Nats getting over 500. Obviously, you're at the game. You won't be able to attend the parade. But do you have any advice or suggestions for the parade goers?
No, I mean, I would have, unfortunately, I would have done it for a home game. And obviously, they're over 500 now. Hopefully, they'll still be over 500 with the Padres in town this weekend.
Yeah.
I would say let's do another parade on Friday because San Diego's in town. They're a really good team. I think it's going to be a great series. Hopefully the weather's good. Got a post-game concert Friday. Got a C.J. Abrams bobblehead on Saturday. Let's hope the energy they have at the parade tonight carries over to a fun weekend because the Nats are getting tested. These are good teams and definitely need the crowd involved. So hopefully Grant and Denny get everybody fired up tonight and let's carry over that energy for the weekend.
All right,
Dave, you do have a decent point. That a home game may have
made more sense.
But maybe they want to make sure they can have it while they're over 500.
So, because when we were getting close there, I think in the Mets series, and so they were thinking they were going to have to get it together. Then they went back down like a game or two under. So it just didn't work out that way. But if they can win tonight, then they're guaranteed to be over 500 when the Padres are in town on Friday.
There you go.
And then you do it like they do in New Orleans. Everybody join in.
I hope
exactly.
I hope the park is packed for that Padres series because that is a good team coming to town. Weather looks great this weekend. I'm hoping you see packed ballparks on Friday.
Yeah, just think back a week ago. I mean, it's like the one series I missed. My daughter was graduating college, but the crowds for the Orioles series were awesome. I mean, you had the hot dog night on Friday, and then the Ovi bobblehead, and you had two great Nats wins, and it was like 38,000, whatever it was, close to, if not a sellout, both games, but with a great energy in the ballpark as the Nationals are playing well. And I think that this team has played very well on the road. They got an incredible road record. They're trying to match that at home. The energy of the crowd behind it, I think, will help them improve their home record.
Absolutely. Well, congrats to you and the family for the college graduation, and we'll be listening tonight. Appreciate you making time for us, Dave.
All right, Dave. Appreciate you, brother.
All right. Always a pleasure, guys. Talk to you soon.
Dave Jagler, Nats Radio. They're on the air at 5:25 with live coverage from Cleveland. If you are driving around at 5:25, make sure you're listening to Dave and Charlie right here on 106.7 The Fan. If you're around, if you're coming downtown or you're down here already, get in the parade with Grant and Danny and the boys. Toby Altizer's wearing a full uniform. We're going to get him on Monumental here in a moment. And Grant just tweeted out they got pizza. Pupatella's providing pizza for all of the parade goers. Nobody go anywhere. It is B. Mitchell Finley. Listen, man, the last week of weather is the best example of how crazy the DMV is. Early last week, it was almost 100 degrees. It was over 90 3 days in a row. Then for Memorial Day weekend, it got rainy and it got cold. Right now is the time to schedule a $99 heating and cooling check with my guys, the 5-star experts over at Crop Metcalf. My wife and I love working with them. Here's the deal. For just $99, a Crop Metcalf certified 5-star technician will inspect both your heating and cooling systems in one visit, making sure everything's running smooth, efficient, and ready for whatever Mother Nature throws at you this season. That means you can boost your system's performance, lower your energy bills, and catch small issues before they turn into potentially major costly repairs. Take it from me, a quick call to Crop Metcalf is a small move now that can save you big time when the temps really flip. Do yourself a favor. Do what I always do. Call the 5-star experts over at Crop Metcalf or visit cropmetcalf.com to schedule your appointment today. Crop Metcalf is the home of the 5-star technician.
This update brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? Nationals hit 6 home runs last night to hammer the Cleveland Guardians 10-2, so at 28-27. It's time to celebrate. The Nats are over 500 big parade today. Grant and Danny, as the guys are just talking about it, starts at 5:25 p.m. up Half Street down to Walter's Sports Bar as the Nationals get above 500 this late in a season. More than a third of the way into it now for the first time since July of 2021. Tonight, hockey, the Stanley Cup favorites face elimination. Colorado down 3-0, try to avoid getting bounced tonight in Las Vegas. We know all about this. That was the best team in hockey about to get eliminated. Chicago 2013, the last team to win the President's Trophy and the Stanley Cup in the same season. And good news on the ice, must win for Team USA at the World Ice Hockey Championships today in Zurich. U.S. gets it done, beating Austria 4-1 to advance to the quarterfinals to take on Canada on Thursday. Celebrating her birthday, discover the stunning collection of Tacori fine jewelry at Mervis Diamond Importers. From engagement rings and anniversary bands to necklaces and bracelets at Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of fine quality diamonds and Tacori jewelry in D.C. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on The Fan.
B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. I texted you this over the weekend. My 7-year-old, I asked her to name basketball players.
Yeah.
And she named LeBron, Messi, and Kendrick Lamar.
1 out of 3 ain't bad.
Good job, babe. Good job. Speaking of basketball.
Baseball should go to the Hall of Fame.
Exactly. We got hoops tonight, B.
Yeah.
The last 3 games of this series have officially approached ball night territory.
Oh.
It's ball night, honey. I'm watching this locked in. My darling wife.
All that? No below deck or nothing like that?
Hoops is on the big screen for the entire game.
All right.
That's where we've reached.
All right.
Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals.
With that.
We're not going up top. We're not watching below deck.
I got you.
Do you think I'll pull that off?
Huh?
Do you think that's how things will actually happen?
If she wants it to happen, you will.
She might just go to bed. She'd wake up early, go to the office today.
Yeah, but if she decides she want to do something else, you're going to do something else.
Do you feel any differently? We made the wager on Friday.
No, I still don't.
You think the Thunder is still going to win this thing?
The thing I look at basketball, and I don't even make my comments a lot because people don't even listen to what your comments are before you go. I watched the way the games are called. I watched that last game, when they basically ran the Spurs out the gym. Then I watched that game,
dude.
The referees influenced the hell out of stuff early, and that's what kills me. We'll see tonight how it goes again tonight.
Well, what was crazy in Game 3? San Antonio, that gym was rowdy. They got a 15-0 lead.
Yeah.
And then ended up losing by 15 points.
Yeah.
That is crazy, dude. Now, I'm fired up about tonight. I am is it Stefan Castle or Steven Castle? Stefan. I am a Steph Castle stan. I was making some bold proclamations last week. I'm not backing off him.
I'm a fan of his, but I tell you like this here. He's a great front runner.
He plays physical.
Yeah, but when they started to put the little picks on him and all the other game, he played the Spurs out the game. I put that Game 3 loss on him because he lost his composure. He came out this game and they played much better, and he stayed there. I want to see, since they changed, when they change and go back, to Oklahoma City, and if the refs are not giving him them little calls, will he stay that cool? He's that all over the place.
Yeah.
But when it's not going his way, he soaks like a little boy.
What do you think of Wemby? like the half court shot or buzzer beater.
You know, they throw him up, they make him sometimes. And when he shot it, I say, "Go make this." You know what I'm saying?
It was like
it just seems like
it
seemed like he was just ready and he made it. You know, but that's how that night was going. Everything was going for them.
Right.
You know, everything was going for them.
They're tied 2-2.
Yep.
Somebody's got to get to 4. Do you think this gets to 7?
I think the NBA definitely wants it to 7. Definitely wanted to 7. So can you imagine the numbers if that thing gets to 7?
What is the schedule? It's tonight, then Thursday, then probably Sunday.
I couldn't tell you, bro.
I mean, it's definitely tonight. We know that much. So there's at least going to be a game 6, which would be Thursday, right? All right, I got it here. So it's tonight and then Thursday and then Saturday night if it gets to game 7. That will be ball night.
It will be smoking.
Watching this, Wemby's gone 41-21, 26, 33. What do you think in the non-Wemby dominant games? You think that's on Wemby, or do you think OKC is doing something more effective?
I think it's a combination. Like I listen to the guys, Charles and all them calling, even Reggie Miller. Wemby likes to play away from the basket sometimes. If he's going to be dominant, he needs to be in the paint. If he plays outside that three-point line, they're not winning. Point blank. He can shoot, but he adjusts every shot when he's standing in the paint. I watch him adjust everybody that shot a ball on the Oklahoma City, whether he's jumping or not, they are trying to shoot it based off of him jumping.
Right.
So, but if he's playing outside the paint, even when they're on offense, it's a problem for them.
OKC in game 4 also just couldn't score. They couldn't make a bucket. They shot 18% from 3.
Yeah.
They shot 33% from the field. For a team that has SGA, a guy that can generally get to the bucket, like it's hard for them to have that poor of a shooting night.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like SGA was 6 of 15. He is, if he's not he's one of the best players on the planet. He was a minus 18 the other night. I doubt that happens again.
No.
All right, Jeff, Mr. SGA Stan.
Well, I think another reason why last game didn't go as planned either. Missing J-Dub.
Yeah, dude.
That's a big factor. And I'm over here getting called a hater right now by WB because I just think like Wemby is just a freak of nature. Like he's supposed to make that half court shot. Like it's people shooting that already. I think it's easier
He's
for
supposed
him.
to. I think he's supposed to do stuff at the basket. Being able to do that is different.
But like B said, Wemby needs to be in the paint.
He's not an at the basket guy. He is
if
everything guy.
Bro,
he's an everything guy. Yeah, so we can't. If we talk about he can do it all, he needs to do it all, and that's what he's done. That's what he did in that damn game.
Yeah, I think
you might be a Wemby hater, Jeff.
No, I'm not a Wemby hater.
He's a hater.
No, it's just when I see like basketball. Have y'all played basketball before?
Yes.
Okay, so you know, usually the tallest man on the court, it is that easy for him. I haven't seen I gotta see Wemby. Now if Wemby, beat OKC and just go completely take over this finals, then I won't be so critical. But it's like it just seems like the stuff he's doing, he's supposed to be able to do. He's like 7'6".
7'4", right?
I know I'm just sizing it, but
that's
what you're not impressed by
with his tennis shoes on. He's 7'4".
I'm not impressed by Victor Wembanyama's game of basketball. I'm impressed by the body he has. He's a freak of nature. He's going to do that stuff.
That is being a hater.
No, it's not. It's not like
that's big, and he can bring the ball up the court, pull up from half court. Like Yao Ming was the last super big dude, right? Yes. And Yao had a little bit of game, but it was all back to the basket from the block, and he could hit the turnaround jumper.
Wemby does what
Wemby's the evolution of Kevin Durant.
Yes, but it hasn't
with more
fully,
of a post presence.
Yeah, it hasn't fully gotten there yet. Like
you are a hater.
No, I'm not, bro. When they need a big shot, I think Wemby go past that thing to Castle for him to shoot it.
No chance. In game 1 where it went to OT, it was Wemby from the logo.
Yes. Okay.
30 and 13
he made one
in
play.
These playoffs.
Yes, but he's a freak of nature, guys. Like, even when Shaq was dominating the league, it's like, bro, this man is a freak of nature. He's pushing people out the way, backing them down. Wemby just tall, bro.
But he's not. He's doing all that while being tall, while doing things that nobody else can do.
What's something that nobody else could do that Wemby could do? But besides stand and dunk the ball.
He's 7'4" and can block people like no one else in the league.
That's what you're supposed to do. You're the tallest in the league.
No, you're not, Jeff. It's not. That's not how it works.
Chet Holmgren stinks going up against
Thank
Wemby.
you.
That doesn't matter.
Wemby is
Chet
better
Holmgren
than Chet.
is legit shook going against Wemby.
That's because Wemby is better and he has a better presence of the game. But also, it's nothing that Wemby is doing the only thing that he can do that other players can't do is literally just dunk the ball standing up. We've seen Steph hit them long range shots. We've seen people hit buzzer beaters.
Derek Fisher hit long range 3-pointers.
Yeah, so what is he doing?
What's about Steph Curry?
Bro, but this is the thing. No, stop. You're getting loud, but you saying he does stuff that people can't do. Name him.
There's nobody his size doing the things he's doing.
But why is he's able to do it? He's that size.
Yo, Jeff, he's able to hit the three, but he also is like the biggest defensive presence in basketball. B just said he impacts every shot the Thunder try to take.
Why do he impact every shot? Because
but being able to do both, Jeff.
7'6".
You can't. You don't see that being able to do both of those things is what makes it so remarkable?
Yo, it's only because he is that big. Like I'm saying, he don't even have to jump to block a shot. He just goes like this. Nobody else can do that.
You don't think what he's doing is remarkable?
It's just not. It's not remarkable just yet. It's not. It's not.
Why do you hate him? Because he's French?
I don't hate Wemby. It's just his game to me. All it is he's an athletic freak that's just imposing his will on the court. There's nobody else to check him.
And that's not remarkable?
No, he's just big. Like Wemby's not going to put you in the blender. Like he's not going pat 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 and then give it to you. No, it's not going to look smooth, bro. It's going to look like just another. Like KD will pat you up and shoot that joint.
One vote hater.
I'm with you.
Nah, man. I'm not a Wemby hater. I'm not a Wemby hater. I'm not a Wemby hater.
I just think y'all act like Jeff gonna be different. Jeff is never gonna go straight along what you do.
Do you think he's a Wemby hater?
No, I don't think he is. I just think that I just think that
the two SGA dudes.
My whole thing is everybody want to make him the greatest already. I want him to become the greatest. I don't see, and I'm totally different than. You see one play, they see one play, and y'all go, I need to see it all the time. And if he does it, then I'll give him credit.
If he's holding a trophy in 2 weeks.
And if he's not, what you going to say?
You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley.
Hey, fellas, if you're still rocking those tired old polos with floppy collars, it's time to upgrade this spring. Collars & Co. gives you that crisp dress shirt look with the comfort of your favorite polo. I wear mine to the studio like I have on today, out on the course, or even layer on a sweater or blazer for a night out on the town. No wrinkles, no dry cleaner, just throw it on and you're good to go. Head to collarsandco.com or their store in Congressional Plaza to get squared away for Father's Day. Yes, women, go out there and spend some money on your man for Father's Day. It was $30.4 billion spent on Mother's Day. Spend some money on the men. It's an easy win. Collars & Co.
That was a You talk about committing to the bit around here, and Jeff is certainly doing it with his anti-Victor Wembanyama stance. But there's another celebration this afternoon. There's going to be a parade from our office building, 1015 Half Street. Are you down to Walter's Bar? So you're going to
Toby's running.
Walk straight down Half Street to the center field gate, make a right, go
Everybody
to Walter's.
else walking, Toby's running.
There's pizza being provided by
Yep.
Pupatella.
Yep.
Walter's giving away beers for people that show up in Nats gear.
First 100 people that show up at the Nats game.
What was your title when you're like the leader of the parade?
The Marshal.
Yeah.
Grand Marshal.
Grand Marshal. Toby, I think you are the Grand Marshal. For everybody watching on Monumental, you get a good look at Toby. I think
He's the Grand National.
I think Allie is our Monumental producer today. Toby, can you stand up and just really show everything off? Because, Toby, it's one thing to wear a jersey and a hat. He has the entire uniform on. He has baseball pants. He has a sliding mitt. He has batting gloves. I think, look at these cameras, perhaps. Eye black is on. He's got a wrist guard, an elbow sleeve.
What's your batting average?
What's your batting average, Toby?
Not good.
We're trying to get Toby on camera more, I guess.
There we go.
So listen, if you're coming,
he played the whole bit.
If you're coming to the parade, Toby is all the way committed.
I came in with
can
a
we
bike
take a
outfit.
guess on
Toby
what-
came in and blew me
Yeah,
off
that
the
is
map.
funny. B-Mitch came in his full biking outfit.
Because I had just finished riding the bike.
Toby's here in full baseball uniform.
He not playing baseball.
Jeff, tomorrow, will you wear a basketball uniform?
No. But what position would Toby play?
Bullpen catcher?
Nah, I
He's
know.
a scooty little outfielder.
No, Toby is the coach on the third base going like
So we had Dave Jagler on, and he did raise an interesting question. Why
do
are you
y'all
having
do
the
it?
parade
Yeah.
for a home game?
Well, I mean, we wanted it whenever they got above 500, and we don't know how long that's going to be. Hopefully, it's for the rest of the season, but don't know. So you got to celebrate whenever you get it.
All right. Well, I hope it's a blast. You always are geared up for whatever team. Hokies, Wizards,
Toby got 700,
Commanders.
700 jerseys.
So I'm not necessarily surprised that you're in full uniform. I am impressed, though.
I appreciate it.
Will you donate your beer? Somebody that drinks
Sure.
could maybe get two.
Sure. Someone, if you get down here, you can have my beer.
What time does the parade start?
5:25 is the plan.
I won't be here.
Thanks for the heads up.
Really helpful, Jeff. I have to pick up my kids from school and I have to drop them off somewhere at 4:30. If I was able to stick around down here, it'd be kind of fun.
Yeah.
I'm not guaranteeing that I would, but I can't. So it's easy for me to just discuss that it'd be fun. I think the people, you guys talk a lot of Nats, right?
Yeah.
Like the hardcore Nats people, I think will be very into this.
Yeah.
But getting here at 5:30 on a Tuesday when the
Yeah.
team's not in town, whatever the crowd is, which I think will be good and fun. I think the people that are in will be all in. But I wouldn't allow anything to discourage you on a day where you're wearing a full uniform. How
Yeah, I
about
mean,
that?
we're just having a little bit of fun. It's celebrating a team that's better than we all expected, and they're above 500 the end of May. Who would have thought?
B, what do you think about celebrating a team for being over 500?
You do what you do.
I think it'll be
Hey,
fun.
man, it's fun. It's fun bit.
The Nats have been far more entertaining, fun, whatever you want to call it, than anyone was expecting.
Yeah, totally. Especially the bets.
Totally. All right, Tobes, have a great parade, buddy.
Will do. Appreciate it.
Let's make some bets, Jeffrey.
Holla.
Save me some pizza, Toby.
Yeah, we'll do, man.
All right, new week, new us. I've hit 12 straight.
Yeah, that's tough.
That's crazy.
I might just take like whatever bet you put in there.
Nah, I'm gonna let you go first.
No, I was saying I was gonna put some real money on it. That's what I was saying. Not taking it with you, but
Yeah.
I got the Spurs tonight.
What do you call real money, Jeffrey?
$5.
I mean, that's
Hey, I got
10x.
5 on it.
That's 10x what White Brian puts on
Yeah,
bets.
White Brian put nothing.
What's your account at
that's
right now?
more than 10x. He put 0.5 cents.
What's your account at right now, White Brian? You swole?
$3.27.
How was the weekend?
boy.
You betting lax?
No, I took off this weekend.
Good, because you were too drunk playing board games, apparently. All right, Jeff is on the Spurs, getting 4.5 tonight. What about the rest of the boys in the aquarium?
CJ to record a hit tonight, -175.
Okay, that's in play. We also got puck tonight, 9 o'clock puck drop in Vegas. Avalanche VGK, Vegas Golden Knights. What do you got, Dub B?
Nationals.
What?
Nationals.
Nats in Cleveland to get 2 games over 500. Brian?
With the Padres.
Padres?
Yeah, they're going against the Phillies.
I'm waiting on the B. Mitch Padres parlay.
Nah, I just need the Padres tonight.
The Spurs are going to win the series. Told anybody that'll listen to that. However, the Thunder had an abysmal shooting night the other night. I don't think it happens again. I like OKC tonight laying the 4.5.
All right.
Fun day on the program. We had Toby in a full baseball uniform. We had B. Mitch in a full bike riding uniform. We had Jeff showing his true colors as a Wemby hater. Seriously, if you're around if you're around Navy Yard today and you want to join the parade, the boys will be marching down the street. 525, free pizza and beer. Thank you to Nikki Vala for joining us. Thank you to Dave Jagler for joining us. Grant and Danny, next.
This update is built by Paul Henry's Windows.com, your clear home improvement choice. Baseball, the Nats busted out the whooping sticks last night, 6 home runs to knock off Cleveland 10-2, Nats' third straight win. They are over 500 for the first time in 5 years, since July of 2021. So the Nats over 500 celebration is today here, coming up with Grant and Danny. The big parade from the Fan Studios down Half Street in D.C. today to Walter Sports Bar. Why don't you come down and join them today, 5:25 p.m. And then Nats baseball, 6:10 first pitch again in Cleveland here on the Fan. New York, they're partying like it's 1999 because that's the last time they were into the NBA Finals. Knicks reached the Finals for the first time in 27 years, sweeping out the Cavaliers last night. Spurs and Thunder, Game 5 tonight in Oklahoma City. And a must-win for the United States, defending gold medalists today at the World Ice Hockey Championships. U.S. gets it done in Zurich, beating Austria 4-1, so the Americans will face Canada now in the quarterfinals there on Thursday. This month, score $125 off each window with a 5-window minimum and $600 off doors at Paul Henry's Window Installation. Schedule your no-pressure free estimate today at paulhenryswindows.com, your clear home improvement choice. From the Crump Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Earl Forsey on the Fan.
Good Tuesday afternoon, and welcome into Grant and Danny. You are listening live to the Fan on May 26th, 2026. Thank you for checking us out. We're with you for 4 hours this evening, taking you up to first pitch of Nats baseball. And speaking of which, this is going to be a Nats-centric broadcast today. So good news and bad news. The bad news is Danny Rouhier is out today. He is not back from Las Vegas yet. He will not be here. But that normally means that good news follows because he's not here for something interesting.
Yeah.
Toby Altizer in for Danny Rouhier alongside today. The good news is it has finally happened. We are having a parade. This started in jest, frankly, when the Nationals were struggling again about 6 weeks ago, and 5 years after they were last over 500, 50-plus games into the season in 2021, we said, if they can get over the 500 mark, we'll throw a little parade down Half Street all the way to the center field gate. We're 4 blocks away. We'll do that. And then a couple of times, they got warm, and they got to 500, and they would lose. Or they'd get within a game of 500, and they would lose. And every time that happened, people would come out of the woodwork to ask us about this parade that we jokingly said we would have. And it became a thing. And then yesterday, Toby, the Nats in Cleveland, after taking a series over the weekend from the Atlanta Braves, impressively, with pitching and some defense and some timely hitting, they're 27-27, and then they destroy the Guardians. They hit 6 home runs. They get to 28-27, the deepest into a year they have been a winning ball club in 5 years. And so today, at 5 p.m., right here on Grant and Danny, we will kick off our festivities out front of the radio station at 1015 Half Street. At 5:25, we will be walking, locked in arms with Nats fans down to the center field
Let's
gate.
go.
We're calling it a parade. It's really just a walk.
Yeah, I don't know what it is, but regardless, it's going to be fun.
It's going to be a good time. It is happening today. My God, the Nationals, 55 games in, are a winning ball club.
It's absolutely incredible, and it's something that we've talked about for a couple of weeks now leading up to this. Like, okay, they get close to 500. Can they do it? For the longest time, it was, all right, they're 1 game under. Can they get to 500? And they couldn't do it. Then they finally got there, and it's like, are they ever going to get above it? And then they couldn't do it. And then yesterday, you're thinking, all right, they're back at 500. Is this the time they finally break through? And Grant, they made sure that without a doubt, we were having that parade today. It wasn't something like, we got to have someone come in and close it in the 9th. What's going to happen? They said, no. 5 homers in the first 2 innings. We are rolling. We're ready to go. The bats are going. The pitching was good. And the Nationals are above 500 through 55 games.
There was zero sweat yesterday.
No.
To your point, right out of the chute with the Wood leadoff homer to start the party. Then they're up 3-0 couple batters later on home run number 2 of the night. it was a no-doubter. From start to finish, circuit to circuit, the Guardians were the second worst club, second best team in the ballpark. And that was the hottest team in the American League.
Yeah.
They'd won 6 in a row, 9 of 10 going into the end of the weekend. But it doesn't matter who they're playing right now. I can't believe they went to Atlanta and took 2 out of 3 from the Braves. And the way that they did it, that's the number 2 offense in the sport, because obviously they're not number 1, because that's the Nationals, by the way. The Nationals are the best team in baseball offensively, because that makes sense.
Yep.
But the Braves are number 2. They're this juggernaut that nobody can pitch to. And then they got shut down by this Washington rotation.
Yeah.
Miles Michaelis is out there carving them up.
Absolutely incredible what they've been able to do, to go on the road to Atlanta, to be able to beat that baseball team in the fashion that they did, and they could have swept them. They had opportunities to finish off the sweep, and they couldn't come through in those opportunities, and then they're like, yeah, we'll just take the final 2, and then you go to Cleveland, and I'm like, oh, Tanner Bybee's on the hill. They're probably going to be able to get some good pitching from them, and Zach Littell, we'll see what we get for the Nationals from him, and all of a sudden you see Bybee just getting rocked, and Littell's nails. What the heck?
If you guys are watching on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube stream, it's probably worth pointing out to the people who aren't. Toby is in full uniform today. So as I'm trying to have a serious conversation with him, I'm looking at Anthony Tobdone over there.
Yeah.
He is wearing eye black and Oakleys and a hat, and in his back pocket he's got batting gloves and a sliding mitt. He's got, what do you call just the sleeves? Like
Yeah,
spandex?
compression sleeve, yeah.
He's got his sleeves and his jersey. He's gone full pants and socks and cleats.
Yep.
He's the whole deal today. Toby Altizer in uniform, parade ready. So let's just lay out the schedule here, the run of show, if you will. 5 p.m. is when you guys should assemble out front of the radio station at 1015 Half Street. Tweet me at Grant Paulson if you'd like to RSVP. We've got pizza for people.
Let's
Our friends
go.
at Pupatella hit me up, and they're like, listen, we're going to take care of Nats fans. They love the Nats. My guy Michael, who runs Pupatella over there, is a mark. We go to games with him all the time. So we've got dozens of pizzas coming over here for people. We're going to have more pizza than people, possibly.
I think so, yes.
But we're going to have a lot of pizza. That's not going to be an issue. So if you come on over, we got your dinner tonight, okay? Then we're walking at 525 down the street. Bring your signs, bring your posters, bring your flags, whatever you want to do. Bang your pots and pans. We'll get to the center field gate. What we do there, I don't really know, but we'll do something, okay? And then we're going to go over and post up at Walters for a little game watch. We'll be merry. We'll talk about 2019 and how
Yes.
fun that was. And then we'll talk about the fact that this is a really, really fun baseball team to watch. The first 100 of our listeners wearing Nats gear who go to Walters Sports Bar with us this evening are going to get a free beer on Walters, which is awesome. They're taking good care of us. So you're going to get pizza and a beer and baseball with your pals. What else do you want? What else can we give you?
It's incredible. And this Nationals team has given us so much this season. The biggest sin for a professional sports organization, in my opinion, is to be bad and boring. And the beautiful part about this Nationals team is they're neither of those things. They're fun. Even if they lose a baseball game, it's like 10-8. Like it's going to be a fun ball game to watch, but they're not bad. Grant, they're not bad.
They're entertaining.
They're fun to watch because they win ball games. They're competitive. They score runs. Yes, they give up runs, but this run that they've been on in the month of May has been spectacular to watch. It's been something where it's a joy every night to turn on a Nationals baseball game versus at times before it felt like a little bit of a chore. So this team is a blast to watch. You've got young budding superstars and James Wood and C.J. Abrams. Dalen Lyles fun to watch. Dylan Cruz looks like he's starting to get it going a little bit. This team throughout the order is fun to watch, and I just can't believe that we're at this point of the season and year one under Taboni and Butera, there's this much of a difference.
I'm so mad Danny's not here because Screech is coming over and he's going to walk with us. You know, my bid is to get Screech to just nibble on the top of Danny's head, and he gets really angry about it. So he'll be missing that, unfortunately.
Yeah, unfortunately.
But if you got a young one you want to bring over, make a memory with, that'll be fun. We will be hanging out. We got Nats prizes we're going to give away starting at 5 o'clock. We're also, I'm told, going to have some tickets to give away as well.
Wow.
This is going to be good. So you guys got to get over here to the Nats are over 500 Grant and Danny Parade Day event on G&D. But I got to be honest, as much as I like what they're doing, and from the top down, Paul Taboni, masterful job so far, from the minor leagues to the major leagues. They've got a plan. They've got a developmental processes that they're staying with and operating under. Very, very sharp. Blake Butera ball works. Like, it is thriving at the major league level. when they get to those 500 games and lose, and then you look at the schedule and you see Atlanta looming or whatever, you go, I just don't think it's to be. Because you can be overachieving and not be on the plus side of 500.
Yeah.
This team was projected to win 65, 66 games this year. Even if you were playing well, 3, 4, 5 under 500 makes a lot of sense. To go to Atlanta and shut out the Braves on Saturday. They played them pitch for pitch on Friday night. Remember, they went to extra innings in that game. Their only loss so far on this road trip was with the game tied at the time, going to extras at 2 apiece. And then they lose 5-4 in extras. But you go, okay, you stood toe-to-toe with the best team in baseball, bar none. That's what the Braves are this year, unequivocally. So then we get to Saturday. And Saturday, after giving up all of 2 runs in 9 innings before extras against the best offense outside of Washington, because the Nats have the best offense ever.
Yep.
In baseball, they shut them out. They get solo home runs from Dylan Cruz, first since coming back to the show. And Jorbit Bibas, of all people, went deep. I couldn't believe my eyes, Toby.
Yeah.
But that's 2 games, regulation 18 innings, 2 runs allowed, and you go, all right, well, the Braves are due now. Is it going to be 11 runs or 14 runs? What's going to happen? And then they just about shut them out again. They gave up a solo run in the 9th inning, but it was a total of 3 regulation runs in 27 innings of non-extras baseball.
Yeah, I was on with our sister station down in Atlanta, and the guy was asking me about where is this team compared to expectations? And I was like, this is a weird season for the Nationals in that they didn't spend a lot in free agency. They didn't spend a lot to improve the baseball team. It was a new front office. It was a new coaching staff. So in terms of expectations, they weren't very high, and also we didn't really know what to expect from this ball club. Like, you kind of knew what it was going to be with Davey and Rizzo, and you kind of got to know what those guys were. We didn't know what Butera's lineups were going to look like. We didn't know what the style of Butera ball was going to look like. We saw Taboni not spend a lot this offseason, and we're kind of like, are we sure that they shouldn't go out and get at least a starting pitcher or someone that they should get to add to the lineup? And he just made little moves like, okay, early in the season you trade for Curtis Mead, fine. That's whatever. You get Jorbit Bibas, fine, whatever. Like little things. And then all of a sudden you see Mead hitting 2 home runs. Like you mentioned, Bibas hitting his first homer of the year over the weekend. The guys are chipping in up and down the order. And now some of the other guys that were like, I don't love that signing. Michaelis, he's given you some quality innings. Littell yesterday looked great. I mean, this has been incredible to watch because the expectations, I feel like, were so low. And then to get this sort of a ball club where it's not something, Grant, where we're, putting lipstick on a pig like, hey, guys, they're playing better baseball. Got to tune in. They're scoring the most runs in the sport. It's not like it's like, oh, okay, they score 3 runs a night. It's cool to watch them find a way.
They rake.
They're incredible.
They mash. And it's such a collection of not impressive pieces, essentially,
right,
that make up this sum that's unstoppable.
Yes.
I mean, James Wood is that dude. He is an MVP caliber player. Mm-hmm. He has 5 more runs than anybody else. He's leading the league in walks. He is top 10 in OPS. As you said, superstar. Sharpie, set him to the side. CJ Abrams is playing over his head a little bit in that he is an outstanding player who right now is playing like he's one of the best players in baseball. So over the course of 162, is CJ Abrams going to hit close to 40 homers and drive in 140 like he's on pace for? No, probably not. But 288 is, he's a career 260 or so hitter. It's not that crazy.
Correct.
It's not like he's about to hit 147 for the next 8 weeks to even things out. His OPS is 924. Let's say it ends around 825, 850. Still, that's the one guy you'd say maybe comes back down to earth some, and he's your second best player. It's not like he's going to be bad. They don't have up and down the order other guys that are playing way above their head or, skiing way over top of the skis. That's not really what's happening. This is sustainable because it is mixing and matching. You're using the righty against lefties who's going to be a little better. You're getting some nights, last night it was 2 homers from Curtis Mead. Other nights you get the big swing from Jorbit Bibas who hits a solo home run, who's barely hit. Nasim Nunez has an OPS under 500. I think he's second worst in Major League Baseball in OPS. He's only in the lineup for speed and defense. So it's not like they've just got 9 guys that are passing the baton and raking right now. But collectively, when you play the matchups, when you say, hey, this pitcher, does this with his breaking ball and he's going to live in this quadrant, and now your GM was putting your lineup together at the suite level, punches it into the computer and goes, here is your lineup, Mr. Butera. Please insert this random guy second or third today. And you're like, wait, what? This guy's never hit third in his life. Remember that when we got to the ballpark in the first week of the season and Jacob Young was hitting third?
Yes.
And we're like, that's one of the dumbest things I've ever seen. But I loved it because only a computer can turn
And then he
this
came
out.
through.
And now he's Babe Ruth? Jacob Young is Aaron Judge. Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm lying. Who would you rather have hit a home run right now, Aaron Judge or Jacob Young? They're the same guy.
It's incredible to watch.
What's the difference?
It's so fun to watch. They're putting their guys in perfect opportunities to be successful, and that's what a really good coaching staff does. And seeing the way that this team just goes about their business day in, day out, everybody's bought into the plan. Everybody understands what they're trying to do. They're sticking into their roles, and I think you're right. Like, you look up and down the order, and it's not like 8 guys are playing above their heads. They're playing about what you would expect when you figure out that they're being put into the best spot possible.
Think about this. Toby, they're dead last in pitching. They've been better the last week or two. Really the last few weeks. But they're dead last in runs allowed.
Yes.
Not particularly close. They're dead last in errors in defense.
Yeah.
And they're over 500. Like, imagine, someone might say, oh, well, they're not going to hit like this all year. Okay, fine. They're probably not also going to be this bad as a pitching staff and this bad on defense.
Well, by the way, they're over a third of the way through the season.
Correct.
It's not like this is 25 games in. You're like, hey, they got hot for a month. Fun story. This is 2 months. 55 games. They're above 500 in the top offense in the sport.
34% of the season has been played.
Yeah, I mean, most people, when you talk to baseball people that have been around the game for a long time, they tell you what? Memorial Day is when you first check the standings. Yesterday was Memorial Day. The team is above 500, and they're scoring runs at a pace that we haven't seen this team do in years.
It is really impressive the way that they can coach and instruct. We saw it at spring training, you and I firsthand. We went down there with the whole show, Danny and the crew. And I remember at dinner each night, we'd be like, God, these guys are smart. You could just tell analytically the way that they instructed the usable, implementable techniques and fixes and numbers and things that they were giving hitters. And the amount of guys we had conversations with that said, I'm bought in because on the first day we had this conversation, I did this, and now I already see this difference. And this was in the middle of March. This was, I think we were there from like the 5th or the 9th or whatever it was. This was early on in the process. But you look at a guy like Jacob Young, that first conversation we had with him, he was hell-bent on getting the ball off the ground. He's like, they have shown me that the way I hit the ball, as hard as I hit the ball, if I could get it in the air, I can hit home runs. I could be fine. So everything I did all offseason, since these guys showed up, was to get the ball in the air. Well, his launch angle sweet spot, meaning just his elevation off the bat last year, was 3rd percentile in baseball. Out of every 100 players, 97 had a better launch angle than him. This year, he's 80th percentile. That's one very small but obvious way to see the difference in the way that they are coaching, instructing, and tweaking these players. Young's only 26. He had been in the big leagues the last 2 years and hit 5 total home runs and over 1,000 plate appearances. He has 7 after his home run yesterday in his first 180 plate appearances with this group.
Well, and what I love is you can talk about him, you can talk about some other guys and ways that they're approaching things, but for their really good players, C.J. Abrams is going to be a big talking point for this Nationals team up until the trade deadline and even through it, about what they're going to do there and those sorts of things. But you look at what CJ's done, and you laid out some of the numbers. You've seen him go from a 748 ops, 747 ops in 24 to 924 this season. You've seen his on-base percentage jump almost 60 points. You've seen his slugging percentage jump up over 100 points. He was largely the same hitter in 24 and 25 if you just look at his numbers. This season, he's much better. But it's one of those things, too, Grant, where it's not like they went in and said, hey, man, we got to retool your entire swing. We got to do It's the simplest approach change that I've ever heard in the history of baseball. Hey, you know what I'm going to do? CJ himself has said this. Pitches on the black, I'm not going to swing at. Stuffed over the heart of the plate, I'm going to try to do damage on. That little change is why I think that this is more sustainable from him. Where I'm not going to see him go back to the guy that was hitting a 750 OPS. He's been better than that. We've seen him for stretches look like an MVP. This season, he looks totally different. I don't think it's because they went and did anything crazy. It's because they literally figured out, hey, man, let's just be a little more purposeful in what we're doing in at-bats. And you've seen a totally different player. So it's those little things for guys like CJ. It's those big things for guys like JY. They understand how to cater to each player. It's not like, hey, our whole philosophy for the team is this. The thing that they're preaching to James is a little bit different when they're preaching to CJ because they're catering to each guy.
Well, you know what I love that they're doing, to your point about catering individually and specifically, is these player meetings, which I texted a veteran. I don't want to give too much because the guy did not like it. But I texted a veteran, longtime major league player. And I was like, what do you think of this? I love it, by the way. Yeah. But I just wanted to get a feel. This guy's very outspoken and kind of salty. And I was like, I just wanted to get a feel for what would a veteran think of this. And what they're doing is basically once every 6 weeks, they sit down with a player. They bring all of his individual position coaches, people that he works with in the nutritionist, the weight room, everything. So let's just make it James Wood. And they sit down with James Wood, and it's Butera and Taboni and someone else from the front office with the analytics, maybe Ani Kalambi. And then it's like his outfield coach, Corey Ray, and a base running coach, and they do all that. And they're all sitting in Butera's office, and they just do a report card, basically. Like, all right, here's what we like. Here's what you work on. How you feel about this? I think that's brilliant. It's just communication. And I texted someone about this who's like a long-time kind of non-analytics veteran-type player, and they're like, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. I hate that. I'm like, well, what do you hate about it? They're like, I only play on winning teams. We've never done that one time. Like, I would not like that at all. And if they get veterans in there, they're not going to keep doing that because nobody wants to have that meeting with all these guys that never played in the big leagues. That is the old way of viewing the game. And frankly, it was this organization for a long, long time. Those days are gone. This is a different thing. And by the way, it is working.
Yeah.
And when it's working, you can say whatever you want to. There are orgs all over the big leagues where every single year they win consistently more than they should. The Brewers, the Rays who do it this way. And the Nationals are. This week, they used 2 openers this last trip through the rotation. 2 openers. They used 1 opener over the last 6 years, I think, with the previous regime ever. And you and I have been saying, what happens if they just pitch a little bit? What does it look like? It looks like this road trip. It looks like this trip through the rotation. Littell, 7 innings, 1 run. Foster Griffin, 6 shutty. Jake Irvin, 5 innings without a hit. He went to the injured list, hopefully a small stay. Miles Michaelis, who suddenly has been able to get outs. 5 innings, no runs. And with those 2 openers, well, you're seeing it. They're in every game. They're winning a lot more often than they're not, and everybody's feeling good watching them. This is what it looks like if they could get a little bit of pitching.
Yeah, and the disappointing part the last couple of seasons was seeing guys that were developing well in the minor leagues, and they get to the big leagues, and that development would stop or go backwards. And maybe if they were a veteran-laden team like we've seen this team have in the past, and there's a Harper and a Rendon and a Turner and a Worth and whoever else you want to take as a former national great and put them in that clubhouse, maybe it's a little bit different of approach. That's not who's in that clubhouse. That's not. It's a bunch of guys who we were thinking weren't going to be very good, frankly. It's James Wood, CJ Abrams, and the rest, and it's fine to take that approach with those guys because it's working.
Their oldest player to get an at-bat this season is 27-year-old Drew Millis.
Incredible.
They have not had a player 28 or older get an at-bat this year. So let's open up the phones for Nats fans. A little celebratory start to the show here as the boys are playing winning ball, deepest into the year, first time in 5 years. We've got our fun parade that we are planning. For those of you that are in the Navy Yard area or can get down here, we got pizza for you starting at 5. We're giving away some prizes. We're going to have some tickets we're going to be able to raffle off as well. We're going to walk 4 blocks down to the center field gate and then have a little watch party over at Walters. They're going to give out a free beer to the first 100 fans that show up with us. But next on the phones, I want to get into just how you're feeling watching this team and whether or not this needs to sustain or if you've kind of seen enough now to know that they're going in the right direction. Like, what are you starting to think about as it pertains to the rest of this year? 800-636-1067. A rare good day to be a Nats fan on 106.7 The Fan. Hey guys, it's GP. The DC Defenders are back and they are looking to defend the district, the crunch time, stretch run of this regular season. They're at home this weekend, Saturday, May 31st, 12 noon kickoff for the Defenders in their final home game of the regular year, taking on the Orlando Storm. In the last game, you got to feel the energy, hear the roar, watch your defending champions bring the intensity on every play. Plus, it's Kids Day. I always take my family out to these games when I go because it's very family-friendly. The environment, the experience is always Very, very entertaining and fun for them. First 5,000 fans are going to get free Defenders t-shirts, so wear it proud and show your colors. Be there, be loud. Defend the district. Tickets on sale at just $26 is a starting point. Pretty good. Get your tickets now, UFLDefenders.com. That is UFLDefenders.com.
The Nats are above 500, and we're going to have a parade coming up at 5:25 later today, straight down Half Street from our studios to Nationals Park. The Nationals beat the Guardians yesterday 10-2, powered by 6 home runs. Their record now 28-27. Game 2 of the 3-game series in Cleveland tonight. 6:10 first pitch right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli starts for the Nationals. He is 2-3 with a 3.86 ERA. He'll take on Joey Cantillo, who is 4-1 with a 3.05 ERA. Nats and Guardians 6:10 right here on the Fan. Last night in basketball, the Knicks advanced on to the NBA Finals, beating the Cavaliers 130-93 to finish off the sweep. Thunder and Spurs Game 5 tonight at 8:30. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. Tonight in hockey, Game 4 between the Golden Knights and the Avalanche. Vegas looking to complete the sweep. They're up 3-0. That'll get underway at 9 o'clock. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Big gap in right center for him. Pitch swung on, blasted a deep right down the line. Trouble if it's fair, and it is gone. Goodbye. Another home run for the Nationals.
Charlie Slows on the call. Don't know which home run that was last night. There were 6 to choose from. Don't even know which Curtis Mead home run that might have been last night. There were 2 to choose from. The Australian national Curtis Mead will be joining us next hour right here on Grant and Danny. Toby's in for Danny today. I posted a video at Grant Paulson on Twitter, at Grant H. Paulson on Instagram, of Toby in full uniform promoting our parade. We're going to start walking at 5:25 down the street. Screech and whatever crew shows up. We are making the rounds in the Navy Yard today. We've got pizza provided for you starting at 5, so get on out here. 1015 Half Street Southeast. Bring your signs. Bang your pots and pans, whatever you want to do. But I posted the video, and some of these comments are hilarious. So somebody here says, Toby looks like a third base coach at a fantasy camp, which is phenomenal. I got a feeling you got the windmill going at third base.
Oh, yeah, we're going full windmill.
You think Bob Henley sent some dudes?
Yeah.
Toby has never put up a stop sign.
You know how many guys are going to get thrown out at home by me?
Are you Toby when you're a base coach, or are you Toki? You're spinning the hat
Toki,
around.
100% Toki.
Yeah, we're just sending them.
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. And we're going full Wilson Contreras. We're running over the catchers, everything.
That was not the only good name that I saw for you in the comments. Care to share any of these?
Yeah, so we the first one I liked was Toberto Colon or something like that. So we're working off of Bartolo Colon.
Toberto Colon's pretty damn good.
I like that. But we want to be more national-centric. So we got Anthony Rendon.
I think Anthony Rendon is perfect.
So good. So good. And then my favorite one, because I am rocking a Jimmy Lumber jersey today, James Wouldn't.
James Wouldn't is incredible. James
How good
Wouldn't.
is that?
I mean, that's the funniest person ever. Who
James
came up
Wouldn't.
With that. In the YouTube stream, you can watch us on 106.7 The Fan. You can see Toby. Did you have to go buy eye black? There's no way you had that.
I did have to go buy eye black. I had to go get some baseball pants. Unfortunately, on the stream, you can't see it. Like, I got the high socks rolling.
Yeah, give
they
the
got
people
the Nats
what they
logo.
came for. Show them let's show it off. Strobes wants you standing, and let's do a little fashion show.
Yeah, so I mean, we got absolutely everything.
Yeah, I mean, this guy. Do you have a belt, like baseball belt?
No baseball belt. That's the only thing I'm.
That would have been like a $30 purchase for that would have been a lot.
Yeah, so we got the sleeve going. We got the wristband, high socks with the Nationals logo. The Curtis Mead special, who joins us at 3. Got the Wood jersey, eye black hat. Threw on some Oakleys that I haven't worn in years. Like everything we can look like a baseball player. We try to do today.
This is how you parade, people. We don't mess around. 5 o'clock start time for the festivities downstairs, right outside of the radio station. 5:25. We walk together to the center field gate. The Nationals, for the first time in 5 years, this deep into the season, a winning ball club. Jason's in Woodbridge wants to hop in. What's up, Jason?
What's up, Jason?
Hey guys, thanks for taking my call.
You bet.
I'm big. I'm really excited. I think what they've done with James or Young and everybody is just great. But I have a question for y'all. Who is the closer that we can get to take us to the World Series? Because we're all in. We're there.
So you're ready to be a buyer, and you want October baseball
Let's go.
in D.C. So it's actually, he says that in jest, I'm assuming, but I think that's a good launching point into a different conversation, which is this team is almost certainly not going to make the playoffs. And that is the correct, reasonable thing to say today. Today is a fun day. We're going to walk and have fun and do skits and bits, and we're going to high five and talk about being over 500, right? winners of 3 in a row, 6 of 10. This is now almost a 20-game sample where they're playing, playoff caliber, legitimate, well over 500 baseball. But in addition to the fact that they're only 2 games out in the wild card, which is crazy.
Wild.
There are 3 teams above them that are also out. So you're talking about right now a total of 8 teams within 2.5 games for 3 spots. So it's not just how many games back are you, it's how many teams are around you. And those other teams include the Phillies, more talent, built to win, will be buyers. The Pirates, way better pitching over the course of 6 months, will be a better ball club. The Reds, who Washington just played and beat up on, probably more comparable, but I would say over the duration of the season might be even with the Nationals, certainly more talented. The Cubs right now have lost 9 straight, so they're not even in the playoffs at this moment. That's a better team than the Nats.
They've had 2 10-game win streaks and now have lost 9 in a row.
Have they really had 2 10-game winning streaks?
That's what I've heard, yes.
That's impossible to do. That's crazy.
That's a roller coaster of a season for them.
It has been. That's as streaky as it gets. But my point is, they're not going to the playoffs, and that shouldn't be the expectation, but that's okay. If you get to turn on the TV, as you said, Toby, or listen on 106.7 The Fan every night to Charlie and Dave, and the team is entertaining, and they're hitting, and they're scoring, and they're in games, and guys like James Wood, who matters a lot long-term, and C.J. Abrams are shining, and the players that are being counted on over the next several years coming up and developing or are performing, if at the minor league level, which I think is the biggest story here.
Yeah.
Their minor league system right now is having its best 2-month start to the season I've ever seen. 15-plus years around this thing now with this team. It's amazing what they're doing at the minor league level, this regime. All of that is going in the right direction. So you don't need to make the playoffs this year for this to be a gigantic win. I guess my question is, if somehow, some way, against all odds, they're still 2 games out of the wild card, or 3 or 4 games out of the wild card a couple months from now at the trade deadline, then what? And I still think they wouldn't be buyers. I know.
No, they're not going to be buyers for sure. The question is, how much of a seller would you be?
Well, could they buy something, though? You don't have to be a buyer, but could they, rearrange the deck chairs where Paul Taboni's like, look, we got this guy because he's a controllable arm for next year and the year after, but he might also help us right now. Maybe you get a starter with, 3 years of control who can help you right now and in the future. Maybe you get a long-term, 5-year reliever type guy whose arm you're buying in on that's at AAA. And it's not that you buy, but you get a little better in the short term on accident almost. Could that be something?
Yeah, like a soft buy, soft sell situation where they could sell off a piece that's on an expiring contract, but maybe trade a lesser prospect for a guy that they feel like they could get something out of for the next couple of seasons. So it'll be interesting to see how they maneuver. But I think the big thing for this is they're going in the right direction, like you said, and it's something that I didn't know what the timeline was going into this season. Whether it was, okay, they could compete again next season. What were they going to do this year? Are we looking all the way into the future as 28, 29 before this team is competitive again? And with them being competitive already, you're starting to look and be like, okay, if they can get this guy coming through. Seaver King is playing really well at the AAA level as he's got bumped up. Are we going to see him relatively soon this season to see him help out the big league club? Are you going to see pitching start getting moved through that can help you out? So that's going to be something to monitor because maybe it's not this season that you get the reinforcements through your minor league system. But if it's as early as next year and they've found something at the major league level where they're playing better baseball, you could be competitive next year. And because they're already showing they can be competitive this year with what they've got.
Let's face it.
It's so impressive.
It's not just you and I that thought it was a 3 or so year plan. Everything they did screamed that.
Yes.
When you're trading a Jose A. Ferrer for Harry Ford, when you're giving up, a guy who's closer to the major leagues for Luis Perales, in a prospect for prospect deal, they were basically restarting at the foundational level. And I think they're looking around going, whoa, okay, maybe we aren't as far away as we thought. I don't think they will buy at all. I think they will still sell to an extent. You move a reliever or two. But here's where it's changed for me. I believe that my feeling from spring training to now that they would trade C.J. Abrams at the deadline, I don't think they'll trade C.J. if they're hanging around.
No, I agree on that.
I think that would be a detriment to the fan base. You wait till the offseason then if you're going to do that. But I thought all along you recoup as many assets as possible, move him, because maybe they're not going to end up extending him or whatever. So get what you can, a la Mackenzie Gore, which has worked out beautifully at the minor league level. But now I think they probably hang on to CJ. That would be the difference in terms of buy or sell.
Not only is it a hit to the fan base, I think it'd be a hit to that clubhouse if they're still playing this sort of baseball, and then you're saying, hey, we're out.
Bill's in Richmond. Hey, Bill, how are you?
Hey, fellas, great. I love the show. I like where they are. It's a lot of years with the Carter Keybooms of the world, and you just kind of said, "Oh my goodness, what a closer term with the Susanas and Sikoras." I like it down the road. The next wave, the Ronnie Cruzes and the Willets, is really intriguing. But closer on time-wise, I was wondering, and he kind of stole a little thunder. But Yohandy Morales, I kind of feel sorry for the guy. I thought he'd be up last September, and they didn't do it. He seems to be kind of stuck on. And it's kind of knocking at the door. What do you think? And
yeah, so Morales, for people that don't know, is a 24-year-old right-handed hitting corner infielder. Primarily has played third. He's starting to play a little more first because Brady House got sent to AAA. Morales has been at AAA Rochester all year, and he's killed the ball. He's maybe the best minor league hitter this season. He's hitting .355 with a .587 slug and a .1020 OPS. He's got 10 home runs on the season. And I actually just had him on my SiriusXM Prospect show this weekend. There's nothing else he could do to get to the major leagues. The question is, when do they feel like they need a right-handed bat who can play first and third to platoon against lefties? And with a guy like that, you just saw it with Brady House. They don't necessarily want him to be on the short end of a platoon, meaning you're right against left. There's not as many lefties as righties, so now you're only playing 3-4 days a week. When you get a guy like that to the big leagues, they need to play. So is it at third base every day? Well, right now you've got our guest next hour, Curtis Mead, who hit 2 homers last night, who's playing well. Is it at first base? That's definitely a possibility, but Luis Garcia, a lefty against righties, is hitting. They want to keep him in the lineup. So it's a matter right now, I think, of just having a spot where you can keep playing him daily when he gets here. And you're the number one offense in the league right now. So it's hard to just bench someone who's performing.
Yeah, I think that spot would have been somewhere maybe that Curtis Mead, but he's played so well. And by the way, you look at some of the other guys like Andres Chaparro. I don't know what his long-term plans are with this or where he fits in their long-term plans. A guy like Curtis Mead could fit in their long-term plans, Grant. He's under contract for quite some time, and this is a former top 50 prospect. And this is another thing that gives me hope that this team has really turned a corner. Grant, how many times have you seen really good organizations be able to take guys that were really talented players, highly thought of prospects that weren't working out with another team, bring them into their organization? Maybe they don't reach the highs that you were expecting when they were a top 50 prospect, but at least get them to be a good major league player. That's what the Nationals are doing right now with Curtis Mead. So I think it's something you have to pay attention to. He could be a part of their long-term plans and what he can do for them.
Yeah, and you mentioned Mead. He doesn't have options, right? So you can't send a guy like him down to the minors and keep him in your organization. Same with Jorbit Bibas, who they also acquired via trade right at the start of the season, like they did with Mead. Same with Jose Tena. So with Bibas, with Tena, with some of these players, you'd rather have them all in your org by keeping Yohandy Morales in the minors than bring him to the majors who's not on a 40-man roster. And then you risk losing those guys because they're not going to – they would get scooped up immediately.
Yeah, it's just so tough for Yo-Yo. But, yeah, it's one of those things that he'll get his chance at some point. I wish it were sooner rather than later, but they got to figure out how to maneuver that roster to get him here.
How much help could they get from the minors the rest of the year? We could talk about that next. We're talking Nats baseball. Give us a shout. What do you think about the boys being over 500? It's parade day on Grant and Danny. If you don't have dinner plans, we got you covered tonight. 5 o'clock here at the radio station. Pizza's out front of our doors, 1015 Half Street. 525, we're walking parade style down to the center field gate, and then we're having a little watch party over at Walters. They're going to give away beer to the first 100 of our listeners that come by today to watch the game with us. The Nats are over 500, so we are celebrating what has been an incredible start to the season. The Penguins just gave out a contract that I think could have some ramifications for Alex Ovechkin. I want to get to that at the top of the hour on Grant and Danny. Danny's out today. Toby is in. You're listening to The Fan. Let's go to Alex in Vienna, wants to hop in on the Nats, who got a 6-homer performance on a 15-hit barrage offensively last night to pound the Guardians to get to 28-27, 55 games in. What's up, Alex? How are you?
How awesome was that first couple of innings last night?
I didn't know what to do. I was just so excited. I was just screaming.
Yeah.
I kept yelling to my son. My son's like half paying attention in the basement when I'm throwing him the ball, and I'm like, dude, James Wood homered. And he's like, yes, Luis Garcia homered. All right. And he just didn't believe me. I kept telling him, and he's like, what? What's happening?
Yeah. So I wanted to ask you guys about two players. You mentioned the farm system, and then y'all mentioned the trade deadline. Foster Griffin, what do you think they're going to do? And then what's the plan with Seaver King when he comes up? Is he going to play shortstop, or is he going to, where are they going to move him?
All right, so a couple of things. Let's start with Foster Griffin. So I would have said Griffin was an absolute trade candidate again, and if things bottom out or they're 10 under or something, or this goes sour, then yes, you could still possibly see them trade C.J. Abrams. You could see them trade Foster Griffin, and it's still a gigantic win because you're probably closer than you thought, and you're recouping a bunch of assets. You're going to get more out of Griffin than they've gotten for any of these rental-type players. You hit the lottery. You brought a guy over after being in Japan as a pro for 3 years, and you flip him for something meaningful. Why not? I think there's a better chance they just keep him around through the end of the season and then they re-sign him because it's not going to be a bank-breaking deal. This is not going to be a massive free agent acquisition guy. And on top of that, he, as he said on this show a couple weeks ago, he thinks that part of his success is based on working with these guys.
Yeah.
Pitching coach Simon Matthews, the staff that he's been entrusting with his career since he got here. The more interesting one is Seaver King. For people not familiar, he's one of the 10 best prospects in this system. Toby, he was the number 10 overall pick a couple of years ago in 2024. Over his first 2 minor league seasons in 24 after the draft and then in 25, a full year last year, we called him Single King, like you and I, behind the scenes on Bustin' Loose
Struggled,
Baseball.
yeah.
Didn't really slug, couldn't do a whole lot at the plate, stole 30 bases last year, was okay defensively, but did not look like a guy that was going to be a big league regular. He has almost as much as maybe anyone else in the entire minor leagues completely taken a violent leap forward this year. Right there with Jacob Young, I would say, has benefited more from this staff or this year than anybody else. He's hitting .344. Right now he's in AAA. For the season, he's got an OPS over 1,000. After hitting 6 homers all of last year, he's already got 6 this year. And he's walking a ton more than he did. He's almost equaled last year's walk total, and he's done that in like a quarter of his time on the field. He's been amazing. The question, where does he play? If CJ's still on the roster, shortstop's taken, you probably play him at second, and Nunez becomes an extra guy. That would be the easiest way to get him on the field.
Yeah, I think that's the interesting part is he's played a little in the outfield, so maybe you could play him there and as like a 5th guy that would rotate through, but they kind of got guys there. So I think your easiest answer is second base, and he started to play there a little bit more this season. So I think they're already looking with an eye toward what he could do for this team maybe a little bit later this season, having him play second base. And he's someone that is another one that's kind of got unlocked with the new staff. He was kind of a cast-off the last couple of years after what we saw when he was drafted. He struggled a little bit. Last year really struggled. And then kind of had a really good fall league and has carried that over into this season, has been spectacular, getting up to AAA already and playing well there as well. So I think second base is the answer there. But, with Griffin, real quick on him, I think that they might stick to their guns and still trade him, but that doesn't necessarily mean that they're, selling off and quitting on the season. It's just they might feel like they have other guys and they can recoup assets on guys that are on expiring contracts. So you might see them do some of that stuff, but either way, I think that where they're at right now, they're pretty happy. And if they don't do anything either, I think that wouldn't be surprising because maybe they just play it out a full season just to see how it goes.
They got some interesting pitching depth getting close to the big leagues, too. Everybody knows about the future ace, Travis Sakura, who's further away. They've got another teenage right-hander who throws 101 miles an hour, and Miguel Cime, who's unhittable at Fredericksburg. But in terms of guys that are close, We've talked a lot about Luis Perales, came over from Boston in a trade that Taboni handpicked this year. We could see him make his debut potentially with Irvin on the injured list. I still think that Jackson Kent, who's now up at AAA pitching well, is going to pitch at the big league level this year. Riley Cornelio has a chance to help a lot in the rotation over a long time. He's going to pitch at the major league level this year as well. And Harleen Susana has not pitched, isn't healthy, but is much closer to big league ready than some of those high school teenagers. So they're starting to actually get some guys that are knocking on the door of the major leagues on the pitching side as well. You are listening to Grant and Danny. Danny is out today on The Fan. We've got a parade we are planning. We'll give you all the details at the top of the hour.
This update is driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. We're having a parade today for the Nationals as they are above 500 after they beat the Guardians in Game 1 of the series in Cleveland yesterday, 10-2, led by 6 home runs. They're now 28-27. We'll have a parade down Half Street at 5:25. The Nationals taking on the Guardians for Game 2 of the series in Cleveland tonight. 6:10 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli starts for the Nationals. He's 2-3 with a 3.86 ERA on the season. He'll take on Joey Cantillo, the lefty, who is 4-1 with a 3.05 ERA. Nats and Guards tonight right here on the Fan at 6:10. Western Conference Finals in basketball tonight. Thunder and Spurs Game 5 at 8:30. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. Also, Western Conference Finals in hockey. Golden Knights and Avalanche. That'll be Game 4. Vegas looking to close it out. They're up 3-0 in the series. For over 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling, all home to Ted Britt for Life lifetime vehicle coverage, and all just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Show's brought to you today and every day by the law firm Kondorian Murad. Estate planning, elder law, real estate transactions, probate administration. Their attorneys are there to protect you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their team today at kmlawyers.com. Mention the Grant and Danny radio program. You'll get a discount. That's kmlawyers.com. Danny's family vacation to Vegas, which is 4 words you don't hear very often. Ending today. They are flying back as we speak, I believe. Toby is in for Danny on G&D. So I've had a couple of people tweet me looking for details. We gave them right at the top of the show on today's parade. But here is the lay of the land. 5 p.m. You come on out to the radio station here. We're at 1015 Half Street in Southeast. We're right at Nats Park, 4 blocks up Half Street from the center field gate. You'll be able to find us. You'll hear the show going, and we're going to have pizzas out there on a folding table. There's going to be a bunch of pizza for whoever shows up, right? Then we're going to give away some Nats prizes. Screech is coming over with some things to give out. We've got tickets we're going to be raffling off as the night goes on as well for Saturday's game against the Padres.
Let's go.
By the way, that's a good little baseball game.
Heck yeah, it is.
So if you want to go to the game Saturday, we're going to give away some tickets. I think we got 4 different pairs to give away as the day goes on, so a good chance to win tickets if you come out here. And then our parade, our walk, if you will, is going to take place from our radio station straight down the street 4 blocks to the center field gate. Then we'll have a little watch party over at Walters where they'll give away beer to some of our listeners for wearing their Nats gear. So that is the plan today.
By the way, Padres coming to town. Jacob Young has 7 more home runs than Fernando Tatis Jr.
That's crazy. Tatis still looking for his first is wild.
Isn't that crazy?
The guys that they spend all their money on that aren't doing anything. Manny Machado's having an awful year.
Yeah.
Tatis has done nothing.
Yeah.
And Jackson Merrill, who's outstanding, has also been really bad for them.
But they still have a good record.
They can pitch, and some of the other guys that they've got. They got a deep roster.
Yeah, it should be a fun series. It should be a good homestand for the boys.
Yeah. Excited to get them back to D.C. There is a game tonight. We'll be watching it over at Walters. The parade is on. I'm seeing some images being sent in from some people that are coming out, making signs and different things. So
let's go.
Should be a fun time. I'm very, very excited to see some of you and hang out with you tonight as the Nats are over 500. I just saw this story out of the NHL, and it is very Ovechkin related as far as I'm concerned. So did you see that the Penguins today have announced a new deal for Evgeny Malkin?
Mm-hmm.
He got a 1-year extension with Pittsburgh at $5.5 million per year. Evgeny Malkin is going into year 22 in the NHL. This is a Russian player who has played 2 decades in hockey and who is, as we sit here talking right now, about 40 years old. He's 39 and 300 days. He'll be 40 when they drop the puck on a new season. Sound like anybody we know?
Sounds similar.
The Penguins have top 5 cap space. They're trying to spend money and be aggressive this offseason because they haven't won a playoff series since the Caps knocked them out of the playoffs with the Evgeny Kuznetsov goal from Ovechkin in 2018 on their way to the Cup. They could have spent more if they needed to, but he took what is perceived on this new exploding cap as a team-friendly deal to stay around 1 year, maybe his swan song, and be a part of whatever they're building. I localize this to the Capitals as they wait on word from Ovechkin. They really have no idea what he's deciding, what his future is. I've been fearing it's 10 million, 9 million, 11 million, something like that. 1 year and $5.5 million from Malkin in Pittsburgh. Doesn't that set the table for what Ovi should be talking about here?
Yeah, I mean, it got the ball rolling a little bit when we talked to Barry Svrluga about this on Friday, and he mentioned that he felt like price wasn't going to be something that was a major factor from Ovechkin's side. He was willing to take a little bit less than what he had in previous contracts. So that is something that's interesting. If that's going to be maybe a starting point, then that makes it a lot more palatable because you can still build that team around. And I think if you're Alex Ovechkin, a major part of coming back and playing another season isn't just to play another season. What else is there for him to accomplish other than maybe trying to get to that next milestone, which might even take a little more than a season to do so? So I don't know that he's looking at that next milestone necessarily, Grant. I think he's looking at, let's make one more run at a Stanley Cup. And if he's worried about that truly, then their best option and best way to do that is not by him making $10 million. It's by him taking a little bit less and hoping that they can go and retool some of the roster around him and help him out so that he can go on another run to finish things out. So if that is the case and that's what he truly cares about, now you see his buddy Evgeny Malkin doing that, and maybe he'll follow.
19 goals this season for Malkin. Ovechkin scored 32, but Malkin only played 56 games. So if he did what Ovi did, which is amazing at 40 years old, and didn't miss a single game, Ovi played in all 82, that's a 27-goal pace within 5 of Ovechkin. So similar enough in terms of style and play and kind of what they mean overall. Now, Ovi, I think, had probably 100 more shots, albeit, as I said, in 16 more games. I'm not suggesting he's not a better offensive player that can't help you more as a goal scorer at this point than Malkin. He's also a career champion here who is the most important player in franchise history. Malkin is not that in Pittsburgh with the Penguins, but it's a pretty good comp, honestly, between those two guys. And so when I hear that, as you said, our conversation last week with Barry Svrluga comes to mind. I'm starting to lean closer to all right, even if he comes back, it's not going to be at the top of the market. Maybe he doesn't care that much about the money. I've just always assumed, not that he cares about getting paid, but there's a status element to it. It's also a bad ask from the team's standpoint.
Yeah, it's tough for the Capitals to approach him and ask, hey, can you take a significant pay cut?
I don't think they can do that.
Correct.
But he can be willing to do it.
100%.
And we deal with that in life sometimes, right? It's one of those things where it's like, I can't call and ask somebody for something, but if they want to offer it to me, I'm willing to accept it.
Yes.
Right? You know that at home or your neighbor or whatever it is. I don't think the Caps can go, Ovi, we want you to play at $5 million. But if he goes, guys, I've made all the money. I got more money than I need right now. This is not about money. Let's go win a cup together. I'll take 5 or 6. Even up to 6.5, 7 does not really prove problematic because they've got so much money to spend. And everyone will say, well, who are you going to spend it on? Free agency in the NHL this year is not loaded. We talk about this with the NBA where having the money can be an issue because sometimes you still need people to say yes. The Wizards can't get them to. The Capitals can pretty easily. People want to come play here, but there aren't enough great players at huge money to fill up your cap. You end up spending bad money sometimes to get where you need to go financially. Well, in their case, I think you can trade for contracts. There's going to be stars all over the sport that come available from teams like Toronto or others that want to blow it up a little bit. You look at the NBA right now, and the Cleveland Cavaliers as an example. All of a sudden you lose. This was the conversation about the Knicks last year. Do they need to detonate? Are we sure that this team isn't built that can win a championship? Funny how a year later they're now on to the NBA Finals for the first time since 99.
Yeah, so that's something that'll be interesting to see. I mean, that was a big thing for me when we talked to Barry, to hear that. I mean, it changes the way that this whole talk about Ovechkin is because, for him to be able to give you what he does right now, he's not quite the player he was a couple of seasons ago. He's not giving you much outside of the goal scoring. And so for him to be able to come back for a reasonable price and still give you some productivity as a goal scorer is still valuable, but not for the amount that we were thinking he was going to get. If he's going to get less and he can still help this team out, and like you said, just allowing them to have some maneuverability. Maybe that doesn't turn into anything, but I would think with what their front office has been able to do in the past, that they'll be able to find some sort of way to use that cap space to better the team, and I think that's ultimately what Ovi wants. I don't think he's coming back just to play. I think he wants to play for something. I think he wants to go for another run into the playoffs and give it one more whirl. I don't think he's just coming back to play rec hockey in the National Hockey League.
And that's part of the interview process where he's interviewing them too, to your point. Like Barry said, this is not just them grilling him about next year. He's also trying to figure out their plan because you're right. I don't think he wants, like, if you were to tell him right now with your crystal ball, you're not going to play in the playoffs next year, you guys won't make it, I don't think he would come back. No. Now, his brain isn't wired that way, where I'm betting he thinks he'll score 40 and they'll be the number one seed in the East or whatever. But they are actually good enough. If you play last year out again with a little more health, they're a playoff team. I mean, the metrics suggest they're one of the better teams in the East. They didn't make the playoffs. But I do think you're right when you say he doesn't just want to play hockey to play hockey. This guy wants to try to win again.
Because if he was just going to play hockey to play hockey, I mean, we've thought for years that he would play a couple of seasons in Russia to finish up, right? So if he's just going to play hockey to play, just to wind down in his career, I don't know that he's coming back to play for the Capitals to do that. So I think he wants one more run at it. I remember it felt like, not this past season, but the season before when he was chasing the record, but them getting bounced in the playoffs was almost the best thing that could happen to that Capitals team because they came out more motivated. And you saw the way that even he was ready to go early in the season before he got injured, and just the way that the team played overall. I wonder if this season, where they felt like they had at least some expectations going into the year and weren't able to meet them to get back to the playoffs again, I wonder if that's not the type of motivation we saw the previous year where they got bounced early in the playoffs. This time they didn't make it. So I wonder if they're going to come back and say, all right, especially if this is Ovi's last ride, let's hit the ground running. Let's try to be a different hockey team and capitalize early on in the season versus getting off to a slow start.
If you're just joining us on Grant and Danny, Toby in for Danny today, Evgeny Malkin, $5.5 million to re-sign with the Penguins. I love that for two reasons. The first is there was a rumor that Washington could be a suitor for him, and that he would want to link up with Ovi. They've never played together. They were best friends at one point. They had a huge falling out. Rumors that they'd gotten into a fight and didn't like each other. Now they're back friends again. There's videos of them being in each other's homes end of last season. Well, I wanted nothing to do with him coming here. Not that he's not a good player, but I don't want to keep getting older. Like, I don't need two 40-year-olds at the end of their career, thank you. I'll do one, but I don't want to do two future Hall of Famers on their swan song. But in addition to him staying in Pittsburgh, being a good thing for that reason, I think the fact that he only got $5.5 million it's like a house selling down the street in your neighborhood. I'm not saying that's exactly what you're going to get, but if that thing went over market or someone paid $2 million for a home that you thought was going for 1.2, and you got to go buy a house in that neighborhood, you're kind of screwed. The fact that that contract comes off the books, it's something that we'd all say is perfectly reasonable for Alex Ovechkin. Similar age, similar number of years, similar role, similar team in the conference and where they're trying to go. I think that's good news for the Capitals in the Ovechkin contract negotiation. Let's go to Gary in North Bethesda on the Fan. Gary, how are you?
Hey, I'm doing well. How are you guys?
Doing well. Thank you, buddy.
Good. Well, I don't want to be the snake, the skunk at the picnic, but I'm not really on board with celebrating the Nats these days. I feel like you're just enabling the ownership here, and the ownership really needs to be put in its place and either sell the team or start trying to put a winner again. So, I've been boycotting the Nats since they decided to stop putting a winning team on the field and refuse to spend money, so I don't want to spend my money on them. And at this point now, they actually have players who are really good. And if they would have, maybe kept Mackenzie Gore, signed to Dylan Cease or Ranger Suarez, you could be talking a playoff team. And yet they're like spitting in the face of the fans saying they're not going to do that. And if you think there's going to be buyers at the deadline, I got a bridge to tell you, because they're not.
They're not going to be buyers. There's no doubt. No, I wouldn't suggest they would be buyers. Appreciate the phone call. So a couple of things. I'm actually glad you called about that, and specifically today, because I think someone could hear us celebrating them being over 500, which kind of started as a fun bit.
Yeah.
That they were finally going to be over 500 and go, well, wait a second, you're taking your eye off the ball. I think two things are true. One, you can absolutely celebrate the day-to-day successes of this team and the players you care about and the players in the organization that you watch for 9 innings every single night. While B and 2 also understanding that ownership has not done a good enough job and doesn't spend money, and that is frustrating, and that changes are absolutely going to have to be made. Eventually, they're either going to have to engage again and spend again and get back in, or they got to sell the team. I don't think any show in town has talked more frustratedly than we have, ownership over the last couple of off seasons. But here's where we'll disagree, and here's where I'll part ways with you. You have decided you're boycotting the Nats. You don't care. You don't watch. That's fine. That's your prerogative. I haven't. I watch 9 innings a night every single night for 6 straight months. What is the point of doing that if I can't get excited when James Wood hits a big home run? What is the point of doing that if I'm not emotionally invested and excited when Orlando Brabalta puts on his fireman suit and gets out of a big jam in the 9th inning? When I've got my kid sitting next to me who's obsessed with baseball right now, we're at Dick's to buy a new bat this morning, and he's waking me up at 6 a.m., literal, true story, asking me if Dickie Lovelady's married and if he has kids, okay? Why am I doing any of this? What kind of dog does Dickie Lovelady have, Dad? That was a question I got at 6.
Do we know?
We looked it up. 2 corgis.
Okay, nice.
Which is actually my son's favorite dog, by the way.
Perfect.
But what is the point of any of this if we can't celebrate the good times and have a little fun when they're doing well? So if you want to opt out, I'm not telling you how to fan. Do your thing, bro. Go for it. I'm not. That's just not how I operate. I grew up a diehard fan of the Baltimore Orioles. I hated Peter Angelos. I thought that he was as bad an owner as there was in sports. And you know what I did? I drove my fat ass to Camden Yards over and over again and ate hot dogs and watched Melvin Mora hit 24 home runs and Miguel Tejada drive in $150 and thought that maybe Chris Hoyles would be reinvented at some point, or Chris Richard or Jay Gibbons or someone would be the next great player in the big leagues. My football team my entire life was the Redskins. Dan Snyder was the owner from when I was 10 years old. I don't need to support or endorse or love my ownership operation.
It's true.
To enjoy my sport team. Otherwise, I would have no sports teams that I've ever liked. Okay? So you and I fan a little bit differently. You do you, I'll do me. But I'm going to keep watching. I'm going to keep going to the ballpark. I'm going to keep investing and engaging. Every time James Wood homers and I get excited and post a video, I get 14 naysayer, terrible, unfun people at parties that go, he won't be here one day. Cool. Enjoy that. When he's with the Red Sox, you can watch him on MLB Network. For now, I'm going to watch him here. That's what I care about. So we just view the world differently. Do I support the way that the Lerners have owned the team? Absolutely not. Do I think that they have done a bad job building the roster over the last several years? Yes. Now, the caveat being, when they were rebuilding, there's no reason to spend. There's been exactly one offseason, in my opinion, where they really should have spent and didn't. It was a year ago in the final offseason of Rizzo and Davey.
Yep.
Where Rizzo and Davey are telling everyone we're about to go win, and ownership did nothing to help them win. And then you and I are at spring training, Tobes, and they're going, yeah, we're about to win again. And I'm going, with what team? How are you doing that exactly? And then weird, they stunk and everyone got fired.
Yeah.
What they did this offseason was what I've been begging for a long time. They embraced analytics. They embraced technology. They embraced spending money on things like a Trajectarc machine that they now have at the big league level in West Palm and in Rochester that Yoani Morales told me this weekend is why he's having the year he's having. They went and got the Avengers of the nerds of baseball, basically, to run the front office with Taboni and Kalambi and Horowitz and Pearson. And they brought all these guys in to run this thing in a different way. And I'm excited about that. The minor league system is going swimmingly. The major league team is playing over its head. So if you want me just to sit back and go, so what? The Lerners still own the team. You got the wrong guy on the wrong show. But if you want to talk about the Lerners, I'll call it like it is. I call balls and strikes. I'm not Laz Diaz. They don't spend enough. I don't like how they operate. They need to spend more money. Yes, yes, and yes. But this offseason was not the time to do that. They went to Paul Daboni, I'm sure, when they hired him and go, hey, what's the plan? And you saw with his moves, it was not to try to win a World Series this year. You say they shouldn't have made the Gore deal. Disagree. That's a great deal. Look up Devin Fitzgerald's numbers in the minor leagues. Look up Abimelech Ortiz's numbers in the minor leagues. Look up a guy named Yeremy Cabrera in the minor leagues. We'll disagree on whether or not they should have made the Mackenzie Gore deal. Should they not have traded Juan Soto too? Disagree with that.
Yeah, so I think the tough part is you do see those guys constantly coming and going. The reason that, look, it's not excusing not paying money for the major league organization, because I do think when you get to a certain point, they are going to have to spend money to be competitive for a World Series again. But part of the reason that I have hope about this team right now, Grant, is I love Mike Rizzo. I love what he was able to do for this team. I liked Davey Martinez and what he was able to do for this team. Those guys were not equipped to win the way that they needed to win. Mike Rizzo, I still think, can be a really good general manager in a big market where he's given a payroll to go spend. I don't think he can succeed with what he was given here, and we saw as the years went on that he started to take a downturn. I think that the new guys that they have in here are showing a way that I've covered a team in a small market that doesn't spend big money, and callers constantly call in and say, spend money, spend money, spend money. In Milwaukee, And they are consistently
NLCS last year.
They're consistently in the playoffs. And I'm not saying that I want to be the Milwaukee Brewers because they celebrate 1982 when they didn't even win the World Series. They just got there. We get to celebrate a parade from 2019. So I'm not saying I want to be the Brewers. But what I am saying is if you can, there's still a blueprint out there to be competitive, win baseball games, and be right there while not spending like the Los Angeles Dodgers, while not spending like the New York Mets. There's still a blueprint for it, and I think you're starting to see it. That's not to say that when it comes time and you've got a team that's an 85-win ball club and you need to go sign an ace, that it's okay to just say, you know what, we're just going to go invest in the minor leagues again. That's not what I'm looking for, but they're going in the right direction to the point that they can still be competitive and potentially get to a playoffs without the learner spending that massive money. But when it comes time, you do need them to open the checkbooks when it comes time again.
Very well said. This group might be able to win on the cheap. It did not seem like the last front office was doing that or able to do that. These guys are cutting corners and finding ways to win with less. And that's what the analytic organizations have done in baseball for a long time. But I wanted to make another point, just based on that call. And again, I'm glad he made the call because I think a lot of people feel that way. I still think that there is a real chance that there's a sale at some point. Like, but what am I supposed to do in the meantime would be my question. Yeah. Like, you're not selling the team before a work stoppage in 2027. So as of a year and a half ago, the sale was off the table, basically. So we're in this holding pattern because there's going to be potentially no baseball for some time at the start of next year. But at best, just an off season that's missed. Well, nobody's buying a house you can't move into for an extended period of time. So it's always been that this will be revisited after that. Now, would I be disappointed based on how things have gone the last few years at the ownership level if those are still the owners in a few years, if they're operating the same way? Of course. But in the back of my mind, I'm going, well, maybe the work stoppage comes and goes. They put the thing back on the market. Leonsis or somebody else buys them. And now you're cooking with some grease because you've got a sale in the offing. That's very possible. But like, I get, it's so easy to sit here and just say, we could have done it with Dan Snyder for 25 years. Ownership gives you no chance. Next segment, whatever. Yeah, cool. We can play that game too. Give me the script. I'll read it. I agree with all of it. But then what?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to take the joy out of my life because of ownership. I'm going to enjoy watching my baseball team, and this baseball team is over 500 right now.
But also, let's call it what it is. The people that'll come down here, hopefully we'll get a decent turnout today at 5 o'clock for our parade walking down to the center field gate. You and I, Darius, Strober, in this studio right now, we're all watching all the games.
Yeah.
We're texting every single inning. I'm screaming about a ball off the plate from some reliever in the 7th inning who's about to ruin 6 good innings of work.
We're texting about the batting order, all those things.
With respect to that guy, and I'm not trying to like fan shame him, he literally said he's given up, he's not watching. So today ain't for you, respectfully.
Yeah.
Like, we'll talk to you in a few years when there's a new owner having a press conference. In the meantime, the rest of us who are slogging through 6 months, there's nothing more fun. There's not a whole lot worse as a sports fan than having a crap, uninteresting, listless baseball team as someone who's a baseball mark that just sits there and watches 2.5 hours a night. Couldn't be me.
Yeah.
Not this year. Mm-hmm. I'm enjoying myself. So I'm not going to apologize for that today. 800-636-1067. You want to hop in on Grant and Danny.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? It's time for a parade today as the Nationals are above 500. They are 28-27 after beating the Guardians in Cleveland yesterday 10-2, led by 6 home runs. We'll have a parade right down Half Street at 5:25 right here on Grant and Danny. The Nationals taking on the Guardians for Game 2 of the series tonight. 6:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the fan. Cade Cavalli taking on Joey Cantillo. In hockey last night, the Hurricanes beat the Canadiens 3-2 in overtime to take a 2-1 series lead. Tonight, Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals, Golden Knights and Avalanche. Vegas leads the series 3-0. On the hardwood, Western Conference Finals Game 5 tonight, Thunder and Spurs at 8:30. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. Getting engaged or married? Visit Mervis Diamond Importers for the finest diamonds and best value. At Mervis, you'll find the largest selection of Tacori engagement and wedding rings in D.C. Together, Mervis and Tacori help create a ring as extraordinary as your love. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
"30 minutes from now, your Beltway Blitz. At that time, by the way, we've got tickets to go see Treaty Oak Revival at Jiffy Lube Live. We'll be giving those away exclusively on G&D all week long, right at 4. So if you want to see Treaty Oak Revival, the show at Jiffy Lube Live, be listening in 1.5 hours from right now. As Toby just told you, we're 90 minutes away from our fun little walk down Half Street. We're going to call it a parade because that's how we're going to operate. It's going to be good. We've got pizza for people. Come on by the studio at 5 o'clock, 1015 Half Street, right outside the front doors. We'll come on down and meet you. We will walk to center field, and then we're going to go hang out at the sports bar at Walters, and everyone's going to watch the game together. So come on out and kick it with us tonight. Grant and Danny, little hang, should be a fun time. By the way, the New York Knicks last night making quick work of the Cavs. As good as the NBA playoffs have been, there have been a few too many of those for me. I don't even know how you keep those from happening, but like Charles Barkley went in on ESPN last night, basically said the Cavs had quit. I don't really call teams out for quitting or effort. Former players like Barkley can do it if they want to. It's not for me to do as the portly fella in the chair off to the side. But whatever that is, the NBA's got to figure that out. Because I'm watching these, Stanley Cup playoff games going to overtime every night, nip and tuck, and these series that are going 6 and 7. And a sweep where it's a 37-point game that was over basically at the end of the first quarter, just based on how the Cavs were playing. You can't have that in a conference final.
No, it's tough. And I saw Kenny Atkinson was saying, well, if we would have won some of the game 6s in previous series, we would have been more competitive. Like, no duh, dude. If you would have had a little more rest going into the series, you would have been a little bit better. Like, the complaining about some of that stuff, like, dude, you just got completely outclassed in this series, and it's not like you lost by 2.
Did you see what James Harden said?
I feel like we were the better team.
Harden said he thinks they're the better team.
Oh, my gosh.
You don't get to say that after that series.
No, it's one thing if a bounce went the wrong way and you got unlucky in a review. Dude, you got boat raced.
That's embarrassing that he said that.
Yes.
Also, I mean, how many awful playoff performances can that guy have? I know he's one of the greatest scorers of all time, and he's an unequivocal Hall of Famer. Like, these things are true. There is no one who comes up smaller, it seems like, in playoff basketball games than him. The number of games where he's had quite literally more turnovers than shots made is a record. And I saw a stat in like elimination games about his career numbers. They're dreadful, by the way. But for him to say after you get beat by 37 and swept in 4 consecutive games and you get worked at home like that you think you're the better team, just table that. That's so embarrassing.
Yeah, it's a dumb thing to say.
It reminds me of like, you ever see one of these videos that goes viral? I hate these, but they're everywhere, where like 2 guys are fighting publicly or whatever, and someone will get knocked down, and they get up and they're like, I slipped, or they're like, you didn't really hit me, that I fell. It's like, oh my God, shut up.
Just own it.
It's worse that you're saying that than that guy just landed a punch to your jaw and you look like a goofball. James Harden saying they're the better team after that series is a releasable
just own the fact that you got beat. Like, we all watched the games. It's not something like it was close. You got boat raced by a Knicks team that is better. That's fine. It sucks that the playoff games weren't close, but they were the better team. They dominated you. Just accept that. Don't come, I feel like we were the better team. No, you weren't. We all watched it. We all saw that you weren't.
Better at what? He's not talking about basketball. Better at what exactly?
Coming up with complaints, saying ridiculous things in press conferences. I mean, those are the things they were better at.
It would have been funny if he's like, I mean, they were better at basketball, but we're better guys. Like, what are you referencing?
We have a better team chemistry.
Yeah.
Like, we love each other in that locker room. Like, okay, who cares?
2 for 8 from the floor. 0 for 6 from 3. It is clockwork. When he's playing in one of these games that he's going to play, maybe not quite like that, like 0 for the night from 3 and 2 for 8 from the floor, a minus 19 in 33 minutes. That is hard to do.
Yeah, well, he's not going to help you on defense. So if he's not giving you anything on the offensive end, then good luck.
Was it game 1 that the videos came out when basically, it was when they erased the 18-point deficit, like a 19-1 run. They were down 22 at one point in the fourth quarter. But they basically they're like, okay, what are we going to do? How do we do this? You know what? Isolate Harden. Take it at him, either score or kick, but blow past him. And they just did over and over and over again. This was a revealing, kind of humbling series for him, I would imagine.
I would think so, but he's had plenty of these. Like you said, it's not like this is the first time we've seen that. And there have been series with much better teams in which he's gotten beaten that he probably should have prevailed. This one was not one. So it's just, at the end of the day, Harden's a really good player. He's going to go down as one of the greatest scorers, like you said, but he's going to have a pretty bad track record for what he did in postseason play.
But I mean, he's still considered worthwhile as a player. Like, you want him on your team. He was top 10 in MVP vote getting 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Something's not adding up here. You have to hide him on defense. I don't know. I mean, Strober, you're an NBA mark. How does James Harden simultaneously always play like this in the playoffs and also be a guy that 10 teams will line up for that are contenders this offseason?
I think every single year it's just been, this is one of the best scores ever. He's bound to get it right this time. Analytics say, data, probability, whatever you want to say, he'll get it right eventually. He'll be good in the postseason. And yet he never does it. And now Cleveland has to pay him a multiple-year contract just to get out of the second apron. They have no choice but to keep him.
Brutal. But analytically, I wouldn't think he is a beloved player because he's so horrendous defensively.
Yeah.
I mean, the numbers on him have to be awful, I would think. Now, sure, offensive efficiency and points and scoring. He averaged 24 this season, 20.5, I think, when he got to Cleveland, at 36 years old. I'm not trying to knock the career. He's an MVP. He was a sixth man of the year. He's kind of self-made, starting with the Thunder, then going to Houston. But that's just not a guy at this point that I can be convinced ever again, he's the missing piece. He is not any missing piece for anybody.
No, and he's a tough guy to work with because of the way that he likes to play. It's a little bit better now that he, understands that he's not always the focal point of offenses anymore, but it's still just his style of play reminds you, he was kind of the start of some of the stuff that we get so frustrated with now with the flopping.
I was going to say, he was the OG SGA.
Oh my goodness, trying to always get to the foul line. It's frustrating that, to see where the game has gone now because they're kind of following what James Harden started in Houston.
I just think that he's going to always have a home, and in the playoffs, I'm not doing the he can't play in the playoffs thing. He'll have some big games. But when it's time to defend in the half court, his game gets exposed.
Yeah, big time.
He is a regular season superstar that playoff basketball will not be kind to. Now, he can get you a bucket, but unless you're just tit for tat taking him out every possession, I mean, he will get got. Yeah, that's actually changed my opinion a little bit sometimes on guys in the draft and their athleticism and how many positions they can defend, or do they need to be hidden? Because he is just a complete liability.
Well, it just shows you there are some guys in the NBA, and this is one of the tough things that you have to figure out if you're an NBA general manager. There are a lot of guys that look good playing basketball. You got to figure out which are the ones that are going to look good for you in the postseason when it's a little more physical, when they're going to be hunting matchups, when they're going to be game planning to beat you specifically. Who are the winners and who are the losers? Great. This dude can score 25 a night. So can this guy, so can this guy, so can this guy. Which one is the right guy for this team that can win ball games in the clutch? And unfortunately, throughout his career, it has not been James Harden.
I said this to Danny last week. I don't know where you come in on this. But I also think the NBA is just better, cooler, I don't know what the word is, when the Knicks are really good.
Oh, yeah. MSG is incredible.
MSG this time of the postseason is second to none. The star power and the celebrities and the celebrity row shot that they do, and just seeing the Knicks be great again, such a good thing for hoops. Now we sit back and we watch this Spurs Thunder series, which is knotted at 2 games apiece. Got a game tonight, 8:30 tip-off, so someone's going to take the driver's seat. I think those two teams will be heavy favorites. The winner of the West should beat the Knicks, but it's a great thing for basketball that they're back in the finals. And that place is electric. Like, that would be on a short list of maybe, I don't know, 5 or fewer arenas, stadiums I would want to go see a game in. An NBA Finals game at MSG. I saw a playoff game there. It's probably been like 25 years ago with my mom when we were traveling. And it might have even been a little less, like Stephon Marbury time frame.
Yeah.
And it was elite. I can't imagine what it'll be like. I saw the tickets are going for $200,000 on the court.
Yeah, I mean, I think with the way that the NBA has embraced the celebrity culture and having all the celebrities at games, and I think, frankly, too, just the way that the game is watched. Like, if there's a celebrity at a football game, I can only see them if they pan to that celebrity. If there's a celebrity at a baseball game, occasionally I'll see them because they're sitting front row behind the batter's circle, but I'm not going to see them. Versus when they're sitting courtside, and I'm watching them go up and down the floor, I see Timothy Chalamet get hyped when they knock down a 3 and stand up. I see Kylie Jenner, Tracy Morgan, all these people sitting courtside, Spike Lee. So I think it adds to it. And you're right, MSG, just the way that atmosphere always is, it does add to it a lot.
Grant and Danny, Toby in for Danny today on The Fan. We got a double play coming your way in 20 minutes. We're giving away those tickets to see Treaty Oak Revival at Jiffy Lube Live and a Beltway Blitz. I cannot wait for Danny to get back tomorrow so that we can hear exactly what you do on a family vacation in Sin City and Las Vegas. But the one thing I did hear from him over the last few days, the only time he texted me, he was getting ready to see like some Michael Jackson show with his son. I think it was Michael Jackson. It might have been somebody else.
Interesting.
But you know how they have like these impersonators that pretend to be people, and he was like in a concert venue, and it looked like he was about to see a show with his kids.
That's hilarious.
I don't know, man. Like, maybe Danny Houtier is, in fact, a Vegas guy. He pushed back on me. I remember him not being a big Vegas guy. But he's going to come back
here. He doesn't strike me as a Vegas guy.
Nothing about him seems like a Vegas guy, to be clear. But I think he's out there having a blast.
Maybe.
Taking his kids to shows, walking the strip, doing the thing. So we'll have full stories to regale you with from Danny tomorrow when he rejoins us here on G&D. Big parade today is the story around the radio station. About an hour and 10 minutes from now, we're going to start serving pizzas out front of the station at 1015 Half Street. Start giving away some Nats items. So start your plans to get down here right around 5 o'clock. Between 5 and 5:15 is a good time to post up. And at 5:25, we're walking down the street to the center field gate. We will end this charade with some fun at a sports bar watching the Nats and the Guardians tonight. Shane's in Florida. What's up, Shane? How are you?
Hey, Lieutenant. Hey, look, you just got in the commander seat today, Commander Grant, and Toby, you now sit in the lieutenant seat. Hey, congratulations on this parade, guys. I wish I could have been there, but it's much needed. Boycotting. It's people like him that make this city bad. Right now's the time. If you want to go to a great game, go see the Nats play. It's fun. There's nothing more entertaining than taking your kids to a ballpark. So you know what? All the people right now that are negative on the learners, we know that. But it does not going to stop you from going to the ballpark with your family for a cheap ticket and enjoying a great young baseball team. Yeah, they ain't got pitching, but you know what? We're building something here. And for the first time in a long time, it's great to be a DC fan in all the sports here. There's future coming.
Yeah, there's a lot to feel good about. And I think simultaneously we can be realistic about the present or some of the obstacles, the hurdles to get back to winning championships in 2018 like the Caps did or the 2019 Nationals pulled off. You're a long ways from that. We're just trying to get back to being a relevant playoff club in baseball, but they've made strides this year. The Commanders, assuming Jaden Daniels is healthy, an NFC championship game 2 years ago, should be a playoff caliber team this year. The Wizards just won the draft lottery. They're going to hopefully take A.J. DeBonsa, but who knows? Maybe you get crazy and you move down to 2 and you add something in the process. They look like they're ready to turn a corner. And, you know, the Capitals are a perennial power in the Eastern Conference, a team that has not won a playoff series in the second round since they last got to the Stanley Cup in 2018. But they're built very well with youth and the chance to be really good again this year. So it's kind of cyclical. It kind of depends on when you look at the glass. Like, is it half full? Is it not? But we're on an upswing right now in DC sports for sure. And today's one of those days where you can kind of just feel okay looking at the glass and saying there's some water in there.
Yeah, it seems like every team is trending up for the most part. I mean, the Capitals, you feel good about what they can do if they can get back into the playoffs. The Commanders, same sort of thing there. But Wizards are trending up after winning the first overall pick. And how can you not be thrilled about where this Nats team is at right now, going over 500 for the first time this late in the season since 2021?
Most likely team to win the next championship would be who?
Got to be the Commanders, I would feel like, because you feel like they've got quarterback solved, and if he's healthy, you just went to an NFC championship with him. But
I was thinking that too, and I could also say they also may not make the playoffs this year. Like, it could go one way or the other. But if you told me one of the teams won the title in the next 2 years, the Nats don't have anywhere near the pitching yet. It's going to take some time still, even though they're competitive and over 500. The Capitals would be the only one I might throw out there. I know people are down on them because they didn't make the playoffs last year, but I do think hockey's one of those sports where you get in, you get hot. Look at the Vegas Golden Knights. They fired their coach with like a couple weeks left in the season. They bring in John Tortorella, and they're 18-4 since, and they're a buzzsaw on their way, with all the bounces and everything going their way. I could definitely see the Caps in the next couple of years with the young team they've assembled, the rebuild they put together. Not likely by any means, but I think they have as good a chance as the Commanders do. Wizards and Nats would be behind them. But if you're looking long-term, like 5-year plan, who has the most upside? I actually would go with the Wizards possibly, the way they've positioned it. The Nats being narrowly behind them.
Yeah, I think it's not something where I think that you're going to see one in the next 2 years. If it is, it probably would be the Capitals of the couple of teams. But I think I'm pretty happy with where the Commanders are at because you've got the quarterback position solved, which is so difficult. But all 4 teams feel like they're going in the right direction because even when it's post-Ovi era, it's not like the Capitals are going to take a massive dip. So, with the Wizards, with the Nationals, arrows trending up, I'd say the Nationals, if you can get some pitching, then you feel pretty good about it. And it's something with the bats the way that they're playing. You get into any series if you can hit, and then you have just enough pitching, then you feel like you got a chance. But the Wizards are going to be fun to watch too. So it's a good time to be a DC sports fan.
Let's go to Rob in Alabama. Wants to join us on Grant and Danny. Toby is in for Danny today. What's up, Rob? How are you?
Hey, great. Toby, how you guys doing?
Chilling. Great, man. Thanks for the call.
Man, good. Hey, look, man, I'm jealous that I'm not up there for that little parade of your guys that you're running. Now, you guys are going to have more information on how a contract is handled than I do. But I heard that this is the last year of the Strasburg deal. And he supposedly got like $45 million paid to him this season. Don't you think that next year, that once this falls off the books, the Lerners would start being buyers and start putting some talent around these guys?
Well, they should, no doubt. I mean, you should at least replace that money, but I don't think there's any guarantee that that's going to happen. I don't think there's anything, for sure set in stone that says it's $35 million, by the way, for the Strasburg this year on their payroll. You take that away, it's one of the bottom 3 payrolls, I think, in all of baseball. I mean, that's over a third of what they're paying for their roster this year is that Strasburg money. So that goes away. This will be the last year, to your point, of the 7 years and the $245 million. So, yes, they should reinvest that $35 million in immediate money on the big league roster. Whether that's a free agent pitcher at $30 million and a bat for $5 million, or 3 guys at 12, or however you do that, you should absolutely just keep your payroll the same and you have that money coming off the books. That's not how they've operated, though, necessarily. When Patrick Corbin's $140 million came off the books, it's not like they just immediately said, oh, well, now we're not paying Patrick Corbin what we have been over the last 6 years at $23 million per. We've got $23 million to use on a bat. It was just money that they didn't have to spend anymore. So I think that's very much up in the air, and that's a big question, is when will they opt back in? The other question, Toby, is when will Paul Taboni suggest that they do?
Yeah.
Paul Taboni may not, this offseason, what did he want? Did he go to them and say, hey, I'd love a starting pitcher for $10 million? Like we had a caller earlier today that said something to the effect of, if they just went and added 1 starter, they'd be in a really good spot right now, which is true. But Taboni may not have wanted to do that. He probably wants the number 1 overall pick when he takes over last year with his regime and his sharp scouting and developing staff. Because look what they're doing with some of the guys that are already in the system right now. And maybe his goal was, a la the Wizards, let's draft as high as possible. Let's not try to win 73 games. We might as well win 59 or whatever. And then lo and behold, you're just coaching too well and you're developing too well and you got more talent than you thought you did. And you're 550 some games in. You're not going to try to lose. Oh, these guys are playing good baseball. But I don't think he went to ownership asking to spend this offseason. And I'm not sure that he will next offseason either.
I think when he went to ownership and asked them to spend, Grant, it wasn't on things that we see. I think it was on pitching machines. I think it was on extra coaches in the minor leagues. I think it was on stuff to help with development. And I think for the most part, from what we've heard, he got the yes on that. So he was at least able to get some of the stuff that's necessary to help develop talent in the minor leagues and help guys at the major league level be ready to face the tough pitching that they're going to face with some of the machines that they didn't necessarily have. We didn't necessarily see that spent on the major league roster, so it'll be interesting to see what exactly and when exactly he wants to spend. But I do think that there is still some of Strasburg's contract that's deferred, so it's not like Strasburg isn't still getting some payments. So that is something that'll, I think, carry over the next couple of years. But that is an interesting point that when you look at where this team is at, the majority of their payroll that is going towards players are players that aren't here anymore. It's Max Scherzer with deferred contracts. It's Steven Strasburg. So when those contracts come off, assuming the Lerners keep ownership, is that something that maybe with that extra $30 to $40 million that'll come off the books that they'll be willing to spend? You would hope that it is. Don't know if that's for sure something that you can count on, though.
Yeah, I don't know when the deferred money kicks in, if it's right away or there's a date a la Bobby Bonilla or something. But it looks like $80 million in deferred money, about $11 million per for several seasons for Strasburg. And we've seen that with Scherzer and some of the other guys, Rafael Soriano. Remember, they deferred a $5 million contract to Joey Gallo. It was a 1-year, $5 million deal that was like deferred over a few years.
Hey, the Nationals were doing it before it was cool, like the Dodgers.
That's right. Now the Dodgers do it, and everyone's like, man, this is so smart.
I know.
How do they get away with this? Grant and Danny on the Fan will give away those tickets to Treaty Oak Revival next. The Beltway Blitz coming your way on G&D.
This update is brought to you by Mervis Diamond Importers. Nobody pays retail anymore. Why should you? We're having a parade today for the Nationals after they got above 500 for the first time this deep into the season since 2021. Nationals beat the Guardians yesterday 10-2, led by 6 home runs and are 28-27. We'll have a parade down Half Street at 5:25. You can hear it live on the Fan or come join us as we head down Half Street towards Nationals Park. The Nats taking on the Guardians for Game 2 of the series in Cleveland. 6:10 first pitch. You can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli gets the ball for the Nationals. Joey Cantillo starts for the Guardians. In hockey, Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals tonight. Golden Knights and Avalanche. Vegas leads the series 3-0. That'll get underway at 9 o'clock. Western Conference Finals on the hardwood in the NBA. Thunder and Spurs Game 5 tonight at 8:30. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. When you're ready to pop the question, think Mervis Diamond Importers and Tacori. Mervis offers unbeatable value, while Tacori brings handcrafted detail and signature design to every engagement ring from the very first sparkle. For the largest selection in D.C., visit Mervis. Go to MervisDiamond.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Toby just did that update for you in full baseball uniform. Pants, socks, hat, and Oakleys. He looks over at me after his update, dead serious, and goes, baseball pants are so comfy, by the way.
They are.
Welcome back, Grant and Danny on the Fan. Come on down to Half Street and our studios at 1015 Half Street. Punch it into the GPS, Southeast DC. 4 blocks from the center field gate. We're walking to the gate and then watching the game tonight together for our parade. We got tickets to give away. Somebody's going to win tickets to see the Nats and the Padres on Saturday. We got 4 pairs. We got pizzas that people will be eating. We're going to be tossing pizzas out left and right.
Go.
Might be a box per person depending on the turnout here tonight. Thanks to our friends at Pupatello. We're at Walter Sports Bar. Beer on them for the first round for the first 100 Nats fans showing up for the Grant and Danny over 500 parade. Caller 10 right now at 800-636-1067. Congrats, you're winning 2 tickets to Treaty Oak Revival, West Texas Degenerate Tour, Friday, September 18th, Jiffy Lube Live with Wade Forster, Bad Habit. Tickets are on sale now. For tickets and more event information, go to thefandc.com/events. 5 o'clock, by the way. Come on out to the station. 5:25 is when we walk to the ballpark. Let's kick off our Beltway Blitz. How about those Nats? Spencer Nussbaum covers the team for The Athletic. He is awesome. Make sure you follow him. Does such a good job. Detailed write-ups, good analysis on the club. Spencer, how's this happening? 2 of 3 in Atlanta. They whooped the Guardians' butt. 55 games in, they're over 500.
Yeah, it's a great question with a long answer. The simple answer is, as we've talked about before, much better game planning on the offensive front. A lot of dudes who you frankly didn't expect to have above league average numbers who are producing. James and CJ are doing what they're doing, and kind of the sports writer cliche answer to this is they kind of believe they can beat any team now, which they've always said in the past. But I don't think they shrink against these bigger opponents in the way they sometimes have in years past. They've been tested. They played every type of game, and I think that experience has been really good for this group.
Spencer, the hitting has been the story, but pitching has been a little bit of a bugaboo for them, but they've gotten better pitching recently. What have you seen out of that staff that's allowed them to get things going in the right direction?
Yeah, so the big thing is they've actually had more strikeouts and fewer walks as of recently. I think the idea is, hey, the defense behind them has been playing better, and B, they're okay giving up some of these home runs that they do. It's never a fun thing, but they're attacking the edge of the zone, and when they live over the heart of the plate, they're okay getting beat because they know they're getting way ahead in these counts. That's something they've been preaching all year, but it's finally starting to settle in for guys like Littell, for guys like Michaelis. And more than that, they're mixing and matching. They're playing the right matchups. They're learning, and they're using the opponent's scouts. So, it's going really well.
So I'm going to give a lot of opinions in this question, which normally isn't a good idea, but here we go. I don't think they'll keep playing like this. I don't think they'll be buyers. I don't think they should be buyers. But if somehow they're 2 to 4 games back around the trade deadline, does anything change about the plan, whether that's as little as not trading C.J. Abrams, even if they get a good offer, or maybe bringing someone in who might help you in the short term, but for the reason that he's actually coming in as a controllable guy for the long term? What could that look like?
Their first priority throughout all of this, whether they are 10 games over 500, 10 games under 500, is the big picture. You cannot be a sustainable ball club with the payroll they have now without that game plan. That being said, I don't think it's out of the question for them to maybe make some of these smaller buys at the margins if they need to at the deadline. Again, I don't think they're going to be going out and acquiring some ace or acquiring some big bat or anything like that. Nor do I think it'll dramatically change their plans on CJ. Of course, I'm still asking around about that. But yeah, I think it could have some influence in terms of whether they make some of those buys on the margin. And ultimately, I think they're thinking, how can we be a great ball club for 10 years as opposed to make an outside push in a year where they weren't expected to. But it could change some things minimally, I would say.
CJ's probably not going to hit 290 with a 925 OPS all year, but let's say that it's not unreasonable, see Jacob Young and Seaver King and so many others, that maybe he's going to find a new gear here with this group. This is a former number 6 overall pick who's been an all-star. Should he even be someone that you trade if maybe this is CJ Abrams now and maybe you can move him to second? And should they be talking extension with him?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, if the timeline changes, yeah, I think that's in play. The complicated thing about extensions, and I know no fan wants to hear this, is there's just so many factors at play. It's whether CJ wants to stay here. It's whether he thinks he can make more money on the open market. It's whether, hey, you know, like if they move him to second base, all of a sudden his value goes way down. Like, is he comfortable signing a contract? Does his ownership want that money in? Those doors by no means are closed in terms of extension talks. But it's an unbelievably complicated situation that I think will alter based on how the team is doing, both for the team and for CJ himself.
Spencer, we've seen 4 straight games now with a hit for Dylan Cruz. What have you seen out of him and starting to look like he's swinging a better bat?
Yeah, I mean, you said it best. Like his work in the minor leagues in terms of lifting the ball, in terms of swinging better pitches. Now, again, I think the chase rate is still up a hair, or at least it was last time I checked. It's possible it's changed over the last 48 hours. But it really is just the ability to get the ball in the air, and when he hits it on the ground, he still hits it, 105 miles per hour, which is not ideal in terms of getting hits, but it is if you can sneak it through a hole. So, yeah, he's hitting the ball hard and hoping that everything else translates. Again, it's a small sample, but it's an encouraging start for sure.
Keep up the great work. Love all the content over at The Athletic. Thank you, buddy.
Thank you.
Yep, Spencer Nussbaum. Check him out there. Let's talk hoops. Chris Miles of NBA TV to help us do just that. Chris, the Knicks are back in the finals. The Cavaliers no-showed in Game 4 last night. Your thoughts on the Eastern Conference final?
Man, I'm just shocked at how easily the Knicks dispatched the Cleveland Cavaliers. I thought that would be a 6 or a 7 game series. And from that first game when they, came back from being down in the fourth quarter through, man, they just dominated. I mean, that is the word to describe what the New York Knicks did to the Cleveland Cavaliers.
I mean, Chris, I was kind of thinking that whoever wins this Western Conference Finals, you can just go ahead and hand them to Larry O'Brien as well. But the way that the Knicks are playing, how much of a competition do you think they give, whether it's the Spurs or the Thunder, in that NBA Finals series?
Yeah, I mean, so my assignment this year, I was with the San Antonio Spurs, right, all season. And I think the Knicks present this issue for the Spurs in a matchup. The best kind of defenders you want on Victor Wembanyama is actually not centers, right? It's guys like OG Anunoby. So the Knicks, they have 2 guys that I think can do a decent job on Victor Wembanyama, and we got a sample of it when you go back and look at the NBA Cup championship, right? And I know Adam Silver's going to be excited if it's the Spurs and the Knicks. But I think the Thunder, I think the Knicks match up very well with the Thunder. But I think if the Spurs can figure out how to employ Wemby properly against the Knicks and keep him near the basket, then I think the Knicks don't have the firepower to stop the Spurs overall. But I think it'll be interesting to see OG matched up against Victor Wembanyama in a 7-game series.
Chris Miles, NBA TV. So call your shot on that series. How does it end?
Oh, man. I mean, you're talking about I got to pick the team I love versus the team I covered all year. But I would think the Spurs, objectively, I think the Spurs win in 6 if it's the Spurs and the Knicks. And I think if it's the Thunder and the Knicks, I think the Knicks win in 6.
What do you think the key is for the Thunder if they're going to try to win this series? I mean, obviously you got to get SGA going and slow down Wemby, but outside of that, what do you think is the key for OKC?
Hot shooting, man. I mean, the games that they've won, Jared McCain and Alex Caruso, they put on a show, right? So, like, their depth, their ability to just have different guys that can do it in different nights for you, that's really it. It's like that simple for the Thunder. And it was like that last year. Don't forget, that championship, the finals went to 7 games, and if Tyrese Halliburton doesn't tear his Achilles, it felt like the Pacers were going to win that.
Yeah.
So one of the things about the Thunder is like, yes, SGA's great. You know what he's going to give you. But the rest of those guys, you really don't know game to game. It's up and down. It's ebbs and flows. It's a roller coaster ride. So for the Thunder, it's like, yeah, are you going to get that production from those guys 2 more times in this series?
You can watch Chris on NBA TV. Chris, next time we chat with you, I want to talk about 1-1 and AJ DeBonsa, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Talk to you soon.
Be good. Playoffs have been awesome. We are on to just the Western Conference Final, taking center stage in the NBA. Let's talk some football. Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports, to do just that. Mitch, give us a little preview of OTAs tomorrow. What are we going to learn? What shouldn't we care about that we're seeing come out of the coverage in Ashburn on OTA session on Wednesday tomorrow?
I honestly, I don't know that there's a ton that we're going to learn. It's obviously going to be the first time that we're going to see Durante Jones run this defense. The first time we're going to see David Blau run this offense. Obviously, Jaden Daniels running through it. But this is really a first kind of insight into what these things are going to look like. And this is way more of a teaching session than it is maybe an athletic session. To me, one of the big things that I'm interested in watching is kind of how the rookies are interlaced within both the offense and defense. You have, 2 guys who are expected to play pretty major roles, but we've seen Dan Quinn, be a little, not anoint rookies starting jobs, but if Sonny Styles is going to be a guy that's going to have the green dot, I'd expect to see him on the field. Being a rookie, are they going to kind of ease him into that? I would say the same with Antonio Williams, that receiver. I mean, it certainly seems as though he has the inside track to be kind of the number 2 starting receiver on the outside. And, are they going to be a little bit, more slow in terms of working him in? To me, I want to see Antonio Williams catch as many balls as possible from Jaden Daniels between now and the start of the season. And I want to see Sonny Styles, if he's going to be the green dot, call as many defensive plays as he can between now and then. And obviously it all starts tomorrow.
You mentioned Sonny Styles there, Mitch, and I was talking through this yesterday, and it kind of illuminated something in my mind. Do you think that, obviously they had plans where they might have gone Mansour to land in the draft, they might have gone elsewhere, but they land on Sonny Styles. Do you feel like that maybe unlocks another level for what this defense can be when you think of what he can move and the way that he can move around, pre-snap, post-snap, and the way that they can use him as a chess piece? Do you think that kind of unlocks maybe another level with what Durante Jones can do, having a linebacker that's that athletic?
Yes, but I'm also hesitant to give just that credit to Sonny Styles, because they also brought in Leo Chenal. You see Frankie Luvu, who's going to be back to playing an actual linebacker position and not that kind of hybrid defensive end that he had to play last season. I think you look at all of the changes on this defense, adding Ndafe Owe, Caleb Chason, Nick Cross in the secondary, hopefully have a healthy Trey Amos back there. I think there's a lot of different ways that this defense looks different, both personnel-wise and then obviously scheme-wise. I think Sonny Styles certainly helps you a lot. I mean, he's the number 7 overall pick, hopefully for a reason, but I think you're going to look at, whatever the number ends up being, 7 new faces starting on the defensive side of the ball or 6 new faces on the defensive side of the ball. No matter what they do, it's going to be way different. And all the athleticism that they've added on that side of the ball is going to help unlock a lot of different things that we think or we plan on Durante Jones doing over there.
Mitch Tischler, Monumental Sports. Mitch, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you.
Absolutely.
Be good, brother. That is your Beltway Blitz on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We are about 40 minutes away from starting to celebrate the Nats being over 500 outside of the radio station. Come on by. We're going to give away some prizes. We're going to be raffling off some tickets tonight as well. We're going to walk down to the center field gate and then watch the game over at Walters Sports Bar for our over 500 parade. First time this deep into the year in 5 years. Big reason why? Curtis Mead, who's got 7 home runs. He's been outstanding. The Australian-born slugger who hit 2 of 6 bolts for the Nats yesterday, joins the show next on The Fan.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. About an hour from now, we'll begin our parade for the Nationals being above 500 for the first time this late in the season since 2021. The Nationals beat the Guardians yesterday 10-2 to get to 28-27. Game 2 of the 3-game series in Cleveland tonight at 6:10. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli set to take on Joey Cantillo. In hockey tonight, Western Conference Finals Game 4 between the Golden Knights and the Avalanche. Vegas looking to finish off the sweep. They lead the series 3-0. Last night, the Hurricanes beat the Canadiens in overtime 3-2 to take a 2-1 series lead. On the hardwood, the Knicks beat the Cavaliers, finishing off the sweep, winning 130-93. Tonight, Game 5 for the Thunder and the Spurs at 8:30. That series tied at 2 games apiece. Defenders versus the Orlando Storm, Sunday, May 31st, noon at Audi Field. Defenders Kids Day, the first 5,000 fans get a Defenders t-shirt. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Nationals with 9 hits, 5 home runs, and a 5-run lead. Bailey sets up down and away with a target. The 0-2 is lofted deep left field toward the corner. This one way back there, and it is gone onto the pavilion. Another home run for Curtis Mead. Another home run for the Nationals. They lead at 8-2. Their 6th homer of the game. And Mead now has 7 on the season. 2 homers, 3 RBIs tonight. What a game for Curtis Mead.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Toby Altizer is in for Danny Rouillet today on the Ruud guest hotline. Ruud, the most reliable heating and air conditioning products in the DMV. We go out to Cleveland and find Curtis Mead, who smashed 2 home runs for the Nationals last night. They had 15 hits and 6 bolts as a ball club, and they are now 28-27 and over 500. Curtis, after last night, you got to be feeling real good.
Yeah, no, it's definitely exciting. I feel like for the most part we've been playing pretty good baseball for the season. So, yeah, it's kind of fun to get on a little bit of a roll and gain some momentum.
What has it been like playing in this offense? I mean, I don't know that many people had this being the top scoring offense in the sport at this point in the season, and now it's not something where you can look at it and say, oh, it's just a hot streak. This is kind of what this team is. What's it been like working with the hitting staff and then seeing this lineup be able to produce night in, night out?
Yeah, well, I mean, first and foremost, I think the hitting staff are doing a great job of, kind of setting the tone with the meetings about the opposing pitcher that night and, just kind of setting out some sort of plan, and individualizing it a little bit, which has been nice. And, I think it really starts from the top, Woody, CJ, Dalen, Louie, like those guys are just setting the tone, and I think the rest of us are just kind of following their lead, and I definitely think hitting's contagious. It's been fun.
Australian-born Curtis Mead, Nationals slugger with now 7 home runs and an OPS over 840. So I want to go back so that listeners can hear your story a little bit here. Obviously, you were at one point in time a really high-level prospect in Tampa Bay with the Rays organization. Washington acquired you from the Chicago White Sox after opening day, though, on day 3 of this big league season, as they were playing Game 2 in Wrigley Field. So just kind of take me through your background in terms of knowing Blake Butera, a couple of the Rays members of the organization now here in D.C. that you knew from your time as a prospect then, and how the Nats came calling when they made the trade for you.
Yeah, so you're not wrong. It definitely hasn't been a straightforward line for me, I guess. But yeah, work closely with Blake and MJ, the bench coach in Tampa. And just really love those guys. So, I mean, when it came time for me to hopefully find a landing spot, it took everything in me not to call Blake and MJ and I pretty much asked to be on the team. So when it kind of came together, I was really excited and, just respect the heck out of those guys and what they stand for and how they go about their business. It's kind of cool for them to be setting the tone and, the team to be playing well.
Did you reach out to them and say, hey, I think this could be a fit? Or did they reach out to you? And did you know Paul Taboni at all?
So I'd never met Paul, never spoken to Paul, but heard a bunch of great things. And no, I didn't actually reach out in the end. I didn't want to feel like I was, stepping on any toes or doing anything. So, it's just kind of pretty cool that it all worked out.
What is it like working with Blake? I mean, he seems like a very sharp guy, super young to be in the role that he's in. I mean, that whole front office and staff is quite young to be in the roles that they're in, but obviously everything's worked out. And so what's it like working with Blake in a day-in, day-out basis?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I think the coolest thing about him is he's the same guy every day. You know what you're gonna get, and I think that's why the playing group really respects him and backs him in. So yeah, no, he's awesome, man. I can't say enough nice things about him.
How cool is it that he's so hands-on? Because we're coming from working with Davey Martinez, and obviously he's a World Series winning manager, so it's no slight on him, but a little bit older, wasn't necessarily throwing BP to the guys or doing all the stuff that we see Blake doing. How cool is it that he's involved with some of that stuff?
Yeah, no, it's awesome. I obviously had him as a minor league manager, and that's how he was in the minor leagues. So it was kind of cool to come across here and him be the exact same guy. I came from Tampa too, where Cash was a little bit hands off as well. So yeah, no, it's been fun for Blake to be around the group, and I think the playing group really appreciates when they know where they stand with the manager, and I think Blake does an awesome job with communication and that sort of thing, and it allows guys to be more free and be themselves.
Curtis Mead, 25-year-old Australian native who is making the Nats better. 2 of their 6 home runs last night as they beat up on the Guardians to get over 500. We've got our parade starting at 5:25. We'll be walking. Come on out to the radio station at 1015 Half Street today in the Navy Yard. Starting at 5, we've got pizzas. We're going to do a little watch party over at Walters. They're going to give out beers to the first 100 fans wearing Nats gear. First time in 5 years the team's been over 500 this deep into the year, thanks to the exploits of players like Curtis Mead, our guest right now. Take me back to coming up in Australia and what that's like as a prospect. Obviously, you're in this series right now where Travis Bazzana plays for the Guardians. He was the number 1 overall pick, albeit from an American college, but also an Australia native. Like, what was your journey to get to the minor leagues like?
Yeah, no, it's pretty unique. I think it was 27, the year before I signed. I'd spoken to a couple people who had told me that if I had committed to a college in America, that it might give me more interest with scouts, I guess. And so I went on a couple showcases to America and kind of played and received some interest from junior colleges and ended up committing to Grayson Junior. We had a major Australian youth baseball tournament and played there and played pretty good. And then from that tournament, it was a pretty cool process.
So I heard a story, and you can correct me on this, but I briefly heard a story of how you got into baseball was through your grandfather and through, at Memorial Days yesterday, apparently American soldiers being over in Australia. He learned the game from them. Can you take us through that story a little bit?
Yeah, so it's actually a cool story. I didn't actually know that until I was constantly asked, and I was like, well, I'm going to figure this out. How I got into baseball. And yeah, so during World War II, my pop lived in Darwin, which there was a U.S. military base stationed there, and I guess he got to hanging out with some of the members of the U.S. military, and they taught him the game, and then he taught my father, and my father taught me. So
that's awesome. I'm fascinated with all of the animals in Australia, and I am petrified by many of them. It's been said to us from people that know more that basically you can live in Australia and not be eaten by spiders or attacked by snakes or sharks or anything. Is that true?
Yeah. If you stick in the cities, they're like U.S. cities. No crazy animals running around, but if you venture inland, all bets are off in there. So,
have you ever done that, for fun, or is that something that, as you're growing up, you can, I don't know if it's safari or what, but go where the animals are and try to dabble with nature?
A little bit. People will frequently go camping, and people travel around Australia and go camping. But yeah, as I said, there's the crazy thing is there's not massive land animals. It's like snakes and spiders and a lot of stuff you can't see. So, I haven't experienced anything super crazy, but, they're definitely out there.
I've never been able to go to Adelaide, which is where you're from. Can you sell me on going there? I've been able to go to some of the other cities. I've been to Sydney, Melbourne, Cairns, Brisbane. Like, I've been around the country a little bit, but never been able to go to Adelaide. So what am I missing?
Okay. So my selling point on Adelaide is it's not one of the bigger major cities in Australia where there's a bunch to see, per se, like the Sydney Harbour Bridge and that sort of thing. But Adelaide is rated frequently in the top 10 most livable cities in the world. So the style of life, easygoing, slow-paced is kind of, the life there. Breakfast on the beach, hanging out, enjoying the weather. So, yeah, no, it's an awesome spot.
Curtis Mead and the Nats are absolutely cooking. He got here on day 3 of the season right after opening day. Because it was that early in the first week, did it feel somewhat natural joining the team as they got going, or was it still like being the new kid in a class that had been together?
Yeah, I mean, it was probably easier than I anticipated. I think that I hadn't missed that much. Obviously the group had spent a lot of time in spring training together, getting to know each other. But it was nice. It felt pretty natural, and it was easy to kind of fit in with the group. And, I think that just speaks volumes to the type of people that we have in the clubhouse.
So you started the year platooning at first base. Now with House going down to AAA, you've kind of moved over to the other side of the diamond, still playing first at times. What do you think that versatility gives this team, being able to move around the infield? You played second as well. I mean, you're obviously a versatile defender. How much does that, how hard does that work to stay ready at every position? And now that you're doing it, how more comfortable are you moving over to that third base side?
It was a pretty easy transition for me. I made sure when I wasn't playing as frequently that I would, touch pretty much every position that I played every day. Made sure I got my throws from third across the diamond, made sure I turned a couple double plays at second, and then stayed on top of my defense at first, and did my daily picks to make sure that I'm ready for the bad throws when they come at first. I just try and be the best I can at each spot, and just give myself multiple ways to get in the game.
Curtis, you know this better than I do, being around Blake as long as you have been, and from the Tampa organization with the analytics. It's a lot of matchups with this team, and they're heavy with platoons on the corners, in the infield especially. The idea, it seemed like, was you played a lot against lefties. I don't want to say it's completely full reverse splits, but you've killed right-handed pitching. Have you started to play more, have you noticed, against righties, or is that something where somebody takes notice and goes, okay, this isn't just a right-on-left situation, he's actually seeing righties better?
I definitely have played a little bit more as of late, which has been nice. I think for the majority of my major league career, I'd played pretty much strictly against lefties. So I think right-handed at-bats have definitely been a focal point for me. I feel like when I face right-handed pitching, I feel like I've almost got something to prove, per se. There's definitely a little bit of heightened focus, when I do get.
Is there something to that, too, and we're talking to Curtis Mead of the Nationals, where, I don't want to say chip on your shoulder, but where guys feel like, and I'm sure every player at the big league level has this confidence, but, hey, if I just got a shot to play every day, I'd be just fine. Like, you've never really had that necessarily, where you've just been told, set it, forget it, go out, make adjustments. I mean, is that something where, does everyone at this level feel like if they got that chance that they could do something with it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I feel like you have to have that confidence. That's something that I've wanted to stay sharp on, is when I did get that opportunity, I wanted to be ready. So I try and be diligent with my preparation and how I go about things every day, and, be ready physically and mentally for that opportunity if it comes. I would say that everyone feels that way.
One of the fun parts about this team this year, Curtis, is last year when you looked at the lineup, you kind of knew what it was going to be every day for at least like the first 5 or 6 guys. This year, it kind of switches, it feels like, quite a bit. It seems like you've settled into sort of a role where James in the leadoff spot, CJ's hitting 4th, 5th, or 6th or something like that, but it could be any sort of lineup combination after that. Is that something where you guys, it keeps you on your toes, or would you prefer to be, hey, I'm hitting second, this is kind of my spot every day? Like, how does that feel to show up to the yard every day, not quite sure where you're going to be in the lineup, even if you know you are going to be playing that day?
Yeah, I know. It can be challenging for some people, I guess. But, I think that's where Blake does a great job. He kind of communicates and everyone knows where they stand and why the lineup's set how it is. So I think, with his communication, it makes it a lot easier to kind of just play the game.
We'll let you out on this one. Curtis Mead of the Nats on Grant and Danny here on The Fan. We've got our celebration we're throwing, I told you about here in the Navy Yard today, where some fans are coming out. You guys are playing winning baseball this deep into the year for the first time since 21, but I'm sure you guys aren't content. What is the feeling in the clubhouse on what you've done? Outside we're going, man, they're overachieving. This is crazy. How are they doing it? Best offense in the sport. What are you guys saying between the walls?
I think there's a lot of confidence. I feel like a lot of people have started to tap into some potential that we all felt like we had. And I think it's, we still feel like we're starting to piece it together. I feel like the pitching's been doing a good job of recent time too. Giving us opportunities to kind of win the game with our bat. And, I feel like we've been working hard on defense too. That's been a focal point for the team as well. So, we still feel like we can be a lot better and, we're working hard to be the team that we want to be.
Well, Curtis, appreciate the time today and keep the bats going like you did yesterday. Appreciate it, man.
Awesome. Thanks, guys.
Nats infielder Curtis Mead on Grant and Danny. 5 o'clock means parade time. We are walking down the street at 5:25 on The Fan. Grant and Danny taking you up to right around 5:40 tonight. We've got Guardians Nationals evening baseball on the Fan. Charlie Slows, Dave Jagler on the call. But between now and then, chaos is set to ensue.
I mean, it feels like it's already started to ensue. Poor Dad.
Dad is having a tough go of it. Our producer, Darius, is doing about 10 things at once here. So we're throwing a little bit of a parade. And I say a little bit of a parade. It's an actual parade, but we're calling it a little bit of a parade. But it's here's who's throwing the parade. It's basically like me coming up with ideas and Darius having to execute them.
Yeah.
That's kind of how this day is going. So he's been over at Walters. He's been all over the place. He's been running up and down with speakers. He's going to set some things up out front. We just had the Nats drop off a ton of goodies and gear that we're going to pass out.
So much good stuff, yeah.
So we got some prizes to give away. We got pizza showing up right now from Pupatella out front that we'll be doling out to people. But Dad just came up the steps with the speaker that's like 60 pounds. And he looked like he just got out of a swimming pool, this guy. I mean, he is getting after it right now. And I'm like, how you doing? You need anything? He's like, he's like running the board, but then he's got the band people hitting him up. We're just throwing everything at him.
Yeah.
So I don't know where he went. He's gone, but he's going to go make some magic happen.
Yeah, he's the producer and parade coordinator today.
It's a parade coordination of one. Like Macy's, a little bit bigger deal, slightly different than like 14 of us walking down the street today.
I bet you there's not just one person in charge of that one, though.
But there's more than one, I would have to imagine. I have been in touch, though, with some folks that are on their way over. Excited to see you guys. If you're coming to our parade today in the Navy Yard, we will start right outside of 1015 Half Street's front doors. That is our radio station headquarters. If you're familiar with the neighborhood, we're in the same building as the Bonchon. We're going to walk, though, out of our front doors and 4 blocks up to the center field gate to celebrate the Nats being over 500. And then on the back end, lest we forget, this is very important, a little watch party tonight.
Let's go.
To watch them take on the Guardians, look for another win, try to extend their hot stretch here. The Red Hot Nationals looking for 4 in a row. They have been playing excellent baseball for going on 5 weeks now. And they've done it despite struggling defensively. Pitching staff's coming around a little bit, but they've done it with the number one offense in the sport. 298 runs scored. The Mets, with that payroll, have scored 208 runs, almost 100 more runs for the Nationals. It is incredible what they're doing.
It's so much fun to watch night in, night out. And it's guys like last night, Curtis Mead, who you just heard from, 2 homers from him, 6 total homers for the Nationals. Jacob Young taking a big step forward in the power department. Anytime you get stuff from Wood and Abrams, that's exciting and kind of expected to an extent. But getting contributions from guys up and down the lineup, Dylan Cruz is starting to swing it a little bit better after kind of getting off to a little bit of a slow start coming back up here. So this team is so much fun to watch, and it's just a blast watching this team. And I don't know that you've been able to say that the last couple of years about this baseball team, so it's fun.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun time walking down the road. I know some people told me that they were stopping to get some candy to throw at strangers.
Let's go.
Imagine just being near the metro station and wondering what is this dude in full uniform who looks like he's a bench coach for the Washington Nationals doing? And then people are just chucking candy and things at you they're walking down the street.
I've gotten some looks around the office to people that aren't privy with what we're doing, and they're like, okay, what is this guy doing?
It looks like it's Halloween. That or you're just super excited about the fact that the Nats clobbered the Guardians last night.
Yeah.
Could be both.
Yeah, today I'm just cosplaying as the first base coach, so,
I still think James Wouldn't is a slightly better name because you're wearing a James Wood jersey than any of the others, but there were some good ones in there. Anthony Rendon is pretty solid
Anthony
as well.
Rendon, and then go with Toby Two Bags. Works pretty good. I like that.
I will accept Toby Two Bags. The Nats, we got to shout them out for 2 boxes full of things to shell out today. We got some goodies, bobbleheads, some giveaways that have both already come and will be TBD later into the season. So that's pretty sweet. And we're giving away tickets as well. Somebody's going to go see the Padres and the Nats on Saturday. We're giving out 4 pairs of Nats tickets at the parade as part of our prize session.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's going to be a lot of fun to see that series on Saturday. Lots of good giveaways. So this is going to be a blast. I mean, it's something that we have kind of thrown together as much as we could, and it was on the Nationals to get above 500, and they did it. So we got to celebrate.
People forget this started as a joke.
Yeah.
Both because we didn't think they'd get over 500 deep into the season, but also because we just thought the idea of a 500 parade would be funny. And then, lo and behold, over a few weeks, it's kind of been a blast to watch them, and everyone's feeling good, and they're on a heater, and now we're actually throwing a little bit of a Nats party here, which is throwing me back to 2019. You do sleep on how much bad baseball we've had to endure.
Oh, my goodness.
The last 5 years, for the real ones out there that are on their way over to the Navy Yard right now to take part in this, have been utterly treacherous. I'm looking at a roster from the 2022 season. So this is a lot of Jamer Candelario, Stone Garrett, Joey Meneses. How about Dom Smith at first base, Jake Alou? May I offer you some Corey Dickerson or Riley Adams as a regular catcher? Michael Chavis. We got to thank Michael Chavis for his exploits and contributions. Man. Today wouldn't have been possible, the 5 years without a 500 parade day, if not for the moments turned in by Carter Kieboom or Derek Hill or Travis Blankenhorn.
Was there a Jeter Downs in there somewhere too?
Jeter Downs was on that team.
Man.
We got to a point where I was tweeting out Blake Rutherford Rochester Red Wings stats.
Blake Rutherford.
Like maybe he was going to be a revelation. Like he was the Treylon Burks for the Nationals where it's like, he was a top-round draft pick at one point. Maybe they could catch lightning in a bottle. Oh, how times have changed. And we haven't even scratched the surface as a station because it's not really what we do, but you and I follow this closely on Bustin' Loose Baseball, the podcast for the Nats that we do a couple times a week. How good the system has been.
Big time.
I mean, this was the disaster that was the major league roster. The minor league system has been a real problem, and we've been, frankly, like desperate and frothing at the mouth for any reason to be excited about any high-end minor league player. Well, finally now, you have that a little bit with a ton of players in this system that you can get excited about. So it's not just about the big league roster. In fact, I just got a tweet from Obscure Washington, D.C. athletes who said, thank Alex Avila. If you've got your national you'd like to thank for helping make today possible from 2021 and beyond, go ahead and send them over at Grant Paulson on Twitter. Avila, 7,800 innings in the field in his career. Only 5 of them were at second base. It happened the last time the Nats were above 500 this deep into the year on July 1st, 2021. That's pretty amazing.
Unreal. It's so crazy just to look at what this team has been, because the tough part about this was 19, obviously they win the World Series. 20, you kind of throw away because it's the COVID season. 21, there's back to having expectations. And then all of a sudden, the bottom fell out. I mean, it was so forgettable. And then you felt like you were starting to go in the right direction. And then the bottom fell out again last year. You move on from Davey and Rizzo. And it's like, where's the hope for this team? And then they bring in Paul Taboni. They hire Blake Butera. They didn't make a ton of moves this offseason. So you're like, all right, well, so we can just kind of expect the same sort of deal as last season. And the changes that they've made internally in terms of the way that they have changed their approach, development, all those things have turned this team into a respectable, fun one to watch. And they're above 500 on May 26th.
Toby Altizer in for Danny Rouillet. We're closing in on the parade at 525. The Nats are over 500. It's G&D.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. In baseball, we're about 30 minutes away from a parade down Half Street as the Nationals are above 500. They got to 28-27 with their 10-2 win over the Guardians yesterday. Game 2 of the 3-game series in Cleveland tonight, 6:10 right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli set to take on Joey Cantillo. In hockey, Game 4 of the Western Conference Finals tonight for the Golden Knights and the Avalanche. Vegas up 3-0 in the series. They're looking to finish off a sweep. Last night in basketball, there was a sweep finished off with the Knicks beating the Cavaliers 130-93. Game 5 of the Western Conference Finals tonight, Thunder and Spurs at 8:30. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. Defenders versus the Orlando Storm, Sunday, May 31st, noon at Audi Field. Defenders Kids Day. The first 5,000 fans getting a Defenders t-shirt. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Just got some photos from downstairs where listeners are assembling for a parade that's about 25 minutes away from getting going. We are marching down Half Street in the Navy Yard from our headquarters here at 1015 in Southeast. By the way, the pizzas, our guy Michael from Pupatella didn't mess around. He said he was bringing 30 pizzas. He brought 30 pizzas. I mean, there is plenty of food down there.
It's insane.
Come on by, get your dinner, and then we will walk down the street, and we will be merry as the Nationals are over 500. We got a little watch party we're planning over at Walters on the back end. Free beer for all of our listeners wearing Nats gear that come out, that go over with us to Walters, which is very cool of them to take part in this. They do a great job, as always, celebrating the Nats in the Navy Yard and making that a fun place to watch Nats baseball. Toby Altizer's in for Danny Rouillet today. Only fitting that Danny is on vacation and not here when the Nats are over 500 and we're throwing the parade.
We kind of thought this might happen last week, but it happened this week. So whenever it was going to happen, we knew Danny wouldn't be here.
Show is exclusively sponsored by the law firm Condori and Murat. If you need any of the important paperwork as an adult that needs to get done, taken care of, they will do it for you. Their attorneys will help you to protect you and your family. Go schedule a consultation with them at kmlawyers.com. That's kmlawyers.com. I want to welcome onto the show Santo, who is a member of an awesome band that is going to help us with our parade today. Santo has an instrument that is gigantic and that I don't know the name of. What is that?
This is what you call a sousaphone, so a marching tuba.
So the difference between a tuba and a sousaphone is just that you march while you play it, or more to it?
More to it is an upright tuba, more orchestral. You have something that's kind of upright. This is something that kind of wraps around your body. Obviously, when you're moving and marching, a lot easier to maneuver. Sound is a little bit bigger, a little bit brighter. Definitely a lot more powerful.
How much does that thing weigh? I mean, we're marching 4 blocks down the street. Obviously, this is not your first rodeo. You've done a parade or two. That thing's massive.
This is about 40 pounds.
Oh, man.
Damn. Okay, and so tell me about your band, first of all. You guys did not come together just for today. You have been playing for a long time.
Nah, the Crush Funk Brass Band has been around since 2012, and we're comprised of alumni from HBCUs, Howard University, Bowie State University, VSU, the University of the District of Columbia. We've also got some representation from my boy from Kenyon College and Indiana University, but we've been around, definitely a part of the city, New Orleans brass mixed with the DC pop funk, a lot of great energy. You name it, we've been there.
That's awesome. And you guys, I mean, DMV guys, so I would imagine DC sports fans?
Absolutely. Nothing but the best. Nothing but the best. We're fortunate to have the teams that we have here, win, lose, or draw. And, my guys, we're behind our teams.
So I know you got to get down there to get ready with the guys, but I just want to hear if you would give us a little, I don't even know what this thing sounds like. So just give me a little something for the people out there in Radio Land. This is going to be so good.
It's so awesome.
We got a 4-piece band walking with us. He told me, he's like, when we get together, he's like, we could do a little take me out to the ball game. You need a little Chuck Brown busting loose. He's like, we got you. You tell us what you need, we'll make it work.
This is just incredible. It adds so much to it. A live music, this is incredible.
So Strobes, if you want to help get him out this door so that he can get downstairs, we'll let you go get situated downstairs. and get ready to go. Santo, thank you, buddy. We appreciate you. We'll see you on the other side in just a few moments. Live band walking down the street with us.
Just want to let folks know, if you want to find us online, check us out, www.crushfunkbrass.com. We've got a big charity show coming up. We're trying to fight cancer, so if you want to check us out in Falls Church on June 7th, we will be at Crescendo Studios. Please come and check us out. Otherwise, check us out online, social media. And we love to see y'all. We are DC. We love y'all. Thank you for having us.
Thank you, buddy. And tell you what, we couldn't have done it without you today. So very cool. The difference between us walking down the street without a 4-member brass band and walking down the street with them is the difference in a parade or just people hanging out. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, otherwise it's just a bunch of people walking down the street, no big deal, but this adds so much.
I mean,
this makes it an event.
40-plus LBs he's strapped on his back right now.
I know something about carrying an extra 40 pounds, but it's not a tuba.
Yeah, I'm making a big deal about it. Like, I got a few of those on my back, I guess, every single day of the week. It has been very cool and refreshing to just see how excited people are about the Nationals. We talked earlier with a couple of people. I'm certainly getting some of the tweets at Grant Paulson where people are going, look, it's just 500. Why are we so excited? Well, first of all, if you watch every night and you have for 5 years, you can't be a 90-win team and a playoff team if you don't get over 500 first, right? So that's number one. Number two, I view this season, Toby, as a reflection on the decision-making of the offseason having been correct.
Yes.
I view 28 and 27 as a endorsement of what is happening and what is possible with this regime. They're doing this with duct tape and glue. You know, they don't have the roster yet with the money spent, with the pitching. What if they have a nice rotation put together with Sakura, Susana, some of the arms coming, you drop $175 million on an arm? What if when it's time to go spend, whether it's this ownership group or another one after 2027's work stoppage, you're able to supplement Wood and Abrams if he's still here, and Cruz who's come on, and some of these really good players like Dalen Lyle who gets an extension at some point, let's say. You can start to dream a little bit on. It's easier to win with checkbook baseball. A lot of people can do that. Very few front offices can win without spending. This group is already proving they can get a lot out of a little. That's a huge, huge thing.
Yeah, it's so important, and it's why that this feels different, Grant. This is a different type of team. We've seen the Nats the last couple of years at times be exciting and have some good stretches. So it's disingenuous to pretend like this is one of the few times over the last couple of years they haven't played some decent baseball. But this one feels more sustainable because you're looking at a team that is playing near the top of the league in the offensive category. They're leading the league in runs scored, and they're struggling with the pitching and defense, and yet they have a winning record. So it's stuff where even if it starts to even out a little bit, Grant, you think about on the pitching side, you start to get better pitching. Even if the offense takes a step back, you're suddenly looking at a team that is still much better than you would expect, and they're finding ways to put their guys in the best position possible. And you're seeing guys that we started to look at as, all right, they're kind of not going to be a part of the future here. You know, you look at Luis Garcia, someone that we don't talk a lot about, but what he's been able to do at first base, it's not like he's been spectacular defensively, but he's not a sieve. He's been able to help you out there, and at the plate, he's been good. Curtis Meade's been able to help you. Even down to the minor leagues, like you talked about, we haven't broke it down much on the station, but on our podcast we have. You look at Seaver King. He's, I think, the best example of this for guys that could be helping this team very, very soon, Grant. He was someone a year and a half ago we were looking at as like, man, what a wasted draft pick. This is someone that's not going to be able to help them. They tried to save money for the second round, and it blew up in their face because that guy stinks too, and all these sorts of things. All the doom and gloom Nats fans are looking at Seaver King and talking about how stupid Mike Rizzo is. And this new regime comes in and is able to look at him and say, you know what? This is some of the stuff we can tweak and we can help out. And all of a sudden, you've got Seaver King on the brink of being in the big leagues helping you out in AAA. So this organization from top to bottom, you're seeing major strides. And it's only May 26th, so it's not like it's, full seasons yet, so you don't want to get too far over your skis. But at the same point, it's a long enough time that you have a sample size that matters. It's not a 10-game sample size. It's 55 games here in the big leagues, and you're seeing a difference. So it's a credit to this front office. It's a credit to this coaching staff and the ways that they're embracing some of the modern wave of baseball, and it's paying off with wins, which I didn't think any of us expected.
The Nationals have won 3 in a row and 5 of 7 to get over 500 for the first time this deep into the season in 5 years. 17 and 11 in their last 28 since April 25th. They've won 6 of their last 9 series over that stretch. That's what the good teams do in baseball, by the way. You're trying to win 2 out of every 3. You're trying to stack series. They've won 6 of their last 9 series in 17 wins in those 28 games where you're playing about 600 baseball, which, let's face it, Toby, if you played 607 baseball over 162, that's a 98-win clip. Yeah. I don't think 17-11 really does justice what that is. That's a 98-win season, right? So that's what they've done now over a month of baseball. They have not had months like this over the last 5 years. But during that time, how have they turned it around? The pitching, the staff that we all make fun of, the butt of the jokes, the bullpen, the rotation, a 2.54 ERA, a 2.03 opponent average against, 9 strikeouts per 9 innings. Simon Matthews is in his bag right now. Like, that staff is mixing some potions. They're doing it with the same guys that were scuffling, with the same guys we had low expectations for. Miles Mikolas has had an ERA around 6 the last couple of years. Was hit around early in the season. Zach Littell was giving up a home run every 2 innings in April. He threw 7 innings, 1-run ball yesterday. They have figured something out with those veterans, and they're tapping into Jake Irvin's stuff improving. He's on the injured list, unfortunately, hopefully a short stay. Cade Cavalli is becoming a frontline starter in front of our eyes. It's happening. And it's all kind of happening at once. It's pretty exhilarating.
Yeah, and you feel like for the pitching staff, Grant, early in the season, the hitters are put in really good spots to succeed, right? You're making sure that this guy who's a righty is facing only lefties or vice versa and trying to put guys in the best position possible. It didn't feel like they had found that formula just yet for the pitching side of things, where at times it was like, I think that you're kind of putting that guy in a really tough spot. And in turn, some of the guys that, like you mentioned, haven't had the best track record over the last couple of years really weren't succeeding. Now I think they're starting to find their stride of where to put their guys in the best position possible. And in turn, you're starting to see some of those results. And it's not like they're beating a bunch of nobodies to get back to where they've been. You just look at, since they lost their series in May 8th, 9th, and 10th, in Miami, they've took 2 of 3 from Cincinnati on the road. Not like Cincinnati is a great ball club, but they're supposed to be better than this ball club. They took 2 of 3 from Baltimore. Same sort of thing. Not like the Baltimore Orioles are anything crazy, but they're supposed to be better than what this ball club is. They took 2 of 4 from the Mets, split that series at home, and easily could have taken 3 or 4 from the Mets in that series. They had opportunities, but that's a team that is getting paid way more than the Nationals, and even though they've struggled, still finding a way, and then taking 2 of 3 from Atlanta, who's, for my money, the best team in baseball, going on the road to do that. So it's not
that
like...
series, to me, is the high mark of the year, respectfully to last night. To go to Atlanta, best team in baseball. Statistically, you said your money. I'm with you. But they are the best team in the sports, analytically right now. Yeah. It's not even that close, right? To go there and win the pitchers' duels that they did. Their offense didn't really have it going. The Braves shut them down. They shut them out for a win, and then they held them to 1 run in 9 innings to get a nails victory, and the bullpen starting to put some of these games away that they weren't early in the year, with Dickie Lovelady and Orlando Rebalta, Gus Varland at different points, all playing pivotal roles in the late innings. They're finding it in the 8th and the 9th inning in leverage spots.
Yeah, it's been fun to watch because they're still trying to figure stuff out, I think. And that's the crazy part of where they're at this season is, you're still trying to find, like, Rebalta's getting thrown into massive spots. No one expected Orlando Rebalta to be pitching in the 9th inning trying to close out a game. Richard Lovelady wasn't on this team to start the year. He was with them in spring training.
How many guys are there like that? Bebos acquired right at the start of the season. Meade on day 3 was on the show earlier. Lovelady. They've done that. They've just been calling guys up left and right. Like Varland was in spring training but wasn't expected to be a mainstay, especially at the back end of the roster. They've piecemealed this thing together little by little.
Yeah, and even guys like Andrew Alvarez didn't start the year with the big league club, came up earlier in the season for a day and pitched well, and then now he's back with the big league club and sticking. He might have to take Jake Irvin's spot in the rotation, but he's been really effective.
Think about how they're doing that. Piggybacking Parker and Alvarez after starters, so that basically it's effectively like having, I don't know, as many as 6 or 7 starters probably in the rotation. They're opening. I mean, that takes a lot more work, managing, planning, but they've done it very proficiently. The Nationals over 500, first time since July 1st of 2021. The reason for the parade today, they were 40-39 then, so we're not quite as deep into the season, but this is the latest they have been. An 18-11 record on the road. 18 wins on the road, tied for the second most in Major League Baseball behind only the Braves, 19, and the Dodgers, 18. Those are the 2 best teams in the sport right now. Other than those 2, they've been the best team in baseball on the road. And the last stat I'll throw at you, through 55 games, last time they were this good, 2018. Because remember, the 2019 team did not have a record this good at this point.
No, I mean, they were 12 games under 500 through 50 games. And that's what makes that season so magical, but also shows you how different this season is and what they've been able to do. So it's been a blast to see the way that they have kind of learned on the fly in some cases. There's been some mistakes, no question about it. Gutierrez had some rookie managerial mistakes, but he's also learning. And I think the beauty of this, Grant, is we're getting towards the meat of the baseball season, that June, July, August, when it's truly the dog days of summer. And you're starting to see this team kind of round into form where I think they're understanding the different roles that guys are going to fill. They're still playing towards the matchups, no question about it, but they're also starting to get that feel that has to come with it. And it's been beautiful to watch.
All right, let's get outside. We got people waiting for us. The parade is getting ready to get started. We're going to be walking down Half Street. The Nats are over 500. G&D on the Fan.
This update is brought to you by the DC Defenders. It is time for the Grant and Danny Parade for the Nationals being above 500. The Nats are 28-27 after beating the Guardians last night 10-2. Tonight, Game 2 of the 3-game series in Cleveland. 6:10 first pitch. Can hear the game right here on the Fan. Cade Cavalli set to take on Joey Cantillo. NHL playoffs tonight. Western Conference Finals. The Golden Knights taking on the Avalanche. They're looking to close out the series. Vegas up 3-0. That'll begin at 9 o'clock. On the hardwood tonight, Western Conference Finals Game 5 for the Thunder and the Spurs at 8:30. That series is tied at 2 games apiece. Defenders versus the Orlando Storm Sunday, May 31st, noon at Audi Field. Defenders Kids Day. The first 5,000 fans getting a Defenders t-shirt. Tickets at UFLDefenders.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, I'm Toby Altizer on the Fan.
Welcome back live from Half Street. Grant and Danny on the Fan. We've got some Nats fans in attendance ready to party. Screech is out here with us as well. We're going to be passing out some Nats goodies. We're going to be raffling off tickets this evening. We're just getting started. We're going to be walking down to the center field gate, and then we're going to go over to Walter's Sports Bar, where we're going to hang out for a little watch party as the Nats look to win their 4th in a row. Toby, the folks are getting ready to dig in on their dinner tonight. Pupatella providing pizza before our walk. This is the good stuff.
This is incredible. This is so much fun. We got the whole crowd out here getting some pizza. We're going to hang out, watch some Nationals baseball. They're playing winning baseball, Grant, and it's a fun thing to watch. It's a fun product, so it's awesome to see. We got Screech out here. We got the whole crew. It's fun.
Screech is looking good. We got signs. People are very excited. What is it about this Nats team, do you think, that people have taken to this year? This is not just about them being a game over 500. It's just a different caliber, it feels like, of competition night in and night out. This is a team that's been really fun to watch. The youth, the exuberance, the fact that they hit and they score. This is the #1 offense in Major League Baseball right now. Who saw that coming?
Yeah, I mean, that's what makes it fun, Grant. Regardless of what happens every night, runs are going to be scored against them or for them. So it's a lot of fun to watch this team. And there's someone that, you know, in years past, it was a slog to watch this team. Now we're into the end of May, and it's a blast to watch them. Last night, 6 home runs. That's always fun to turn on the TV and see that.
All right, so I'm going to take this mic real quick. I want to walk through the crowd a little bit. Let's get a little feel for where people came in from. So, sir, first, where'd you come in from today?
I came from work, actually.
Where's work?
Oh, Walter Reed.
Oh, very cool. Are
Yeah.
you a big Nats fan?
I'm DC fan, Nats, even the Mystics.
Over 500 parade. We got a bad day to be a hot dog hat.
Absolutely.
I think that might be the best giveaway they've done.
It was the good luck charm. I think that pushed him over, yeah.
It definitely feels like it. That #1 giveaway of this 5-year slug here as a Nats fan?
Winning the World Series, you know, and then from there, you know, the hot dog. Yeah, 21 on, yeah. I've forgotten the last 5 years, so I'm still living in 2019 and then this year.
What's your name? Where'd you come in from?
Julia from Northwest.
Julia, thank you for coming out. We appreciate it. How long you been a Nats fan?
Since 2012.
Okay, very good. So you've been here since they turned things around the
Yes.
first time.
Mhm.
What do you make of the season so far?
Very interesting, very compelling, and seeing where this thing goes.
Well, it's a brand new brass, brand new staff. I want to check in down the line here with some people that are waiting to get some of their pizza. So what's your name? Where'd you come in from?
My name is Ben. I'm from Wheaton.
So what do you think about this group so far? What do you find compelling about these Nationals?
I just think they're a really impressive young team. Managerial staff, GM, doing an excellent job with the development and growth. Imagine what we could do with more money. I mean, it's incredible.
That's the thing, right? They're playing this kind of baseball right now. What if you had open up that checkbook a little bit, get some veterans in here? Another bad day to be a hot dog hat.
Oh, yeah.
Now, of the giveaways, I'm saying that's my #1 of the season so far. Was that like on your calendar to make sure you got that?
Definitely this. Went with a whole group of friends to make sure we could secure it. The batting practice pullover was also a real nice piece.
And what's your name? Where'd you come in from?
Jonathan, I'm from about 3 blocks down the way.
That helps, the Navy Yard. I
yes,
like that.
yeah.
Very well
You
played.
can feel the energy around Navy Yard. People are excited about this team.
It's been awesome, Jonathan. Sir, what's your name? Where'd you come in from?
Ashburn Dave from Ashburn, Virginia.
Ashburn
here
Dave made
here
it
with my
out.
girl Roxanna. Let's go Nats.
How about these Nats this year?
Oh, on fire right now. It's so exciting right now. 500, first time in, 5-6 years. This time in the season, we're hitting the ball well. Pitching's coming around. We appreciate y'all doing this for us. It's a great time.
Yeah, we want to have a little fun, right? It's been a long time as fans. A lot of watching some bad baseball, so we might as well enjoy this. Blake
What's up,
Butera is a Manager of the Year candidate. We got some players like James Wood who are face of the franchise players. What's your name? Where'd you come in from?
Hunter from Crofton.
All right, so favorite national right now?
Dylan Cruz.
Oh, big Dylan Cruz guy back in the big leagues. How do you
Yeah,
feel
he's
about
looking good. He's looking good. I'm excited. There's been some improvement with the batting, like Hebert, Jacob Young, guys you didn't think you would see improvement from. So I'm hopeful for Dylan Cruz that the bat's going to improve.
Appreciate you, buddy. All right, Toby, I'm going to bring you back in here. Strong crowd from all over the DMV, bro.
Yeah, this is a lot of fun to see all the people that have come out. I think it shows how much different this team is, how much people are embracing this new front office, this new coaching staff, and the way that this game is being played. I mean, Butera ball, we kind of joked about it at the beginning of the year, the way we're playing, but this is something that's sustainable, the way that they're making sure they go out and set guys in the best position possible to score runs, and they're doing it right now. They're swinging it well, and this is a team that's playing a lot better baseball than we've seen over the last couple of years.
All right, so just quickly, I want to get a little feel for the crowd here at this point. The Nationals find themselves a game over 500. So I'm going to throw a couple of names out there. I want to get just a feel, right? So if your favorite player on the team is James Wood, let me hear from you. Yeah. All right, if your favorite player is C.J. Abrams, let me hear from you. Very good. Now, I see my guy Kenyon, who's actually an usher over at the ballpark. This is one of my favorite guys at Nationals Park. So, Kenyon, people can see you when they come over there, what, section 114?
117, 118.
Close enough, right?
Yeah, you're in the ballpark.
So, speaking of the ballpark, vibes have been high.
Yes, they have been. Yes, they have been. People need to come out, get there early, get your food, sit down, and root for the Nats.
You've been cheering for baseball in D.C. We've talked about your past and how far back you go in this city. What does it mean for you a day like today just to take inventory? Look, this team's not going to the World Series anytime soon, but we got baseball in this city, and it's fun to be at the park again.
They're exciting. They're young. They're exciting. I think the management team and the front office have done a good job at managing basically pitch by pitch. I mean, because some of the things that's going on right now, we know it's just not supposed to happen. I mean, we're above 500. Nobody picked us to be above 500.
Hey, you guys think they can keep it up? Yeah. Is this sustainable? All right, good enough. So is our band ready to go? I think it's time to start walking, I believe. Just because myself waddling down this street's going to take a little while, I'll be honest with you. So are you guys ready to go? All right, we've got the Crush Funk Band, so you guys get a little something going just to start us off here. See what we got. Celebratory parade and march. Screech is leading the way down Half Street. Toby, I did not see this coming.
I did not either.
When this started on opening day, I gotta say.
I did not think we'd be walking down Half Street with Screech leading the way. I did not expect that.
By the way, the funniest thing about this is I think about this right now, our listeners driving around the DMV. Danny Root's not here. Of course, Danny is in Vegas. You and I and Screech are 3 wide like a NASCAR race. There's 100 listeners behind us, and Danny's just, this is the thing. He misses all the fun.
Yeah, I mean, Danny's probably having a little fun with the family coming back from Vegas. We're waltzing down Half Street having a good time. I'm in full uni. I got some funny looks around the office. I probably look ridiculous to anyone that has no idea what's going on with the parade, but you can't miss it now, Grant. You can't miss it.
You know, it's hard not to think about where the Navy Yard was, what it was 15 years ago. I was at opening night at Nationals Park in 2008, the first ever game played in this ballpark when Ryan Zimmerman hit a walk-off home run. This neighborhood looked nothing like this, and now the ballpark is the key to the whole revitalization and kind of the sun of the solar system here. I mean, you and I work down here every day, so we see it. It's absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't get a chance to be down here for the 2019 World Series and experience what this ballpark was like during that playoff run, but seeing some of the excitement in the ballpark for this team and the way that they're playing, it's been a blast. I mean, the excitement that you see night in, night out, and I think back to that Orioles series, having 30+ thousand in the ballpark, almost 40,000 multiple nights, it's why you get romantic about baseball. And so it's cool to see the excitement, the energy around this club right now.
I am thoroughly enjoying seeing all of the weird looks that we're getting from people getting off the Metro. There's also going to be, I'm sure, some people listening because we're coming up on a little traffic. There's got to be some people listening to the show as they see this walking down the street, which would be pretty entertaining as well.
Yeah, I think it's hilarious. We got Screech over here trying to direct traffic. We got to stop at stoplights. We got to, follow the regular laws. We didn't go through and get streets shut down for this one yet.
Sure, I'll pull a Charlie and Dave. So we're coming up on the stop sign. So the signs I see right now, I've got my daughter who's 2 says she's not old enough to have seen 500. Would you believe the Nats are over 500? James Wood, Viva Chore Beats. Very well done. Band playing us down. We've got balloons somebody brought that say 500 on them as well. This is a real life parade. Yeah, how are you? Are you having fun? Yeah. Good parade so far, huh?
Yeah, this has been a blast. This is a lot of fun. And, to see the way that people are starting to come back and see this ball club again is a lot of fun. To see people coming out of the yard every single night.
All right, Screech, we got a walk sign here. All right, we're now crossing over M Street. So this is the one big intersection we're going to have to deal with on our jaunt. Now, we're not all going to get across, right? We're at 13 seconds.
Yeah, I think we're going to have to speed this up or whatever we're going to do.
Everybody's very excited for the Nats parade. Over 500, let's go to the World Series. The Nats are over 500. Next stop, postseason baseball. Let them know, Screech. This all began.
Yeah, the looks we're getting as we walk by the Metro stop.
The National Guard doesn't know, what is happening? Do we need to help you? What's going on here? This started with one random comment because we didn't think that they would get over 500. And then they just kept playing good baseball. And we fell in love with this group. It's easy to fall in love with C.J. Abrams or James Wood, superstars who are going to be representing the team in Philadelphia this summer. But Curtis Mead, 2 homers last night, 7 homers, turning it around. Miles Michaelis on the mound, and Zach Littell coming off 7 innings, 1 run. Roster's deep. You look at the bullpen, and Gus Varland and guys like the P.J. Poulins and Andrew Alvarez is on the left side have done. It's a team effort for Blake Butero's bunch.
Yeah, it's not just one guy. You've got the stars we know about, but it's everybody chipping in for this team up and down the order. All of the different pitchers that are contributing, and you never know what you're going to see at the ballpark with this team every single night. And it's little things where you're trying the first and third steal. It's hitting the ball out of the ballpark. It's trying different things with the pitching staff. So it's been fun to watch the way that they're managing this ball club and making sure they can get the most out of their guys.
Cold Stone Creamery on our right. Delicious spot to get your ice cream. Looks like Screech is looking for a scoop here. He's trying to stop it.
Yeah, Screech is trying to grab a little ice cream. I don't blame him.
Now we're passing a pizza joint. We are going to be continuing to enjoy pizza from our friends at Pupatella today, who provided dinner. We're also headed over to Walter's Sports Bar for a watch party tonight. So if you couldn't make it down for the parade, no problem. Come on out for the watch party, where we're going to be over at Walter's enjoying a free beer as Nats fans wearing Nats gear for the first 100.
I mean, how awesome is that, by the way? And to see the passion from this fan base. Grant, we haven't seen passion like this in a while for this team, but to see this again, it's really cool.
Well, it's great to see some of the folks at the bar that don't know what we're doing wearing Nats gear just kind of look out and fist pump and kind of cheer us on as we walk.
It's just great having Screech alongside, having the whole band, adds so much to this parade. Like you said, it was almost like a little bit of a, hey, they're not actually going to do it, right? This is kind of fun, but now it's turned into something really big, and it's a blast.
Baseball's one of those sports because it's every single day where it's tough when your team's not competitive.
Exactly.
But when you're playing quality, legitimate baseball, when you're doing things the right way, when you're hitting and you're scoring like this team has over the duration of the season, you can get to a point where you start looking forward to 6:45 every night, and that's happening again this season.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. When you talk about baseball, it's an every night sport. It's a part of your life every single night. So when the team is dreadful, it can kind of hurt your mood a little bit in terms of your everyday life because you're not able to be happy with what your team is doing. But with where this team is at right now, tuning in to watch them every single night is a blast. And that's something that adds to your every night appeal as what you're trying to do every night. So it's really, really cool to see this Nats team be able to do what they've done.
So we've made it to the center field gate. Darius, keep me honest on time. What time is it right now? We're now coming up on the center field gate. We've made it through the 4 blocks, just a couple of minutes of show left. So we're going to start giving away some prizes and things here for our fans that made it out. Pretty incredible. Still walking across N Street here, the last of our crowd. Turned out to be a very good showing.
We got candy being thrown.
Candy being thrown.
I love it.
Pick up the candy. Very cool. The band you're hearing in the background is Crush Funk. That is the band playing today. We got to thank them for coming out, as well as Pupatella Pizza for providing the delicious pizza that everybody's eating as they walk. I love the idea of just walking down the street eating a slice of pizza.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the looks that we got for people that don't know what's going on, and the smiles, though. Like, people aren't, like, looking at it like, what are these idiots doing? They love it. It's a lot of fun.
Gareth, say what you said again. I'm pulling a Peyton Manning and trying to cover my headphones here. Okay, he wants me to get a little closer to the microphone. I'll tell you, we could probably just share this one too, which will make it a little bit easier. Final few moments of our Nats parade. All right, Nats fans. So we made it down Half Street in the Navy Yard. I want to thank everybody for coming out. Appreciate you. Let's hear it for the Crush Funk Band. Thank you to our friends over at Walters, where we're going to have our watch party this evening as well. Thank you to the good people from Pupatella Pizza for making this event part of, their day. They didn't have to do that necessarily, but they took care of it.
Yeah, this has been really cool to see everybody come out for this. It adds so much to have everybody out here, and I mean, this environment's great. This is really cool, and hopefully this is the first parade we get to celebrate before we get a bigger parade down the line.
There have been 2 parades I've been a part of for the Nationals. The first one's the one you want, right? The Over 500 parade, pretty good as well. Hard to beat that 2019 parade, but this is the kind of day made possible when people start having pride in their baseball team again. Just getting this many people to come out, I think, is indicative of that.
Well, it's cool. I mean, you even heard Blake Butera talk about seeing the environment down here in the Navy Yard after games with this team this season. I mean, I'm sure he's going to see clips of this floating around social media and be pretty fired up with the excitement and the love that these teams getting right now.
All right, Crush Funk, give me 1 second real quick. I just want to say thank you to everybody who came out. Awesome. We're going to be watching the game over at Walters, obviously. We're saying goodbye to our radio audience, so one final time, let's hear it. N-A-T-S.
Nats, Nats, Nats. Woo!
Toby, they did the woo. We didn't need to do the woo.
You got to do the woo. Come on, Grants.
Let's go, Nats.
Let's go, Nats.
From Half Street, the Grant and Danny Over 500 Parade. One day to celebrate the future of this organization. What's possible for the Butera Taboni-led Nationals. From the Navy Yard, thanks to everybody for listening all over the DMV. Our party's just getting started. Let's go watch some baseball.
Thank you for coming.